The wail of the gnome siege army rose once more, shrill and expectant. Hands lifted and joined, stretching as the staffs of the moored wraiths signaled anew. Steam ripped from the lake in answer to the wail, and the whole of the Citadel seemed to erupt with a newfound fury. Then something huge and dark began to rise from the depths. "Weapons, master!" Slanter cried out. But Garrett Jax shook his head. "Stand fast. Helt, bring the long bows." The borderman disappeared back into the watchtower at once. Jair glanced after him momentarily, then turned back to the Citadel and back to the deafening wail of the gnomes and to the black thing rising from the deep. It came swiftly now, growing in size as it neared the surface. An evil summoned by the wraiths, but what manner of thing was it? Jair swallowed against the tightening of his throat. Whatever it was monstrous, its bulk seeming to fill the whole of the lake bottom as it lifted free. Slowly it began to take shape, a great and hulking thing with arms that twisted and groped. Then, with a thunderous surge, it broke the surface of the lake and burst free into the grey dawn. A misshapen black body wrenched clear of the confining waters and hung silhouetted for an instant against the light. Barrel-like in appearance, it was coated with bottom mud and slime, crusted over with sea life and coral. For great fin legs propelled it as it rose, clawed and spiny. Its head was a mass of writhing tentacles that surrounded a giant beak-shaped maw lined with razor teeth. Suckers coated the insides of the tentacles, each the size of a man's spread hand, the whole protected without by scales and spines. Immediately back of the tentacles and to either side, a pair of reddened eyes blinked coldly. Stretching as it rose, the thing was more than 100 feet from tip to tail and 40 feet across. Cries of dismay sounded from the battlements of Capale. "A kraken!" Farakar said. "We are done now." The wail of the gnomes had risen to a shriek that forbore all semblance of anything human. Now, with the monster's appearance into the light, the wail dissipated into a battle cry that broke across the length and breadth of Capale. Down into the waters of the lake the kraken thundered, its black body twisting in response as it turned abruptly toward the wail of the dam and the fortress that protected it. "It comes for us," Garrett Jax whispered in surprise. "A thing that cannot live within freshwater, a thing that comes from the ocean yet here. Brought by the dark magic." The grey eyes glittered coldly. "But it shall not have us, I think. Helt!" Instantly the giant borderman was at his side, 3 longbows clasped in one great hand. Garrett Jax took one, left one with the borderman, and passed the third to Adani Lesadil. Slanter pushed forward. "Listen to me. You cannot stand against this thing. It is a monster summoned out of evil and too much even for you, Dot." But Garrett Jax didn't seem to hear him. "Remain with the Veilman, gnome. He is your charge now. See that he stays safe." He went down off the watchtower, Helt and Adani Lesadil close upon his heels. Farakar hesitated only an instant, a mistrustful glance directed at Slanter, then he, too, followed. The kraken surged up against the wall of the dwarf citadel, its giant bulk hammering into stone and mortar with stunning force as it breached. The giant tentacles swept from the water, reaching for the dwarves that clustered on the battlements. Dozens were caught up, knocked from their feet into the waters of the lake, and wrapped in the suckers and spines of the thing that attacked them. Shrieks and howls filled the morning air as the dwarves died. Weapons rained down upon the black thing, but its hide protected it from harm. Steadily it cleared away the small figures who sought to hold it back, tearing at them with its whip-like arms, breaking apart the battlements behind which they sought to keep safe. Now the gnomes joined in the attack as well, the siege army battering the gates at both ends of the high dam, scaling ladders and grappling hooks clutched in their hands as they came. Dwarf defenders rushed to the parapets, holding fast against this fresh assault. But the gnomes seemed to have gone mad. Heedless of the losses being inflicted upon them, they flung themselves against the gates and walls to die. Yet there was purpose to this seeming madness. While the dwarf defenders were thus distracted, the kraken worked its way north until it was up against the wall where it banked closest to the gates. With a sudden lurch, it rose from the waters of the lake, fin legs braced upon the stone of the dam where it curved into the shoreline. Massive tentacles snapped forward along the walls, suckers fastened to the gates, and the monster heaved back. With a splintering of wood and iron, crossbars snapped and locks broke apart. The gates to the citadel tumbled down, ripped from their hinges, and the army of the gnomes poured through with a roar of triumph. On the battlements of the watchtower, Jair and Slanter viewed the struggle with growing horror. With the gates gone, the dwarves could no longer hold back their attackers. In a matter of minutes the fortress would be overrun. Already its defenders were in retreat along the walls leading back, small clusters rallying about their captains, desperately trying to stand against the onslaught. But it was clear from where the Veilman and the gnome stood watching that the battle was lost. "We've got to escape while we can, boy," Slanter insisted, a hand gripping the other's arm. But Jair refused to leave, still searching for his friends, almost too horrified by what was happening to do anything else. The Kraken had slipped once more into the waters of the lake, dragging its bulk back along the sea wall toward the center of the dam. In its wake, the moored wraiths glided to the edge of the shattered battlements, grey staffs raised in exhortation as their gnome followers surged forward. With implacable purpose, the gnomes moved into the fortress of the dwarves. Slanter! Jair cried suddenly, pointing into the heart of the battle. High atop the ramparts of the forward wall, Helt's giant form rose up through the smoke and dust, Ellcrys at his side. Bow gripped tightly in one hand, the borderman braced himself against the parapets, sighted downward to where the moored wraith stood, slowly drew back the bowstring, and let it slip free. A shadowy blur, the long black arrow sped away to bury itself deep in the breast of the foremost wraith. The creature straightened with a shudder, hammered back by the force of the blow. A second arrow followed close upon the first, and again the wraith staggered back. Shrieks of dismay rose up from those closest to the black things, and for an instant the whole of the gnome advance seemed to falter. But then the moored wraith steadied. One clawed hand grasped the arrows embedded within it and drew them free with effortless ease. Holding them high for all to see, the monster crushed them into splinters. Then the staff of witchwood lifted and red fire burst from its tip. All along the battlements the fire burned, exploding into stone and defender alike. Helt and Farrakher flew back as the fire reached them and disappeared in an avalanche of broken wall and dust. Jair started forward in fury, but Slanter yanked him about. "You can't do anything to help them, boy." Without waiting for any argument on the matter, he began dragging Jair along the ramparts toward the stone stairway leading down. "Better start worrying about yourself. Perhaps if we're quick enough." Then they caught sight of the Kraken. It had lifted itself out of the citadel and midway along the sea wall where the broad courtyard joined together the fortress that guarded the ends of the high dam, its tentacles and fin legs gripping at the stone. Once clear, with only the hindmost portion of its barreled body still submerged within the lake, it pivoted slowly to where the dwarf defenders were attempting to escape the north fortress. Tentacles stretched across the girth of the high dam in a writhing mass. In seconds, all passage out was blocked. "Slanter!" Jair cried out in warning, falling back against the stairs as one giant feeler swept past his head. They retreated back up the stairway, crouching down within the shelter of a balustrade where it curved back into the parapets. Spray from the monster's tail fin that thrashed within the lake mixed with dust and shattered stone to rain down about them. Below, the Kraken's tentacles groped and hammered about the fortress walls, clutching at anything that ventured within reach. It seemed for a moment as if any chance of escape back across the courtyard had been lost. But then the dwarves counterattacked. They rushed from the lower levels of the fortress, the darkened stairwells, and the tunnels that ran beneath. Foremost among them was the dwarf commander Radhum. Red hair flying, he led his soldiers into the tangle of giant arms, cutting and hacking with a broadaxe. Bits and pieces of the Kraken flew in a froth of blood, reddish ichor spilling down upon the dampened scone of the dam. But the Kraken was a monstrous thing, and the dwarves were little more than gnats to be brushed aside. The tentacles came down, smashing the tiny creatures who swarmed about it, leaving them lifeless. Still the defenders came on, determined to clear the way for those trapped within the doomed fortress. But the Kraken swept them aside as quickly as they appeared, and they fell dying all about the monster. Finally the Kraken caught Radhum as the dwarf commander fought to break past. The monster swung the red-haired dwarf high into the air, unaffected by the broadaxe that still flailed in stubborn determination. The Kraken lifted Radhum, then, with horrifying suddenness, it smashed him downward to the stone, broken, twisted, and lifeless. Slanter was pulling vainly at Jair. "Run!" he screamed in desperation. Tentacles swept past them, hammering into the battlements and smashing the stone so that it flew in all directions. A shower of jagged fragments struck the Veilman and the gnome as they struggled, knocking them sprawling, half burying them in debris. Shaking his head dazedly, Jair regained his feet and staggered forward against the stone balustrade. Below, the dwarves had fallen back within the besieged fortress, demoralized by the loss of Radhum. The Kraken was still stretched across the littered courtyard, edging closer now to the walls upon which Jair crouched. The Veilman started to drop back, then stopped in dismay. Slanter lay stunned at his feet, blood oozing from a deep cut in his head. Then far below, seemingly from out of nowhere, Garrett Jax appeared. Lean and black against the grey light of the dawn, he darted swiftly from the shelter of the battlements on the seawall, a short spear gripped in his hands. Jair cried out as he saw him, a sudden, wild cry, but the sound was lost in the wail of the wind and the screams of battle. Across the blood-soaked length of the high dam the weapon's master raced, a small and agile figure not away from the deadly tentacles of the Kraken, but directly into them. Weaving and dodging like a shadow without substance, he broke for the monster's gaping maw. The tentacles hammered down, swatting at him, missing him, sliding past him, far too slow for anyone so impossibly quick. But one slip, one mistake. Up against the hooked beak, the weapon's master leaped, against the very jaws of the beast. He struck with stunning swiftness, the short spear burying itself deep within the soft tissue of the open maw. Instantly, the tentacles collapsed, the giant body lurching. But Garrett Jax was already moving, spinning sideways and diving clear of the trap that sought to snare him. On his feet once more, the weapon's master caught up a new weapon, this one a lance fixed with an iron pike, the haft still clutched in the lifeless hands of its owner. With a quick scooping motion, Garrett Jax had wrenched it free. Too late, the Kraken caught sight once more of this dangerous attacker, barely 2 yards from one lidded eye. The iron-tipped lance thrust upward at the unprotected eye, piercing through skin, blood, and bone into the brain beyond. The stricken Kraken wrenched backward in obvious distress, fin legs churning madly. Stone ramparts shattered all about it as it sought to regain the waters of the Citadel. Still Garrett Jax clung to the lance embedded within the monster's brain, refusing to release it, grinding it deeper and deeper as he waited for the life force to expend itself. But the Kraken was impossibly strong. Heaving upward, it lifted free of the high dam, then fell ponderously into the Citadel and dove from sight. Hands still fixed upon the haft of the lance, Garrett Jax was carried with it. Jair stumbled back against the shattered balustrade in stunned disbelief, his cry of anger dying soundlessly in his throat. Below, the high dam lay clear again and the dwarf defenders trapped within broke from their prison for the safety of the South Watch. Then Slanter was next to him once more, staggering back to his feet. Blood covered the wizened yellow face, but the gnome brushed it aside wordlessly and yanked the Veilman down the stairs after him. Stumbling and falling, they gained the courtyard and started across in the direction taken by the fleeing dwarves. But already they were too late. Gnome hunters had appeared on both sides of the battlements behind them. Howling and screaming, a mass of armored, blood-soaked forms, they poured across the crest of the high dam and streamed down into the court. Slanter took one quick look back and abruptly wheeled Jair into one of the dark stairwells. They raced down several flights of lamplight stairs, deep into the shadowed dark of the lower levels that led to the inner workings of the locks. Above, the sounds of pursuit began to fade. When the stairs ended, they found themselves in a dimly lighted corridor that disappeared down the length of the dam. Slanter hesitated, then turned north, pulling Jair after him. Slanter! The Veilman howled, struggling to slow the gnome. This leads back the way we've come away from the dwarves. Gnomes will be going the other way, too. Slanter snapped. Won't be hunting dwarves or anybody else this way, will they? Now, run! They ran into the gloom, stumbling wearily along the empty corridor. The sounds of battle were far away now, distant and faint against the steady grinding of the machinery and the low rush of the waters of the Citadel. Jair's mind spun with the shock of what had befallen them. The little company from Cullhaven was no more. Halton Farakar struck down by the walkers, Garrett Jax carried away by the Kraken, and Edani Lesadil disappeared. Only Slanter and he were left and they were running for their lives. Capale was gone, fallen to the gnomes. The locks and dams that regulated the flow of the Silver River west into the homeland of the dwarves were in the hands of their most implacable enemy. Everything was lost. His lungs tightened with the strain of running, and his breathing was harsh and labored in his ears. Tears stung his eyes, and his mouth was dry with bitterness and anger. What was he to do now? How was he to reach Brynn? He could never find her before she stepped down into the Maelmord and was forever lost. How was he to complete the mission given him by the king? His legs went out from under him, knocked away by something he hadn't seen, and he went sprawling into the darkness. Ahead, Slanter ran on, unheeding, a dim shadow in the darkness of the tunnel. Hurriedly, Jair scrambled back to his feet. Slanter was getting too far ahead of him. Then an arm shot out of the darkness and a hand clamped across his mouth, rough and scaled, sealing away his breath. A second arm encircled his body, hard as iron, and he was dragged back into the shadows of an open door. Stay, little peepless, a voice hissed. Friendus, we have magics. Friendus. Jair's voice was a soundless scream in his mind. It was mid-morning when Slanter pulled himself clear of the dwarf escape tunnel, exiting through a thick mass of scrub that concealed the hidden entrance, there to stand alone upon the windswept heights of the mountains north of Capale. Gray, hazy light filtered down out of skies clouded and drenched by rain, and the chill of night still lingered in the mountain rock. The gnome glanced about cautiously, then he hunched down against the scrub and moved forward to where the slope dropped away into the gorge. Far below, the locks and dams of Capale were swarming with gnomes. All across the broad bands of stone block, about the battlements and ramparts of the fortress, and deep within the inner workings of the complex, the gnome hunters scurried like ants about the business of maintaining their hill. Well, this was the way it had to end, Slanter thought. He shook his rough yellow face in silent admonition. No one could stand against the walkers. Capale was theirs now. The siege was done. He stood up slowly, eyes still fixed on the scene below. There was little danger of being discovered this high up. The gnomes were all within the fortress, and what remained of the dwarf army had fled south to Cullhaven. Nothing was left for him to do but to go his own way. And that, of course, was exactly what he had wanted all along. Yet he stood there, his mind adrift with unanswered questions. He still did not know what had become of Jair Omsford. One minute the Veilman had been right behind him, the next he had vanished just like that. Slanter had looked for him, of course, but there hadn't been a trace. So at last the gnome had gone on alone because, after all, what else could he do? Boy was too much trouble anyway. He muttered irritably. But his words lacked conviction somehow. He sighed, glanced upward into the graying skies, and turned slowly away. With the Veilman gone and the rest of the little company dead or scattered, the journey to Heaven's Well was finished. Just as well, of course. It was a stupid, impossible quest from the beginning. He had told them so time and again, all of them. They had no idea what they were up against, they had no idea of the power of the walkers. It wasn't his fault that they had failed. The frown on his rough face deepened. Nevertheless, he didn't like not knowing what had happened to the boy. He slipped back past the scrub guarding the hidden entrance to the tunnel and climbed to a rocky projection overlooking the Eastland and giving view to its sweep west. At least, he had been smart enough to plan his own escape, he thought smugly. But that was because he was a survivor, and survivors always took time to plan for an escape except for the crazed ones like Garrett Jacks. Slanter's frown turned to a faint smile. He had learned long ago not to risk himself unnecessarily where there was no reason for it. He had learned long ago to keep one eye open for the quickest way out of any place into which he ventured. So when the dwarf had been kind enough to provide him with maps showing the underground tunnels that would take them north behind the siege army, he had been quick to study them. That was why he was alive and safely out of there. If the rest of them hadn't been so foolish. The wind blew against his face, harsh and bitter as it came out of the mountain rock. Far north and west, the forests of the Anner spread away into patches of autumn color, dampened by mist and rain. That was the way for him, he thought grimly. Back to the borderlands, to some semblance of sanity and peace, where his old life could be regained and all of this forgotten. He was free again and he could now go where he wished. A week, 10 days at the outside, and the Eastland and the war that ravaged it would be left behind. He scuffed his boot against the rock. That boy had sand, though, he said quietly, his thoughts straying at. Undecided, he stared out into the rain. 23. Late in the afternoon of the day that marked the disappearance of Piranha from the world of men, the whole of Callahorn from the Streelheim south to the Rainbow Lake was engulfed in heavy autumn rains. The storm swept down through the borderlands, swept across forest and grassland, and over the Dragon's Teeth and the Run, falling at last across the broad expanse of the Rab Plains. It was there that it caught up with Allanan, Bryn, and Ronlia as they journeyed eastward toward the Anner. They camped that night, exposed to the downpour and huddled within their sodden cloaks, beneath the sparse shelter of an oak broken and ravaged by years of seasons passing. Empty and barren, the Rab stretched away on all sides as the storms thundered overhead, the glare of the lightning revealing in vivid flashes the starkness of the plain. No other life could be found on its cracked and windswept surface, they were all alone. They might have pushed on that night, ridden east until dawn, and thereby gained the Anner before stopping to take their rest. But the Druid saw that the Highlander and the Veil Girl were exhausted and thought it better not to press. So they stayed that night upon the Rab and rode on again at dawn. The day stretched out to greet them, grey and rain-filled, the sun's light a faint and hazy glow behind the storm clouds that blanketed the autumn skies. They rode east across the plains until they reached the banks of the Rab River, then turned south. Where the river branched west out of its main channel, they crossed at a narrows close to the forest's edge and continued south until daylight had slipped into a murky, sodden dusk. They spent a second night unsheltered upon the Rab, crouched within cloaks and hoods, with the rain a constant, annoying drizzle that drenched them to the bone and kept them from sleep. The chill of the season settled in about them. While neither cold nor sleeplessness had an apparent effect upon the Druid, it wore with singular perseverance on the stamina of the girl and the Highlander. On Bryn, particularly, it began to take its toll. Yet at dawn of the following day, she was ready to travel once more, her determination as hard as iron, reforged out of an inner battle she had fought through the empty hours of the night to keep herself sane. The rains that had followed them since their departure out of the Dragon's Teeth were gone, turned now to a soft, feathery mist. The skies were clearing into wisps of whitened clouds as the sunlight began to slip above the forest line. The appearance of the sun rekindled in the Veil Girl a strength of mind and body that the rains and the dark had done much to erode, and she fought valiantly to ignore the exhaustion that seeped through her. Back astride her horse, she turned gratefully toward the warmth of the still hazy sunlight and watched as it crept steadily out of the east. But exhaustion was not so easily dispatched, she found. Though the day brightened as they traveled on, a weariness still persisted deep within, besieging her with doubts and fears that would not fade. Faceless demons darted in their shadows darted from her mind into the forest they rode beside, laughing and taunting. There were eyes upon her. As it had been within the dragon's teeth, there was the sense of being watched, sometimes from far away through eyes that were not bound by any distance, sometimes from eyes that seemed very close. And again there was that insidious premonition. It had come to her first in the rocks and shadows of the dragon's teeth, following after her, teasing her relentlessly, warning her that she and those she traveled with played a game with death they could not win. She had thought it lost after Piranha, for they had escaped the druid's keep alive and safe. Yet now it was back again, reborn in the grey and wet of the last 2 days, a familiar and haunting demon of her mind. It was evil, and though she sought to drive it from her thoughts with determination and a savage anger, still it would not stay gone. The hours drifted aimlessly away in the course of the third morning's travel, and Bryn Olmsford's determination gradually began to drift with them. The drifting manifested itself first as an inexplicable sense of aloneness. Besieged by her premonition, a premonition that her companions could not even recognize, the Veil Girl began to withdraw into herself. It was done in self-defense to begin with, a withdrawing from the thing that sought to ravage her with its viperous warnings and insidious teasings. Walls came up, windows and doors slammed, and within the shelter of her mind she sought to close the thing out. But Allanan and Roan were closed out as well, and somehow she could not find a way to bring them back in. She was alone, a prisoner within her own self, chained in irons of her own forging. A subtle change began to overtake her. Slowly, inexorably, she began to believe herself alone. Allanan had never been close, a distant and forbidding figure even under the most favorable circumstances, a stranger for whom she could feel pity and for whom she could sense an odd kinship, yet a stranger nevertheless, impervious and forbidding. It had been different with Roan Leah, of course, but the Highlander had changed. From her friend and companion, he had become a protector as formidable and unapproachable as the druid. The sword of Leah had wrought the change, giving to Roan Leah power that made him in his own mind equal to anything that sought to stand against him. Magic, born of the dark waters of the Hadeshorn and the black sorcery of Allanan, had subverted him. The sense of intimacy that had bound them each to the other was gone. It was the druid to whom Roan was bound now and to whom the kinship belonged. But the drifting of Bryn's determination grew quickly beyond her sense of aloneness. It became a feeling that somehow, in some way, she had lost her purpose in this quest. It wasn't gone entirely, she knew, yet it had strayed. Once that purpose had been clear and certain, she was to travel into the Eastland, through the Anner and the Ravenshorn, to the edge of the pit they called the Maelmord, and there descend into that pit's blackened maw to destroy the book of dark magic, the Ildach. That had been her purpose. But with the passage of time, in the dark, cold, and discomfort of their travels, the urgency of that purpose had slipped from her until it now seemed distant and tenuous. Allanan and Roan were strong and certain twin irons against the shadows that would stop them. What need had they of her? Could they not act as well as she in this quest, despite the druid's words? Somehow she felt that they could, that she was not the important member of this company, but almost a burden, a thing not needed, her usefulness misjudged. She tried telling herself that this was not true. But somehow it was, her presence was a mistake. She sensed it, and in sensing it grew even more alone. Midday came and went, and the afternoon wore on. The mist of early morning was gone now, and the day had become bright with sunlight. Bits of color reappeared on the barren plains. The cracked and ravaged earth turned slowly once again to grassland. Bryn's sense of aloneness became for a time less oppressive. By nightfall, the riders had reached Storlock, the community of gnome healers. An aged, famous village, it was little more than a gathering of modest stone and timber dwellings, settled within the fringe of the woods. It was here that Will Olmsford had studied and trained for the profession that he had always sought to follow. Here Allanan had come to find him so that he might accompany the druid on his journey south to find the chosen Amberl in the quest to preserve the Ellcrys tree, and the elven race, a journey that ended with the infusion of the Elfstone magic into Bryn's father, thereby bequeathing to her the power of the wish song. It had been more than 20 years ago, Bryn thought in somber, almost bitter reflection. That was how the madness had begun with the coming of Allanan. For the Olmsfords, that was how it always began. They rode through the tranquil, sleepy village, drawing to a halt behind a large, broad-backed building that served as the center. The white-robed stores appeared as if they had been waiting for the three to arrive. Silent and expressionless, a handful led away the horses while three more took Bryn, Roan, and Allanan inside, down dark and shadowed hallways to separate rooms. Hot baths waited, clean clothes and food, and beds with fresh linens. The stores spoke no words as they went about the task of caring for their guests. Like ghosts, they lingered for a few minutes and then were gone. Alone in her room, Bryn bathed, changed, and ate her meal, lost in the weariness of her body and the solitude of her mind. Nightfall slipped down across the forest land, and shadows passed over the curtained windows, the light of day fading into dusk. The Veil Girl watched its passing with sleepy, languorous unconcern, given over to the pleasure of comfort she had not enjoyed since leaving the Vale. For a time, she could almost pretend that she was back again. But when the evening deepened, there came a knock upon the door and a white-robed store beckoned for her to follow. She went without argument. She knew without asking that Al-Anon had called. She found him within his room at the end of the hallway, Roan Leah seated beside him at a small table on which an oil lamp burned to cast away the night's shadow. Wordlessly, the druid beckoned to a third chair, and the veil girl moved to occupy it. The store who had brought her waited until she was seated, then turned and glided from the room, closing the door softly behind him as he left. The three companions faced one another in silence. Al-Anon shifted in his chair, dark face hard and fixed, eyes lost in worlds that the veil girl and the Highlander could not see. He looked old this night, Bryn thought, and wondered that it could be so. No one had known Al-Anon to age, save for her father, and that had come about just before the druid disappeared from the Four Lands 20 years earlier. Yet now she saw it, too. He had aged beyond what he had looked when first he had come to the Vale to seek her out. His long, dark hair was grayer in its tone, his lean face more lined and time-ravaged, his look more bent and rough. Time was working against the druid, even as it worked against them all. The black eyes swept up to meet her own. "I would tell you now of Bremen," he rumbled softly, and the gnarled hands folded before him. "Long ago, in the time of the councils of the druids at Paranur, in the time between the wars of the races, it was Bremen who saw the truth about the coming of the magic. Brona, who was to become the warlock lord, had unlocked the secrets years before and fallen prey to their power. Consumed by what he had hoped to master, the rebel druid became a slave. After the first war of the races, the council believed him destroyed, yet Bremen saw that it was not so. Brona lived, preserved by the magic, driven by its force and its need. The sciences of the old world were gone, lost in the holocaust of the great wars. In their place was reborn the magic of a world older still, a world in which only fairy creatures had existed. It was this magic, Bremen saw, that would preserve or destroy the new world of men. Thus Bremen defied the council as Brona had before him, yet with greater care for what he was about, and began to learn for himself the secrets of the power that the rebel druid had unlocked. Prepared for the warlock lord's eventual return, he saved himself when all the other druids were destroyed. It became his mission, the sole and fixed purpose of his life, to regain the power that the evil one had let loose, to recapture it and seal it away where it could not again be tampered with. No easy task, yet a task to which he pledged himself. The druids had unlocked the magic, now, as the last of those druids, it was left to him to lock it away once more. Al-Anon paused. He chose to do this through the creation of the Sword of Shannara, a weapon of ancient elven magic that could destroy the warlock lord and the bearers of the skull that served him. In the darkest hour of the Second War of the Races, with the whole of the Four Lands threatened by the armies of the Evil One, Bremen forged from magic and from the skills he had acquired and the knowledge he had gained, the fabled sword. He gave it to the elven king Jurl Shannara. With that sword, the king would face in battle the rebel druid and see him destroyed. As you know, however, Jurl Shannara failed. Unable fully to master the power of the sword, he let the warlock lord escape. Though the battle was won and the armies of the Evil One driven forth, still Brona lived. Years would pass before he could return, but return he would. Bremen knew that he would not be there to face Brona again. Yet his pledge had been given, and Bremen would never forsake a promise. The druid's voice had slipped down to a whisper, and there was a look of intense pain within the black, impenetrable eyes. He did 3 things, then. He chose me to be his son, the flesh and blood offspring of the druid line who would walk upon the Four Lands until the time of the Dark Lord's return. He gave added life to himself first into me later through the sleep that preserves, so that, for as long as might be necessary, a druid would stand as protector of mankind against the warlock lord. And finally, he did one thing more. When the time of his passing was at hand and he could not make himself let go, he used the magic in one last, terrible evocation. He bound his spirit to this world in which his body could not stay, so that he could reach beyond life's end to see fulfillment of the pledge that he had made. Gnarled hands tightened into fists. He bound himself, spirit out of flesh, to me. He used the magic to achieve that binding, father to son, his spirit exiled in a world of dark where past and future joined, where summons could be had when the need was there. That was what he chose for himself, a lost and hopeless being, never to be freed until it was done, until both had passed. He stopped suddenly, as if his words had brought him farther than he wished to go. In that instant, Bryn caught sight of what had been hidden from her before, a quick, elusive glimpse of the secret that the druid had withheld from her in the Valley of Shale when Bremen had risen from the Hadeshorn and spoken of what was to be, and which gave substance to the whisperings of her premonition. "I thought it done once," Al-Anon went on, brushing past the sudden pause. "I thought it done when Shay Omsford destroyed the warlock lord, when the Valeman unlocked the secret of the Sword of Shannara and made himself its master. But I was wrong. The dark magic did not die with the warlock lord. Nor was it locked away again as Bremen had forsworn it must be. It survived, kept safe within the pages of the Ildach, secreted away within the bowels of the Maelmord to await new discoverers. And, finally, the discoverers came. And became the Mord Wraiths, Roan Leah finished. Made slaves to the dark magic as had been the Warlock Lord and the Skull-bearers in old days. Thinking to be master, they became only slaves. But what is the secret that you hide? Bryn whispered in her mind, still waiting to hear it told. Speak now of that. Then Bremen cannot be freed from his exile within the Hadeshorn until the Book of the Ildach is destroyed and the magic with it? Roan was too caught up in the history of the tale to see what Bryn saw. He is pledged to that destruction, Prince of Leah, Allanan whispered. And you. And you. Bryn's mind raced. All of the dark magic gone from the land? Roan shook his head wonderingly. It does not seem possible. Not after so many years of its being, of wars fought because of it, of lives expended. The Druid looked away. That age ends, Highlander. That age must pass. There was a long silence then, a hushed stillness that filled the night shadows about the flame of the oil lamp and crowded close about the three who huddled there. Wrapped by it, they thought they're separate. Thoughts, eyes slipping past one another's faces to shield what whispered within. Strangers joined in common cause but without understanding, thought Bryn. We strive for a common good, yet the bond is curiously weak. Can we succeed in this, Allanan? Roan Leah asked suddenly. His wind-burned face turned toward the Druid. Have we strength enough to destroy this book and its dark magic? The Druid did not answer for a moment. His eyes flickered with hidden knowledge, elusive and quick. Then he said quietly, Bryn Olmsford has the strength. She is our hope. Bryn looked at him and shook her head slowly. Her smile twisted with irony. Hope and no hope. Savior and destroyer. Remember the words, Allanan? Your father spoke them of me. Allanan said nothing. He simply sat there, dark eyes staring into her own. What else did he tell you, Allanan? She asked him quietly. What else? There was a long pause. That I shall not see him again in this world. The silence deepened. She was close now to the secret the Druid kept hidden, she realized. Roan Leah stirred uneasily in his chair, eyes shifting to find those of the Veil Girl. There was uncertainty in those eyes, Bryn saw. Roan did not want to know any more. She looked away. It was she who was the hope, and she who must know. Was there more? She said. Slowly Allanan straightened, dark robes wrapping close about him, and on his worn and haggard face, a small smile appeared. There is an Olmsford obsession with knowing the truth of all that is, he replied. Not a one of you has ever been content with less. What did Bremen say? She pressed. The smile died away. He said, Bryn Olmsford, that when I go from the Four Lands this time, I shall not come again. Veil Girl and Highlander stared at him in shocked disbelief. As certain as the cycle of the seasons was the return of Allanan to the Four Lands when the danger of the dark magic threatened the races. There had never been a time in memory when he had not come. I don't believe you, Druid. Roan insisted heatedly, unable to think of anything else to say, a trace of outrage in his voice. Allanan shook his head slowly. The age passes, Prince of Leah. I must pass with it. Bryn swallowed against the tightness in her throat. When will you? When I must, Bryn, the Druid finished gently. When it is time. Then he rose, a tall and weathered form as black as night and as steady as its coming. The great, gnarled hands reached out across the table. Without fully understanding why, the Veil Girl and the Highlander reached to clasp them in their own, joining for just an instant the three as one. The Druid's nod was brief and somehow final. Tomorrow we ride east into the Yanner East until our journey is done. Go now and sleep. Be at peace. The great hands released their own and dropped away. Go, he said softly. With a quick, uncertain glance at each other, Bryn and Roan stood up and walked from the room. All the way out, they could feel the dark gaze following after. They walked in silence down the hallway beyond. The sound of voices, distant and fragmented, wafted through the shadows of the empty hall and drifted disembodied from some unseen place. The air was thick with the smell of herbs and medicines, and they breathed in the aromas, distracted from their thoughts. When they reached the doors to their sleeping rooms, they stopped and stood together, not touching or looking at each other, sharing without speaking the impact of what they had been told. It cannot be true, Bryn thought, stunned. It cannot. Roan turned to face her then, and his hands reached down to take hers. For the first time since their departure from Hadeshorn and the Valley of Shale, she felt close to him again. What he told us, Bryn, what he said about not returning, the Highlander shook his head. That was the reason we went to Piranha and he sealed away the keep. He knew he would not be coming back. Roan, she said quickly and put her finger to his lips. I know. It's just that I cannot believe it. No. For a long moment they stared at each other. I am afraid, Bryn, he said finally, his voice a whisper. She nodded without speaking, then wrapped her arms about him and held him close. Then she stepped back again, kissed him lightly on the mouth and disappeared into her room. Slowly, wearily Alanon turned from the closed door and seated himself once more at the small table. Eyes shifting from the flame of the oil lamp, he stared fixedly into the shadows beyond, his thoughts drifting. Once he would not have felt the need to reveal the secrets that were his. He would have disdained to do so. He was the keeper of the trust, after all, he was the last of the Druids and the power that had once been theirs belonged now to him. He had no need to confide in others. It had been so with Shay Ohmsford. Much of the truth had been kept from Shay, left hidden for the little Vale man to discover on his own. It had been so as well with Bryn's father, when the Druid had taken him in quest of the Bloodfire. Yet Alanon's resolve for secrecy, for deliberate and iron-willed refusal to tell to any even those closest all that he knew, had somehow weakened through the years gone past. Perhaps it was the aging, come upon him at last, or the inexorable passing of time that weighed so heavily upon him. Perhaps it was simply the need to share what he carried with some other living soul. Perhaps. He rose again from the table, another of night's shadows floating beyond the reach of the light. A sudden breath of air, and the oil lamp went dark. He had told so much more to the Vale girl and the Highlander than to any of the others. And still he had not told them all. 24. Dawn broke over the Eastland in the forests of the Yanner, and the journey of the three who had come from Shady Vale resumed. Supplied with fresh provisions by the healers of Storlock, they rode east out of the village into the woodlands beyond. Few saw them depart. A handful of white-robed stores, sad-faced and voiceless, gathered at the stables behind the center to lift their arms in farewell. Within minutes, the three had disappeared into the trees, gone as silently and as enigmatically as they had come. It was the kind of autumn day fond memories conjure up of a milder season's passing when winter snows lie deep about. It was warm and sun-filled, with the colors of the forest trees radiant and sprinkled with soft beams of light and the morning smells sweet and pleasant. Dark and chill as the days gone by had been in the wake of the passing of the late-year storms, this day was light and comforting with its dazzling blue skies and sunshine. The promise of the day was lost, however, to Bryn Ohmsford and Roanlia. Haunted by Alanon's dark revelation and by a tense expectation of what lay ahead, neither could share much of the warmth that the day had to offer. Separate and withdrawn, each within a dark covering of private emotions and secretive thoughts, Vale girl and Highlander rode forward in determined silence through the dappled shadows of the great, dark trees, feeling only the cold that lay buried within themselves. Our path hereafter will be a treacherous one, Alanon had told them as they gathered that morning before the stables where their horses had been tended, his voice low and strangely gentle. All across the Eastland and through the forests of the Yanner, the wraiths will be watching for us. They know that we come, Piranha removed all question of that. They know as well that they must stop us before we reach the Maelmord. Gnomes will seek us, and where they do not, others who obey the walkers will. No path east into the Ravenshorn will be safe for us. His hands had come up then to rest upon their shoulders, drawing them close. Still, we are but three and not so easily found. The wraiths and their gnome eyes will look two ways for our approach north above the Rab River and south out of Cullhaven. Safe and unobstructed but for themselves, these are the approaches a wise man would choose. We will choose neither, therefore. Instead, we will pass where it is most dangerous not only to us, but to them as well. We will pass directly east into the central Anner through the Wolf's Tag, Darkland Reach, and Olden Moor. Older magics than theirs dwell within those regions, magics that they will be hesitant to challenge. The Wolf's Tag are forbidden to the gnomes, and they will not enter, even though the wraiths command it. There are things there more dangerous than the gnomes we seek to avoid, but most lie dormant. If we are quick and cautious, we should pass through unharmed. Darkland Reach and the Moor are the haunts of other magics yet, but there perhaps we shall find some more friendly to our cause than to theirs. They rode through the western fringe of the central Anner up into the high ground that formed the doorstep to the rugged, forested humps of the Wolf's Tag. As they traveled, they searched past sunlight and warmth and the brilliant autumn colors for the dark things that lay hidden there. By midday, they had reached the Pass of Jade and begun a long, circuitous climb along its southern slope, where trees and scrub hid them from view as they walked their horses in the deep shadow. Mid-afternoon found them well east of the pass, wending their way upward toward the high peaks. Timber and rock stretched dark and silent about them as the daylight began to wane. By nightfall, they were deep within the mountains. In the trees through which they passed, the shadows slipped now like living things. All the while they searched, yet found no sign of other life and felt themselves to be alone. It was curious and somehow frightening that they could be so alone, Bryn thought as the dusk settled into the mountains and the day came to an end. She should sense at least a touch of life other than their own, yet it was as if these peaks and forests had been stripped. There were no birds within these trees, no insects, no living creatures of any kind. There was only the silence, deep and pervasive the silence, itself become a living thing in the absence of all other life. Al-Anon brought them to a halt in the shelter of a grove of rough and splintering hickory to set their camp. When provisions were sorted, the horses tended, and the camp at ready, the druid called them to him, ordered that no fire be lighted, and stalked off into the trees with a quick word of farewell. Veil Girl and Highlander stared after him wordlessly until he was out of sight, then sat down to consume a cold meal of bread, cheese, and dried fruit. They ate in darkness, not speaking, watching the shadows about them for the life that never seemed to come. Overhead, the night sky brightened with a great scattering of stars. "Where do you think he has gone this night?" Roan Leo wondered after a time. He spoke almost as if he were asking himself the question. Bryn shook her head and said nothing, and the Highlander glanced away again. "Just like a shadow, isn't he? Shifts with every change of sun and moon, appears, and then he's gone again, always for reasons all his own. He wouldn't share those reasons with us, of course. Not with mere humans like us." He sighed and set aside his plate. "Except that I guess we're not mere humans anymore, are we?" Bryn toyed with the bit of bread and cheese that remained on her own plate. "No," she answered softly. "Well, no matter. We are who we always were, nevertheless." He paused, as if wondering how sure of that he really was. Then he leaned forward. "It's odd, but I don't feel the same way about him now that I did before. I've been thinking about it all day. I still don't trust him entirely. I can't. He knows too much that I don't. But I don't mistrust him either. He is trying to help, I think, in the best way that he can." He stopped, waiting for Bryn to agree with him, but the Veil Girl stayed silent, eyes turned away. "Bryn, what's troubling you?" he asked finally. She looked at him and shook her head. "I'm not sure. Is it what he told us last night that we wouldn't see him again after this?" "That, yes. But it's more than that." He hesitated. "Maybe you're just—" "Something is wrong," she cut him short, and her eyes locked on his. "What?" "Something is wrong." She said it slowly, carefully. "With him, with you, with this whole journey, but most especially with me." Roan stared at her. "I don't understand." "I don't understand either. I just feel it." She pulled her cloak tightly about her, hunching down within its folds. "I've felt it for days, ever since the shade of Bremen appeared in the Hadeshorn, and we destroyed that wraith. I feel something bad coming, something terrible. And I don't know what it is. I feel, too, that I'm being watched, all the time I'm being watched, but there is never anything there. I feel, worst of all, that I'm being pulled away from myself, from you and Al-Anon. Everything is changing from what it was when we started out at Shady Vale. It's all different, somehow." The Highlander didn't say anything for a moment. "I suppose it's because of what's happened to us, Bryn. The Hadeshorn, Piranha Al-Anon telling us what the Shade of Bremen told to him. It had to change us. And we've been away from the Vale and the Highlands for many days now, from everything familiar and comfortable. That has to be a part of it, too. Away from Jair," she said quietly. "And your parents, Dot." "But Jair most of all," she insisted, as if searching for a reason for this. Then she shook her head. "No, it's not that. It's something else, something besides what's happened with Al-Anon and missing home and family, and that's too easy, Roan. I can feel it, deep down within me. Something that—" She trailed off, her dark eyes uncertain. She looked away. "I wish I had Jair here with me now just for a few moments. I think he would know what was wrong. We're so close that way," she caught herself, then laughed softly. "Isn't that silly? Wishing for something like that when it would probably mean nothing? I miss him, too." The Highlander tried a quick smile. "At least he might take our minds off our own problems. He'd be out tracking more wraiths or something." He stopped, realizing what he had said, then shrugged away his discomfort. "Anyway, there's probably nothing wrong, not really. If there was, Al-Anon would sense it, wouldn't he? After all, he seems to sense everything else." Bryn was a long time responding. "I wonder if that is still so," she said finally. "I wonder if he still can." They were silent then, neither looking back at the other as they stared fixedly into the dark and pondered their separate thoughts. As the minutes slipped away, the stillness of the mountain night seemed to press in about them, anxious to wrap them in the blanket of its stark, empty solitude. It seemed more certain with the passing of each moment that some sound must break the spell, the distant cry of a living creature, the small shifting of forest wood or mountain rock, or the rustle of leaf or insect's buzz. But nothing did. There was only the quiet. I feel as if we are drifting, Bryn said suddenly. Roan Leah shook his head. We travel a fixed course, Bryn. There is no drifting in that. She looked over at him. I wish I had listened to you and had never come, but. The Highlander stared at her in shock. The beautiful, dusky face stayed turned toward his own. In the girl's black eyes there was a mix of weariness and doubt that bordered too closely on fear. For just an instant he had the unpleasant sensation that the girl who sat across from him was not Bryn Omsford. I will protect you, he said softly, urgently. I promise. She smiled then, a faint, uneven smile that flickered and was gone. Gently her hands reached out to touch his own. I believe that, she whispered in reply. But somewhere deep inside, she found herself wondering if he really could. It was nearly midnight when Al-Anon returned to the campsite, stepping from the trees as silently as any shadow that moved within the wolf's tag. Moonlight slipped through the boughs overhead in thin streamers of silver and cast the whole of the night in eerie brightness. Wrapped within their blankets, Roan and Bryn lay sleeping. Across the broad, forested sweep of the mountains, all was still. It was as if he alone kept watch. The druid paused several dozen feet from where his charges slept. He had walked to be alone, to think, and to ponder the certainty of what was to be. How unexpected the words of Bremen had been when the shade had spoken them, how strangely unexpected. They should not have been, of course. He had known what must be from the beginning. Yet there was always the feeling that somehow it might be changed. He was a druid, and all things were possible. His black eyes shifted across the mountain range. The yesterdays of his life were far away, the struggles he had weathered and the roads he had walked down to reach this moment. The tomorrows seemed distant, too, but that was an illusion, he knew. The tomorrows were right before him. So much had been accomplished, he mused. But not enough. He turned and looked down at the sleeping Vale girl. She was the one upon whom everything would depend. She would not believe that, of course, or the truth about the power of the wish song, for she chose to see the elven magic in human terms, and the magic had never been human. He had shown her what it could be, just a glimpse of the limits to which it could be taken, for she could stand no more, he sensed. She was a child in her understanding of the magic, and her coming of age would be difficult. More difficult, he knew, because he could not help her. His long arms wrapped tightly within the black robes. Could he not help her? There it was again. He smiled darkly. That decision that he should never reveal all, only so much as he felt necessary, that decision that, as it had been for Shay Omsford in a time long past, truth was best learned by the one who would use it. He could tell her, of course, or at least he could try to tell her. Her father would have said that he should tell her, for Will Omsford had believed the same about the elven girl Ambril. But the decision was not Will Omsford's to make. It was his own. It was always his own. A touch of bitterness twisted his mouth. Gone were the councils at Paranor when many voices and many minds had joined in finding solutions to the problems of mankind. The druids, the wise men of old, were no more. The histories in Paranor and all the hopes and dreams they had once inspired were lost, and only he remained. All of the problems of mankind were now his, as they always had been his and would continue to be his for as long as he lived. That decision, too, had been his to make. He had made it when he had chosen to be what he was. But he was the last. Would there be another to make the same decision when he was gone? Alone, uncertain, he stood at the edge of the forest shadows and looked down at Bryn Omsford. They rode east again at daybreak. It was another brilliant, sun-filled autumn day, warm, sweet, and alive with dreams of what could be. As night fled westward from the wolf's tag, the sun lifted out of the eastern horizon, slipping from the forest line in golden streamers that stretched and spread to the darkest corners of the land and chased the gloom before them. Even within the vast and empty solitude of the forbidden mountains there was a feeling of comfort and peace. Bryn thought of home. How beautiful the Vale would be on a day such as this one, she thought to herself as she walked her horse along the ridgeline and felt the sun's warmth upon her face. Even here the colors of the season spread in riotous disarray against a backdrop of moss and ground cover still green with summer's touch. Smells of life filled her nostrils and left her heady with their mix. In the Vale, the villagers would be awake now, about to begin their day's work. Breakfast would be underway, the succulent aroma of the foods that were cooking escaping through windows thrown wide to catch the warmth of the day. Later, when the morning chores were done, the village families would gather for stories and games on an afternoon that too seldom came this time of year, anxious to take advantage of its ease and recapture for at least a brief time the memory of the summer gone. I wish I were there to share it, she thought. I wish I were home. The morning slipped quickly away, its passing lost in the warmth of the sun and the memories and the dreams. Ridgelines and mountain slopes came and went, and ahead the deep forests of the lowlands beyond the Wolf's Tag began to appear in brief glimpses through the humped peaks. By noon, the bulk of the range was behind them, and they were starting down. It was shortly thereafter that they became aware of the charred rush. It began to sound long before it could be seen, a deep, penetrating roar from beyond a wooded ridge that broke high and rugged against the sweep of the eastland sky. Like an invisible wave, it surged toward them, a low and sullen rumble that shook the rutted earth with the force of its passing. Then the wind seemed to catch it, magnifying its intensity until the forest air was filled with thunder. The way forward leveled off, and the timber began to thicken. Atop the ridge head, freezing spray and a deep, rolling mist masked all but the faintest trace of distant blue from a noonday sky now lost far above the tangled branches of the forest trees with their damp, moss-grown bark and earth-colored leaves shimmering bright with wetness. Ahead, the trail sloped upward once more through clusters of rock and fallen timber that loomed spectrally out of the haze like frozen giants. And still there was only the sound, massive and deafening. Yet slowly, as the trail wound on and the ridgeline grew close, the mist began to dissipate beneath the thrust of the wind as it raked down across the summit of the land, out of the Wolf's Tag to the lowlands east. The bowl of the valley opened before them, its wooded slopes dark and forbidding in the shadow of the mountain peaks beneath a line of ridges colored gold with sunlight. And here, at last, the source of the sound was discovered, a waterfall. An awesome, towering column of churning white water poured wildly through a break in the cliff rock and tumbled downward hundreds of feet through clouds of mist and spray that hung thick across the whole of the western end of the valley, downward into a great river that twisted and turned through rocks and trees until it was lost from view. In a line, the three riders drew their mounts to a halt. The charred rush. Allanon pointed to the falls. Page 259 picture. Bryn gazed down wordlessly. It was as if she stood at the edge of the world. She could not describe what she felt at that moment, only what she saw. Below, barely 100 yards distant, the waters of the charred rush crashed and swirled down rock and through crevice in a magnificent, breathtaking spectacle that left her filled with wonder. Far beyond the valley into which the waters fell, the distant eastland spread to the horizon, shimmering slightly through the wind-blown spray of the falls, colored like a painting faded and worn with age, its clarity muted. A steady mist washed over the valley girl's dusky face and whipped through her long black hair and forest clothing like a light rain. She blinked the water from her eyes and breathed deeply the cold, hard air. In a way she could not explain, she felt as if she had been born again. Then Allanon was motioning them ahead, and the three riders began working their way down the inside slope of the wooded valley, angling toward the break in the cliff face where the falls dropped away. Single file, they wound through brush and slanted pine that clung tenaciously to the rocky soil of these upper reaches, following what appeared to be a worn, rutted pathway that ran down past the falls. Rising clouds of mist enveloped them, damp and clinging against their skin. The wind died behind the rim of the ridgeline, the sound of its shrill whistle lost in the muffled roar of the falls. Sunlight dropped away into shadow, a false twilight settling over the forest land through which they passed in gradually deepening waves. Finally they reached the base of the falls and continued along the dark pathway that had brought them there to emerge at last from mist and shadow into warm sunlight. They rode eastward along the banks of the river through deep grass still green and fresh beneath a scattering of pine and yellow-leaved oak. Gradually the roar of the falls subsided and the air grew less chill. In the trees about them, birds flew in sudden bursts of color. Life had come back again to the land. Bryn sighed gratefully, thinking how relieved she was to be clear of the mountains. And then abruptly Allanon reined his horse to a stop. Almost as if the druid had willed that it should be so, the forest about them went still, a deep, layered silence that hung over everything like a shroud. Their horses came to a halt behind his. Vale Girl and Highlander stared at the big man and then at each other, surprise and wariness in their eyes. Allanon did not move. He simply sat there astride his horse, rigid against the light, staring ahead into the shadows of the forest trees and listening. Allanon, what? Bryn started to ask, but the druid's hand lifted sharply to cut her short. At last he turned, and the lean, dark face had drawn tight and hard, a look within the narrow eyes that neither Vale Girl nor Highlander had ever seen. In that instant, without understanding why it was that the feeling had come over her, Bryn was suddenly terrified. The druid did not speak. Instead, he smiled a quick, sad smile and turned away. His hand beckoned them after, and he started ahead into the trees. They rode only a short distance through a scattering of trees and dying scrub to where a small glen opened before them beside the banks of the river. There Allanon again drew his mount to a halt and this time dismounted. Roan and Bryn followed him down. Together they stood there before the horses, looking out over the glen into a deepening stand of trees beyond. What's wrong, Allanon? Bryn finished the question this time. The druid did not turn. Something comes. Listen. They waited, motionless beside him. So complete was the silence now that even the sound of their own breathing was harsh within their ears. Bryn's premonition whispered anew in her mind, come from the rain and the gray of the dragon's teeth to find her. Fear stroked her skin with its chill touch and she shivered. Suddenly, there was a sound, faint and cautious, a soft rustling of dried leaves as something moved among them. There! Roan cried, his hand pointing. Something came into view through the trees on the far side of the glen. Still hidden within the gloom, it stopped suddenly, catching sight of the three who watched it. For long moments, it stayed frozen within its shelter, invisible eyes staring out at them, a silent shadow within the dark. Then, with swift and certain intent, it stepped from the trees into the light. The chill that had settled within Bryn turned instantly to frost. She had never seen anything like the creature that stood before them now. It was man-shaped in appearance, raised upright in a half-crouch, its long arms dangling loosely before it. It was a big, strong creature, lean and heavily muscled. Its skin was a strange reddish color, drawn tight against its powerful body. It was hairless except for a thick ruff that grew about its loins. Great, hooked claws curled from its fingers and toes. Its face lifted toward them, and it was the face of some grotesque beast, blunt and scarred. Gleaming yellow eyes fixed upon their own, and its snout split wide in a hideous grin to reveal a mass of crooked teeth. "What is it?" Roan Leah whispered in horror. "What was promised," Allanon replied softly, his voice strangely distracted. The reddish thing came forward a few steps further to the edge of the glen. There it stopped and waited. Allanon turned to the Veil Girl and the Highlander. "It is a Jacaira, a thing of another age, a thing of great evil. It was locked from the lands by the magic of the creatures of fairy in a time before the dawn of man, in a time even farther back than that in which the elves created the forbidding. Only magic of equal power could have set it free again." He straightened and brought his black robes close about him. "It appears that I was wrong. The Mord wraiths did anticipate that we might come this way. Only within a place like these mountains, a place where the magic still lives, could a thing like the Jacaira be set loose again. The wraiths have given us an adversary far more dangerous than they to overcome. Suppose we find out how dangerous," Roan suggested bravely and drew forth the ebony blade of the sword of Leah. "No," Allanon caught his arm quickly. "This battle is mine." The Highlander glanced at Bryn for support. "It seems to me that any battle to be fought on this journey must be fought by all of us." But Allanon shook his head. "Not this time, Prince of Leah. You have shown your courage and your devotion to this girl. I no longer question either. But the power of this creature is beyond you. I must face it alone." "Allanon, don't!" Bryn cried suddenly, grasping his arm. He looked down at her then, the worn face and the eyes that penetrated past all that she would hide, a mask of sad determination. They stared at each other, and then, without quite knowing why she did so, she released him. "Don't," she repeated softly. Allanon reached to touch her cheek. At the fat side of the glen, the Jacaira gave a sudden, sharp cry that shattered the silence of the afternoon, a cry that was almost like a laugh. "Let me come with you," Roan Leah insisted, again starting forward. The druid blocked his way. "Stand fast, Prince of Leah. Wait until you are called." The black eyes fixed those of the Highlander. "Do not interfere in this. No matter what happens, stay clear. Give me your promise." Roan hesitated. "Allanon, I cannot." "Give me your promise." The Highlander stood before him defiantly for an instant longer and then reluctantly nodded. "I promise." The druid's eyes turned back to the Veil Girl one last time, a lost and distant look in the gaze they gave to her. "Keep you safe, Bryn Olmsford," he whispered. Then he wheeled about and started down into the glen. 25. Sunlight spilled from out of the cloudless blue afternoon sky to etch sharply Allanon's tall, shadowy form as it passed against the backdrop of the forest color. Warmth and sweet autumn smells lingered in the air, a teasing whisper to the druid's senses, and across the woodlands a soft and gentle breeze blew down through the trees to ruffle the long, black robes. Within its banks of still summer green grasses, the river of the charred rush glimmered azure and silver, its gleam reflected coldly in the tall man's eyes. He was conscious of nothing now but the sleek, reddish-skinned form that crept cat-like down the far slope of the glen's shallow bowl, yellow eyes narrowed, muzzle curled back in anticipation. "Please come back." Bryn cried out the words in the silence of her mind, rendered voiceless by the horror of the familiar premonition that had returned suddenly to haunt her and dance in wild glee at the edges of her sight. It was this that the premonition had warned against. The Jacaira dropped down upon all fours, muscles rippling in corded knots beneath the taut skin as slaver began to form about its mouth. Spikes rose along the length of its spine and flexed with the movement of its body as it crept to the floor of the sunlit glen. Muzzle lifting toward the dark figure across from it, the monster cried out a second time that same, hideous howl that rang like maddened laughter. Allanon drew to a halt a dozen yards from where it crouched. Motionless, he faced the creature. On the hard, dark face there appeared a look of such frightening determination that it seemed to the Veil Girl and the Highlander that no living thing, however evil, could stand against it. Yet the Jakyra's frenzied grin merely broadened, more hooked teeth slipped into view from out of its drawn muzzle. There was madness in the yellow eyes. For a long, terrible instant druid and monster faced each other in the deep silence of the autumn afternoon, and the whole of the world about them ceased to be. Again the Jakyra's laughter sounded. It stepped sideways in odd, swinging movement. Then, with terrifying suddenness, it lunged for Allanon. Nothing had ever moved so fast. Little more than a blur of reddish fury, it sprang clear of the earth and tore into the druid. Somehow it missed. Allanon was faster than his attacker, slipping aside as swiftly as a shadow gone with night. The Jakyra flew past the druid, tearing into the earth beyond as it landed. Whirling with scarcely a moment's pause, it sprang at its prey a second time. But already the druid's hands were extended, blue fire bursting forth. The fire ripped into the Jakyra, throwing it backward in midair. It struck the ground in a tangled heap, and still the fire tore at it, burning and searing and thrusting the beast back until it came to a jarring halt against a great oak. Astonishingly, the Jakyra was back on its feet almost at once. Shades! Roan Leah whispered. It came at Allanon again, dodging and twisting past the druid fire that flew from the ochre's fingers. Raging, it flung itself at the tall man with the deadly quickness of a snake. The blue fire hammered into it, flinging it away, but it caught the druid with the claws of one hand, tearing into black robes and flesh. Allanon staggered back, shrugging at the impact of the blow, the fire disappearing into smoke. In the tall grass a dozen feet away, the Jakyra came back to its feet once more. Cautiously, the two antagonists circled each other. The druid's arms and hands extended guardedly before him, and the dark face was a mask of fury. But in the grasses through which he stepped, droplets of his blood streaked the deep green crimson. The Jakyra's snout split wide once more, an evil, maddened grin. Trailers of smoke curled from the reddish skin where the fire had seared it, yet the monster seemed unharmed. Iron muscles rippled as it moved, a sleek and confident dance of death that led its intended victim on. Again it attacked, a swift, fluid lunge that carried it into the druid before the fire could be brought to bear. Allanon's hands fastened on the wrists of the beast, holding it upright so it could not reach his body. The crooked teeth snapped viciously, trying to fasten on the tall man's neck. Locked in this position, the two surged back and forth across the glen, twisting and squirming in an effort to gain the advantage. Then, with a tremendous heave, the druid flung the Jakyra over backward, lifting it off its feet and throwing it to the earth. Instantly the blue fire burst from his fingers and engulfed the monster. The Jakyra's cry was high and terrible, a frenzied shriek that froze the whole of the woods about it. Pain was in that cry, yet a pain that sounded of something inexplicably gleeful. The Jakyra leaped from the column of fire, twisting to free itself, its powerful red form steaming and alive with small bits of blue flame. It tumbled over and over through the grasses, a maddened and raging thing, consumed by an ever darker fire that burned within. It came to its feet yet again, hooked teeth gleaming as its muzzle drew back, yellowed eyes bright and ugly. It likes the pain, Bryn realized in horror. It feeds on it. Behind her, the horses snorted and backed away from the scent of the Jakyra, pulling against the reins secured in Roan Leah's hands. The Highlander glanced back worriedly, calling to the animals, trying unsuccessfully to calm them. Once again, the Jakyra came at Allanon, darting and lunging through the blaze of druid fire that burned into it. It almost reached the black-robed figure, claws ripping, and again Allanon stepped aside just in time, the blue fire thrusting the creature away in a burst of power. Bryn watched it all, sickened by the struggle but unable to look away. A single thought repeated itself in her mind, over and over. The Jakyra was too much. The druid had fought so many terrible battles and survived, he had faced awesome creatures of dark magic. But the Jakyra was somehow different. It was a thing ignorant and incautious of life and death, whose existence defied all nature's laws, a creature of madness, frenzy, and purposeless destruction. An ear-shattering shriek broke from the Jakyra's throat as the monster flung itself at Allanon again. The horses reared in fright, the reins tearing free of Roan's hands. Desperately, the Highlander sought to recapture them. But the instant they pulled free, the horses bolted wildly back toward the falls. In a matter of seconds, they had disappeared into the trees beyond. Roan and Bryn turned back to the struggle below. Allanon had thrown up a wall of fire between himself and his attacker, the flames darting out at the Jakyra like knives as the creature sought vainly to break past. Purposefully the druid maintained the wall, arms extended in rigid concentration. Then suddenly the arms dropped downward in a sweeping motion, bringing with them the wall of fire. Like a net it dropped across the Jakyra and the beast was consumed. It disappeared entirely for an instant, lost in a raging ball of flame. Twisting and turning, it sought to escape, but the fire clung to it tenaciously, held fast by the druid's magic. Try as it might, the Jakyra could not shake free. Bryn's hand fastened on Roan. Perhaps But then the Jacaira bolted sharply away from Allanon and the open grasses of the glen into the forest trees. Still the flames clung to it, but already the fire was beginning to dissipate. The distance between druid and beast was too great, and Allanon could not maintain his hold. Howling, the monster flung itself into a stand of pine, shattering limbs and trunks, throwing fire everywhere. Wood and pine needles splintered and flamed, and smoke rolled out of the shadows. At the center of the glen, Allanon's hands dropped away wearily. At its edge, Bryn and Roan waited in hushed silence, staring at the smoky gloom into which the beast had disappeared. The forest was still once more. "It's gone," Roan whispered finally. Bryn did not reply. Voiceless, she waited. A moment later, something moved within the burned and darkened stretch of pine. Bryn felt the cold that had settled deep within her flare sharply. The Jacaira stepped out from the trees. It glided to the edge of the glen, muzzle split wide in that hideous grin, yellow eyes gleaming. It was unharmed. "What manner of devil is this?" Roan Leah whispered. The Jacaira crept back again toward Allanon, its breath harsh and eager. A low, anxious whine broke from its throat, and its snout lifted as if to catch the druid's scent. On the long grass before it, a trace of the big man's blood dappled the green a bright scarlet. The Jacaira stopped. Slowly, deliberately, it bent to the blood and began to lick it from the earth. The whine turned suddenly deep with pleasure. Then it attacked. In a single, fluid motion, it gathered its hind legs beneath it and flung itself at Allanon. The druid's hands came up, fingers extending too slow. The creature was upon him before he could call forth the fire. They tumbled down into the long grass, rolling and spinning, locked together. So quick had the attack come that the monster was atop Allanon before Bryn's sharp cry of warning could reach his ears. Blue fire flared at the tips of the druid's fingers, searing the wrists and forearms of his attacker as they grappled, but the fire had no effect. The Jacaira's claws ripped into Allanon, tearing through cloth and flesh, ripping downward into bone. The druid's head jerked back, pain flooding across the dark face, a pain that went beyond physical hurt. Desperately, the druid sought to dislodge the beast, but the Jacaira had gotten too close and there was no room for leverage. Claws and teeth tore at Allanon, the corded body of the monstrous attacker holding its victim fast to the earth. "No!" Roan Leah screamed suddenly. Tearing free of Bryn as she sought to restrain him, the Prince of Leah charged down into the glen, the ebony blade of his great broadsword grasped tightly in both hands. "Leah! Leah!" he cried in fury. The promise he had given the druid was forgotten. He could not stand back and watch Allanon die. He had saved him once, he could do so again. "Roan, come back!" Bryn screamed after him futilely. Roan Leah reached the struggling figures an instant later. The dark blade of the sword of Leah lifted and swept downward in a glittering arc, cutting deep into the neck and shoulders of the Jacaira, driven by the force of magic, tearing through muscle and bone. The Jacaira reared back, a frightful howl breaking from its throat, its reddish body snapping upright as if it had been broken from within. "Die, you monster!" Roan cried in rage as he caught sight of the torn and bloodied figure of Allanon beneath. But the Jacaira did not die. One corded arm swung about sharply and caught the Highlander across the face with stunning force. He flew backward, hands releasing their grip on the sword of Leah. At once the Jacaira was after him, howling all the while in maddened delight, almost as if the greater pain pleased it in some foul, incomprehensible way. It caught Roan before he fell, seized him in its claws and flung him the length of the glen to lie in a crumpled heap. Then it straightened. The dark blade of the sword of Leah was still buried in its body. Reaching back, the Jacaira wrenched the sword free as if the blow had meant nothing to it. It hesitated an instant, the blade held before its yellow eyes. Then it hurled the sword of Leah from it, into the air high above the waters of the charred rush, to fall into their grasp and be carried from sight like a piece of deadwood, bobbing and spinning in the swift current. The Jacaira spun back around toward the fallen figure of Allanon. Astonishingly, the druid was on his feet again, black robes shredded and stained dark with his blood. Seeing him risen, the Jacaira seemed to go completely berserk. Howling in fury, it sprang. But this time the druid did not try to stop it. Catching the Jacaira in mid-leap, his great hands closed about its neck like a vice. Heedless of the claws that tore at his body, he forced the monster backward to the ground, the hands squeezing. Shrieks rose out of the Jacaira's damaged throat and the reddish body twisted like a snake that has been pierced. Still the druid's hands crushed inward. The muzzle split wide, teeth snapping and ripping at the air. Then abruptly Allanon's hands released and jammed downward into the open maw. They thrust deep into the monster's throat. From the clasped fingers blue fire ripped downward. Convulsions shook the Jacaira, and its limbs flung wide. The druid fire burned through its powerful body, down into the very core of its being. It struggled to break free for only an instant. Then the fire broke out of it from everywhere, and it exploded in a blinding flash of blue light. Bryn turned away, shielding her eyes against the glare. When she looked back, Alanon knelt alone atop a pile of charred ash. Bryn went first to the unconscious roan, who lay sprawled in a twisted heap at the back edge of the glen, his breathing shallow and slow. Gently she straightened him, feeling carefully about his limbs and body for signs of breakage. She found none and, after wiping clean the cuts on his face, she hurried down to Alanon. The druid still knelt within the ashes that had been the Jakira, his arms folded tight against his body, his head lowered against his chest. His long black robes were shredded and soaked with his blood. Slowly Bryn knelt beside him, a stricken look on her face as she saw what had been done to him. The druid lifted his head wearily, hard eyes locking on her own. "I am dying, Bryn Olmsford," he said quietly. She tried to shake her head, but his hand lifted to stop her. "Hear me, Vale Girl. It was foretold that this should be. In the valley of Shale, the shade of Bremen, my father, said to me that it should be. He said that I must pass from the land and that I would not come again. He said that it would happen before our quest was done." He winced with sudden pain, his face tightening in response. "I thought that perhaps I could make it otherwise. But the wraiths found a way to set free the Jakira, knowing perhaps, at least hoping that I would be the one it would encounter. It is a thing of insanity. It feeds on its own pain and on the pain of others. In its madness, it wounds not just the body, but the spirit as well. There is no defense. It would have torn itself apart, just to see me destroyed. It is a poison." He choked on the words. Bryn bent close, swallowing back the hurt and fear. "We must dress the wounds, Alanon. We must." "No, Bryn, it is finished," he cut her short. "There is no help for me. It must be for me as it was foretold." He glanced across the glen slowly. "But you must help the Prince of Leah. The poison will be in him as well. He is your protector now, as he said he would be." His eyes shifted back to her own. "Know that his sword is not lost. The magic will not let it be lost. It must find its way to mortal hands, the river will carry it to those hands." Again he choked on the words, this time doubling over sharply against the pain of his wounds. Bryn reached out and caught him, held him upright, close against her. "Don't talk anymore," she whispered, tears filling her eyes. Slowly he pulled away from her, straightening. Blood coated her hands and arms where she had held him. A faint, ironical smile flickered on his lips. "The wraiths think that I am the one they need fear, that I am the one who can destroy them." He shook his head slowly. "They are wrong. You are the power, Bryn. You are the one that nothing can stand against." One hand fastened on her arm in a grip of iron. "Hear me well. Your father mistrusts the elven magic, he fears what it can do. I tell you now that he has reason to mistrust it, Vale Girl. The magic can be a thing of light or a thing of dark for the one who possesses it. It seems a toy, perhaps, but it has never been that. Be wary of its power. It is power like nothing I have ever seen. Keep it your own. Use it well, and it will see you safely through to the end of your quest. Use it well, and it will see the Ildach destroyed. Alanon, I cannot go on without you." She cried softly, shaking her head in despair. "You can and you must. As with your father, there is no one else." His dark face lowered. She nodded dumbly, barely hearing him, lost in the jumble of emotions that raged within her as she fought back against the inevitability of what was happening. "The age passes," Alanon whispered, and the black eyes glistened. "So must the druids pass with it." His hand lifted to fall gently on hers. "But the trust one carry for them must not pass, Vale Girl. It must remain with those who live. That trust one give now to you. Bend close." Bryn Olmsford leaned forward until her face was directly before his. Slowly, painfully, the druid slipped one hand within the shredded robes to his chest, then brought it forth again, the fingers dipped into his own blood. Gently he touched her forehead. Holding the fingers to her flesh, warm with his lifeblood, he spoke softly in a language she had never heard. Something of his touch and of the words seemed to seep into her, filling her with a rush of exhilaration that swept across her vision in a surge of blinding color and then was gone. Page 271 picture. "What have you done to me?" she asked him haltingly. But the druid did not answer. "Help me to my feet," he commanded her. She stared at him. "You cannot walk, Alanon. You are too badly hurt." A strange, unfamiliar gentleness filled the dark eyes. "Help me to my feet, Bryn. I will not have to walk far." Reluctantly she wrapped her arms about him and eased him from the ground. Blood soaked the grasses upon which he had knelt and the mass of ashes that had been the Jakira. Oh, all anon. Bryn was crying freely now. Walk me to the river's edge, he whispered. Slowly, unsteadily, they stumbled across the empty glen to where the charred rush churned swiftly eastward within its grass-covered banks. The sun still shone a brilliant gold, warm and friendly as it brightened the autumn day. It was a day of life, not of death, and Bryn cried within that it could not become so for all anon. They reached the bank of the river. Gently the veil girl let the druid settle once more into a kneeling position, his dark head lowered against the sunlight. When your quest is done, Bryn, he said to her, you will find me here. His face lifted to hers. Now stand away. Stricken, she stepped slowly back from him. Tears ran down her face, and her hands made pleading motions to the slouched form. Allanon stared back at her for a long moment, then turned away. One blood-streaked arm lifted toward the waters of the charred rush, stretching out above them. The river went still instantly, its surface as calm and placid as that of a sheltered pond. A strange, hollow silence descended over everything. A moment later the center of the still water began to churn violently, and from the depths of the river rose the cries that had come from the waters of the Hadeshorn, high and piercing. They sounded for but an instant, and then all was still once more. On the river's edge, Allanon's hand dropped to his side and his head bowed. Then the spectral figure of Bremen rose from the charred rush. Gray and nearly transparent against the afternoon light, the shade rose to stand upon the river's waters, ragged and bent with age. Father, Bryn heard Allanon call softly. The shade came forward, gliding motionlessly on the still surface of the river. It came to where the druid knelt. There it bent slowly downward and gathered the stricken form in its arms. Without turning, it moved back across the water, Allanon cradled close. It stopped again at the center of the charred rush, and beneath it the waters boiled fiercely, hissing and steaming. Then it sank slowly back into the river, and the last of the druids was carried from sight. The charred rush was still an instant longer, and then the magic was ended and it began to churn eastward once again. All anon! Bryn Ohmsford cried. Alone on the riverbank she stared out across the swift-flowing waters and waited for the reply that would never come. 26. After capturing Jair at the fall of the dwarf fortress of Capale, the Mwelred Stythys marched him north through the wilderness of the Yanner. Following the twists and turns of the Silver River as it wove thread-like through trees and brush, over cliffs, and across ravines, they passed deep into the forest land and the darkness that lay close about. All the while they traveled, the Veilman was kept gagged and leashed like an animal. Only at mealtimes was he freed of his bonds so that he might eat, and the cold reptilian eyes of the Mwelred were always upon him. Gray, rain-filled hours slipped away with agonizing slowness as the march wore on, and all that had been of the Veilman's life, his friends and companions, and his hopes and promises seemed to slip away with them. The woods were dank and fetid, infused by the poisoned waters of the Silver River with rot and choked by dying brush and trees clustered so thickly that the whole of the sky was screened away by their tangle. Only the river gave them any sense of direction as it flowed sluggishly past, blackened and fouled. Others passed north in those days as well, bound for the deep Yanner. On the wide road that ran parallel to the Silver River, which the Mwelred cautiously avoided, caravans of gnome soldiers and their prisoners trekked in steady procession, mired in mud and laden with the pillage of an invading army. The prisoners were bound and chained men who had fought as defenders at Capale. They stumbled past in long lines, herded like cattle, dwarves, elves, and bordermen, haggard, beaten, and stripped of hope. Jair looked down on them through the trees above the roadway over which they traveled, and there were tears in his eyes. Armies of gnomes from Greymark also traveled the road, southbound in great, unruly masses as they hastened to join those tribes already advancing into the lands of the dwarf people. Thousands came, grim and frightening, their hard yellow faces twisted with jeers as they called to the hapless prisoners that marched past them. Mord wraiths came, too, though no more than a handful, dark and shadowed things that walked alone and were avoided by all. The weather turned worse as the journey wore on. Skies turned black with thunderclouds and the rain began to fall in steady sheets. Lightning flashed in brilliant streaks and booming peals of thunder rolled the length of the sodden land. Autumn's trees drooped and matted with the wet, the colored leaves sinking and falling into the mire, and the ground turned muddied and uncertain. A gray and dismal cast settled down across the forest land, and it seemed as if the skies pressed against the earth to choke its life away. Jair Ohmsford felt as if that might be so as he trudged helplessly through the wilderness brush, pulled on by the leather bindings gripped in the hands of the dark-robed figure before him. Cold and wet sank deep within him. As the hours passed, exhaustion began to take its toll. A fever settled in, and, as it did so, his mind began to wander. Flashes of what had brought him to the sorry state mingled with childhood memories and garbled bits of still life that hovered briefly within his stricken mind and disappeared. Sometimes he was not entirely lucid, and strange and frightening visions would rack him, stealing through his thoughts like thieves. Even when he was free momentarily of the effects of the fever, a dark despair colored his thoughts. There was no hope for him now, it whispered. Capale, the defenders that had held her, and all of his friends and companions were gone. Images of them in the moment of their fall flashed in his mind with the blinding clarity of the lightning that crackled overhead through the canopy of the trees. Garrett Jacks, pulled deep into the grey waters of the Silidelen by the Kraken, Farakar and Helt, buried beneath the wall of stone rubble brought down by the dark magic of the walkers, Slanter, running heedlessly down the underground corridors of the fortress before him, never looking back, never seeing. Even Bryn, Allanan, and Roan appeared at times, lost somewhere deep within the Anor. Sometimes thoughts of the King of the Silver River would come to him, clear and strangely poignant, filled with the wonder and the mystery of the old man. Remember, they whispered in soft, anxious tones. Do not forget what you must do. But he had forgotten, it seemed. Tucked within his tunic, hidden from the prying eyes of the Mwelrit, were the gifts of magic the old man had bestowed on him, the vision crystal and the leather bag with the silver dust. He had them still and he meant to keep them. But somehow their purpose was strangely unclear, lost in the swell of the fever, hidden in the wanderings of his mind. Finally, when they stopped for the night, the Mwelrit saw that he was taken with fever and gave him a medicine to drink, mixing the contents of a pouch at his waist with a cup of dark, bitter ale. The Veilman tried to refuse the drink, racked with the fever and his own sense of uncertainty, but the Mwelrit forced it down him. Shortly after, he fell asleep and slept that night untroubled. At dawn he was given more of the bitter potion. By dusk of the second night, the fever had begun to subside. They slept that night within a cave on a high ridgeline overlooking the dark curve of the river, drier and warmer than they had been on previous nights, free of the extreme discomfort that had plagued them in the open forest. It was on this night that Jair again came to speak with his captor. They had finished their meal of ground roots and dried beef and drunk a small measure of the bitter ale. Now they sat facing each other in the dark, huddled down within their cloaks against the night's chill. Without, the rain fell in a slow, steady drizzle, spattering noisily against trees, stones, and muddied earth. The Mwelrit had not replaced the gag in the Veilman's mouth as he had done the past 2 nights, but had left it loose about his neck. He sat watching Jair, his cold eyes glittering, his reptilian face a vague shadow within the darkness of his cowl. He made no move, nor did he speak. He simply sat and watched as the Veilman crouched across from him. The minutes slipped by, and at last Jair grew determined to engage the creature in conversation. "Where are you taking me?" he ventured cautiously. Slitted eyes narrowed further, and it was then the Veilman realized that the Mwelrit had been waiting for him to speak. "We go into the High Bens." Jair shook his head, not understanding. "The High Bens?" "Mountains below the Raven's Shorn, Elfling," the other hissed. "Stay for a time within Thos Mountains. Put you in the gnome prisons at Dunphy Aaron." Jair's throat tightened. "Prison? You plan to lock me in a prison?" "Guests of mine stay there," the other rasped, laughing softly. The Veilman stiffened at the sound of the laughter and fought back against the fear that washed through him. "Why are you doing this to me?" he demanded angrily. "What do you want from me?" "HSS." A hooked finger pointed. "Does the Elfling truly not know? Does he not see?" The cloaked form hunched closer. "Then listen, little Peeplas. Here. Arswas the gifted Peeplas, lords over all the mountains life. Comes to USS the Dark Lord many years gone past now, and a bargain war struck. Little known Peeplas sent to serve the Dark Lord if he leave us our Peeplas be, lords still within the mountains. Does this, the Dark Lord, and in his time passes from the earth. But we endure. We live." The crooked finger twisted slowly. "Then Camus the walkers, climbed from the dark pit of the Maelmord, climbed into our mountains. Serve the magic of the Dark Lord, they say. Give we up our homes, they say. Give we up the little Peeplas that serve USS. Bargains mean nothing now. We refuse the walkers, the wraiths. We are strong also. But something done to USS. We sicken and die. No young are born. Our Peeplas fail. Years pass, and we weaken to a handful. Still the walkers say we must go from the mountains. At last we are too few, and the walkers drive USS forth." He paused then, and the green-slitted eyes burned deep into the Veilman's, filled with rage and bitterness. "Left me for dead, did the walkers, the wraiths. Black things of evil. But I live." Jair stared at the monster. Saythys was admitting to him that the Mwelrits in the time of Shay Omsford had sold to the Warlock Lord the lives of the mountain gnomes so that they might be used to fight against the Southland in the aborted Third War of the Races. The Mwelrits had done this in order to preserve their lordship over their mountain kingdom in the Ravenshorn. It was as Farakar had told him and as the dwarf people had suspected. But then the Mord Wraiths had come, successors to the power of the dark magic of the Warlock Lord. The Eastland was to be theirs now, and the Ravenshorn would no longer belong to the Mwelrits. When the lizard things had resisted, the wraiths had sickened and destroyed them. So Stithys had indeed been driven forth from his homeland to be found by the dwarves and brought into Capale. But what has all this to do with me? He demanded, a sinking suspicion settling through him. Magics. The Mwelrit hissed instantly. Magics, little friend. I wish what you possess. Songs you sing must be mine. You have the magics, you must give them to me. But I can't. Jair exclaimed in frustration. A grimace twisted the other's scaled face. Can't, little friend? Powers of magics must again come to my peoples, not to the wraiths. Your magics shall be given, elfling. At the prisons you shall give them. You will see. Jair looked away. It was the same with Stithys as it had been with the gnomes that both had wanted mastery over something that Jair could not give them. The magic of the wish song was his, and only he could use it. It would be as useless to the Mwelrit as it had been to the Set. And then a chilling thought struck him. Suppose that Stithys knew that? Suppose that the Mwelrit knew he could not have the magic, but that he must make use of it through Jair? The Veil Man remembered what had been done to him in that cell in Capale, how the Mwelrit had made him reveal the magic. He caught his breath. Oh, shades. Suppose Stithys knew, or suppose that he even suspected that there were other magics? Suppose he sensed the presence of the vision crystal and the silver dust? You can't have them, he whispered, almost before he realized what he was saying. There was a hint of desperation in his voice. The Mwelrit's reply was a soft hiss. Prisons will change your mind, little peoples. You will see. Jair Omsford lay awake for a long time after that, gagged and hobbled once more, lost in the darkness of his thoughts as he listened to the sounds of the rainfall and the breathing of the sleeping Mwelrit. Shadows lay all about the entrance to the little cave. Without, the wind blew the storm clouds above the sodden forest. What was he to do? Behind him lay his quest and his shattered plans for saving Bryn. Before him lay the known prisons of Dunphy Aaron. Once locked within their walls, he might never come away again, for it was certain that the Mwelrit meant to keep him there until he had revealed what he knew of the secrets of the elven magic. But he would never give up those secrets. They were his to use in service to the King of the Silver River in exchange for the life of his sister. He would never give them up. Yet he sensed that, despite his resolve and whatever strength he could muster to resist his captor, sooner or later Stithys would find a way to wrest those secrets from him. Thunder rumbled in the distance somewhere, rolling across the forest land, deep and ominous. More ominous still was the despair of the Veil Man. It was a long time before exhaustion overcame him and he at last fell asleep. Jair and the Mwelrit resumed their march north with the coming of dawn on the third day, plodding through rain, mist, and sodden woods, and at midday they passed into the high bends. The mountains were dark and rugged, a cluster of broken peaks and crags that straddled the Silver River where it washed down out of the high forest land below the Raven's Horn. The two climbed into their midst, swallowed by mist that clung to the rocks until at last, as the day waned and the night began to fall, they stood upon a bluff overlooking the fortress of Dunphy Aaron. Dunphy Aaron was a sprawling, castle-like complex of walls, towers, watches, and battlements. The whole of the fortress had a grey and dreary cast to it as it materialized out of the rain before them, one that would have been there, Jair sensed, even in the best of weather. Wordlessly, they trudged from the trees, the tall, cloaked Mwelrit leading the hobbled Veilman, and passed through the brush and scrub of the bluff face into the sodden camp. Gnome hunters and retainers of all ranks and standings plodded past them across the muddied grounds, cloaked and hooded against the weather and caught up in their own concerns. No one questioned them. No one gave them a second look. They passed over stone parapets and walkways, over walls and causeways, downstairs, and through halls. The night began to deepen and the light to fail. Jair felt as if the world were closing in about him, shutting him away. He could smell the stench of the place, the closed and fetid reek of cells and human bodies. Lives were expended here without much thought, he sensed with a chill. Lives were locked away within these walls and forgotten. A huge block-like structure loomed before them, windows no more than tiny slits through the stones, doors ironbound and massive. They entered this building and silence closed about them. Prisons, elfling, Jair heard the Mwelrit whisper back at him. They traversed a maze of dark and shadowed corridors, hallways filled with doors whose bolts and hinges showed rust and cobwebs undisturbed by the passage of time. Jair felt cold and empty as he watched row after row of these doors pass away. Their boots echoed dully in the silence, and only the distant sound of iron clanging and stone being chiseled came otherwise to his ears. Jair's eyes scanned dismally the walls that rose about him. How will I ever get out of here? He wondered in the silence of his mind. How will I ever find my way? Then a torch flared before them in the corridor, and a small cloaked form came into view. It was a gnome, aged and ruined, yellow face ravaged by some nameless disease so loathsome that Jair pulled back against the leather ties that bound him. Saythys advanced to where the gnome stood waiting, bent over the ugly little man, and made a few cryptic signs with his fingers. The gnome replied in kind, with a brief motion of one crooked hand. He bade them follow. They went deeper into the prisons, the light from the world without all but lost in the twist of stone and mortar. Only the torch showed them the way, burning and smoking through the blackness. They stopped at last before an iron-bound door similar to the hundreds they had passed before it. Hands twisting roughly about the metal latch, the gnome wrenched its bolt free. With a grating screech, he brought the heavy portal open. Saythys looked back at Jair, then pulled at the leash and brought him forward into the room beyond. It was a small, cramped cell, empty save for a pile of straw bundled in one corner and a wooden bucket next to the door. A single tiny slit cut into the far wall let through a sliver of grey light from without. The Mwell returned, cut free the bonds that tied Fair's hands and slipped loose the gag that bound his mouth. Roughly, he shoved the veil man past him onto the bed of straw. "This is yours, elfling," he hissed. "Home for little peepless until you tell me of the magics." The crooked finger pointed back to the hunched form of the gnome behind him. "Your jailer, elfling. He is mine, one who's still a base. Mute he is do us not speak or hear. Sans of magics useless on him. Feeds and tends you, he do us." He paused. "Hurts you, too, if you disobase." The gnome's ravaged face was turned toward the veilman as Saythys spoke, but revealed nothing of what the mind behind it thought. Jair glanced about bleakly. "Tells me what I must know, elfling," the Mwellrit whispered suddenly. "Tells me or never leave us this place." The cold voice hung with a hiss in the silence of the little room as the yellow eyes bored deep into the veilman's. Then Saythys wheeled away and strode back through the cell room door. The gnome jailer turned as well, crooked hands gripping the iron-bound door by its latch bolt and pulling it firmly shut. Huddled alone in the dark, Jair listened until the sound of their footfalls had disappeared. The minutes slipped away into hours as he sat motionless within the cell, listening to the silence and thinking of how hopeless his position had become. Smells assailed his nostrils as he sat there, rank and harsh, mingling with the sense of despair that coursed relentlessly through him. He was scared now, so scared that he could barely bring himself to think. The thought had never crossed his mind before in all the time that had passed since he had abandoned his home in Shady Vale, fleeing from the gnomes that hunted for him, but now for the first time it did. "You are going to fail," it whispered. He would have cried then if he could have made himself do so, but somehow the tears would not come. Perhaps he was too frightened even for that. "Think about how you will escape this place," he ordered himself. "There is always a way out of everything." He took a deep breath to steady himself. What would Garrett Jacks do in this situation? Or even Slanter? Slanter always had a way out. Slanter was a survivor. Even Ronlia would have been able to come up with something. His thoughts drifted for a time, wandering through memories of what had been, sidestepping effortlessly into dreams of what might somehow yet be. All of it was fantasy, false rendering of truths twisted in the madness of his own despair to become what he would have them be. Then at last he made himself rise and walk about his tiny prison, exploring what he could already see was there, touching the damp, cold stone, and peering at the shaft of grey that slipped through the air hole from the skies without. He journeyed all about the cell, studying to no particular purpose, waiting for his emotions to still themselves and his thoughts to settle. Suddenly he decided to use the vision crystal. If he were to have any sense of what time remained to him, he must discover what had become of Bryn. Hurriedly, he brought the crystal and its silver chain out from their place of concealment within his tunic. He stared down at the crystal, cupped gently within his hands. He could hear the old king's voice whispering to him, cautioning him that this would be the means by which he could follow Bryn's progress. All he need do was sing to it. Softly, he sang. At first, his voice would not come, choked with emotions that swam restlessly through him still. Yet he hardened himself against his own sense of uncertainty, and the sound of the wish song filled the tiny room. Almost at once, the vision crystal brightened, sharp light flaring outward into the gloom and chasing the shadows before it. He saw at once that it came from a small fire, and Bryn's face was before him, obviously studying the flames of a campfire. Her lovely face was cupped in her hands. Then she looked up and seemed to be searching. There were signs of strain and worry, and she looked almost haggard. Then she looked down again and sighed. She shuddered slightly, as if repressing a sob. All of her that Jair could see seemed to be given over to despair. Whatever had happened to her had obviously been unpleasant. Jair's voice broke as worry for his sister flooded through him, and the image of his sister's frowning face wavered and vanished. The veilman stared down in stunned silence at the crystal cupped in his hands. Where, he wondered, was Alanon? There had been no sign of him in the crystal. Leaves in the wind, the voice of the king of the Silver River whispered in his mind. She will be lost. Then he closed his hands tightly about the vision crystal and stared sightlessly into the darkness. 27. Night had settled down across the forests of the Yanner when Bryn Omsford saw the lights. They winked at her like fireflies through the screen of the trees and shadows that stretched away into the dark, small, elusive, and distant. She slowed, her arms wrapping quickly about Roan to keep him from falling as he stumbled to a halt beside her. An aching weariness racked her body, but she forced herself to hold the Highlander upright as he fell against her, his head drooping to her shoulder, his face hot and flushed with the fever. "Can't find where, lost, can't find," he muttered incoherently, and the fingers of his hand gripped her arm until it hurt. She whispered to him, letting him hear her voice and know she was still there. Slowly the fingers relaxed their grip, and the fevered voice went silent. Bryn stared ahead at the lights. They danced through forest boughs still thick with autumn leaves, bits and pieces of brightness. "Fire!" She whispered the word urgently, and it pushed back against the despair and the hopelessness that had closed in about her in steadily deepening layers since the march east from the charred rush had begun. How long ago it all seemed now. Alanon gone, Roan so badly wounded, and she alone. She closed her eyes against the memory. She had walked all that afternoon and into the night, following the run of the charred rush eastward, hoping, praying that it would lead her to some other human being who could help her. She didn't know how long or how far she had walked, she had lost track of time and distance. She only knew that somehow she had managed to keep going. She straightened, pulling Roan upright. Ahead, the lights flickered their greeting. "Please," she cried silently. "Please, let it be the help I need." She trudged ahead, Roan's arm looped about her shoulders, his body sagging against hers as he stumbled beside her. Tree limbs and scrub brushed at her face and body, and she bent her head against them. Putting one foot before the other with wooden doggedness, she went forward. Her strength was almost gone. If there was no help to be had here. Then abruptly the screen of trees and shadows broke apart before her, and the source of the light stood revealed. A building loomed ahead, shadowed and dark, save for slivers of yellow light that escaped from two places in its squarish bulk. Voices sounded from somewhere within, faint and indistinct. Holding Roan close, she pushed on. As she drew nearer, the building began to come into focus. A low, squat structure with a peaked roof, it was constructed of timbers and sideboards on a stone foundation. A covered porch fronted a single story with a garret, and a stable sat back away from the rear of the building. 2 horses and a mule stood tied to a hitching post, heads lowered to crop the drying grass. Along the front of the building, a series of windows stood barred and shuttered against the night. It was through the gaps in the shutters that light thrown by oil lamps had escaped and been seen by the Veil Girl. "A little farther, Roan," she whispered, knowing that he didn't understand, but would respond to the sound of her voice. When she was a dozen feet from the porch, she saw the sign that hung from the eaves of its sloping roof, Rooker Line Trading Center. The sign swayed gently in the night wind, weathered and split, the paint so badly faded into the wood that the letters were barely legible. Bryn glanced up at it briefly and looked away. All that mattered was that there were people inside. They climbed onto the porch, stumbling and tripping on the weathered boards, to sag against the door jamb. Bryn groped for the handle, and the voices within suddenly went still. Then the Valley Girl's hand closed about the metal latch, and the heavy door swung open. A dozen rough faces turned to stare at her, a mix of surprise and wariness in their eyes. Trappers, Bryn saw through a haze of smoke and exhaustion, bearded and unkempt, their clothes of worn leather and animal skins. Hard-looking, they clustered in groups about a serving bar formed of wood planks laid crosswise on upended ale kegs. Animal pelts and provisions lay stacked behind the counter, and a series of small tables with stools sat before it. Oil lamps hung from low-beamed ceiling rafters and cast their harsh light against the night shadows. With her arms wrapped about Roan, Bryn stood silently in the open doorway and waited. "They's ghosts," someone muttered suddenly from along the serving counter, and there was a shuffling of feet. A tall, thin man in shirt sleeves and apron came out from behind the counter, head shaking slowly. "If they was dead things, they'd have no need to open the door now, would they? They'd just walk right on through." He crossed to the middle of the room and stopped. "What's happened to you, girl?" Bryn realized suddenly, through the haze of fatigue and pain that assailed her, how they must appear to these men. They might well have been something brought back from the dead, 2 worn and ragged things, their clothing damp and muddied, their faces white with exhaustion, hanging onto each other like straw-filled scarecrows. A bloodied strip of cloth had been bound about Roan's head, but the rawness of the wound showed through. On his back, the scabbard that had once held the great broadsword lay empty. Her own face was soiled and drawn, and her dark eyes haunted. Spectral apparitions, they stood framed in the light of the open doorway, swaying unevenly against the night. Bryn tried to speak, but no words came out. "Here, lend a hand," the tall man called back to the others at the counter, coming forward at once to catch hold of Roan. "Come on now, lend a hand." A brawny woodsman came forward quickly, and the two ushered the Veil Girl and the Highlander to the nearest table, placing them on the low stools. Roan slumped forward with a groan, his head sagging. "What's happened to you?" the tall man repeated once again, helping to hold the Highlander in place so he would not fall. This one's burning up with fever. Bryn swallowed thickly. We lost our horses in a fall coming down out of the mountains, she lied. He was sick before then, but it's grown worse. We walked the riverbank until we found this place. My place, the tall man informed her. I'm a trader here. Jeff, draw a couple Alish for these two. The woodsman slipped behind the counter to an ale keg and opened the spigot into 2 tall glasses. How about a free one for the rest of us, Steb? One of a group of hard-looking men at the fat end of the counter called out. The trader shot the man a venomous look, brushed back a patch of thinning hair atop a mostly balding pate, and turned again to Bryn. Shouldn't be in those mountains, girl. There's worse than fever up there. Bryn nodded wordlessly, swallowing against the dryness in her throat. A moment later the woodsman returned with the glasses of ale. He passed one to the veil girl, then propped Roan up long enough to see that he sipped at the other. The Highlander tried to grasp the glass and gulped the harsh liquid down, choking as he did. The woodsman moved the glass away firmly. Let him drink. The speaker at the end of the bar called out again. Another laughed. Nah, it's wasted. Any fool can see he's dying. Bryn glanced up angrily. The man who had spoken saw her look and sauntered toward her, his broad face breaking into an insolent grin. The others in the group trailed after, winking knowingly and chuckling. Something the matter, girl? The speaker sneered. Afraid you. Instantly Bryn was on her feet, barely aware of what she was doing as she snatched her long knife from its sheath and brought it up in front of his face. Now, the woodsman Jeff interceded quickly at her side, pushing her gently back. No need for that, is there? He turned to face the speaker, standing directly before him. The woodsman was a big man, and he towered over the men who had come down from the end of the counter. The members of the group glanced at one another uncertainly. Sure, Jeff, no harm meant, the offender muttered. He looked down at Roan. Just wondered about that scabbard. Crest looks like a royal seal of some type. His dark eyes shifted to Bryn. Where you from, girl? He waited a moment, but Bryn refused to answer. No matter. He shrugged. With his friends trailing after him, he moved back down the counter. Gathering close to resume their drinking, they began conversing in low tones, their backs turned. The woodsman stared after them for a moment, then knelt down beside Bryn. Worthless bunch, he muttered. Camp out west of Spanning Ridge masquerading as trappers. Live by their wits and the misfortune of others. Been drinking and wasting time here since morning. The trader shook his head. Always got the money for the ale, though. He looked at the veil girl. Feeling a little better now? Bryn smiled in response. Much better, thank you. She glanced down at the dagger in her hand. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know what I was. Hush, forget it. The big woodsman patted her hand. You're exhausted. Beside him, Roan Lia moaned softly, his head lifting momentarily, his eyes open and staring into space. Then he slipped down again. I have to do something for him, Bryn insisted anxiously. I have to find a way to break the fever. Do you have anything here that might help? The trader glanced at the woodsman worriedly, then shook his head. I've not seen a fever as bad as this one often, girl. I have a tonic that might help. You can give it to the boy and see if it brings the fever out. He shook his head again. Sleep might be best, though. Bryn nodded dumbly. She was having trouble thinking clearly, the exhaustion folding in about her as she sat staring down at the dagger. Slowly she slipped it back into its sheath. What had she been thinking she would do? She had never harmed anything in her entire life. Certainly the man from west of Spanning Ridge had been insolent, perhaps even threatening, but had there been any real danger to her? The ale burned warmly in her stomach, and a flush spread through her body. She was tired and strangely unnerved. Deep within, she felt an odd sense of loss and of slipping. Not much room in here for sleeping, the trader Steb was saying. There's a tack room in back of the stable I let the help use in the trapping season. You can have that. There's a stove and bed for your friend and straw for you. That would be fine, Bryn murmured and found to her astonishment that she was crying. Here. The burly woodsman put an arm about her shoulders, blocking her away from the view of those gathered along the serving counter. Won't do for them to see that, girl. Got to be strong, now. Bryn nodded wordlessly, wiped the tears away, and stood up. I'm all right. Blankets are out in the shed, the trader announced, standing up with her. Let's get you settled in. With the aid of the woodsman, he brought Roan Leah back to his feet and walked him toward the rear of the trading center and down a short, darkened hallway that ran past a set of storage rooms. Bryn shot a parting glance at the men gathered about their ale glasses before the serving counter and followed after. She didn't much care for the looks directed back her way by the ones from west of Spanning Ridge. A small wooden door opened out into the night at the back of the building, and the trader, the woodsman, Roan, and Bryn moved toward the stable and its tack room. The trader slipped ahead, quickly lighted an oil lamp hanging from a peg on one wall, and then held wide the tack room door to admit the others. The room beyond was clean, though a bit musty, its walls hung with traces and harness. A small iron stove sat in one corner, shielded by a stone alcove. A single bed sat close beside it. A pair of shuttered windows stood against the night. The trader and the woodsman laid the feverish Highlander carefully on the bed and covered him with the blankets stacked at one end. Then they fired the iron stove until its wood was burning brightly and carried in a pallet of fresh straw for Bryn. As they were about to leave, the trader placed the oil lamp on a stone ledge next to the stove and turned briefly to Bryn. "Here's the tonic for his fever." He passed a small, amber-colored bottle to the Vale girl. "Give him 2 swallows, no more. In the morning, 2 more." He shook his head doubtfully. "Hope it helps, girl." He started through the doorway with the woodsman in tow. Then once more he turned. "There's a latch on this door," he declared, pausing. "Keep it drawn." He closed the door softly behind him. Bryn walked over and drew the latch into place. From just without, she could hear the voices of the trader and the woodsman as they talked. "A bad lot, that Spanning Ridge bunch," the woodsman muttered. "Bad as any," the trader agreed. They were silent for a moment. "Time for me to be on my way," the woodsman said. "Several hours back to the camp." "Safe journey," the trader replied. They started to move away, their words fading. "You'd best watch yourself that bunch inside, Steb," the woodsman advised. "Watch yourself close." Then the words died away completely and the two were gone. Bryn turned back to Roan within the silence of the tack room. Propping him up carefully, she forced him to take 2 swallows of the tonic provided by the trader. When he had taken the medicine, she laid him down again and covered him up. Then she took a seat next to the stove, wrapped herself in her blanket, and sat back wordlessly. On the wall of the little room, cast by the solitary flame of the oil lamp, her shadow rose up before her like a dark giant. The charred stump of still burning log collapsed with a thud inside the stove as the ashes beneath it gave way, and Bryn woke with a start. She had dozed, she realized, but didn't know for how long. She rubbed her eyes wearily and glanced about. The tack room was dark and still, the flame of the oil lamp faint and lonely in a gathering of shadows. She thought immediately of Allanon. It was difficult still for her to accept that the druid was gone. An expectation lingered within her that at any moment there would come a sharp knock upon the latched door and his deep voice would call to her. Like a shadow that came and went with the passing of the light, that was the way that Roan had described him that last night before the druid died. She caught herself sharply, strangely ashamed that she had allowed herself to even think the word. But Allanon had died, passing from the world of mortal men as all must, going from the 4 lands in the arms of his father perhaps to where Bremen kept watch. She thought about that possibility for a moment. Could it be that he had indeed gone to be with his father? She remembered his words to her. "When your quest is done, Bryn, you will find me here." Did that mean that he, too, had locked himself into a limbo existence between the worlds of life and death? There were tears in her eyes, and she wiped them hurriedly away. She could not permit herself tears. Allanon was gone, and she was alone. Roan Leah stirred restlessly beneath the heavy blankets, his breathing harsh and uneven. She rose slowly and moved to where he lay. The lean, sunburned face was hot, dry, and drawn tight against the fever that ravaged his body. He shivered momentarily as she watched, as if suddenly chill, then went taut. Words whispered on his lips, their meaning lost. "What am I to do with him?" the Vale girl asked herself helplessly. "Would that I had my father's skill. I have given him the tonic provided by the trader. I have wrapped him in blankets to keep him warm. But none of it seems to be helping. What else am I to do?" It was the Jakira's poison that was infecting him, she knew. Allanon had said that the poison attacked not just the body, but the spirit as well. It had killed the druid, and while his wounds had been so much worse than Roan's, still he was Allanon and much the stronger of the two. Even the lesser damage suffered by the Highlander was proving to be more than his body could fight. She sank down next to his bed, her hand closing gently about his. Her protector. She smiled sadly. Who would now protect him? Memory slipped like quicksilver through her mind, jumbled and confused. They had gone through so much to reach this lonely, desperate night, she and Roan Leah. And at what terrible cost. Paranor was gone. Allanon was dead. Even the sword of Leah, the one real piece of magic they possessed between them, was gone. All that was left was the wish song. Yet Alanon had said the wish song would be enough. Booted feet shuffled softly on the earthen floor of the stable without. Blessed with the elven senses of her forefathers, she caught the noise where another might have missed it. Hurriedly, she dropped Roan's hand and scrambled to her feet, her weariness forgotten. Someone was out there, someone who didn't want to be heard. One hand crept guardedly to the haft of the long knife sheathed at her waist, then dropped away. She could not do that. She would not. The latch on the door jiggled softly and caught. "Who's there?" she called out. A low cursing sounded from just outside, and abruptly several heavy bodies slammed into the tackroom door. Bryn backed away, searching hurriedly for another way out. There was none. Again the bodies slammed into the door. The iron latch gave way with an audible snap and 5 dark forms came crashing into the room, the faint light of the oil lamp glinting dully off drawn knives. They gathered in a knot at the edge of the shadows, grunting and mumbling drunkenly as they faced the girl. "Get out of here!" she snapped, anger and fear racing through her. Laughter greeted her words, and the foremost of the intruders stepped forward into the light. She knew him at once. He was one of those from west of Spanning Ridge, one of those the traitor Steb had called thieves. "Pretty girl," he muttered, his words slurred. "Come on, over here." The 5 crept forward, spreading out across the darkened room. She might have tried to break past them, but that would have meant leaving Roan, and she had no intention of doing that. Again, her hand closed. About the long knife. "Now, don't do that," the speaker whispered, edging closer. Suddenly he lunged, quicker than the girl would have thought after having drunk so much, and his hand fastened about her wrist, yanking it away from the weapon. Instantly the others closed in, hands grasping her clothing, pulling her to them, pulling her down. She fought back wildly, striking out at her attackers. But they were much stronger than she and they were hurting her. Then something within her seemed to snap as surely as had the latch on the tackroom door when broken. Her thoughts scattered, and everything she was disappeared in a flash of blinding anger. What happened next was all instinct, hard and quick. She sang, the wish song, a new and different sound than any that had gone before. It filled the shadowed room with a fury that whispered of death and mindless destruction. Her attackers staggered back from the veil girl, eyes and mouths widening in shock and disbelief, and hands coming up to cover their ears. They doubled over in agony as the wish song penetrated their senses and crushed in about their minds. Madness rang in its call, frenzy, and hurt so bitter it could almost be seen. The 5 from west of Spanning Ridge were smothered in the sound. They fell against one another as they groped for the door that had brought them in. From their open mouths, shrieks came back in answer to the Vala girl's song. Still she did not stop. Her fury was so complete that reason could find no means to stem it. The wish song rose, and the animals in the stable kicked and slammed wildly against their stalls, crying out their pain as the girl's voice ripped at them. Then the 5 at last found the open doorway and stumbled from the tackroom in maddened desperation, curled over like broken things, shaking and whimpering. Blood ran from their mouths, from their ears, and from their noses. Hands covered their faces, the fingers knotted into claws. Bryn saw them anew in that instant as the blindness of her fury left her. She also saw the traitor Steb appear suddenly from the darkness as the intruders ran past, a look of horror in his face as he, too, stopped and backed away, hands held frantically before him. Reason returned in a rush of guilt, and the wish song died into stillness. "Oh, shades," she cried softly and collapsed in stricken disbelief. Midnight came and went. The traitor had left her alone again and gone back to the comfort and sanity of his own lodgings, his eyes frightened and haunted. In the darkness of the forest clearing that sheltered the Rooker Line Trading Center, all was still. She sat curled close to the iron stove. Fresh wood burned in it, snapping and sparking in the silence. She sat with her legs drawn up against her chest, her arms wrapped about them like a child lost in thought. But her thoughts were dark and filled with demons. Fragments of Alanon's words lay scattered in those thoughts, whispering of what she had for so long refused to heed. The wish song is power like nothing I have ever seen. It will protect you. It will see you safely through your quest. It will destroy the Ildach. Or destroy me, she answered back. Or destroy those about me. It can kill. It can make me kill. She stirred finally, cramped and aching from the position she had held for so long, her dark eyes glistening with fear. She stared through the grated door of the iron stove, watching the red glare of the flames as they danced within. She might have killed those 5 men from west of Spanning Ridge, she thought despairingly. She would have killed them, perhaps, had they not found the door. Her throat tightened. What was to prevent that from happening the next time she was forced to use the wish song? Behind her, Roan moaned softly, thrashing beneath the blankets that covered him. She turned slowly to find his face, bending close to stroke his forehead. His skin was deathly pale now, feverish, hot, and drawn. His breathing was worse as well, turned shallow and raspy, as if each breath were an effort that sapped him of his strength. She knelt beside him, her head shaking. The tonic had not helped. He was growing weaker, and the poison was working deeper into his system, draining him of his life. If it were not stopped, he was going to die. Like Al-Anon. No! She cried softly, urgently, and she gripped his hand in hers as if she might hold back the life that seeped away. She knew in that instant what she must do. Savior and destroyer, that was what the Shade of Bremen had named her. Very well. To those thieves from west of Spanning Ridge, she had been destroyer. Perhaps to Ronlia she could be savior. Still holding his hand with her own, she bent close to his ear and began to sing. Softly, gently the wish song slipped from her lips, floating like invisible smoke through the air about them both. Carefully, she reached out to the sickened Highlander, probing for the hurt he felt, searching out the source of the poison that was killing him. I must try, she told herself as she sang. I must. By morning he will be gone, the poison spread all through him, poison that attacks the spirit as well as the body. Al-Anon had said it was so. Perhaps, then, the elven magic can find a means to heal. She sang, sweet and lingering tones that wrapped the Highlander close about and brought him to her. Slowly, he began to cease his shivering and thrashing and to become still beneath the calming sound. He slipped down into the blankets, his breathing growing steadier and stronger. The minutes slipped away with agonizing slowness as the Veil girl sang on and waited for the change she somehow sensed must come. When at last it did, it came so suddenly that she nearly lost control of what she was about. From the ravaged, wasted body of Ronlia, the poison of the Jakira lifted in a red mist, dissipating out of the unconscious Highlander to float above him, swirling wickedly in the dim light of the oil lamp. Hissing, it hung above its victim for an instant as Bryn interposed the magic of the wish song between its touch and the body of Ronlia. Then slowly it faded into nothingness and was gone. On the bed beside her, sweat bathed the face of the Prince of Leah. The drawn and haggard look was gone, and the breathing was steady and even once more. Bryn stared down at him through a veil of tears as the wish song died into silence. I have done it, she cried softly. I have used the magic for good. Savior this time, not destroyer. Still kneeling beside him, she buried her face in the warmth of his body, her arms holding him close. In moments, she was asleep. 28. They stayed on for 2 days at the Rooker Line Trading Center, waiting for Roan to regain strength enough to resume the journey east. The fever was gone by morning and the Highlander was resting comfortably, but he was still entirely too weak to attempt to travel. So Bryn asked permission of the trader Steb to keep the use of the tack room for 1 day more, and the trader agreed. He provided them with food for their meals, rations of ale, medicines, and blankets, and he refused quickly all offers of payment. He was happy to be of help to them, he assured the Veil girl. But he was uneasy in her presence and he never quite managed to let his eyes meet hers. Bryn understood well enough what was happening. The trader was a kind and decent man, but now he was frightened of her and of what she might do to him if he refused it. He would probably have helped her out of his basic generosity, but fear had added urgency to his impulse. He obviously felt that this was the quickest and most expedient way to get her out of his life. She remained for the most part within the confines of the little tack room with Roan, seeing to his needs and talking with him of what had befallen them since the death of Al-Anon. Talking about it seemed to help. While both were still stunned by what had happened, the sharing of their feelings brought forth a common determination that they must go forward to complete the quest that the Druid had left to them. A new closeness developed between them, stronger and more certain in its purpose. With the death of Al-Anon, they now had only each other upon whom to rely and each felt new value in the other's presence. Alone together in the solitude of their tiny room at the rear of the trader's stables, they spoke in hushed tones of the choices that had been made to bring them to this point in their lives and of those that must yet be made. Slowly, surely, they bound themselves as one. Yet despite their binding together in spirit and cause, there remained some things of which Bryn could not bring herself to speak, even to Ronlia. She could not tell him of the blood that Al-Anon had taken from his own ravaged body to place upon her blood that in some way was meant to pledge her to him, even in death. Nor could she tell Roan of the uses to which she had put the wish song, once in fury to destroy human life, a second time in desperation to save it. She could speak of none of these things to the Highlander, in part because she did not fully understand them, in part because the implications frightened her so greatly that she was not sure she wanted to. The blood oath was too remote in purpose now for her to dwell upon, and the cases of the wish song were the result of emotions that she promised herself she would not let get away from her again. There was another reason for not speaking to Roan of these things. The Highlander was troubled enough as matters stood by the loss of the sword of Leah, so troubled, in fact, that he could seem to think of little else. He meant to have the sword back again, he told her over and over. He would search it out and reclaim it whatever the cost. His insistence frightened her, for he seemed to have bound himself to the sword with such need that it was as if the weapon had somehow become a part of him. Without it, she guessed, the Highlander did not believe that he could survive what lay ahead. Roan felt that without it he must surely be lost. All the while she listened to him talk of this and thought about how deeply he seemed now to depend on the magic of the blade, she pondered as well her own dependence on the wish song. It was just a toy, she had always told herself, but that was a lie. It was anything but a toy, it was magic every bit as dangerous as that contained in the missing sword of Leah. It could kill. It was, in fact, what her father had always said, a birthright that she would have been better off without. Allanan had warned her as he lay dying. The power of the wish song is like nothing I have ever seen. The words whispered darkly as she listened to Roan. Power to heal, power to destroy, she had seen them both. Must she be as dependent on the magic as Roan now seemed to be? Between her and the elven magic, which was to be master? Her father had fought his own battle to discover the answer to that question, she knew. He had fought it when he had struggled to overcome his inability to master the power of the magic contained within the Elfstones. He had done so, survived the staggering forces it had unleashed within him, and then cast it aside forever. Yet his brief use of the power had exacted its price, a transmutation of the magic from the Elfstones to his children. So now, perhaps, the battle must be fought yet another time. But what if this time the power could not be controlled? The second day drifted into night. The Veil Girl and the Highlander ate the meal brought to them by the traitor and watched the darkness deepen. When Roan had grown weary and rolled into his blankets to sleep, Bryn slipped out into the cool autumn night to breathe smells that were sharp and clean and to lose herself for a time in skies grown bright with a crescent moon and stars. On her way past the trading center, she caught sight of the trader as he sat smoking his pipe on the empty veranda, his high-backed chair tilted against the rail. No one had come by for drinks or talk that evening, so he sat alone. Quietly, she walked over to him. Evening, he greeted hastily, sitting forward a bit too quickly in the chair, almost as if he were poised to flee. Bryn nodded. We will be leaving in the morning, she informed him, and thought she detected a look of immediate relief in his dark eyes. But I wanted to thank you first for your help. He shook his head. No need. He paused, brushing back his thinning hair. I'll see to it that you have some supplies to get you through the first few days or so. Bryn didn't argue. It was pointless to do anything other than simply to accept what was offered. Would you have an ash bow? She asked, thinking suddenly of Roan. One that could be used for hunting when we. Ash bow? Got one right here, as a matter of fact. The trader was on his feet at once. He ducked through the doorway leading into the center and emerged a moment later with a bow and quiver of arrows. You take these, he pressed. No charge, of course. Good, solid weapons. Belong to you, anyway, since they were dropped by those fellows you chased off. He caught himself, and cleared his throat self-consciously. Anyway, you take them, he finished. He set them down in front of her and dropped back into his chair, fingers drumming nervously on the wooden arm. Bryn picked up the bow and arrows. They don't really belong to me, you know, she said quietly. Especially not because of what happened. The trader looked down at his feet. Don't belong to me, either. You take them, girl. There was a long silence. The trader stared past her resolutely into the dark. Bryn shook her head. Do you know anything of the country east of here? She asked him. He kept his eyes turned away. Not much. It's bad country. Is there anybody who might know? The trader didn't answer. What about the woodsman who was here the other night? Jeff? The trader was silent for a moment. I suppose. He's been a lot of places. How would I find him? She pressed, growing increasingly uncomfortable with the man's reticence. The trader's brows knitted. He was thinking about what answer he should give her. Finally, he looked directly at her. You don't mean him any harm, do you, girl? Bryn stared at him sadly for a moment, then shook her head. No, I don't mean him any harm. The trader studied her a moment, then looked away. He's a friend, you see. Then he pointed out toward the charred rush. He's got a camp a few miles downriver, south bank. Bryn nodded. She started to turn away, then stopped. I am the same person I was when you helped me that first night, she said quietly. Leather boots scuffed against the wooden planks of the porch. Maybe it just don't seem that way to me, came the response. Her mouth tightened. You don't have to be afraid of me, you know. You really don't. The boots went still and the trader looked down at them. I'm not afraid, he said, his voice low. She waited a moment longer, searching futilely for something more to say, then turned and walked into the dark. The following morning, shortly after daybreak, Bryn and Roan departed the Rooker Line trading center for the country that lay east. Carrying foodstuffs, blankets, and the bough supplied by the trader, they bade the anxious man farewell and disappeared into the trees. It was a bright, warm day that greeted them. As they made their way downriver along the south bank of the Charred Rush, the air was filled with the sounds of forest life and the smell of drying leaves. A west wind blew gently out of the distant wolf's tag, and leaves drifted earthward in lazy spirals to lie thick upon the forest ground. Through the trees, the land ahead could be seen to run on in a gentle sloping of rises and valleys. Squirrels and chipmunks scattered and darted away at the sound of their approach, interrupted in their preparations for a winter that seemed far distant from this day. At mid-morning, Vale Girl and Highlander paused to rest for a time, sitting side by side on an old log, hollowed out and worm-eaten with age. In front of them, barely a dozen yards distant, the Charred Rush flowed steadily eastward into the deep Anner, in its grass, deadwood and debris that was washed down from out of the high country twisted and turned in intricate patterns. "It's still hard for me to believe that he's really gone," Roan said after a time, eyes gazing out across the river. Bryn didn't have to ask whom he meant. "For me, too," she acknowledged softly. "I sometimes think that he really isn't gone at all, that I was mistaken in what I saw, that if I am patient, he will come back, just as he always has." "Would that be so strange?" Roan mused. "Would it be so surprising if Allanan were to do exactly that?" The Vale Girl looked at him. "He is dead, Roan." Roan kept his face turned away, but nodded. "I know." He was quiet for a moment before continuing. "Do you think that there was anything that could have been done to save him, Bryn?" He looked at the girl then. He was asking her if there was anything that he could have done. Bryn's smile was quick and bitter. "No, Roan. He knew that he was going to die, he was told that he would not complete this quest. He had accepted the inevitability of that, I think." Roan shook his head. "I would not have done so." "Nor I suppose," Bryn agreed. "Perhaps that was why he chose to tell us nothing of what was to happen. And perhaps his acceptance is something we cannot hope to understand, because we could never hope to understand him." The Highlander leaned forward, his arms braced against his outstretched legs. "So the last of the Druids disappears from the land, and there is no one left to stand against the walkers except you and me." He shook his head hopelessly. "Poor us." Bryn glanced down self-consciously at her hands, folded in her lap before her. She remembered Allanan touching her forehead with his blood as he lay dying, and she shivered with the memory. "Poor us," she echoed softly. They rested for a few minutes longer, then resumed their journey east. Barely an hour later, they crossed a shallow, gravel-bottomed stream that meandered lazily away from the swifter flow of the main channel of the Charred Rush back along a worn gully. They caught sight of a single-room cabin that sat back in among the forest trees. Built from hand-cut logs laid crosswise and caulked with mortar, the little home was settled in a clearing upon a small rise that formed a threshold to a series of low hills sloping gently away into the forest. A handful of sheep and goats and a single milk cow grazed in the timber behind the cabin. At the sound of their approach, an aged hunting dog rose from his favorite napping spot next to the cabin stoop and stretched contentedly. The woodsman Jeff stood at the far side of the little clearing, stripped to the waist as he cut firewood. With a sure, practiced swing downward of the long-handled axe, he split the piece of timber that stood upright on the worn stump that served as a chopping block. Working the embedded blade free, he brushed aside the cloven halves before pausing in his work to watch his visitors approach. Lowering the axe head to the stump, he rested his gnarled hands on the smooth butt of the handle and waited. "Morning," Bryn greeted as they came up to him. "Morning," the woodsman replied, nodding. He seemed not at all surprised that they were there. He glanced at Roan. "Feeling a bit better, are you?" "Much," Roan answered. "Thanks in part to you, I'm told." The woodsman shrugged, the muscles on his powerful body nodding. He gestured toward the cabin. "There's drinking water on the stoop in that bucket. I bring it fresh from the hills and back each day." He led them down to the cabin porch and the promised bucket. All three took a long drink. Then they seated themselves on the stoop, and the woodsman produced pipe and tobacco. He offered the pouch to his guests, but they declined, so he packed the bowl of his own pipe and began to smoke. "Everything fine back at the trading center?" he asked casually. There was a long silence. "I heard about what happened the other night with that bunch from Spanning Ridge country." His eyes shifted slowly to Bryn. "Word has a way of getting around a lot quicker than you'd think out here." The Vale Girl held his gaze, ignoring her discomfort. "The trader told us where to find you," she informed him. "He said you might be able to help us." The woodsman puffed on the pipe. "In what way?" "He told us that you know as much as anyone about this country." "I've been out here a long time," the man agreed. Bryn leaned forward. We are already in your debt for what you did to help us back at the trading center. But we need your help again. We need to find a way through the country that lies east of here." The woodsman stared at her sharply, then slowly removed the pipe from between his teeth. "East of here? You mean Darkland Reach?" Both Vale Girl and Highlander nodded. The woodsman shook his head doubtfully. "That's dangerous country. No one goes into Darkland Reach if they can avoid it." He glanced up. "How far in do you plan to go?" "All the way," Bryn said quietly. "And then into Olden Moor and the Raven's Horn." "You're mad as jays," the woodsman announced matter-of-factly and knocked the ashes from the pipe, grinding them into the earth with his boot. "Gnomes and walkers and worse own that country. You'll never come out alive." There was no reply. The woodsman studied their faces in turn, rubbed his bearded chin thoughtfully, and finally shrugged. "Guess you've got your own reasons for doing this, and it's none of my business what they are. But I'm telling you here and now that you're making a big mistake, maybe the biggest mistake you'll ever make. Even the trappers stay clear of that country. Men disappear up there like smoke gone without a trace." He waited for a reply. Bryn glanced briefly at Roan and then back at the woodsman once more. "We have to go. Can you help us?" "Me?" The woodsman grinned crookedly and shook his head. "Not me, girl. Even if I was to go with you, which I won't, 'cause I like living, I'd be lost myself after the first day or so." He paused, studying them shrewdly. "I suppose you're set on this?" Bryn nodded wordlessly, waiting. The woodsman sighed. "Maybe there's someone else who can help you then if you're sure this is what you want." He blew sharply through the stem of his pipe to clean it, then folded his arms across his broad chest. "There's an old man named Cogline. Must be 90 by now if he's still alive. Haven't seen him for almost 2 years, so I can't be sure if he's even there anymore. 2 years ago, though, he was living up around a rock formation called Heartstone that sits right in the middle of Darkland Reach formation that looks just like a big chimney." He shook his head doubtfully. "I can give you directions, but the trails aren't much. That's wild country, hardly anything human living that far east that isn't gnome. Do you think he would help us?" Bryn pressed anxiously. The woodsman shrugged. "He knows the country. He's lived there all his life. Doesn't bother coming out more than once a year or so, not even that the last 2. Stays alive somehow in that jungle." The heavy brows lifted. "He's an odd duck, old Cogline. Crazier than a fish swimming through grass. He might be more trouble than help to you." "We'll be all right," Bryn assured him. "Maybe." The woodsman looked her over carefully. "You're a pretty thing to be wandering off into that country, girl, even with your singing to protect you. There's more than thieves and cowards out there. I'd think on this before you go any further with it." "We have thought." Bryn came to her feet. "We're decided." The woodsman nodded. "You're welcome to take with you all the water you can carry, then. At least you won't die of thirst." He helped them refill their water pouches, carrying a fresh bucket of water from the spring that ran down out of the hills behind his cabin, then took several minutes more to give them the directions they needed to reach Heartstone, scratching a crude map in the earth before the stoop. "Look after yourselves," he admonished, offering each a firm handshake. With a final word of farewell, Bryn and Roan hitched up their provisions across their backs and walked slowly from the little cabin into the trees. Behind them, the woodsman stood watching. It was clear from the look on his bearded face that he did not expect to see them pass that way again. 29. They journeyed through that day and the next, following the twists and turns of the charred rush as it wound steadily deeper through the forests of the Yanner and crossed into Darkland Reach. Roan was gaining in strength, but he had not yet fully recovered, and progress was slow. After a brief meal on the second evening, he went directly to sleep. Bryn sat before the fire, staring into the flames. Her mind was still filled with unhappy memories and dark thoughts. Once, before she felt herself growing sleepy, it seemed that Jair was with her. Unconsciously, she looked up, seeking him. But there was no one there, and logic told her that her brother was far away, indeed. She sighed, banked the fire, and crawled into her blankets. It was not until well into the afternoon of the third day following their departure from the Rooker Line Trading Center that Bryn and Roan caught sight of a singular rock formation that loomed blackly in the distance and knew that they had found Heartstone. Heartstone was a dark, clear silhouette against the changing colors of autumn, its rugged pinnacle dominating the shallow, wooded valley over which it stood watch. Chimney-like in appearance, the formation was a mass of weathered stone carved by nature's fine hand and shaped with the passing of the years. Silence hung starkly over its towering shadow. Solitary and enduring, it beckoned compellingly from out of the dark sea of the vast, sprawling forest land of Darkland Reach. Standing at the crest of a ridge, staring out across the land, Bryn felt its unspoken whisper call out through her weariness and her uncertainty and experienced an unexpected sense of peace. Another leg of the long trek east was almost over. The memories of what she had endured to reach this point and the warnings of what yet lay ahead were strangely distant now. She smiled at Roan, and the smile clearly caught the Highlander by surprise. Then, touching his arm gently, she started downward along the shallow valley slope. The barely discernible line of a trail snaked down through the wall of the great trees. As the sun moved steadily toward the western horizon, the forest closed about them once more. They picked their way carefully over fallen logs and around jagged rock formations until the thickly grown slope leveled off at its base. Within the forested canopy of the valley, the pathway broadened and then disappeared altogether as the dense scrub brush and fallen timber began to thin. Warm afternoon sunlight flooded softly through the cracks and chinks of the interwoven branches overhead and lighted the whole of the darkened woodland. Dozens of wide, pleasant little clearings pocketed the valley forest and lent a feeling of space and openness. The earth grew soft and loose, free from rock and carpeted with a layer of small twigs and leaves that rustled gently as the Veil Girl and the Highlander walked across them. There was a sense of comfort and familiarity to this little valley that was foreign to the wilderness that lay about it, and Bryn Olmsford found herself thinking of Shady Vale. The life sounds, insect and animal, the brief traces of movement through the trees, sudden and furtive, even the warm, fresh smell of the autumn woods, all were similar to that distant Southland village. There was no Rappahalladran, yet there were dozens of tiny streams meandering lazily across their path. The Veil Girl breathed deeply. No wonder the woodsman Cogline had chosen this valley for his home. The travelers passed deeper into the forest, and time slipped slowly from them. Now and again they caught brief glimpses of Hearthstone through the webbing of the dark forest limbs, its towering shadow black against the blue of the sky, and they pointed themselves toward it. They walked in silence, worn and anxious to be done with the day's long march, their thoughts concentrated on the terrain ahead and the sounds and sights of the forest. At last Roan Leah came to a stop, one hand fastening guardedly on Bryn's arm as he peered ahead. "Hear that?" he asked quietly, after listening for a moment. Bryn nodded. It was a voice, thin, almost inaudible, but clearly human. They waited a moment, gauging its direction, then began walking toward it. The voice disappeared for a time, then returned, louder, almost angry. Whoever was speaking was directly ahead. "You had better show yourself, and right now." The voice was high and strident. "I've no time for games, Dot." There was some muttering and cursing, and the Veil Girl and the Highlander looked at each other questioningly. "Come out, come out, come out." The voice shrilled, then trailed off in an angry murmur. "Should have left you back on the moor, if it wasn't for my kind heart." There was more cursing, and the sound of someone crashing through the underbrush reached their ears. "I've a few tricks myself, you know. I've got powders to blow the ground right out from under you and potions that would tie you in knots. Think you know so much, you, let's see you climb a rope. Let's see you do that. Let's see you do anything besides cause me trouble. How would you like me to leave you here? How would you like that? Wouldn't think yourself so smart then, I'll wager. Now get out here." Bryn and Roan stepped through the screen of trees and brush blocking their view and found themselves at the edge of a small clearing with a wide, still pond at its center. Across from them, crawling aimlessly about on his hands and knees, was an old man. He scrambled to his feet at the sound of their approach. "Ha! So you've decided." He stopped short as he saw them. "Who are you supposed to be?" "No, never mind who you are. It doesn't make a twig's difference. Just get out of here and go back to wherever it was you came from." He turned from them with a dismissive gesture and resumed crawling along the forest's edge, his skeletal arms groping left and right, his thin, hunched body like a twisted bit of deadwood. Great tufts of ragged white hair and beard hung down about his shoulders, and his green-colored clothes and half-cloak were tattered and worn. The Veil Girl and the Highlander stared blankly at him and then at each other. "This is ridiculous," the old man stormed, directing his wrath at the silent trees. Then he looked around and saw that the travelers were still there. "Well, what are you waiting for? Get out of here. This is my house, and I didn't invite you. So get out, get out." "This is where you live?" Roan asked, glancing about doubtfully. The old man looked at him as if he were an idiot. "Didn't you just hear me say so? What else do you think I'd be doing here at this hour?" "I don't know," the Highlander admitted. "A man should be in his home at this hour." The other continued in something of a scolding tone. "As a matter of fact, what are you doing here? Don't you have homes of your own to go to? We've come all the way from Shady Vale in the Southland." Bryn tried to explain, but the old man just stared blankly at her. "It's below the Rainbow Lake, several days' ride." The old man's expression never changed. "Anyway, we've come here looking for someone who..." "No one here but me." The old man shook his head firmly. Except for Whisper, and I can't find him. Where do you think, Dot? He trailed off distractedly, turning again from them as if to resume his hunt for whoever it was that was missing. Bryn glanced doubtfully at Roan. Wait a minute. She called after the old man, who looked around sharply. A woodsman told us about this man. He told us he lived here. He said that his name was Cogline. The old man shrugged. Never heard of him. Well, maybe he lives in some other part of the valley. Maybe you could tell us where we might. You don't listen very well, do you? The other interrupted irritably. Now I don't know where it is that you come from, don't care either, but I'll wager you don't have strange people running around your home, do you? I'll wager you know everyone living there or visiting there or whatever. So what makes you think it's any different with me? You mean this whole valley is your home? Roan demanded incredulously. Of course it's my home. I just told you that half a dozen different times. Now get out of it and leave me in peace. He stamped one sandaled foot vehemently and waited for them to go. But the Veil Girl and the Highlander just stood there. This is Hearthstone, isn't it? Roan pressed, growing a bit angry with this cantankerous oldster. The fellow's thin jaw stiffened resolutely. What if it is? Well, if it is, there is a man living here by the name of Cogline, or at least there was up until 2 years ago. He'd been living here for years before that, we were told. So if you've been out here for any length of time, you ought to know something about him. The old man was silent for a moment, his craggy brows tightening in thought. Then he shook his wispy head firmly. Told you before, I never heard of him. No one around here with that name now or any other time. No one. But Bryn had seen something in the old man's eyes. She took a step closer to him and stopped. You know the name, don't you? Cogline, you know it. The old man stood his ground. Maybe I do and maybe I don't. In any case, I don't have to tell you. Bryn pointed. You're Cogline, aren't you? The old man erupted in a violent fit of laughter. Me? Cogline? Ha, now wouldn't that be something? Oh, I would be talented, indeed. Ha, now that's funny. Veil Girl and Highlander stared at him in amazement as he doubled over sharply and fell to the ground, laughing hysterically. Roan took Bryn by the arm and turned her toward him. For cat's sake, Bryn, this old man's crazy. Ha whispered. What did you say? Crazy am I? The oldster was back on his feet, his weathered face flushed with anger. I ought to show you just how crazy. Now you get out of my house. I didn't want you here in the first place, and I don't want you here now. Get out. We didn't mean any harm, a flustered Roan tried to apologize. Get out, get out, get out. I'll turn you into puffs of smoke. I'll set fire to you and watch you burn. I'll. He was jumping up and down in uncontrollable fury, his bony hands knotted tightly into fists, his tufted white hair flying wildly in all directions. Roan came forward to calm him. Stay away from me. The other fairly shrieked, one thin arm pointing like a weapon. The Highlander stopped at once. Stay back. Oh, where's that stupid? Whisper. Roan glanced about expectantly, but no one appeared. The old man was beside himself with anger now, and he whirled about, shouting into the forest darkness and flinging his arms about like windmills. Whisper. Whisper. Get out here and protect me from these troublemakers. Whisper, drat you. Will you let them kill me? Should I just give myself over to them? What good are you, you fool? Oh, I never should have wasted my time on you. Get out here. Right now, Dot. The Veil Girl and the Highlander watched the antics of the old fellow with a mixture of wariness and amusement. Whoever Whisper was, he had apparently decided some time back that he wanted nothing to do with any of this. Yet the old man was not about to give up. He continued leaping about hysterically and shouting at nothing. Finally, Roan turned again to Bryn. This is getting us nowhere, he declared, keeping his voice purposefully low. Let's be on our way, look about on our own. The old man's obviously lost his mind. But Bryn shook her head, remembering what the woodsman Jeff had said about Cogline, an odd duck, crazier than a fish swimming through grass. Let me try one more time, she replied. She started forward, but the old man turned on her at once. Wouldn't listen to me, is that it? Well, I gave you fair warning. Whisper. Where are you? Get out here. Get her. Get her. Bryn drew up short in spite of herself and looked about. Still there was no one in sight. Then Roan stalked past her, gesturing impatiently. Now look here, old man. Enough is enough. There's no one else out here but you, so why don't you just stop this? Ha! No one else but me, you think? The old man leaped into the air with glee and landed in a crouch. I'll show you who's out here, you trespasser. Come into my house, will you? I'll show you. Whisper. Whisper. Drat. Roan was shaking his head hopelessly and grinning when all of a sudden the biggest cat he had ever seen in his life appeared from out of nowhere right in front of him, no more than half a dozen yards away. Dark gray in color with spreading black panels on its flanks that ran upward across its sloping back, a black face, ears, and tail and wide, almost cumbersome-looking black paws, the beast measured well over 10 feet and its massive, shaggy head rose even with his own. Corded muscles rippled beneath the sleek fur as it shook itself lazily and regarded the Highlander and the Veiled Girl with luminous, deep blue eyes that blinked and narrowed. It seemed to study them for a moment, then its jaws parted in a soundless yawn, revealing a flash of gleaming, razor-sharp teeth. Roan Leah swallowed hard and stayed perfectly still. Aha! Not so funny now, I'll wager. The old man gloated and began chuckling merrily, his thin legs dancing about. Thought I was crazy, did you? Thought I was just talking to myself, did you? Well, what do you think now? Nobody meant you any harm, Bryn repeated as the big cat looked Roan over curiously. The old man edged forward a step, his eyes brightening beneath the tufted hair that hung down about his wrinkled forehead. Think he might like you for supper? Is that what you think? He gets hungry, old Whisper does. The two of you would provide him with a nice bedtime snack. Ha! What's the trouble? You look a little pale, like you might not feel so good. That's too bad now. Maybe you ought to. The grin vanished suddenly from his face. Whisper, no. Whisper, no, wait, don't do that. And with that, the big cat simply faded away and was gone, much as if he had evaporated. For a moment all three stared wonderingly at the space he had previously occupied. Then the old man stamped his foot angrily and kicked at the empty air in front of him. Drat you! You quit that, you hear me? Show yourself, you fool animal, or I'll... He trailed off wrathfully, then looked over at Bryn and Roan. You get out of my house. Get out! Roan Leah had had enough. A crazy old man and a disappearing cat were more than he had bargained for. He wheeled without a word and stalked past Bryn, muttering for her to follow. But Bryn hesitated, still not willing to give it up. You don't understand how important this is, she exclaimed heatedly. The old man stiffened. You cannot just turn us away like this. We need your help. Please, tell us where we can find the man called Cogline. The old man regarded her silently, his stick-like body hunched and bent, his shaggy eyebrows knitting petulantly. Then abruptly he threw us his hands and shook his white head in resignation. Oh, very well, anything to get rid of you. He sighed deeply. Ace did his best to look put upon. It won't help you a whit, you understand, not a whit. The Veiled Girl waited wordlessly. Behind her, Roan had turned back again. The old man cocked his head, reflecting. One thin hand ran quickly through the tangled hair. Old Cogline is right over there at the foot of the big rock. He waved his hand almost casually in the direction of Hearthstone. Right where I buried him almost a year ago. 30. Bryn Olmsford stared fixedly at the old man, disappointment welling up inside and choking back the exclamation forming in her throat. One hand lifted in a helpless gesture. You mean that Cogline is dead? Dead and buried. The truculent oldster snapped. Now be on your way and leave me in peace. He waited impatiently for the Veiled Girl and the Highlander to go, but Bryn could not bring herself to move. Cogline dead? Somehow she could not accept that he was. Would not word of that death by some means have gotten back to the woodsman Jeff or to others who lived in the forests that lay about the Rooker Line Trading Center? A man who had lived for as long as Cogline had in this wilderness, a man known to so many. She caught herself. Possibly not, for woodsmen and trappers often stayed apart for months at a time. But who then was this old man? The woodsman had made no mention of him. Somehow it was all wrong. Let's go, Bryn, Roan called to her gently. But the Veiled Girl shook her head. No. Not until I'm sure. Not until I can. Get out of my house. The old man repeated once again, stamping his foot petulantly. I have put up with enough from you. Cogline is dead. Now if you're not gone from here by the time I... Grandfather. The voice broke sharply from out of the wooded darkness to their left where, in the distance, the rugged pinnacle of Hearthstone loomed blackly through the interwoven branches of the silent trees. Three heads jerked about as one, and the forest went suddenly still. Whisper reappeared to one side of them, his blue eyes luminous, his great, shaggy head raised and searching. The old man muttered to himself and stamped his foot one time more. Then there was a soft rustling of leaves and the mysterious speaker appeared, stepping lightly into clearing. Bryn and Roan turned to each other in surprise. It was a girl, barely older than Bryn, her small, supple form clothed in pants and tunic and wrapped loosely in a braided short cloak of forest green. Long, curling ringlets of thick, dark hair hung down about her shoulders, softly shadowing a sun-browned, faintly freckled pixie face that was strangely beguiling, almost compelling in its look of innocence. It was a pretty face, and while not truly beautiful in the way of Bryn's, appealing nevertheless with its uncomplicated freshness and vitality. Dark, intelligent eyes mirrored frankness and honesty as she studied the Vale girl and the Highlander curiously. "Who are you?" she asked in a tone of voice that suggested that she had a right to know. Bryn glanced again at Roan and then back to the girl. "I'm Bryn Ohmsford from Shady Vale and this is Roanlia. We've come north from our homes in the Southland below the Rainbow Lake." "You have come a long way," the girl observed. "Why are you here?" "To find a man named Cogline. "Do you know this man, Bryn Ohmsford?" "No." "Then why do you look for him?" The girl's eyes never left hers. Bryn hesitated, wondering how much she should tell her. There was something about this girl that warned against lying, and Bryn had not missed the way in which her sudden appearance had quieted the old man and brought back the disappearing cat. Still, the Vale girl was reluctant to reveal the whole of her reason for their being at Hearthstone without first finding out who she was. "We were told that Cogline was the man who best knew the forest land from Darkland Reach east to the Ravenshorn," she replied guardedly. "We were hoping he would offer his services on a matter of great importance." The girl was silent for a moment, apparently considering what Bryn had told her. The old man shuffled over to where she stood and began fidgeting. "They're trespassers and troublemakers," he insisted vehemently. The girl did not reply nor even look at him, her dark eyes still locked into grins, her slim form motionless. The old man threw up his hands in exasperation. "You shouldn't even be talking with them. You should throw them out." The girl shook her head slowly then. "Hush, grandfather," she cautioned. "They mean us no harm. Whisper would know if they did." Bryn glanced quickly at the big cat, who was stretched out almost playfully in the tall grass bordering the little pond, one great paw flicking idly at some hapless insect flying past. The great oval eyes shone like twin beacons of light as he glanced over at them. "That fool animal won't even come when I call him," the old man groused. "How can you depend on him?" The girl looked at the old man reprovingly, a hint of defiance crossing her youthful features. "Whisper," she called softly and pointed at Bryn. "Track." The big cat suddenly came to his feet and without a sound padded over to Bryn. The Vale girl stiffened as the beast's black muzzle sniffed tentatively at her clothing. Cautiously, she started to step back. "Stand still," the girl advised her quietly. Bryn did as she was told. Forcing herself to remain outwardly calm, she stood frozen in place as the huge animal sniffed downward along her pant leg in a leisurely fashion. The girl was testing her, she realized, using the cat to see how she would react. The skin on the back of her neck prickled as the muzzle pushed at her. What should she do? Should she continue just to stand there? Should she touch the beast to show that she was not afraid? But she was afraid, and the fear was spreading all through her. Surely the animal would smell it, and then. She made up her mind. Softly, she began to sing. The words hovered in the dark stillness of the evening, floating in the quiet of the little clearing, reaching out, touching like gentle fingers. It took only a few moments for the wish song's magic to weave its spell, and the giant cat sat back on its haunches, luminous eyes on the Vale girl. Blinking in sleepy cadence to the song, he lay docilely at her feet. Bryn went still. For an instant, no one spoke. "Devils!" the old man shrilled finally, a shrewd look on his weathered face. The girl came forward wordlessly and stood directly in front of Bryn. There was no fear in her eyes, merely curiosity. "How did you do that?" she asked, sounding puzzled. "I didn't think anyone could do that." "It's a gift," Bryn answered. The girl hesitated. "You're not a devil, are you? You're not one of the walkers or their spirit kin?" Bryn smiled. "No, nothing like that. I just have this gift." The girl shook her head in disbelief. "I did not think anyone could do that to Whisper," she repeated. "They're devils." The old man insisted and stamped his sandaled foot. Whisper, meanwhile, had come back to his feet and moved over to Roan. The Highlander started in surprise, then shot Bryn an imploring look as the beast pushed his black muzzle against him. For a moment longer Whisper sniffed the Highlander's clothing in curious fashion. Then abruptly the great jaws opened and fastened loosely about his right boot and began to tug. What remained of Roan's composure began to slip rapidly away, and he tried to pull free. "I think he wants to play with you," the girl announced, a faint smile forming on her lips. She directed a knowing look at the old man, who merely grunted his displeasure and moved several paces further away from them all. "Well, could you make sure?" Roan gasped in exasperation, struggling valiantly now to keep his feet as the great cat continued to pull and tug vigorously at the worried boot. "Whisper!" the girl called sharply. The huge creature released his grip instantly and trotted to her side. She reached out from beneath the short cloak and rubbed the shaggy head roughly, her long dark hair falling down about her face as she leaned forward to place her head close to his. She spoke softly to him for a moment, then glanced back at Bryn and Roan. "You seem to have a way with animals. Whisper is quite taken with you." Bryn cast a quick glance at Roan, who was struggling to pull his boot back in place on his foot. "I think Roan would be just as happy if Whisper didn't take to him quite so much," she observed. The girl smiled broadly then, a hint of mischievousness flashing briefly in her dark eyes. "I like you, Bryn Olmsford. You are welcome here, both you and Roanlia." She extended a slim brown hand in greeting. "I am Kimber Bow." Bryn accepted the hand, feeling in its grip a mixture of strength and softness that surprised her. She was surprised, too, when she caught sight of a brace of wicked-looking long knives strapped to the girl's slim waist beneath the short cloak. "Well, they're not welcome as far as I'm concerned." The old man snapped from behind the girl, making a gesture of brushing them all aside with a broad sweep of one stick-like arm. "Grandfather!" Kimber Bow admonished. She gave him a sharp look of disapproval and then turned back to Bryn. "You mustn't mind him. He is very protective of me. I am all the family he has, so he sometimes feels. Don't be so quick to tell them everything about us." The old man interrupted, shaking his wispish head in dismay. "What do we know of them? How can we be sure what really brought them here? That girl has a devil's voice if she can back off Whisper like she did." "No, you are much too trusting, girl. And you are much too quick to distrust," Kimber Bow replied evenly. Her pixie face tightened with resolve. "Now tell them who you are." The old man's mouth screwed into a vice. "I'll tell them nothing." "Tell them, grandfather." The sandaled foot stamped petulantly. "Tell them yourself. You think you know so much more than me." Roanlia had come forward to stand next to Bryn, and the two glanced at each other awkwardly. Whisper looked up. AC the Highlander yawned and dropped his massive head back onto his paws. A deep, purring sound rose out of his throat as his blue eyes slipped shut. Kimber Bow turned to face the Veil Girl and the Highlander. "My grandfather forgets sometimes that the games he is so fond of playing are not real. One of the games he plays often involves changing who he is. He does this by deciding to bury the old self and start life over. He last did this about a year ago." She gave the old man a knowing look. "But he is who he always was. He is, in fact, the man you have come to find." "Then he really is Cogline." Bryn made it a statement of fact. "I am not Cogline," the old man insisted heatedly. "He's dead and buried, just like I told you. Don't be listening to what she has to say." "Grandfather," Kimber Bow admonished once more. "You are who you are, and you cannot be otherwise. Pretending is for children. You were born Cogline and that is who you will always be. Now please try to be a good host to your guests. Try to be their friend." "Ha! I didn't invite them here, so I don't have to be a good host." Cogline snapped obstinately, determined to have nothing whatsoever to do with either the Veil Girl or the Highlander. "As for being their friend, you be their friend if you want, that's up to you." Bryn and Roan looked at each other doubtfully. It did not appear that they were going to have much luck obtaining help from the old man in finding their way through Darkland Reach. "Very well, grandfather, I shall be host and friend for the both of us." Kimber Bow sighed. She faced them squarely, ignoring the old man. "It's growing late. You have come a long way and you need food and rest. Home is just a short distance from here, and you are welcome to stay the night as my guests and my grandfather's." She paused to consider something more. "In fact, it would be a great favor to me if you would stay. Few travelers come this far east, and even then I seldom have a chance to talk with them. As I said, grandfather is very protective. But perhaps you would consent to talk with me to tell me something of your home in the Southland. Would you do that?" Bryn smiled wearily. "For a place to sleep and something to eat, I think that is the least we could do." Roan nodded in agreement, although not without an apprehensive glance at Whisper. "It is settled then," Kimber Bow announced. She called to the big cat, who rose, stretched leisurely and padded up to her. If you will follow me, we can be there in a few minutes' time. She turned, with Whisper beside her, and disappeared back into the forest. The Veil Girl and the Highlander hitched up their backpacks and followed. As they passed Cogline, the old man refused to look at them, staring at the ground in grim determination, his heavy brows furrowed. "Drat trespassers!" he muttered. Then with a wary glance about, he shuffled after them into. A moment later, the little clearing stood empty. 31. Home for the girl, the old man, and the disappearing cat was a pleasant, but very average-looking stone and timber cottage situated in a broad, grass-covered clearing sheltered by centuries-old oak and red elm. Porches ran along the front and rear of the cottage, and the walls were grown thick with flowering vines and bush evergreens. Stone walkways ran from the home through gardens that lay all about, some flower, some vegetable, all carefully tended and neatly drawn. Spruce and pine lined the perimeter of the clearing, and hedgerows ran along the borders of the gardens. A great amount of work had gone into the care and nurture of the entire grounds. The same care was evident inside the cottage. Neat and spotlessly clean, the sanded wood plank floors and timbered walls gleamed in the soft light of the oil lamps, polished and waxed. Handcrafts of woven cloth and cross-stitch hung from the walls, and bright tapestries draped the rough wooden furniture and windows. Odd pieces of silver and crystal sat upon tables within a broad shelved hutch, and the long trestle table at one end of the main room had been set with earthenware dishes and crafted utensils. Flowers blossomed from vases and clay pots, some grown from plantings, some cut and arranged. The whole of the cottage seemed bright and cheerful, even with the nightfall, and there was that feeling of a Vale home at every turn. "Dinner is almost ready," Kimber Bow announced when they had come inside, casting a reproachful glance in Cogline's direction. "If you will seat yourselves, I will put it on the table." Grumbling to himself, Cogline slid onto the bench at the far side of the table, while Bryn and Roan sat down across from him. Whisper padded past them to a braided throw rug situated in front of a white stone fireplace where a small stack of logs burned cheerfully. With a yawn, the cat curled up before the flames and fell asleep. The meal that Kimber Bow brought to them consisted of wild fowl, garden vegetables, fresh baked breads, and goat's milk, and they consumed it hungrily. As they ate, the girl asked them questions of the Southland and its people, eager to hear of the world beyond her valley home. She had never been outside Darkland Reach, she explained, but someday soon now she would make the journey. Cogline scowled his disapproval, but said nothing, his head lowered in unyielding concentration on his plate. When dinner was finished, he rose with a sullen grunt and announced that he was going out for a smoke. He stalked through the door without a glance back at any of them and disappeared. "You really mustn't mind him," Kimber Bow apologized, rising to clear the dishes from the table. "He is very gentle and sweet, but he has lived alone for so many years that he finds it difficult to be comfortable with other people." Smiling, she removed the dishes from the table and returned with a container of burgundy-colored wine. Pouring a small amount into fresh glasses, she resumed her seat across from them. As they sipped at the wine and chatted amiably, Bryn found herself wondering, as she had wondered on and off from the first moment that she had laid eyes on the girl, how it was that she and the old man had managed to survive alone in this wilderness. Of course, there was the cat, but nevertheless. "Grandfather walks every evening before dinner," Kimber Bow was relating, a reassuring look directed to the two who sat across from her. "He wanders about the valley a good deal when the late fall comes. All of our work is done for the year, and when winter comes he will not go out as much. His body hurts him sometimes in the cold weather, and he prefers the fire. But now, while the nights are still warm, he likes to walk." "Kimber, where are your parents?" Bryn asked, unable to help herself. "Why are you here all alone?" "My parents were killed," the girl explained matter-of-factly. "I was just a child when Cogline found me, hidden in some bedding where the caravan had camped that last night at the north edge of the valley. He brought me to his home and raised me as his granddaughter." She leaned forward. "He has never had a family of his own, you see. I'm all he has." "How were your parents killed?" Roan wanted to know, seeing that the girl did not mind speaking of it. "Known raiders. Several families were traveling in the caravan, everyone was killed except me. They missed me, Cogline says." She smiled. "But that's been a long time ago." Roan sipped at his wine. "Kind of dangerous here for you, isn't it?" She looked puzzled. "Dangerous? Sure. Wilderness all around, wild animals, raiders, whatever. Aren't you a little afraid sometimes living alone out here?" She cocked her head slightly. "Do you think I should be?" The Highlander glanced at Bryn. "Well, I don't know." She stood up. "Watch this." Almost faster than his eye could follow, the girl had a long knife in her hand, whipping it past his head, flinging it the length of the room. It buried itself with a thud in a tiny black circle drawn on a timber in the far corner. Kimber Bow grinned. "I practice that all the time. I learned to throw the knife by the time I was 10. Cogline taught me. I am just as good with almost any other weapon you might care to name. I can run faster than anything that lives in Darkland Reach except for Whisper. I can walk all day and all night without sleeping. She sat down again. Of course, Whisper would protect me against anything that threatened me, so I don't have much to worry about. She smiled. Besides, nothing really dangerous ever comes into Hearthstone. Cogline has lived here all his life, the valley belongs to him. Everyone knows that and they don't bother him. Even the spider gnomes stay out. She paused. Do you know about the spider gnomes? They shook their heads. The girl leaned forward. They creep along the ground and up trees, all hairy and crooked, just like spiders. Once they tried to come into the valley, about 3 years ago. Several dozen of them came, all blackened with ash and anxious to hunt. They're not like the other gnomes, you know, because they burrow and trap like spiders. Anyway, they came down into Hearthstone. I think they wanted it for their own. Grandfather knew about it right away, just as he always seems to know when something dangerous is about. He took Whisper with him and they ambushed the spider gnomes at the north end of the valley right by the big rock. The spider gnomes are still running. She grinned broadly, pleased with the story. Bryn and Roan cast uneasy glances at each other, less sure than ever what to make of this girl. Where did the cat come from? Roan glanced again at Whisper, who continued to sleep undisturbed. How does he disappear like that when he's so confounded big? Whisper is a moor cat, the girl explained. Most such cats live in the swamps in the Deep Anner, well east of Darkland Reach and the Ravenshorn. Whisper wandered into Olden Moor, though, when he was still a baby. Cogline found him and brought him here. He had been in a fight with something and was all cut up. We took care of him and he stayed with us. I learned to talk with him. She looked at Bryn. But not like you do, not singing to him like that. Can you teach me to do that, Bryn? Bryn shook her head gently. I don't think so, Kimber. The wish song was something I was born with. Wish song, the girl repeated the word. That's very pretty. There was a momentary silence. So how does he disappear the way he does? Roan asked once again. Oh, he doesn't disappear, Kimber Bow explained with a laugh. It just seems that way. The reason you can't see him sometimes is not because he isn't there, which he plainly is, but because he can change his body coloring to blend in with the forest, the trees, the rocks, the ground, whatever. He blends in so well that he can't be seen if you don't know how to look for him. After you've been around him long enough, you learn how to look for him properly. She paused. Of course, if he doesn't wish to be found, then he probably won't be. That's part of his defense. It's become quite a game with Grandfather. Whisper disappears and refuses to show himself until Grandfather has yelled himself hoarse. Not very fair of him, really, because Grandfather's eyes aren't as good as they used to be. But he comes for you, I gather. Always. He thinks I am his mother. I nursed him and cared for him when we first brought him back here. We're so close now that it's as if we're parts of the same person. Most of the time, we even seem to be able to sense what each other is thinking. He looks dangerous to me, Roan stated flatly. Oh, he is, the girl agreed. Very dangerous. Wild, he would be uncontrollable. But Whisper is no longer wild. There may be a small part of him that still is, a memory or an instinct buried deep inside somewhere, but it's all but forgotten now. She rose and poured them each a bit more of the wine. Do you like our home? She asked them after a moment. Very much, Bryn replied. The girl smiled, obviously pleased. I did most of the decorations myself except for the glass and silver things, those were brought by Grandfather from his trips. Or some he had before I came. But the rest, I did. And the gardens I planted those. All the flowers and shrubs and vegetables, all the small bushes and vines. I like the colors and the sweet smells. Bryn smiled, too. Kimber Bow was a mixture of child and woman, in some ways still young, in some grown beyond her years. It was strange, but she reminded the Vale girl of Jair. Thinking of it made her miss her brother terribly. Kimber Bow saw the look that crossed her face and mistook it. It really isn't dangerous here at Hearthstone, she assured the Vale girl. It may seem that way to you because you are not familiar with the country, as I am. But this is my home, remember this is where I grew up. Grandfather taught me when I was little what I should know in order to protect myself. I have learned to deal with what dangers there are, I know how to avoid them. And I have Grandfather and Whisper. You don't have to be worried about me really, you don't. Bryn smiled at the assurance. I can see that I don't, Kimber. I can see that you are very capable. To her surprise, Kimber Bow blushed. Then hurriedly the girl stood up and walked to where Cogline had dropped his forest cloak on the arm of the wooden rocker. "I have to take grandfather his coat," she announced quickly. "It's cold out there. Would you like to walk with me?" Veil Girl and Highlander rose and followed as she opened the door and stepped outside. The moment the latch clicked free, Whisper was on his feet, padding silently through the door after them. They paused momentarily on the porch of the little cottage, losing themselves in the splendor of the evening's peaceful, almost mystical still life. The air was chill and faintly damp and smelled sweetly of the darkened forest. White moonlight bathed the lawn, flower gardens, neatly trimmed hedgerows, and shrubs with dazzling brightness. Each blade of grass, soft petal, and tiny leaf glistened wetly, deep emerald laced with frost as the dew of the autumn evening gathered. In the blackness beyond, the trees of the forest rose against the star-filled sky like monstrous giants, ageless, massive, frozen in the silence of the night. The gentle wind of early dusk had faded entirely now, drifting soundlessly into stillness. Even the familiar cries of the woodland creatures had softened to faint and distant murmurs that soothed and comforted. "Grandfather will be at the willow," Kimber Bow said softly, breaking the spell. Together, they moved off the porch onto the walkway that led to the rear of the cottage. No one spoke a word. They simply walked slowly, the girl leading, their boots scraping softly against the worn stone. Something skittered through the dry leaves in the dark curtain of the forest and was gone. A bird called sharply, its piercing cry echoing in the stillness, lingering on. The three moved past the corner of the house now, through groupings of pine and spruce and lines of hedgerows. Then a huge, sagging willow appeared from out of the darkness of the edge of the forest, its branches trailing in thick streamers that hung like a curtain against the night. Massive and gnarled, its humped form lay wrapped in shadowed darkness, as if drawn inward onto itself. There, beneath its canopied arch, the bowl of a pipe glowed deep red in the darkness, and puffs of smoke rose skyward to thin and vanish. As they passed through the trailing limbs of the willow, they saw clearly the skeletal form of Cogline, hunched over on one of a pair of wooden benches that had been placed at the base of the ancient trunk, his wizened face turned toward the darkened forest. Kimber Bow went directly over to him and placed the forest cloak about his shoulders. "You will catch cold, grandfather," she scolded gently. The old man grimaced. "Can't even come out here for a smoke without you hovering over me like a mother hen." He pulled the cloak about him nevertheless as he glanced over at Bryn and Roan. "And I don't need these two for company either. Or that worthless cat. I pose you brought him out here, too." Bryn looked about for Whisper and was surprised to find that he had disappeared again. A moment earlier, he had been right behind them. Kimber Bow seated herself next to her grandfather. "Why won't you at least try to be friends with Bryn and Roan?" she asked him quietly. "What for?" the other snapped. "I don't need friends. Friends are nothing but trouble, always expecting you to do something for them, always wanting some favor or other. Had enough friends in the old days, girl. You don't understand enough about how life is, that's your trouble." The girl glanced apologetically at Bryn and Roan and nodded toward the empty bench. Wordlessly, the Veil Girl and the Highlander sat down across from her. Kimber Bow turned back to the old man. "You must not be like that. You must not be so selfish. I'm an old man. I can be what I want." Cogline muttered petulantly. "When I used to say things like that, you called me spoiled and sent me to my room. Do you remember? That was different. Should I send you to your room?" she asked, speaking to the old man as a mother would to her child, her hands clasping his. "Or perhaps you would prefer it if Whisper and I also had nothing more to do with you, since we are your friends, too, and you do not seem to want any friends." Cogline clamped his teeth about the stem of his pipe as if he might bite it through and hunched down sullenly within the cloak, refusing to answer. Bryn glanced quickly over at Roan, who arched one eyebrow in response. It was clear to both that despite her age, it was Kimber Bow who was the stabilizing force in this strange little family. The girl leaned over then and kissed her grandfather's cheek softly. "I know that you don't really believe what you said. I know you are a good, kind, gentle man, and I love you." She brought her arms about his thin frame and hugged him close. To Bryn's surprise, the old man's arm came up tentatively and hugged her back. "They should have asked before they came here," he muttered, gesturing vaguely toward the Veil Girl and the Highlander. "I might have hurt them, you know." "Yes, grandfather, I know," the girl responded. "But now that they are here, after having made such a long journey to find you, I think you should see why it is that they have come and if there is anything you can do to help them." Bryn and Roan exchanged hurried glances once more. Cogline slipped free of Kimber Bow's arms, muttering and shaking his head, wispish hair dancing in the moonglow like fine silk thread. "Drat cat, where's he got to this time? Whisper! Come out here, you worthless beast! I'm not sitting around." "Grandfather!" The girl interrupted him firmly. The old man looked at her in startled silence, and she nodded toward Bryn and Roan. Our friends, grandfather, will you ask them? The wrinkles in the old man's face creased deeper as he frowned. Oh, very well, he huffed irritably. What was it that brought you here? We have need of someone who can show us a way through this country, Bryn replied at once, hardly daring to hope that the help they so badly needed might at last be offered. We were told that Cogline was the one man who might know that way. Except that there isn't any Cogline anymore. The oldster snapped, but a warning glance from the girl quieted him at once. Well then, what country is it that you plan to travel through? The Central Anner, Bryn answered. Darkland Reach, the more beyond all the way east to the Ravenshorn. She paused. Into the Maelmord. But the walkers are there. Kimber Bow exclaimed. What reason would you have for going into that black pit? The old man followed up heatedly. Bryn hesitated, seeing where matters were headed. To destroy the walkers. Destroy the walkers. Cogline was aghast. Destroy them with what, girl? With the wish song. With the magic that. With the wish song? With that singing? That's what you plan to use? Cogline was on his feet, leaping about wildly, skeletal arms gesturing. And you think me mad? Get out of here. Get out of my house. Get out, get out. Kimberbow rose and gently pulled the old man back down on the bench, talking to him, soothing him as he continued to rant. It took a few moments to quiet him. Then wrapping him once more in the forest cloak, she turned again to Bryn and Roan. Bryn Ohmsford, she addressed the Vale girl solemnly, her face quite stern. The Maelmord is no place for you. Even I do not go there. Bryn almost smiled at the other's emphasis on her own forbidding. But I do not have a choice in this, Kimber, she explained gently. I have to go, Dot. And I have to go with her, Roan added grudgingly. When I find the sword again, I have to find the sword first. Kimber looked at them each in turn and shook her head in confusion. I don't understand. What sword? Why is it that you have to go into the Maelmord? Why is it that you have to destroy the walkers? Again Bryn hesitated, this time in caution. How much should she reveal of the quest that had brought her to this land? How much should she tell of the truth that had been entrusted to her? But as she looked into the eyes of Kimber, the caution that bade her keep watch over all that she so carefully hid suddenly ceased to have meaning. Allanan was dead, gone forever from the Four Lands. The magic he had given Roan in order that he might protect her was lost. She was alone, weary, and frightened, despite the determination that carried her forward on this impossible journey. If she were to survive what lay ahead, she knew she must take what help she could find where she might find it. Hidden truths and clever deceptions had been a way of life for Allanan, a part of the person that he had been. It could never be so for her. So she told the girl and the old man all that had been told to her and all that had befallen her since Allanan had first appeared in the village of Shady Vale those many days gone past. She had nothing of the truth save those secrets she kept hidden even from Roan, those frightening suspicions and unpleasant whisperings of the powers, dark and unfathomable, of the wish song. It took a long time to tell it all, but for once the old man was quiet and the girl listened with him in silent wonderment. When she had finished, she turned to Roan to see if there were anything further that should be said, but the Highlander shook his head wordlessly. You see, then, that I have to go, she repeated the words one final time, looking from the girl to the old man and back again, waiting. Elven magic in you, eh? Cogline murmured, eyes piercing. Druid's touch on the whole of what you do. I've a bit of that touch myself, you know, a bit of the dark lore. Yes. Yes, I do. Kimber touched his arm gently. Can we help them find their path east, grandfather? East? Whole of the country east is known to me all that there is, here to there and back. Hearthstone, Darkland Reach, Oldenmore all to the Ravenshorn, all to the Maelmord. He shook his wispish head thoughtfully. Kept the touch, I have. Walkers don't bother me here, walkers don't come into the valley. Outside, they go where they please, though. That's their country. Grandfather, listen to me, she prodded him gently. We must help our friends, you and Whisper and I. Cogline looked at her wordlessly for a moment, then threw up his hands. Waste of time. He announced. Ridiculous waste of time. His bony finger came up to touch the girl's nose. Have to think better than that, girl. I taught you to think better than that. Suppose we do help, suppose we take these two right through Darkland Reach, right through Oldenmore, right to the Ravenshorn and the Black Pit itself. Suppose. What, then? Tell me. What then? That would be enough, Bryn started to reply. Enough? Cogline exclaimed, cutting her short. Not nearly so, girl. Cliffs rise up before you like a wall, hundreds of feet high. Barren rock for miles. Gnomes everywhere. What happens then? What do you do then? The finger shifted like a dagger to point at her. No way in, girl. There's no way in. You cannot go all that distance unless you know a way in. We will find a way, Bryn assured him firmly. Bah! The old man spit, grimacing. Walkers would have you in a moment. They'll see you coming halfway up the climb if you can find a place to make the climb, that is. Or can the magic make you invisible? Can it do that? Bryn set her jaw. We will find a way, she repeated. Maybe and maybe not, Roan spoke up suddenly. I don't like the sound of it, Bryn. The old man knows the country, and if he says it's all open ground, then we ought to take that into account before we go charging in. He glanced at Cogline as if to reassure himself that the old man did in fact know what he was talking about. Besides, first things first. Before we start off on this trek through the Eastland, we have to recover the sword. It's the only real protection we have against the walkers. There is no protection against the walkers. Cogline snorted. Bryn stared at the Highlander for a moment, then took a deep breath. Roan, we have to forget about the sword, she told him gently. It's gone and we have no way of finding what's become of it. Allanan said it would find its way again into human hands, but he did not say whose hands those would be, nor did he say how long it would take for this to happen. We cannot. Without a sword to protect us, we don't take another step. Roan's jaw tightened as he cut short the rest of what Bryn was about to say. There was a silence. We have no choice, Bryn said. At least, I don't. On your way, then. Cogline brushed them both aside with a wave of his hand. On your way and leave us in peace, you with your foolish plans of scaling the pit and destroying the walkers, foolish plans. Go on, fly out of our home, drat, Whisper, where have you got to, you worthless, show yourself or I'll, He shrieked in surprise as the big cat's head appeared from out of the darkness at his shoulder, luminous eyes blinking, cold muzzle pressed right up against his bare arm. Furious at being surprised like that, Cogline swatted at the cat and stalked a dozen yards away beneath the willow boughs, swearing as he went. Whisper stared after him, then walked about the bench to lie down next to Kimber. I think that grandfather can be persuaded to show you the way east, at least as far as the Ravenshorn, Kimber Bull mused thoughtfully. As to what you will do after that. Wait a minute, just, let's think this through a moment. Roan held up his hands imploringly. He turned to Bryn. I know you have decided to complete this quest that Allanan has given you. I understand that you must. And I'm going with you, right to the end of it. But we have to have the sword, Bryn. Don't you see that? We have to. We have no other weapons with which to stand against the Mord Wraiths. His face tightened with frustration. For cat's sake, how can I protect you without the sword, Bryn hesitated then, thinking suddenly of the power of the wish song and of what she had seen that power do to those men from west of Spanning Ridge at the Rooker Line Trading Center. Roan did not know, nor did she want him to, but power such as that was more weapon than she cared to think, and she loathed the very idea that it could live within her. Roan was so certain that he must regain the use of the power of the Sword of Leah. But she sensed somehow that, as with the magic of the wish song and the magic of the elfstones before it, the magic of the Sword of Leah was both light and dark at once, that it could cause harm to the user as well as give him aid. She looked at Roan, seeing in his grey eyes the love he bore for her mingled with the certainty that he could not help her without the magic that Allanan had given him. That look was desperate yet without understanding of what he asked. There is no way for us to find the sword, Roan, she said softly. They faced each other wordlessly, seated close upon the wooden bench, lost in the shadow dark of the old willow. Let it go, Bryn prayed silently. Please, let it go. Cogline shambled back to join them, still muttering at Whisper as he squatted warily on one end of the bench and began fiddling with his pipe. There might be a way, Kimber said suddenly, her small voice breaking through the silence. All eyes turned toward her. We could ask the Grimpond. Ha! Cogline snorted. Might as well ask a hole in the ground. But Roan sat forward at once. What is the Grimpond? An avatar, the girl answered quietly. A shade that lives in a pool of water north of Hearthstone where the high ridges part. It has always lived there, it tells me, since before the destruction of the old world, since the time of the world of fairy. It has the magic of the old world in its touch and the sight to see secrets hidden from living people. It could tell me where to find the Sword of Leah? Roan pressed anxiously, ignoring the restraining hand that Bryn placed upon his arm. Ha, look at him. Cogline cackled gleefully. Thinks he has the answer now, doesn't he? Thinks he's found the way. The Grimpond has the secrets of the earth all bound up in a pretty package ready to give to him. Just a little problem of telling truth from lie, that's all. Ha ha. What's he talking about? Roan demanded angrily. What does he mean, truth from lie? Kimber gave her grandfather a stern look to quiet him, then turned back to the Highlander. He means that the Avatar doesn't always tell the truth. It lies much of the time or tells riddles that no one can figure out. It makes a game out of it, twisting what is real and what is not so that the listener cannot decide what to believe. But why does it do that? Bryn asked, bewildered. The girl shrugged. Shades are like that. They drift between the world that was and the one that will be and have no real place in either. She said it with such authority that the Veil girl accepted what she said without questioning it further. Besides, it had been that way with the Shade of Bremen as well, in part, at least. There was a sense of commitment in the Shade of Bremen lacking perhaps in the Grim Pond, but the Shade of Bremen did not tell all of what it knew or speak clearly of what would be. Some of the truth could never be told. The whole of the future was never unalterably fixed, and the telling of it must always be shaded by what might yet be. Grandfather prefers that I have nothing to do with the Grim Pond, Kimber Bow was explaining to Roan. He does not approve of the way the Avatar lies. Still, its conversation is amusing sometimes, and it becomes an interesting game for me when I choose to play it. She assumed a stern look. Of course, it is a different kind of game entirely when you try to commit the Avatar to telling you the truth of what it knows when it is really important to you. I never ask it of the future or listen to what it has to say if it offers to tell me. It is a cruel thing, sometimes. Roan looked down momentarily, then up again at the girl. Do you think it could be made to tell me what has happened to my sword? Kimber's eyebrows lifted. Not made. Persuaded, perhaps. Tricked, maybe. She looked at Bryn. But I was not just thinking of finding the sword. I was thinking as well of finding a way into the Ravenshorn and into the Maelmord. If there were a way by which the walkers could not see you coming, the Grimpond would know it. There was a long, anxious silence. Bryn Ohmsford's mind raced. A way into the Maelmord that would hide them from the Mord Wraithsid was the key that she needed in order to complete the quest for the Ildach. She would have preferred that the Sword of Leah, with its magic and its power, remain lost. But what matter that it was found again if it need not be used? She glanced at Roan and saw the determination in his eyes. The matter was already decided for him. We must try it, Bryn, he said softly. Cogline's wrinkled face split wide in a leering grin. Go on, Southlander, try it. His soft laughter echoed through the night stillness. Bryn hesitated. At her feet, stretched between the benches, his grey-black body curled close to his mistress, Whisper raised his massive head and blinked curiously. The Veil girl stared deep into the cat's saucer blue eyes. How desperate she had become that she must turn to the aid of a woods girl, a half-crazed old man, and a cat that disappeared. But Allanon was gone. Will you speak to the Grimpond for us? She asked Kimber. The girl smiled brightly. Oh, I was thinking, Bryn, that it might be better if it were you who spoke to the Grimpond, not. And it was then that Cogline really began to cackle. 32. Cogline was still cackling on the morning following when the strange little company set forth on their journey to find the Grimpond. Muttering gleefully to himself, he skittered about through the leaf-strewn forest with careless disinterest for what he was about, lost in the shadowed, half-crazed world of his own mind. Yet the sharp old eyes strayed off into Bryn's worried face, and there was cunning and shrewdness in their gaze. And there was always a sly, secretive mirth that whispered in his voice. Try it, Southland girl, you must try it, indeed. Ha ha. Speak with the Grimpond and ask it what you will. Secrets of all that is and all that will be. For 1,000 years the Grimpond has seen all of what human life has done with itself, watched with eyes that no other can have. Ask, Southland girl, touch the spirit thing and learn. Then the cackle came and he danced away again. Time and again, Kimber Bow chastised him for his behavior with a quick word here, a hard look of disapproval there. The girl found the old man's behavior silly and embarrassing. But this had no effect on the old man and he kept on teasing and taunting. It was an iron-gray, misted autumn day. The sky was packed with banks of clouds from the dark stretch of the Wolf's Tag west to the fading tips of the forest trees east. A cool breeze wafted down from out of the north, carrying in its wake dust and crumbling leaves that swirled and stung the face and eyes. The color of the woodlands was faded and worn in the morning light, and the first hint of winter's coming seemed to reflect in their gray cast. The tiny company traveled north out of Hearthstone with Kimber Bow in the lead, somber and determined, Bryn and Roanlia following close behind. Old Cogline danced all about them as they walked, and Whisper ranged far afield through the dark tangle of the trees. They passed beneath the shadow of the towering rock that gave to the valley its name and on from the broad, scrub-free clearings of the sheltered hollow into the wilderness beyond. Deadwood and brush choked the forest land into which they journeyed, a chick and twisted mass of woods. As midday approached, the pace slowed to a crawl. Codline no longer flitted about like a wild bird, for the wilderness hemmed them all close. They worked their way carefully ahead in a line. Only Whisper continued to roam free, passing like a shadow through the dark mass of the woods, soundless and sleek. The terrain had grown even more rugged by noontime, and in the distance the dark edge of a series of ridgelines lifted above the trees. Boulders and craggy drops cut apart the land through which they passed, and much of their progress now required that they climb. The wind was blocked away as the ridgelines drew nearer, and the forest smelled of rot and must. Then, at last, they climbed free of a long, deep ravine and stood upon the crest of a narrow valley, angling downward through a pair of towering ridgelines that ran north until they were lost in a wall of mist. There! Kimber pointed into the valley. A thick stand of pine surrounded a lake, its waters only partially visible within a blanket of mist that swirled and shifted with the currents of the wind. The Grim Pond! Codline cackled, his fingers stroking Bryn's arm lightly, then slipping away. They passed through the maze of pine trees that choked the valley's broken slopes, winding their way steadily downward to where the mist stirred sluggishly above the little lake. No wind seemed to reach them here, the air had gone still, and the woodland was quiet. Whisper had disappeared entirely. Broken rock and pine needles lay scattered over the ground on which they walked, and their leather boots scraped and crunched with their passing. Though it was midday still, the clouds and mist screened away the light so completely that it appeared as if nightfall had set in. As she followed after the slight figure of Kimberbow, Bryn found herself listening to the silence of the forest, searching through the shadows for some sign of life. As she listened and searched, an uneasiness grew within her. There was indeed something here, something foul, something hidden. She could sense it waiting. Deep within the pines, the mist began to descend about them. Still they went on. When it seemed they must surely disappear into it completely, they stepped suddenly from the trees into a small clearing where aged stone benches ringed an open fire pit, its charred logs and ash black with the dampness. On the far side of the clearing, a rutted trail led away again into the mist. Kimber turned to Bryn. You must go alone from here. Follow the trail until you reach the edge of the lake. The Grim Pond will come to you there, and whisper secrets in your ear. Codline chortled, crouching next to her. Grandfather, the girl admonished. Truth and lies, but which is which? Codline cackled defiantly and skipped away to the edge of the pines. Do not be frightened by Grandfather, Kimber advised, her pixie face a mask of concern as she saw Bryn's troubled eyes. No harm can come to you from the Grim Pond. It is only a shade. Maybe one of us should go with you, Roan suggested uneasily, but Kimberbow immediately shook her head. The Grim Pond will only speak with one person, never more. It will not even appear if there is more than one. The girl smiled encouragingly. Bryn must go alone. Bryn nodded. I guess that settles it. Remember my warning, Kimber cautioned. Be wary of what you are told. Much of it will be false or twisted. But how am I to know what is false and what is true? Bryn asked her. Kimber shook her head once more. You will have to decide that for yourself. The Grim Pond will play games with you. It will appear to you and speak as it chooses. It will tease you. That is the way of the creature. It will play games. But perhaps you can play the games better than it can. She touched Bryn's arm. This is why I think you should speak to the Grim Pond rather than I. You have the magic. Use it if you can. Perhaps you can find a way to make the wish song help you. Codline's laughter rang from the edge of the little clearing. Bryn ignored it, pulled her forest cloak tightly about her, and nodded. Perhaps. I will try. Kimber smiled, her freckled face wrinkling. Then she hugged the Veil Girl impulsively. Good luck, Bryn. Surprised, Bryn hugged her back, one hand coming up to stroke the long dark hair. Roan came forward awkwardly, then bent to kiss Bryn. Watch yourself. She smiled her promise to do so, then, gathering her cloak about her once more, she turned and walked into the trees. Shadows and mist closed about her almost at once, so utterly that she was lost a dozen yards into the stretch of pine. It happened so quickly that she was still moving forward when she realized that she could no longer see anything about her. She hesitated then, peering rather hopelessly into the darkness, waiting for her sight to adjust. The air had gone cold again, and the mist from the lake penetrated her clothing with a chill, wet touch. A few moments passed, long and anxious, and then she discovered that she could discern vaguely the slender shapes of the pines closest at hand, fading and reappearing phantom-like through the swirling mist. It was not likely to get any better than it was, she decided. Shrugging off her discomfort and uncertainty, she walked cautiously ahead, groping with her outstretched hands, sensing rather than seeing the passage of the trail through the trees as it wound steadily downward toward the lake. The minutes slipped by, and she could hear the gentle lapping of water on a shoreline in the silence of the mist and the forest. She slowed and peered guardedly into the mist, searching for the thing she knew waited for her. But there was nothing to be seen except the gray haze. Carefully, she went forward. Then suddenly the trees and the mist thinned and parted before her, and she found herself standing on a narrow, rock-strewn shoreline looking out across the gray, clouded waters of the lake. Emptiness stretched away into the haze, and clouds of mist walled her about, closing her in. A chill slipped through her, hollowing out her body and leaving it a frozen shell. She glanced quickly about, frightened. What was there? Then anger welled up within, sharp, bitter, and hard as iron as it rose in retaliation. A fire burned away the cold, flaring through her with ferocious purpose, thrusting back the fear that threatened to overwhelm her. Standing on the shoreline of that little lake, alone within the concealing mist, she felt a strange power surge through her, strong enough, it seemed in that instant, to destroy anything that came against her. There was a sudden stirring from within the mist. Instantly, the strange sense of power was gone, fled like a thief, back into her soul. She did not understand what had happened to her in those few brief moments, and now there was no time to think on it. There was movement within the mist. A shadow drew together and took shape, dark drawn from the grayness. Risen and formed above the lake's waters, it began to advance. The Veil Girl watched it come, a shrouded, spectral thing that glided in silence on the currents of the air, slipping from the mist toward the shoreline and the girl who waited. It was cloaked and hooded, as insubstantial as the mist out of which it had been born, human-shaped but featureless. The shade slowed and stopped a dozen feet before her, suspended above the waters of the lake. Robed arms folded loosely before it, and mist swirled outward from its gray form. Slowly its cowled head lifted to the girl on the shore, and twin pinpoints of red fire glimmered from within. "Look upon me, Veil Girl," the shade whispered in a voice that sounded like steam set loose. "Look upon the grim pond." Higher the cowled head lifted and the shadows that masked the being's face fell away. Bryn stared in stunned disbelief. The face that the grim pond showed to her was her own. Jair stirred awake in the dank and empty darkness of the Dunphy Aaron cell in which he lay imprisoned. A thin shaft of grey light slipped like a knife through the tiny airhole of the stone-walled cubicle. It was day again, he thought to himself, trying desperately to trace the time that had passed since he had first been brought there. It seemed like weeks, but he realized this was only the second day since his imprisonment. He had neither seen nor spoken with another living thing save the Mwelrit and the silent gnome jailer. Gingerly, he straightened and then sat upright within the stale gathering of straw. Chains bound his wrists and ankles, fixed in iron rings to the stone walls. He had been hobbled by these shackles since the second day of his imprisonment. The jailer had placed them on him at Stythys command. As he shifted his weight, they clanked and rattled sharply in the deep silence, echoing down the corridors that lay without the cell's iron-bound door. Weary despite the long sleep, he listened as the echoes died away, straining for some other sound to come back to him. None did. There was no one out there to hear him, no one to come to his aid. Tears welled up in his eyes then, flowing down his cheeks, and wetting the soiled front of his tunic. What was he thinking? That someone would come to him to help him escape from this black hold? He shook his head against the pain of his own certainty that there was no help left for him. All of the company from Cullhaven were gone, lost, dead, or scattered. Even Slanter. He wiped the tears away roughly, fighting back against his despair. It did not matter that no one would come, he swore silently. He would never give the Mwelrit what it wanted. And he would somehow find a way to escape. Once again, as he had done each time he had come awake after sleeping, he worked at the pins and fastenings of the chains that bound him, trying to weaken them enough to break free. For long moments, he twisted and turned the iron, peering hopefully at their joinings through the dark. But in the end he gave it up as he always gave it up, for it was useless to pit flesh and blood against smith-forged iron. Only the jailer's key could set him free again. Free. He spoke the word within the silence of his mind. He must find a way to get free. He must. He thought then of Bryn. Thinking of her, he found himself wondering at what he had seen when last he had looked within the mirror of the vision crystal. How strange and sad that brief glimpse had been his sister sitting alone before a campfire, her face twisted in strain and despair as she stared out across the forest land. What had happened to Bryn to cause her such unhappiness? Self-consciously, his hand strayed to the small bulk of the crystal where it lay hidden beneath his tunic. Stythys had not found it yet, nor the bag of silver dust, and Jair had been careful to keep both hidden within his clothing whenever the Mwelrit was about. The creature came to him all too frequently, slipping soundlessly from the dark when the Veil Man least expected it, stealing from the shadows like some loathsome wraith to wheedle and cajole, to promise, and to threaten. Give to me what I ask and you will be set free, tell me what I want to know. Jair's face hardened and set. Help that monster? Not in this world, he wouldn't. Swiftly, he lifted the silver chain and its stone from within his tunic and held it lovingly within the cupped palms of his hands. It was the sole tie he had with the world beyond this cell, his only means of discovering what Bryn was about. He stared at the crystal, and his mind was decided. He would use it one time more. He would have to be careful, he knew. But just a moment was all that was required. He would call up the image and then banish it quickly. The monster would never be the wiser. He had to know what had become of Bryn. With the crystal cupped in his hands, he began to sing. Soft and low, his voice called forth the dormant power of the stone, reaching into its murky depths. The light slowly rose from within and spread outward, a flood of whiteness that brightened the terrible gloom and brought an unexpected smile to his face. "Bryn!" he cried softly. The image came to life, his sister's face suspended within the light before him. He sang, steady and slow, and the image sharpened. She stood before a lake now. The sadness on her face had turned to shock. Stiff and unmoving, she stared out across the gray and misted waters at a cloaked and hooded apparition that hung upon the air. Slowly the image turned as he sang, swinging about to where he could see the face of the apparition. The wish song wavered and broke as the face drew near. The face was Bryn's. Then a furtive rustling sound from across the darkened cell turned Jair's stomach to ice. Instantly, he went still and the strange vision faded. Jair's hands closed about the vision crystal, desperately drawing it down within his tattered clothing, knowing even then that it was already too late. "See, little friend, you have found a way to help me," a cold, familiar reptilian voice hissed. And the cloaked form of the Mwelred Stythys advanced through the open cell door. On the shore's edge at the lake of the Grim Pond, there was a long, endless moment of silence, broken only by the soft lapping of the grey waters as they washed against the rocks. The Shade and the Veil Girl faced each other in the gloom of mist and shadow like voiceless ghosts called forth from another world and time. "Look upon me," the Shade commanded. Bryn kept her gaze steady. The face the Grim Pond wore was her own, drawn, haggard, and ravaged with grief, and where her own dark eyes would have been, twin slits of crimson light burned like coals. Her smile taunted her from the Shade's lips, teasing with insidious purpose, the laughter low and evil. "Do you know me?" came the whisper. "Speak my name." Bryn swallowed against the tightness in her throat. "You are the Grim Pond." The laughter swelled. "I am you, Bryn of the Vale people, Bryn of the houses of Omsford and Shannara. I am you. I am the telling of your life, and in my words you shall find your destiny. Seek, then, what you will." The hissing of the Grimpan's voice died into a sudden roiling of the waters over which it hung suspended. A fine, thin spray exploded geyser-like into the misted air and showered down upon the Veil Girl. It was as cold as death's forbidden touch. The Grimpan's crimson eyes narrowed. "Would you know, child of the light, of the darkness that is the Ildach?" Wordlessly, Bryn nodded. The Grimpon laughed mirthlessly and glided closer. "All that is and all that was of the dark magic traces to the book, bound by threads that close you and yours tight about. Wars of races, wars of man-fairy demons, all one hand. Like rhymes of the voice, all are one. The humankind come to the dark magic, seeking power that they cannot hope to make their seeking then death. They creep to the hiding place of the book, drawn by the lure, by the need. One time to the face of death, one time to the pit of night. Each time they find what they seek and are lost to it, changed from moral self to spirit. Bearers and wraiths, all are one. And the evil is one with them." The voice faded. Bryn's mind raced, thinking through the meaning of what she had been told. One time to the face of death, Skull Mountain. Past and present were one, Skull Bearer and Mord Wraith. That was the Grimpan's meaning. They were born of the same evil. And somehow, in some way, all of it was bound together in a single source. "The dark magic made them all," she said quickly. "Warlock Lord and Skull Bearers in the time of my great-grandfather, Mord Wraiths now. That is your meaning, isn't it? Is it?" The voice hissed softly, teasingly. "One of one? Where lies the Warlock Lord now, Veil Girl? Who now gives voice to the magic and sends the Mord Wraiths forth, Bryn stared at the apparition wordlessly. Was it saying that the Warlock Lord had come back again? But no, that was impossible. That voice is dark when it speaks to humankind, the Grimpon intoned in a sing-song hiss. That voice is born of the magic, born of the lore. It is found in different ways, by some in printed word, by some in song. Bryn went cold. "I am not of their kind," she snapped. "I do not use the dark magic." The Grimpon laughed. "Nor does any Veil Girl. The magic uses them. There is the key of all that you seek. There is all you need know." Bryn struggled to understand. "Speak more," she urged. "More? More of what?" The Shade's misted form shimmered darkly. "Would you have me tell you of the eyes that follow you, eyes that seek you out at every turn?" The Veil Girl stiffened. Love sees you in those eyes when they are the eyes that command the crystal. But dark intent sees you likewise when the eyes are sightless and born of your own birthright. Do you see? Are your own eyes open? Not so the eyes of the Druid when he lived, dark shadow of his time. They were closed to the greatest part of the truth, close to what was apparent, had he thought it through. He did not see the truth, poor All-Anon. He saw only the Warlock Lord come again, he saw only what was as what is not as what could be. Deceived, poor All-Anon. Even in death, he walked where the dark magic willed that he should, and when he came to his end, he was seen a fool. Bryn's mind spun. The walkers, they knew he was coming, didn't they? They knew he could come into the wolf's tag. That was why the Jakira was there. Laughter swelled and echoed in the silence of the mist. Truth wins out. But once only, perhaps. Trust not what the Grimpon says. Shall I speak more? Shall I tell you of your journey to the Maelmord with the Clown Prince of Leah and his lost magic? Oh, so desperate he is to have that magic, so much in need of what will destroy him. You suspect it will destroy him, don't you, Veil Girl? Let him have it, then, so that he might have his wish and become one with all who shared that wish before and passed into death. His is the strong arm that leads you to a similar fate. Ah, shall I tell you of how you too shall come to die? Bryn's dusky face tightened. Tell me what you will, Shade. But I will listen only to the truth. So? Am I to judge what is true and what is not, where we speak of what is yet to be? The Grimpon's voice was low and taunting. The book of your life lies open before me, though there are pages yet to write. What shall be written by you, not by words that I may speak. You are the last of three, each to live in the shadow of the others, each to seek to be free of that shadow, each to grow apart therefrom and then to reach back to the ones who went before. Yet your reach is darkest on the land. Bryn hesitated uncertainly. Shay Olmsford must be the first, her father the second, she the third. Each had sought to be free of the legacy of the elven house of Shannara from which all were descended. But what did that last part mean? Ah, your death awaits you in the land of the walkers, the Grimpon hissed softly. Within the pit of dark, within the breast of the magic you seek to destroy, there shall you find your death. It is foreordained, Veil Girl, for you carry its seeds within your own body. The Vala girl's hand came up impatiently. Then tell me how to reach it, Grimpond. Give me a way into the Maelmord that will shield me from the eyes of the walkers. Let me go to my death quickly, if you see it so. The Grimpon laughed darkly. Clever girl, you would seek to have me tell you forthright what you have truly come here to discover. I know what brings you hence, child of the elf kind. You can hide nothing from me, for I have lived since all that was and will live for all that is to be. It is my choice to do so, to stay within this old world and not to be at peace in another. I have made playthings of those of flesh and blood who are my sole companions now, and none have ever broken past the guard I place upon myself. Would you know the truth of what you ask, Veil Girl? Beg it from me, then. Anger welled up within her at the Grimpon's boastful words, and she stepped to the very edge of the grey lake waters. Spray hissed warningly from out of the mist, but she ignored it. I was warned that you would play this game with me, she said, her own voice dangerous now. I have come far and have endured much grief. I have no wish to be teased now by you. Do not press me, Shade. Speak only the truth. How am I to reach the pit of the Maelmord without the walkers seeing where I come? The Grimpon's eyes narrowed sharply, flickering deep red as the silence between the two lengthened. Find your own way, Bryn of the Vale people, the Grimpon hissed. Rage exploded inside Bryn, but by sheer force of will she held it in check. Wordlessly, she nodded in acquiescence, then stepped back and seated herself upon the shore, her cloak pulled close about her. You wait to no purpose, the Shade sneered. But Bryn did not move. She composed herself carefully, breathing in the damp air of the lake and drawing her thoughts close about her. The Grimpon stayed suspended above the waters of the lake, unmoving, its eyes turned toward her. Bryn let those eyes draw her close. A serene look came over her dusky face, and the long black hair fanned back. It does not yet see what I will do. She smiled inwardly, and the thought was gone an instant after it had come. Then softly, she began to sing. The wish song rose into the midday with sweet and gentle words from the lips of the girl seated upon the lakeshore, to fill the air about her. Quickly, it reached out and bound the misted form of the Grimpond, weaving and twisting with its magic. So startled was the Shade that it did not stir from its resting spot, but hung suspended within the web of the magic as it slowly drew tighter. Then, for the barest second, the Grimpon seemed to sense what was happening to it. Beneath its gathered robes, the lake waters boiled and hissed. But the wish song swiftly swept all about the imprisoned form, wrapping it away as if it had become a chrysalis. Now the Vala girl's voice came quicker and with more certain intent. The shrouding of the first song, the gentle, womb-like wrapping that had bound the Grimpond without his seeing, was gone. A prisoner now, as surely as the fly caught within the spider's web, the shade was to be dealt with as its captor chose. Yet the Veil Girl used neither force of arms nor strength of mind against this being, for she had seen that such would be useless. Memories were the weapon she called to her aid now, memories of what had once been, of what had been lost and could never be regained. All came back once more within the wish song's music. There was the touch of a human hand, warm and kind. There was the smell and taste of sweetness and light and the sensation of love and joy, of life and death. There were all these and others, lost to the Grimpond in its present form, barely remembered from the life long since gone. With a cry of anguish, the Grimpond sought to evade the old sensations, shimmering and roiling in a cloud of mist. Yet it could not escape the magic of the song. Slowly, the sensations caught it up and held it, and it was given over to their memories. Bryn could feel the shade's emotions come again to life, and within the memories exhumed, the Grimpond's tears flowed. She sang steadily. When the shade was hers completely, she hardened herself against her own pain and drew back what she had given. No! The apparition howled in dismay. Give them back, Veil Girl. Give them back to me. Tell me what I would know, she sang, the threads of the questions weaving through her song. Tell me. With frightening suddenness, the Grimpond's words came pouring out as if released with the anguish that tore its forgotten soul. Greymark bridges the Maelmord where it lies within the Ravensshorn Greymark, the castle of the Wraiths. There lies the way that is sought, a maze of sewers that runs from its halls and chambers deep beneath the rock on which it stands, to empty into a basin far below. Enter through the sewers, and the eyes of the walkers will not see. The sword of Leah, Bryn pressed harshly. Where can it be found? Tell me. Anguish wrenched the Grimpond through and through as she touched him in taunting strokes with the feel of what had been lost. Spider gnomes! The shade cried desperately. The blade lies within their camp, snatched from the waters of the charred rush, gathered in by the nets and snares they keep fastened to its banks. Abruptly, Bryn drew back the magic of the wish song, filled with the memories and the sensations of the old life. She drew it clear in a swift, painless rush, freeing the imprisoned shade from the trappings that had bound it. The echoes of the song lingered in the stillness that hung across the empty lake, dying into a single haunting note that rang in the midday air. It was a note of forgetfulness, a sweet, ghostly cry that left the Grimpond as it had been. There was a long, terrible silence then. Slowly Bryn rose to her feet and stared full into the face that was the mirror of her own. Something deep within her howled in dismay as she saw the look that came upon that face. It was as if she had done this to herself. And the Grimpond realized now what had been done. You have tricked from me the truth, dark child. The shade wailed bitterly. I sense that you have done so. Ah, black you are. Black. The shade's voice broke, and the grey waters boiled and steamed. Bryn stood frozen at the edge of the lake, afraid to turn away or to speak. Inside, she was empty and cold. Then the Grimpond lifted its robed arm. One last game then, Valagirl, something back from me to you. Let this be my gift. Look into the mist, here beside me where it forms, look closely now. See you this? Bryn knew then that she should flee, but somehow she could not. The mist seemed to gather before her, swirling and spreading in a sheet of grey that lightened and smoothed. A slow, shimmering motion rippled across its surface like still water disturbed, and an image formed, a figure, crouched low within a darkened cell, his movements furtive. Jair snatched back the vision crystal, thrusting it deep within his tunic, praying that the shadows and the gloom hid from Nwelrid what it was that he did. Perhaps he had been quick enough. Perhaps. Saw the magics, Elfling, the harsh voice rasped, dashing his hopes. Sensed all along that the magics were yours. Share them with me, little friend. Show what you have. Jair shook his head slowly, fear mirrored in his blue eyes. Stay away from me, Stythys. Stay back from me. The Nwelrid laughed, a low, guttural laugh that echoed in the emptiness of the cell and the long corridors beyond. The creature swelled suddenly within the dark robes, rising up against the dim light like a monstrous shadow. Threatens me, small one? Crush you like a tiny egg if you ussy the magics on me. Stay quiet now, little friend. Look into my eyes. See the lights. Lidded, scaled eyes glimmered, cold and compelling. Jair forced his own eyes down, knowing that he could not look, that if he did so he would belong once again to the creature. But it was so hard not to look. He wanted to see into those eyes, he wanted to be drawn into them and the peace and serenity that waited there. See, Elfling, the monster hissed. Jair's hand closed about the small bulk of the vision crystal until he could feel the edges cutting into his palm. Concentrate on the pain, he thought frantically. Don't look. Don't look. Then the Nwelrid hissed angrily and one hand lifted. Give to me the magics. Give them to me. Voiceless, Jair Ohmsford shrank back from him. The Grimpon's robed arm came down sharply and the screen of mist dissolved and was gone. Bryn lurched forward desperately, stepping off the rock-strewn shoreline into the grey waters of the lake. Jair? That had been Jair in the images. What was it that had happened to him? Did you enjoy that game, Bryn of the Vale people? Whispered the Avatar harshly, the waters roiling once again beneath where it hung. Did you see what has happened to your precious brother whom you thought safe within the Vale? Did you see? Bryn fought back against the rage that welled up within her. Lies, Grimpond. You tell only lies this time. The shade chuckled softly. Lies? Think what you wish, Vale Girl. A game is only a game, after all. A diversion from the truth. Or is it truth revealed? Robed arms drew close, the mist swirling. Dark you are, Bryn of Shannara, of Ohmsford, of history spawned. Dark as the magic with which you play. Go from me, now. Take what you have learned of the Clown Prince's magic and the passage to your death. Find what you seek and become what you surely will. Get you gone from me. The Grimpond began to fade back into the grey mist that rolled behind it over the lake's murky waters. Bryn stood transfixed upon the shoreline, wanting to hold the shade back, but knowing that this time she could not. Suddenly the shade paused in its retreat, red eyes narrowing into slits within the mist robes. Bryn's own face leered back at her, a twisted mask of evil. See me as you are, Bryn of the Vale people. Savior and destroyer, mirror of life and death. The magic uses all, dark child even you. Then the Grimpond disappeared back into the wall of the mist, its laughter soft and wicked in the deep silence. Soundlessly, the greyness closed about it and it was gone. Bryn stared after it a moment, lost in a gathering of fears, doubts, and whispered warnings. Then slowly she turned and walked back to the trees. 33. Dark and forbidding, the Mwelrit Stythys advanced through the gloom of the little cell, and Jair backed slowly away. Give to me the magics, the monster hissed, and the crooked fingers beckoned. Release them, Elfling. The Veil Man retreated further into the shadows, the chains that bound his wrists and ankles dragging. Then the cell wall was pressing into his back and there was nowhere left to go. I cannot even run from him. He thought desperately. A soft scraping of leather boots on stone sounded from the cell entry and the gnome jailer appeared from the corridor beyond. Head lowered into shadow, the hooded form passed silently through the open doorway into the room. Stythys turned at the other's approach, cold eyes glittering with displeasure. Sent not for little peepless, the Mwelrit muttered darkly, and the scaled hands motioned the gnome away. But the jailer paid no heed. Mute and unresponsive, he shuffled past the lizard creature as if he had not seen him and came directly toward Jair. Head still lowered, hands tucked deep into the folds of the ragged cloak, the gnome slipped wraith-like through the dark. Jair watched his approach with mingled surprise and uncertainty. As the little man came closer, the Veil Man shrank back in repulsion against the stone of the cell wall, the iron of his chains clanking as he raised his hands defensively. Stand away, little peepless. Stythys rasped, angry now, and his scaled body drew itself up menacingly. But the gnome jailer had already reached Jair, a hunched and voiceless thing as he stood before the Veil Man. Slowly the cowled head lifted. Jair's eyes went wide. The gnome in the ragged cloak and hood was not the jailer. Need a little help, boy? Slanter whispered. Then a black-clad form leaped from the shadowed corridor without, and the slender blade of a long sword pressed up against the throat of an astonished Stythys, forcing him back against the cell wall. Not a sound from you, Garrett Jax warned. Not a twitch. Either, and you'll be dead before you finish. Garrett, you're alive. Jair exclaimed in disbelief. Alive and well, the other replied, but the hard grey eyes never moved from the Mwelrit. Hurry and set the Veil Man free, gnome. Just be patient a moment. Slanter had produced a ring of iron keys from beneath the cloak and was trying each key in turn in the shackles that bound the Veil Man. Confounded things don't fit the lock, aha this one, The locks on the wrist and ankle bindings clicked sharply and the chains fell away. Slanter, Jair gripped the gnome's arm as Slanter stripped away the jailer's ragged cloak and tossed it aside. How on earth did you ever manage to find me? No real trick to that, boy. The gnome snorted, rubbing at the other's bruised wrists to restore the circulation. I told you I was the best tracker you'd ever met. Weather didn't help much, of course washed out half the signs, turned the whole of the forest land to muck. But we picked up the lizard's tracks right outside the tunnels and knew he'd bring you here, whatever his intentions. Cells in Dunphy Arran are always for sale to anyone with the right price and no questions asked. People in them for sale the same way. Lock you away until your bones, unless. Talk about it later, gnome, Garrett Jax cut him short. You. He jabbed sharply at the Mwelrit. You walk ahead, keep everyone away from us. No one is to stop us, no one is to question us. If they do. Leave us me here, little peepless. The creature hissed. Yes, leave him, Slanter agreed, his face wrinkling in distaste. You can't trust the lizards. But Garrett Jax shook his head. He goes. Farakar thinks we can use him. Jair started. Farakar is here, too. But Slanter was already propelling him toward the cell door, spitting in open disdain at the Mwelrit as he walked past. He'll do us no good, weapons master, he insisted. Remember, I warned you. They were in the hallway beyond then, crouched in the shadows and the silence, Slanter at the Veilman's elbow as Garrett Jax brought Stythys through the door. The weapons master paused for a moment, listened, then shoved Stythys before him as they started back down the darkened corridor. A torch burned in a wall rack ahead of them. When they reached it, Slanter snatched the brand away and assumed the lead. Black Pit, this place. He growled softly, picking his way through the gloom. Slanter. Jair whispered urgently. Is Farakar here, too? The gnome glanced at him briefly and nodded. The dwarf, the elf, and the borderman as well. Said we'd started this journey together and that's how we'd finish it. He shook his head ruefully. Guess we're all mad. They slipped back through the labyrinth passageways of the prisons, the gnome and the Veilman leading and the weapons master a step behind with his sword pressed close against the back of the Mwelrit. They hastened through blackness, silence, and the stench of death and rot, passing the closed and rusted doors of the prison cells and working their way back into the light of day. Gradually, the gloom began to recede as slivers of daylight, gray and hazy, brightened the passages ahead. The sound of rain reached their ears, and a small, sweet breath of clean air brushed past them. Then once again the massive, iron-bound doors of the building entrance appeared before them, closed and barred. Wind and rain blew against them in sharp gusts, drumming against the wood. Slanter tossed aside the torch and hastened ahead to peer through the watch slot for what waited without. Jair joined him, gratefully breathing in the fresh air that slipped through. I never thought to see you again, he whispered to the gnome. Not any of you. Slanter kept his eyes on the slot. You have the luck, all right. I thought no one was left to come for me. I thought you dead. Hardly, the gnome growled. After I lost you in the tunnels and couldn't figure out what had become of you, I went on through to the cliffs north above Capale. Tunnel ended there. I knew if the others were alive, they'd come through just as I had, because that was what the weapons master's plans had called for. So I waited. Sure enough, they found each other, then found me. And then we came after you. Jair stared at the gnome. Slanter, you could have left them too. No one would have known. You were free. The gnome shrugged, discomfort reflecting in his blocky face. Was I? He shook his head disdainfully. Never stopped to think about it. Garrett Jax had reached them now, prodding Stythys before him. Still raining? He asked Slanter. The gnome nodded. Still raining. The weapons master sheathed the slender sword in one fluid motion and a long knife appeared in its place. He pushed Stythys up against the corridor wall, his lean face hard. A head taller than Garrett Jax when first surprised by him in Jair's cell, Stythys had shrunk down again, coiled like a snake within his robes. Green eyes glittered evilly at the Southlander, cold and unblinking. Leave us me, little peepless, he whined once more. Garrett Jax shook his head. Once outside, walk close to me, Mwelrit. Don't try to move away. Don't play games. Cloaked and hooded, we shouldn't be recognized. The rain will keep most away, but if anyone comes close, you turn them. Remember, it wouldn't take much to persuade me to cut your throat. He said it softly, almost gently, and there was a chilling silence. The Mwelrit's eyes narrowed into slits. Have us the magics. He hissed angrily. Needs nothing from me. Leave us me. Garrett Jax brought the point of the long knife tight against the other's scaled throat. You go. Cloaks wrapped close about them, they pulled open the heavy wooden doors of the darkened prison and stepped out into the light. Rain fell in blinding sheets from gray, clouded skies, blown against the fortress walls by the wind. Heads bent against its force, the four started across the muddied yard toward the battlements that lay immediately north. Scattered knots of gnome hunters passed them by without slowing, anxious only to get in out of the weather. On the watchtowers, sentries huddled in the shelter of stonework nooks and bays, miserable with the cold and damp. No one cared anything about the little party that crossed below. No one even gave them a second glance. Slanter took the lead as the north battlements drew near, guiding them past small lakes of surface water and mudholes to where a pair of iron-grated doors closed away a small court. They pushed through the doors and crossed quickly to a covered entry that led into a squat stone and timber watchtower. Wordlessly, the gnome unlatched the shadowed wooden door and led the way inside. An anteway lay within, brightened by the light of torches jammed into holders on either side of the door. Brushing the water from their cloaks, they paused momentarily while Slanter moved to the edge of a darkened corridor leading left beneath the battlement. After peering into the gloom, the gnome beckoned for them to follow. Garrett Jack snatched one of the torches from its bracket, handed it to Jair, and motioned him after Slanter. A narrow hall opened before them, lined with doors that stretched into the darkness ahead. "Storerooms," Slanter informed Jair, winking. They stepped into the hall. Slanter slipped cautiously ahead. At the third door, he stopped and knocked softly. "It's us," he whispered into the latch. The latch released with a snap, the door swung wide, and Eldfaraker, Helt, and Idani Lesadil appeared. Smiles creasing their battered faces, they surrounded Jair and gripped his hand warmly. "Are you all right, Jair?" The elven prince asked at once, his own face bruised and cut so badly that the Veilman was immediately afraid for him. The elf saw his concern and dismissed it with a shrug. "Just a few scratches. I found an escape passage, but it opened on a thorn bush. Nothing that won't quickly heal. But are you truly all right?" "I'm fine now, Idane." Jair hugged him impulsively. Helt and Faraker were battered about the face and hands as well, the result Jair supposed of having the greater part of that battlement wall fall on them. "I can't believe that you're all here." The Veilman swallowed hard against the knot forming in his throat. "Couldn't very well leave you behind, now could we, Jair?" The giant borderman gripped his arm warmly with one great hand. "Yours is the magic that we need to heal the Silver River." Jair grinned happily, and Faraker stepped close, eyes fixing on the Mwelrit. "I see that you were able to bring him." Garrett Jax nodded without comment. While the others had been greeting Jair anew, he had stayed with Stythys, the long knife pointed at the Mwelrit's throat. "Little peoples be sorry they take us me." The creature hissed venomously. "Finds a way to make them sorry." Slanter spit distastefully into the earth. Faraker pointed at the Mwelrit. "You alone are responsible for what happens to you now, Stythys. Had you not taken the Veilman, you would have been left alone. Since you did take him, you'll have to answer for it. You're going to see us safely out of this place, then safely through the forests north and into the Ravenshorn. Steer us wrong just once, and I'll let Slanter do to you what he'd like to have done in the first place." He glanced at the gnome. "And remember, Stythys, he knows the way as well, so think carefully before you attempt any deception. Let's be gone from here." Slanter growled anxiously. With the gnome leading, the little band passed down the narrow hall through a series of still smaller corridors and arrived at the foot of a winding stone stairway. Slanter put a finger to his lips in warning. In single file, they began to climb. From somewhere above, faint and distant yet, the guttural sound of gnome voices reached their ears. A small wooden door stood closed at the top of the stairs. Slanter paused momentarily, listened, then cracked the door and peered out. Satisfied, he beckoned them through. They stood in a massive armory, its floor piled with stacks of weapons, armor, and provisions. Gray light filtered down through high, barred windows. The chamber was empty, and Slanter led the way hurriedly toward a door set into the far wall. He was almost there when the door abruptly swung open from the opposite side, and he found himself face to face with an entire squad of gnome hunters. The gnomes hesitated, seeing first Slanter, then the odd gathering of faces that followed after him. It was when they caught sight of Faraker that their hands flew to their weapons. "No luck this time, boy." Slanter howled, flinging himself protectively in front of Jair. The gnome hunters came at them in a rush, but already the dark figure of Garrett Jax was moving, the slender sword darting. Down went the foremost of the attackers, and then Faraker was beside the weapon's master, his two-edged axe thrusting back the rest. Behind them, Stythys turned and broke for the door through which they had come, but Helt was on him like a cat, bearing him to the floor. They skidded into a stack of pikes, and the pikes tumbled down about them in a clash of wood and iron. The gnome hunters stood and fought before the open door a moment longer as Garrett Jax and Faraker pressed in on them. Then, with a howl of anger, they broke and fled. The weapons master and the dwarf gave chase as far as the doorway, but seeing that pursuit was pointless, they turned quickly to help the struggling Helt. Together, they hauled Stythys back to his feet, the Mwelrit hissing venomously, his scaled body swelling until he rose above even the giant borderman. Holding the lizard firm, they dragged him to where Slanter and Jair stood peering down the corridor without. From both ends of the corridor, cries of alarm answered those of the fleeing gnome hunters. "Which way do we run?" Garrett Jax snapped at Slanter. Wordlessly, the gnome turned right, away from the fleeing hunters, moving down the corridor at a quick trot and motioning the others to follow. They came after him in a knot, stythys urged on by the long knife Garrett Jax held against his ribs. Stupid little peepless! The Mwelrid rasped in fury. Die us here in the prisons! The hall divided before them. To the left, a gathering of gnomes caught sight of them and charged with weapons drawn. Slanter wheeled and took the little company right. Ahead, a gnome hunter darted from a doorway, but Farakar bowled him over without slowing, banging the fellow's helmeted head against the stone block walls with jarring force. Cries of pursuit rose up all about. Slanter! Jair cried suddenly in warning. Too late. The gnome had stumbled into the midst of a swarm of armed hunters that had burst unexpectedly from an adjoining hall. He went down in a tangle of arms and legs, crying out. Thrusting stythys at Helt, Garrett Jax went to his aid, Farakar and Idani Lesadil a step behind. Weapons glittered sharply in the grey half-light and cries of pain and anger filled the hall. The rescuers swept into the gnomes, thrusting them back from the fallen Slanter. Garrett Jax was like a cat at hunt, fluid and swift, as he parried and cut with the slender sword. The gnomes gave way. Aided by Idani Lesadil, Slanter struggled to his feet once more. Slanter! Get us out of here! Eld Farakar roared, the great, two-edged axe before him. Ahead! Slanter coughed and staggered forward. Surging through the gnomes that still barred their way, the little company raced down the corridor, dragging the reluctant stythys with them. Gnome hunters sprang at them from everywhere, but they threw back the attackers with ferocious determination. Slanter went down again, tripped by the haft of a short spear thrust before him. Instantly Farakar was there, broadaxe hammering at the attacker and one hand dragging Slanter back up. The cries from behind them became a solid roar as hundreds of gnomes flooded the hallway about the armory door and gave chase. Then they were in the clear for a moment, bounding down a flight of stairs, cutting back beneath the flooring to a passageway below. A broad rotunda opened before them, its windows and doors neatly spaced about, closed and shuttered against the weather. Without slowing, Slanter wrenched open the door closest and led the little company back out into the rain. They were in another court, walled and gated. The rain blew wildly in their faces, and thunder rolled across the high bend slowing his pace. Slanter led the way across the court to the gates, pushed them open, and stepped through. An outside stairway circled downward to a line of battlements and watchtowers. Beyond, the dark shadow of the forest pressed close about the walls. Boldly, Slanter led the company down the stairs and onto the battlements. Gnome hunters clustered about the watchtowers now, alerted that something had happened within the fortress. Slanter ignored them. Head lowered, cloak wrapped close, he motioned the others into a passageway beneath the battlements. Within the concealment of their shadow, he gathered the company about him. We're going right through the gates, he announced, his breath ragged. No one talks but me. Keep your hoods up and your heads down. Whatever happens, don't stop. Quick, now. There was no argument, not even from Garrett Jax. Cloaks drawn close and hoods in place, the company slipped from the shadows once more. With Slanter leading, they followed the battlement walls beneath the watchtower to a pair of iron-barred, open gates. A cluster of gnome hunters stood talking before them, heads bent against the weather, sharing a flask of ale. A head or two lifted at their approach, and Slanter waved, calling out something in the gnome tongue that Jair could not understand. One of the hunters drew away from his fellows and stepped out to meet them. Keep moving, Slanter whispered over his shoulder. A few scattered shouts from behind them had reached the ears of the gnome hunters. Startled, they looked back into the fortress to discover what had happened. The little company marched past them without slowing. Instinctively, Jair tried to shrink down within his cloak, tensing so badly he stumbled and almost went down before Eld Farakar caught him. Slanter stepped apart from the others as they came past the watch, blocking away the eyes of the gnome who had thought to detain them. He spoke angrily with the fellow, and Jair caught the word Mwelrid in the conversation. They were clear of the hunters now, all save Slanter, passing beneath the battlements and through the open gates. No one stopped them. As they hurried from Dunphy Aaron into the darkness of the trees, Jair slowed and looked back anxiously. Slanter still stood within the arch, arguing with the watch. Keep your head down. Farakar urged, pushing him ahead. He went into the rain-soaked forest, following reluctantly after the others, and the walls and towers of the fortress disappeared behind him. They pressed on a few minutes longer, weaving their way through the scrub and trees, Eld Farakar in the lead. Then they stopped, gathering beneath a monstrous oak, its leaves fallen and matted into the earth about it in a carpet of muddied yellow. Garrett Jax backed stythys against the gnarled trunk and held him there. They waited in silence. The minutes slipped by. Slanter did not appear. Crouched down at the edge of the little clearing that encircled the old oak, Jair peered helplessly into the rain. The others spoke in hushed tones behind him. The rain fell steadily, spattering in noisy cadence on the earth and forest trees. Still Slanter did not appear. Jair's mouth tightened with determination. If he did not come in the next 5 minutes, the Veil Man was going back for him. He would not leave the Gnome not after what Slanter had done for him. 5 minutes passed, and still Slanter did not appear. Jair rose and looked questioningly at the others, a cluster of cloaked and hooded figures in the dark and the rain. "I'm going back," he told them. Then a rustling noise brought him about and Slanter emerged from the trees. "Took a bit more talking than I thought it would," the gnome announced. "They'll be after us quick enough." Then he saw the look of relief on Jair's face and stopped. "Thinking of going somewhere, boy?" he guessed tightly. "Well, I guess not now," Jair stuttered. A look of amusement spread over the gnome's rough face. "No? Still planning on finding your sister, aren't you?" Jair nodded. "Good. Then you are going somewhere after all. You're going north with the rest of us. Get moving." Motioning to the others, he turned into the trees. "We'll ford the river 6 miles upstream to throw off any pursuit that lasts that long. River's deep there, but I guess we can't get much wetter than we are." Jair permitted himself a brief smile, then followed after the others. The peaks of the high bends rose before them, misted and gray through the trees. Beyond, still far to the north and hidden from view, the mountains of the Ravenshorn waited. It might yet be a long way to Greymark, the Veilman thought, breathing in the cool autumn air and the smell of the rain, but for the first time since Capale he felt certain that they were going to get there. 34. Bryn spoke little on the journey back from the Grimpond to Hearthstone. She needed to sort through and decipher the meaning of all that the Shade had told to her, for she knew that her confusion would only grow greater with the passage of time. Pressed by her companions to tell all that the Grimpond had told to her, she revealed only that the missing sword of Leah was in the hands of the spider gnomes and that the way to enter the Maelmord without being seen was through Greymark's sewers. After saying that much, she begged them to forbear from any further questioning until they had returned to the valley, then gave herself over to the task of reconsidering all that she had been told. The strange image of Jair in that darkened room with the cloaked form advancing so menacingly toward him was foremost in her mind as she began the task of sorting through the puzzle given her. In spite and anger, the Grimpond had conjured up that image, and she could not believe that there was any truth in what she had been shown. The cloaked form was neither gnome nor Mord Wraith, and those were the enemies that sought the Omsfords. It angered her that she had stayed to watch the image play itself out before her, teasing her as the Grimpond had intended that it should. Had she any sense, she would have turned away at once and not let herself be taunted. Jair was safe in the Vale with her parents and their friends. The Grimpond's image was but a loathsome lie. And yet she could not be entirely certain. Unable to do anything further with that concern, she pushed it aside and turned her thoughts to the other mysteries that the Grimpond had given her. There were many. Past and present were joined in some way by the dark magic, the Shade had hinted. The power that the Warlock Lord had wielded in the time of Shay Omsford was the power wielded in her own time by the Mord Wraiths. But there was more to the Grimpond's meaning. There was mention of some tie between the wars of the races and the more recent war her father and the Westland elves had fought against the demons of the fairy world. There was that insidious suggestion that while the Warlock Lord had been destroyed by the magic of the Sword of Shannara, he was not really gone. Who now gives voice to the magic and sends the Mord Wraiths forth? The Grimpond had asked. Worst of all was the Shade's sly insistence that Alanon, who through all his years of service to the Four Lands and her people had always foreseen everything, had this time been deceived. Thinking that he saw the truth, he had let his eyes be closed. What was it the Grimpond had said? That Alanon saw only the Warlock Lord come again, that he saw only what was past. What do you see? The Shade had whispered. Are your eyes open? Frustration welled up within her, but she brought it quickly under control. Frustration would only serve to blind her further, and she needed to keep her vision clear, if she was even to begin to comprehend the Grimpond's words. Suppose, she reasoned, that Alanon had indeed been deceived, an assumption that was difficult for her to accept, but one that she must accept if she were to puzzle through what she had been told. In what way could that deception have been worked? It was evident enough that the Druid had been deceived in his belief that the Wraiths would not anticipate their coming into the Eastland through the Wolf's Tag, or that the Wraiths could not follow them after they left the Vale. Were these deceptions only bits and pieces of some greater deceit? Are your own eyes open? Do you see a dot? The words whispered again in her mind, a warning that she did not understand. Was the deception of Alanon in some way her own? She shook her head against her confusion. Reason it through, she told herself. She must assume that Alanon had been deceived somehow in his analysis of the danger that confronted them in the Maelmord. Perhaps the power of the Mord Wraiths was greater than he had supposed. Perhaps some part of the Warlock Lord had survived the Master's destruction. Perhaps the druid had underestimated the strength of their enemies or overestimated their own strength. She thought then of what the Grimpond had said about her. Dark child, he had called her, doomed to die in the Maelmord, the bearer of the seeds of her own destruction. Surely that destruction would come from the magic of the Wishsong and inadequate and erratic defense against the dark magic of the Walkers. The Mord wraiths were victims of their magic. But so, too, was she, the Grimpond had said. And when she had heatedly replied that she was not like them, that she did not use the dark magic, the Shade had laughed and told her that none used the magic that the magic used them. There is the key to what you seek, he had said. That was another puzzle. It was certainly true that the magic used her as much as she used it. She remembered her anger against the men from west of Spanning Ridge at the Rooker Line Trading Center and how Allanan had shown her what the magic could do to those trees so closely intertwined. Savior and destroyer she would be both, the Shade of Bremen had warned. And now the Grimpond had warned her, too. Codline whispered something at her side, then danced away as Kimber Bow told him to behave. Her thoughts scattered momentarily, and she watched the old man slip into the forest wilderness, laughing and chittering like one half gone into madness. She breathed the cool afternoon air deeply, seeing the shadows of early evening beginning to slip down about the land. She found herself missing Allanan. Odd that she should, for his dark and formidable presence had been small comfort to her in the days that she had traveled with him. But there had been that strange kinship between them, that sense of understanding, and of being in some way similar. Was it the magic they shared, the Wishsong and the druid power? She found tears forming in her eyes as she pictured his broken form once again, slumped down within that sunlit glen, bloodied and torn. How terrible he had looked to her, stricken by impending death, his hand lifting to touch her forehead with his blood, a lonely, worn figure in her mind, steeped not so much in druid power as in druid guilt. He had bound himself by his father's oath to purge the druids of the responsibility they bore for unleashing the dark magic into the world of men. And now that responsibility had been passed to her. Afternoon faded into evening, and the little company passed down out of the Anner wilderness into the valley of Hearthstone. Bryn ceased to puzzle over the words of the Grimpond and began to think instead of what she was to tell her companions and what she was to do with the small bit of knowledge that she had gained. Her own lot in this matter was fixed, but not so that of the others, not even Roan. If she were to tell him all that she had been told by the Grimpond, perhaps he could be persuaded to let her go on alone. If it was predetermined that she must go to her death, perhaps she could at least keep him from going to his. An hour later they were gathered together before the fireplace in the little cottage, drawn up in covered chairs and on benches Bryn, the old man, the girl, and Ronlia. The warmth of the flames danced off their faces as the night settled down, cold and still. Whisper slept peacefully upon his rug, his giant body stretched full length before the fire. Invisible most of the day on their journey to and from the Grimpond, the moor-cat had reappeared on their return and promptly curled up in his favorite resting spot. The Grimpond appeared to me in my own image, Bryn began quietly as the others listened. It took my face and taunted me with what it said I was. It plays those games, Kimber said sympathetically. You must not be bothered by it. All lies and deceits. It is a dark and twisted thing, Codline whispered, his stick-like frame hunched forward. Locked within its pool since before the loss of the old world, speaking riddles no man could hope to unravel or woman either. Grandfather, Kimber Bow cautioned gently. What was it that the Grimpond had to say? Roan wanted to know. What I have told you, Bryn replied. That the sword of Leah is in the hands of the spider gnomes, pulled from the waters of the charred rush. That the way into the Maelmord without being seen by the walkers is through the sewers of Greymark. There was no deceit in this? He pressed. She shook her head slowly, thinking of the dark way in which she had used the Wishsong's magic. Not in this. Codline snorted. Well, the rest was lies, I'll wager. Bryn turned to him. The Grimpond said that death would come to me in the Maelmord, that I could not escape it. There was a hushed silence. Lies, just as the old man says, Roan muttered finally. The Grimpond said that your death awaits you there as well, Roan. It said that we both carry the seeds of that death and the magic we would wield, yours in the sword of Leah, mine in the Wishsong. And you believe that nonsense? The Highlander shook his head. Well, I don't. I can look after the both of us. Bryn smiled sadly. But what if the Grimpond's words are not lies? What if that part, too, is truth? Must I bear your death on my conscience, Roan? Will you insist on dying with me? Roan flushed at the rebuke. If I must. Allanan made me your protector when I sought to be so. What manner of protector would I be if I were to abandon you now and let you go on alone? If it is predetermined that we should die, Bryn, then let that not be on your conscience. Let it be on mine. Bryn had tears in her eyes again and she swallowed hard against the feelings coursing through her. Girl, no crying now, no crying. Cogline was suddenly on his feet, shuffling over to where she sat. To her surprise, he reached up gently and brushed the tears away. It's all games with the Grimpond, all lies and half-truths. The shade predicts everyone's death as if it were blessed with special insight. Here. What can a spirit thing know of death? He patted Bryn on the shoulder, then scowled inexplicably at Roan, as if the fault were somehow his, and muttered something about drat trespassers. Grandfather, we must help them, Kimber said suddenly. Cogline wheeled on her, bristling. Help them? And just what is it that we've been doing, girl? Gathering firewood? No, I don't think that, grandfather, but nothing. Crooked Arms gestured impatiently. Of course we're going to help them. Veil Girl and Highlander stared at the old man in astonishment. Cogline cackled shrilly, then kicked at the sleeping Whisper and brought the cat's whiskered face up with a jerk. Me and this worthless animal, we're going to help all we can. Can't be having tears like those. Can't be having guests wandering all over the place with no one to show them the way. Grandfather, the girl started to interrupt, but the old man brushed her aside. Haven't had a run at those spider gnomes for some time now, have we? Good idea to let them know that we're still here in case they think we moved out. Up on Toffer Ridge, they'll be not this time of year. No, they'll be down off the ridge to the moor with the seasons change at hand. That's their ground, that's where they'd take a sword like that if they pulled it from the river. Whisper will track it for us. Then we'll turn east, skirt the moor, and cross to the Ravenshorn. Day or two, maybe, all told. He wheeled back again. But not you, Kimber. Can't have you out and about in that country. Walkers and all are too dangerous. You stay here and keep the home. Kimber gave him a hopeless look. He still thinks of me as a child. I am the one who should worry for him. Ha! You don't have to worry for me. Cogline snapped. Kimber smiled indulgently, her pixie face calm. Of course I have to worry for you. I love you. She turned to Bryn. Bryn, you have to understand something. Grandfather never leaves the valley anymore without me. He requires the use of my eyes and my memory from time to time. Grandfather, don't be angry with what I say, but you know that sometimes you are forgetful. Besides, Whisper will not always do what you tell him. He will disappear on you when you least want him to, if you try to go alone. Cogline frowned. Stupid cat does that, all right. He glanced down at Whisper, who blinked back at him sleepily. Waste of my time trying to teach him differently. Very well, I suppose we'll all have to go. But you keep out of harm's way, girl. Leave that part to me. Bryn and Roan exchanged hurried glances. Kimber turned to them. It is settled then. We can leave at dawn. The Veil Girl and the Highlander stared at each other in disbelief. What was happening? As if it were the most natural thing in the world, it had just been decided that a girl barely more than Bryn's age, a half-crazed old man, and a sometimes disappearing cat would retrieve for them the missing sword of Leah from some creatures they had labeled as spider gnomes and then afterward guide them into the mountains of the Ravenshorn and Greymark. Gnomes and walkers and other dangerous beings would be all about beings whose power had destroyed the druid Alanon, and the old man and the girl were acting as if none of that really made any difference at all. Kimber, no, Bryn said finally, not knowing what else to say. You can't go with us. She's right, Roan agreed. You can't even begin to understand what we'll be up against. Kimber Bow look at each of them in turn. I understand better than you think. I told you before, this land is my home. And grandfather's. We know its dangers and we understand them, You don't understand the walkers. Roan exploded. What can the two of you do against the walkers? Kimber held her ground. I don't know. Much the same as you, I guess. Avoid them. And what, if you can't avoid them? Roan pressed. What then? Cogline snatched a leather bag belted at his waist and held it forth. Give them a taste of my magic, Outlander. Give them a taste of a fire they know nothing about at all. The Highlander frowned doubtfully and looked at Bryn for help. This is crazy. He snapped. Do not be so quick to dismiss my grandfather's magic, Kimber advised, with a reassuring nod to the old man. He has lived in this wilderness all of his life and survived a great many dangers. He can do things you might not expect of him. He will be of great help to you. As will Whisper and I as well. Bryn shook her head. I think this is a very bad idea, Kimber. The girl nodded her understanding. You will change your mind, Bryn. In any case, you really don't have a choice. You need Whisper to track. You need grandfather to guide you. And you need me to help them do that. Bryn started to object once more, then stopped. What was she thinking? They had come to Hearthstone in the first place because they needed someone to guide them through Darklyn Reach. There was only one man who could do that, and that man was Cogline. Without Cogline, they might wander the wilderness country of the Anor for weeks that they did not have. Now that they had found him and he was offering them the help they so desperately needed, here she was trying to refuse it. She hesitated. Perhaps she had good reason for doing so. Kimber appeared to her as a girl whose heart was greater than her strength. But the fact remained that Cogline was unlikely to go anywhere without her. Did Bryn, then, have the right to put her concern for Kimber above the dictates of the trust which she had been given by Allanan? She did not think so. I believe the matter is decided, Kimber said softly. Bryn looked at Roan one final time. The Highlander shook his head in helpless resignation. Bryn turned back and smiled wearily. I guess it is, she agreed and hoped against reason that it had been decided correctly. 35. They departed Hearthstone at dawn of the following day and journeyed northeast through the forestland toward the dark rise of Taffa Ridge. Travel was slow, as it had been during their trek north to the Grimpond. The whole of the wilderness beyond the valley between the Ravenshorn and the Rab was a treacherous maze of craggy ravines and drops that could cripple the unwary. With packs strapped tightly across their backs and weapons secured about their waists, Bryn, Roan, Kimber Bow, and Cogline wound their way cautiously ahead on a warm, sweet-smelling autumn day filled with sound and color. Only occasionally visible, the shadowy form of Whisper kept pace in the trees about them. The members of the little company felt rested and alert, much more so than they should have, since their discussion of the previous night had not ended until early morning. They knew that lack of sleep would catch up with them eventually, but for now, at least, they were filled with the tension and excitement of their quest, and all traces of weariness were easily brushed aside. Not so easily dismissed, however, were Bryn's feelings of uncertainty about taking along Kimber and Cogline. The decision had been made, the pledge given, and the journey begun, yet still the uncertainty that had troubled her from the first would not subside. Some doubts and fears would have been there in any case, she supposed, fostered by her knowledge of the dangers that lay ahead and by the haunting prophecies of the Grimpond. But such doubts and fears would have been for her and for Roan, whose determination to stand with her in this was so strong that she had finally accepted that he would never be persuaded to leave her. The doubts and fears would not have been, as they were now, for the old man and the girl. All of their reassurances notwithstanding, the Veil girl still thought neither strong enough to survive the power of the dark magic. How could she see it otherwise? It made no difference that they had lived all these years within the wilderness of the Anor, for the dangers they would face now were not dangers made of this world and time. What magics or lore could they hope to employ that would turn aside the Mord Wraiths when the Walkers were next encountered? It frightened Bryn to think of the power of the Mord Wraiths being turned against the girl and the old man. It frightened her more than anything that she could imagine might happen to her. How could she live with the knowledge that she had permitted them to come on this journey, if it were to end in their deaths? And yet Kimber seemed so certain of herself and of her grandfather. There was neither fear nor doubt in her mind. There was only her self-assurance, determination, and that unshakable sense of obligation toward Bryn and Roan that motivated her in what she had undertaken to do for them. We are friends, Bryn, and friends do for each other what they see needs to be done, the girl had explained in the late hours of the previous night when all talk had drifted into weary whispers. Friendship is a thing sensed inwardly as much as a thing pledged openly. One feels friendship and becomes bound by it. It was this that drew Whisper to me and gained me his loyalty. I loved him as he loved me, and each of us sensed that in the other. I have sensed it with you as well. We are to be friends, all of us, and if we are to be friends, then we must share both good and bad in our friendship. Your needs become mine. That's a very beautiful sentiment, Kimber, she had replied. But what if my needs are too great, as they are in this instance? What if my needs are too dangerous to share? All the more reason that they must be shared. Kimber had smiled somberly. And shared with friends. We must help each other if the friendship is to mean anything at all. There really wasn't much to be said after that. Bryn might have argued that Kimber barely knew her, that she was owed no obligation, and that this quest she had been given was hers alone and not the responsibility of the girl and her grandfather. But such arguments would have meant nothing to Kimber, who saw so clearly the relationship between them as one of equals, and whose sense of commitment was such that there could be no compromise. The journey wore on and the day slipped past. It was a savage timberland through which they passed, a rugged mass of towering black oaks, elms, and gnarled hickories. Their lofty, twisted limbs stretched wide like giants' arms. Through the bones of the forest roof, skeletal and stripped of their leaves, the sky shone deep crystal blue, with sunshine streaming down to brighten the woodland shadows with friendly patches of light. Yet the sunlight was but a brief daytime visitor to this wilderness. Here, only the shadows belong, pervasive, impenetrable, filled with a subtle hint of hidden dangers, of things unseen and unheard, and of a phantom life that came awake only when the light was completely gone and the forest land lay wrapped in blackness. That life lay waiting, concealed silently within the darkened heart of these woodlands, a cunning and hateful force that resented the intrusion of these creatures into its private world and would snuff them out as a wind would a candle's small flame. Bryn sensed its presence. It whispered softly in her mind, worming past the slender thread of confidence lent her by the presence of those who traveled with her, warning her that when nightfall came again, she must be very careful. Then the sun began to drop below the western skyline and dusk to settle over the land. The dark line of Toffer Ridge loomed before them, a rugged and uneven shadow, and Cogline took them through a twisting pass that breached its wall. They walked in silence, fatigue now beginning to slip through them. Insect sounds filled the darkness, and high above them, lost in the tangle of the great trees, nightbirds sent forth their shrill calls. Ridgeline and wilderness forest tightened about them, closing them away in the darkened pass. The air, warm all day, grew hot and unpleasant, and its smell turned stale. That hidden life which waited within the woodland shadows came awake and rose up to look about. Abruptly, the timber broke apart before them, sloping sharply downward through the ridgeline into a vast, featureless lowland shrouded in mist and lighted in eerie glow by stars and a strange, pale orange gibbous moon that hung at the edge of the eastern horizon. Sullen and dismal, the sprawling bottomland was little more than a shadowed black mass of stillness that seemed to open into the earth like some bottomless canyon where Toffer Ridge slipped away into the mist. Olden Moor, Kimber whispered softly. Bryn stared down at the moor in watchful silence. She could feel it staring back. Midnight came and went, and time slowed until it seemed to cease all passage. A hint of wind fluttered enticingly across Bryn's dust-streaked face and faded away. She looked up expectantly, but there was nothing more. The heat returned, harsh and oppressive. She felt as if she had been shut within a furnace, its unseen fire snatching from her aching lungs the very air she needed to survive. In the bottomland, the autumn night gave nothing back of its cooling promise. Sweat soaked Bryn's clothing through, ran down her body in distracting rivulets, and coated her worn countenance with a silver-gray sheen. Muscles cramped and knotted wearily. Though she shifted about frequently in an effort to relieve the discomfort, she quickly found there were no new positions to be tried. The ache simply followed. Swarms of gnats buzzed annoyingly, drawn by the moisture from her body, biting at her face and hands as she brushed at them uselessly. All about her, the air reeked of rotting wood and stagnant water. Crouched in the concealing shadows of a clump of rocks with Roan, Kimber, and Cogline, she stared downward along the base of the ridgeline to where the camp of the spider gnomes lay settled at the edge of Olden Moor. A jumble of makeshift huts and burrows, the camp stretched between the base of Toffer Ridge and the darkness of the moor. A scattering of fires burned in its midst, their sullen, ragged light barely penetrating the gloom. The crooked, bent shadows of the camp's inhabitants passed through the muted glare. The spider gnomes, their strange and grotesque bodies covered with gray hair, were naked to the elements as they skittered about in the withered long grass on all fours, hunched and faceless. Large groups of them gathered at the edge of the moor, shielded from the mist by the flames as they chanted dully into the night. Calling to the dark powers, Cogline had informed his companions hours earlier, after first bringing them to this hiding place. A tribal people, the gnomes, the spider folk more so than any, believe in spirits and dark things that rise from other worlds with the change of seasons. Call to them for their own strength, do the gnomes, hoping at the same time that strength doesn't turn against them. Ha! Superstitious stuff, dot. But the dark things were real sometimes, however, Cogline told them. There were things within Olden Moor as dark and terrible as those that inhabited the forests of the wolf's tag, things born of other worlds and lost magics. They were called were-beasts. They lived within the mists, creatures of dreadful shapes and forms that preyed upon body and mind, snaring mortal beings weaker than they and draining away their lives. The were-beasts were not imaginary, Cogline admitted grimly. It was against their coming that the spider gnomes sought to protect themselves, for the spider gnomes were the were-beasts' favorite food. Now, with the autumn's change to winter, the gnomes come down to the moor to call out against the rise of the mists. The old man's voice had been a harsh whisper. Gnomes think the winter won't come or the mists stay low if they don't. A superstitious folk. Come here like this each fall for nearly a month, whole camps, whole tribes of them just migrate down off the ridge. Call out to the dark powers day and night so that the winter will keep them safe and keep the beasts away. He grinned secretively and winked. Works, too. Were-beasts feed off them for that whole month, you see. Eat enough to carry them through the winter. No need to go onto the ridge after that. Cogline had known where the spider people would be found. With the fall of night, the little group had traveled north along the base of the ridgeline until the gnome camp had been sighted. Then, as they hunched down within the concealment of the rocks, Kimber Bow had explained what must happen next. They will have your sword with them, Roan. A sword such as that, pulled from the waters of the charred rush, will be considered a talisman sent to them by their dark powers. They will set it before them, hoping it will shield them from the werbeasts. We must discover where it is housed and then steal it back from them. How will we do that? Roan had asked quickly. He had talked of little else for the whole of their journey there. The lure of the sword's power had claimed him once more. Whisper will track it, she had replied. If given your scent, he can follow it to the sword, however well concealed. Once he has found it, he will return to lead us in. So Whisper had been given the Highlander's scent and dispatched into the night. He had gone soundlessly, fading into the shadows, lost from view almost instantly. The four from Hearthstone had been waiting ever since for his return, crouched down in the humid dark and the fetid dampness of the bottomland, listening and watching. The Moor cat had been gone a very long time. Bryn closed her eyes against the weariness that seeped through her and tried to block the sound of the gnomes chanting from her mind. A dull, empty monotone, it went on ceaselessly. Several times, while she listened, there had been screams from close to the mist, shrill, quick, and horror-stricken. Almost at once, though, they had ceased. Still the chanting went on. A monstrous shadow detached itself from the dark right in front of her, and she started to her feet with a small cry. "Hush, girl!" Codline yanked her down again, one bony hand slipping tightly across her mouth. "It's only the cat." Whisper's massive head materialized then, luminous blue eyes winking lazily as he padded up to Kimber. The girl bent down to wrap her arms about him, stroking him gently, whispering in his ear. For several moments she spoke with the Moor cat, and the cat nuzzled and rubbed up against her. Then she turned back to them, excitement dancing in her eyes. "He has found the sword, Roan." Instantly Roan was beside her. "Take me to where it can be found, Kimber," he begged. "We will have a weapon then with which to face the walkers and any other dark thing that might serve them." Bryn fought back against the bitterness that welled up suddenly within her. Roan has forgotten already what little good the sword did him in Alanon's defense, she thought. He was consumed by his need for it. Codline called them close, while Kimber spoke a quick word to Whisper. Then they began their descent into the camp of the gnomes. They crept down off the rise on which they had hidden, crouched low against the shadow of the ridgeline. Light from the distant fires barely touched them here, and they slipped swiftly ahead. Warnings nudged Bryn Olmsford's restless mind, whispering to her that she must turn back, that nothing good lay this way. "Too late," she whispered back. "Too late." The camp drew closer. In the gradual brightening of the fires, the spider gnomes grew more distinct, crouched forms creeping about the huts and burrows like the insects for which they were named. They were loathsome things to look upon, all hair and sharp ferret eyes, bent and crooked forms drawn from some best-forgotten nightmare. Dozens of them slipped about, emerging from and then disappearing into the gloom, chittering in a language less than human. All the while, they continued to gather before the wall of mist and chant in hollow, toneless cadence. The Moor cat and his four companions crept soundlessly along the perimeter of the camp, circling toward its far side. The mist drifted past them in trailing wisps, broken free of the wall that hung motionlessly over the empty reaches of the moor. It was damp and clinging, unpleasantly warm as it touched their skin. Bryn brushed at it distastefully. Ahead, Whisper drew to a halt, his saucer eyes swinging about to find his mistress. Sweating freely now, Bryn glanced about, desperately trying to get her bearings. The darkness was filled with shadows and movement, the warmth of the autumn night, and the drone of the spider gnomes chanting before the moor. "We must go down into the camp," Kimber was saying, her voice a soft, excited whisper. "Now we'll see them jump." Codline cackled gleefully. "Stay clear of them when they do." At a word from the girl, Whisper turned down into the gnome encampment. Slinking soundlessly through the mist, the giant cat moved toward the nearest gathering of butts and burrows. Kimber, Codline, and Roan followed, crouched low. Bryn trailed behind them, her eyes searching the night. To her left, things moved at the fringes of the firelight, crawling through a mass of rocks and slipping into the tall grass. Others appeared further out to their right, lurching toward the sound of the chanting and the wall of mist. Smoke from the fires drifted into Bryn's eyes now, mingling with trailers of fog, stinging and sharp. And suddenly she could not see. Anger and fear rose within her. Her eyes teared and she brushed at them with her hands. A shriek broke suddenly from the darkness, rising above the drone of the chanting and freezing the night about it. A spider gnome leaped from the shadows before them, frantically trying to escape the giant Moor cat that had suddenly appeared in its path. Whisper sprang ahead with a roar, knocking the flailing gnome aside as if it were a bit of deadwood and scattering half a dozen more that blocked the way. Kimber raced beside the giant cat, a slight, swift figure in the dark. Codline and Roan followed, each howling like men gone mad. Desperately, Bryn ran after all of them, struggling to keep pace. Led by the Moor cat, the little company charged down into the very center of the encampment. Spider gnomes flew past them, hairy, crooked shadows that chittered, howled, and leaped for cover. The company raced past the nearest bonfire. Cogline slowed, grappling with the contents of a leather bag secured about his waist. He produced a handful of black powder and threw it squarely into the flames. Instantly, an explosion rocked the bottomland as the fire geysered skyward in a shower of sparks and burning fragments of wood. The chanting before the wall of mist died away as the shrieks of the gnomes in the camp intensified. The four dashed past another fire, and again Cogline threw the black powder into the flames. A second time the earth beneath exploded, filling the night with a flare of brightness and scattering the spider gnomes everywhere. Far ahead, Whisper sprang upward through the firelight like a massive wraith, gaining the summit of a crudely constructed platform that rose close to the wall of mist. The platform splintered and collapsed with a crash, toppled by the weight of the beast, and a collection of jars, carved wooden objects, and glittering weapons spilled to the ground. The sword! Roan cried out above the din of shrieking gnomes. Knocking aside the wiry forms that sought to block his way, he charged ahead. An instant later, he was next to Whisper, snatching from the fallen treasures a slim ebony blade. Leah! Leah! He cried, brandishing the sword of Leah triumphantly above his head and forcing back a handful of gnomes that came at him. Explosions erupted all about them now as Cogline fed the black powder into the gnome fires. The whole of the bottomland was lighted in a yellow glare that surged skyward out of blackened, charred earth. Grass fires burned everywhere. Smoke and mist thickened and rolled across the encampment, and everything began to disappear into it. Bryn ran on after the others, forgotten in the excitement of the battle, falling farther and farther behind. They had abandoned the toppled platform now and turned bulk toward the ridgeline. Little more than dim forms in the haze of smoke and mist, they could barely be seen. Roan, wait! Bryn cried out frantically. Spider gnomes raced past her on all sides, chittering madly. A few reached for her with their hairy limbs, their crooked fingers fastening on her clothing and tearing at it. Wildly, she lashed out at them, breaking free and running on to catch the others. But there were too many. They were all about her, grasping. In desperation, she used the wish song. The strange, numbing cry flung them back from her with howls of dismay. Then she fell, sprawling face forward in the tall grass, dirt flying into her eyes and mouth. Something heavy sprang atop her, a mass of hair and sinew wrapping itself tightly about her. She lost control of herself in that instant, fear and loathing consuming her so that she could no longer reason. She staggered to her hands and knees, but the unseen thing still clung to her. She used the wish song with all the fury that she could muster. It burst from her throat like an explosion, and the thing on her back simply flew apart, shredded with the force of the magic. Bryn whirled then and saw what she had done. A spider gnome lay broken and lifeless against the rocks behind her, curiously small and fragile-looking in death. She stared at the shattered form and for one brief instant she felt an odd, frightening sense of glee. Then she thrust the feeling from her. Voiceless, horror-stricken, she turned and ran blindly into the smoke, all sense of direction lost. Roan! She screamed. She fled into the wall of mist that rose before her and disappeared from view. 36. It was as if the world had fallen away. There was only the mist. Moon, stars, and sky had vanished. Forest trees, mountain peaks, ridgelines, valleys, rocks, and streams were all gone. Even the ground over which Bryn ran was a dim and shapeless thing, its grasses a part of the shifting gray haze. She was alone in the vast and empty void into which she had fled. She stumbled to a weary halt, her arms folding tightly against her body, the sound of her breathing harsh and ragged in her ears. For a long time, she stood within the haze and did not move, only vaguely aware even now that she had become turned about in her flight from the bottomland and run into Olden Moor. Her thoughts scattered like blown leaves, and though she snatched frantically at them, trying to hold them back and gather them together, they were lost almost instantly. A single clear, hard image remained fixed before her eyes, a spider gnome, twisted, broken, and lifeless. Her eyes closed against the light and her hands clasped into fists of rage. She had done what she had said she would never do. She had taken another human life, wrenching it away in a frenzy of fear and anger, using the wish song to do it. Allanan had warned her that it could happen. She could hear the whisper of his caution. Veil Girl, the wish song is power like nothing that I have ever seen. The magic can give life, and the magic can take life away. But I would never use it. The magic uses all, dark child, even you. It was the Grimpen's warning and not Allanon's that mocked her now, and she thrust it from her mind. She straightened. It was not as if she had not known somewhere deep within that she might someday be forced to use the wish song's magic as Allanon had warned. She had recognized the possibility from the moment he had shown her the extent of its power in that simple demonstration of the trees intertwined in the forests of the Run Mountains. It was not as if the death of the spider gnome came as some shocking and unexpected revelation. It was the fact that some part of her had enjoyed what she had done, that some part of her had actually taken pleasure in the killing, that horrified her. Her throat tightened. She remembered the sudden, furtive sense of glee she had felt on seeing the gnome's shattered form, realizing that it was the wish song that had destroyed it. She had reveled for that single instant in the power of the magic. What kind of monster had she let herself become? Her eyes snapped open. She had not let herself become anything. The Grimpond was right, you did not use the magic used you. The magic made you what it would. She could not fully control it. She had discovered that in the encounter at the Rooker Line Trading Center with the men from west of Spanning Ridge and had promised herself that she would never lose control of the magic like that again. But when the spider gnomes had come at her as she fled through their encampment, such control as she had thought to exercise had quickly evaporated under the flood of her emotions and the confusion and urgency of the moment. She had used the magic without any real presence of mind at all, but had simply reacted, wielding the power as Ronlia would wield his sword, a terrible, destructive weapon. And she had enjoyed it. Tears formed at the corners of her eyes. She could argue that the enjoyment had been momentary and tinged with guilt and that her horror at its being would prevent it from reoccurring. But the truth could not be avoided. The magic had proven to be dangerously unpredictable. It had affected her behavior in ways she would not have thought possible. That made it a threat not only to her but to those close to her, and she must guard carefully against that threat. She knew that she could not turn aside from her journey eastward to the Mailmord. Allanan had given her a trust, and she knew that, despite everything that had happened and all that argued against it, she must fulfill that trust. She believed that even now. But even though she was bound by the need she saw, she could yet choose her own code of being. Allanan had intended that the wish song be put to a single use to gain Bryn entry into the pit. She must find a way therefore to keep the magic to herself until it was time to call upon it for that intended use. Only once more would she risk using the magic. Determined, she brushed the tears from her eyes. It would be as she had sworn. The magic would use her no more. She straightened. Now she must find her way back to the others. She stumbled forward again, groping ahead through the gloom, her direction uncertain. Trailers of mist slipped past her, and in their meandering movement she was surprised to discover images. They crowded about her, drawn from the haze into her mind and out again. The images began to take the shapes and forms of memories resurrected from her childhood. Her mother and her father passed before her, larger in memory than in life in their warmth and security, gentle figures that sheltered and loved. Jair was there. Shadows slipped through the strange, empty half-light, ghosts of the past. Allanan might be one of those ghosts, come from death to the living. She looked to find him, half expecting. And suddenly, shockingly, he was there. Come from the mist like the shade he now was, he stood barely a dozen yards distant, grey haze all about him, swirling like the hadeshorn stirred to life. Allanan? She whispered. Yet she hesitated. The shape belonged to Allanan, but it was the mist, only the mist. The shadow that was Allanan slipped back into the gloom, gone, as if it had never really been. Gone. And yet there had been something, after all. Not Allanan, but something else. Swiftly, she glanced about, searching for the thing, sensing somehow that it was out there, watching her. Images danced again before her eyes, borne on the trailers of mist, reflections of her memory. The mist gave them life, a magic that entranced and lured. She stood transfixed in their wake and wondered momentarily if she were indeed going mad. Such imaginings as she was experiencing were certainly indicative of madness, and yet she felt herself clear-headed and sure. It was the mist that sought to seduce her, teasing her with its musings, playing with her memories as if they were its own. It was the mist or something in the mist. Were beast. The word whispered from somewhere back in her consciousness. Codline had warned of the mist things as the little company had crouched within the rocks on the ridgeline overlooking the camp of the spider gnomes. Scattered all through Olden Moor, they preyed on beings weaker than they, snaring them, draining away their lives. She straightened, hesitated, then slowly began to walk ahead. Something moved in the mist with her, a shadow, dim and not fully formed, a bit of night. A were beast. She hastened on, letting her feet take her where they would. She was hopelessly lost, but she could not stay where she was. She must keep moving. She thought of those who had left her behind. Would they be searching for her? Would they be able to find her in this wall of mist? She shook her head doubtfully. She could not depend on that. She must find her own way out. Somewhere ahead, the wall of mist would fade and the moor would end. She must simply walk until she was out of it, free of its numbing haze. But what if it would not let her get free? Her memories came to life once more in the trailers of mist that swirled about her, teasing and seductive. She walked faster, ignoring them, aware that somewhere just beyond her vision the shadow kept pace. A chill settled through her at the awareness of the other. She tried to envision the thing that followed her. What manner of creature was the werbeast? It had come to her as Alanon, or had that merely been a trick of the mist and her imagination? She shook her head in voiceless confusion. Something small and wet skittered away from beneath her feet, flitting off into the dark. She turned away from it, moving down a broad incline into a vast, marshy bowl. Muck and swamp sucked at her boots, and wintry grasses slapped at her legs, clutching. She slowed, sensing the unpleasant give in the ground, then backed away toward the rim again. Quicksand lay at the bottom of that bowl, and it would draw her down and swallow her. She must stay clear of it and follow the harder, drier earth. Mist swirled thickly all about, obscuring her vision as she sought to see her way clear. Still she had no sense of direction. For all she knew, she had been traveling in a circle. She tramped on. The mists of Oldenmoor swirled and thickened in the deep night about her, and shadows moved through their dampened haze werbeasts. There was more than one of them trailing her now. Bryn stared out at them, following their quicksilver movements as they swam like fish through twilight waters. Grimly she quickened her pace, slipping through the marsh grass, keeping to the high ground. They still came after her. But they would not have her, she swore in silent promise. She belonged to another fate. She hastened onward, running now, the pumping of her heart and blood a dull pounding in her ears. Anger, fear, and determination all mingled as one and drove her forward. The moor rose before her gently, and she scrambled to the center of a small rise thick with long grasses and scrub. Slowing, she glanced about in disbelief. The shadows were everywhere. Then a tall, lean figure appeared from out of the mist before her, wrapped in a Highlander's cloak and bearing a giant broadsword strapped across its back. Bryn stiffened in surprise. It was Roan. Arms lifted from out of the robes, reaching for her, beckoning her close. Willingly she started toward the Highlander, her hand stretching to take his. And then something stopped her. She blinked. Roan? No. A red veil fell across her vision, rage sweeping through her as she recognized the deception. It was not Roan Leah she saw. It was again the werbeast that tracked her. It came forward, a shimmering and fluid apparition. Robes and sword fell away, bits of the mist through which it passed. Nothing of the Highlander was there now, but only a shadow, huge and changing. Swiftly it drew together, a massive body crouched on thick, clawed hind legs, great forearms crooked and bristling with shaggy hair, and a head wrinkled and twisted about jaws that split to reveal whitened teeth. It rose up through the mist, twice her size, swathed in the moor's haze. Soundless, it bent its head and snapped at her, a mass of hair and scales, muscle, spiked bone, teeth, and slitted eyes. It was a thing born of darkest nightmares, one Bryn might have dreamed in the anguish of her own despair. Was it real? Or was it simply born out of the mist and the wanderings of her imagination? It made no difference. Forsaking the oath she had taken only minutes earlier, she used the wish song. Hardened with purpose, maddened by what she saw, she called it forth. She was not meant to die here within Oldenmoor at the hands of this monster. This one further time she would use the magic on a thing whose destruction did not matter. She sang, and the wish song froze in her throat. It was her father who stood before her now. The werbeast slouched toward her, form shifting and changing in the haze, jaws slavering in anticipation of how the Vala girl's life would sate its needs. Bryn staggered back, seeing now her mother's dark and gentle face. She called out in desperation, a wild, anguished sigh that seemed locked in the silence of her mind. Back came an answering cry, calling her name. Bryn! Confusion swept through her, the cry seemed real, but who? Bryn! The monster loomed over her, and she could smell the evil of it. But the wish song stayed locked in her throat, imprisoned by the image she retained of its power tearing into her mother's slim form, leaving it broken and lifeless. Bryn, dot. Then a frightening roar shattered the stillness of the night. A sleek shadow flew out of the mist, and 500 pounds of enraged moor cat crashed into the werbeast, flinging it back from Bryn. Teeth and claws slashing, the cat tore into the monstrous apparition and both went tumbling headlong through the deep grasses. Bryn! Where are you? Bryn stumbled back, barely able to hear the voices over the sounds of the battle. Frantic, she called back to them. An instant later Kimber appeared, darting through the haze, her long hair streaming out behind her. Cogline followed, shouting wildly, his crooked body struggling to keep pace with the girl. Whisper and the werbeast surged back into view, lunging and feinting. The moor cat was the stronger of the two, although the mist thing sought to break past, it was blocked at every turn. But now other shadows were gathering in the darkness beyond, huge and shapeless, ringing them all close about. Too many shadows. Leah. Dot. And then Roan was there, his slim form bolting through the massive shadows, sword lifted. Eerie, green incandescence swirled about the ebony blade. The warbeast cornered by Whisper whirled instantly, sensing the greater danger of the sword's magic. Thrusting away from the moor cat, the monster leaped at Roan. But the Prince of Leah was ready. His sword arced down, knifing through the mist into the warbeast. Green fire flared sharply through the night, and the mist thing exploded in a shower of flames. Then the light died away, and the night and the mist returned. The shadows that had gathered in the darkness beyond melted back into the void. The Highlander turned, the sword dropping forgotten at his side. He came quickly to Bryn, his face stricken. "I'm sorry," he whispered. The magic, he shook his head helplessly. "When I found the sword again, when I touched it, I couldn't seem to think of anything else. I picked it up and I ran with it. I forgot everything, even you." "It was the magic, Bryn." He faltered, and she nodded into his chest, hugging him close. "I know. I won't leave you like that again," he promised. "I won't." "I know that, too," she replied softly. But she said nothing of her decision to leave him. 37. It was the third day after leaving the prisons at Dunphy Aaron before Jair and the little company from Cullhaven reached the towering mountain range they called the Ravenshorn. Unable to use the open roadways that ran close to the banks of the Silver River as it wound south out of the mountains for fear of being seen, they were forced to traverse the deep forests above, picking their way at a slower pace through the tangled wilderness. The rains finally ceased on the second day out, slowed to a drizzle by mid-morning, and turned to mist by noon. The air warmed as the skies cleared, and the clouds drifted east. When darkness slipped across the land, the moon and stars became visible through the trees. Their pace was slow, even after the rains had subsided, for the saturated earth could not absorb all of the surface water that had gathered, and the ground was muddied and slick with it. Stopping only for short periods of time to rest and eat, the company did its best to ignore the poor travel conditions and resolutely pressed ahead. The sun appeared on the third day, brilliant and warm, filtering down in friendly streamers through the forest shadows, returning bits and pieces of color to the sodden land. The dark mass of the Ravenshorn came into view, barren rock rising up above the treeline. All morning they worked their way toward it, then on through the noonday, and by mid-afternoon they had reached the lower slopes and were starting up. It was then that Slanter brought them to a halt. "We have a problem," he announced matter-of-factly. "If we try to cross through these mountains, it will take us days, weeks, maybe. Only other way in is by following the Silver River upstream to its source at Heaven's Well. We can do that if we're careful, but sooner or later we will have to pass right under Greymark. Walkers will see us coming for sure." Farakar frowned. "There must be some way we can slip past them." "There isn't," Slanter grunted. "I ought to know. Can we follow the river until we're close to Greymark and then cross into the mountains?" Helt asked, his big frame lowering onto a boulder. "Can we come at it from another direction?" The gnome shook his head. "Not from where we are. Greymark sits on a cliff shelf that overlooks the whole of the land about it, the Ravenshorn, the Silver River, everything. Rock is barren and open, no cover at all." He glanced at Stythys, who sat sullenly to one side. "That's why the lizards like it there so well. Nothing could ever creep up on them." "Then we'll have to go in at night," Garrett Jax said softly. Again Slanter shook his head. "Break your neck if you try it. Cliffs are sheer drops all the way in and the paths are narrow and guarded. You'll never make it." There was a long silence. "Well, what do you suggest?" Farakar asked finally. Slanter shrugged. "I don't suggest anything. I got you this far, the rest is up to you. Maybe the boy can hide you with his magic again." He lifted his eyebrows at Jair. "How about it? Can you sing for half the night?" Jair flushed. "There must be some way to get past the guards, Slanter." "Oh, it's no problem for me." The gnome sniffed. "But the rest of you might have some trouble." "Helt has the night vision," Farakar began thoughtfully. But Garrett Jax cut him short, beckoning to Stythys. "What suggestion would you make, Welrit? This is your home. What would you do?" Stythys let his lidded eyes narrow. "Finds your own way, little peepless. Seeks another foolish aid. Leaves me be, dot." Garrett Jax studied him a moment, then walked over to him wordlessly, grey eyes so cold that Jair stepped back involuntarily. The weapons master's finger lifted and came to rest on the Welrit's cloaked form. "You seem to be telling me that you are no longer of any use to us," he said softly. The Welrit seemed to shrink back within the robes then, slitted eyes glittering with hate. But he held no power over Garrett Jax. The weapons master stood where he was, waiting. Then a low hiss escaped the lizard's mouth and its forked tongue licked out slowly. "Helps you if you sets me free," he whispered. "Take us you where no one sees you." There was a long silence as the members of the little company glanced at one another suspiciously. "Don't trust him," Slanter said. "Stupid little gnome cannot help you now," Stythys sneered. "Needs my help, little friendess. Knows ways that no other can pass." "What ways do you know?" Garrett Jax asked, his voice still soft. But the Mwelrit shook his head stubbornly. "Promise first to set me free, little peepless." "Promise." The weapons master's lean face showed nothing of what he was thinking. "If you can get us into Greymark, you go free." Slanter's face wrinkled with disapproval, and he spit into the earth. Standing with the others of the company, Jair waited for Stythys to say something more. But the Mwelrit seemed to be thinking. "You have our promise," Farakar interjected, a hint of impatience in his voice. "Now tell us what way we must go." Stythys grinned, an evil, unpleasant smile that appeared to be almost a grimace. "Take us little peepless through Cavus of Night." "Why, you black!" Slanter exploded in fury and came at the Mwelrit in a rush. Helt caught him about the waist as he tried to push past and hauled him back, the gnome yelling and struggling as if he had gone mad. Stythys' laughter was a soft hiss as the members of the little company closed about Slanter to keep him back. "What is it, gnome?" Garrett Jax demanded, one hand fastening about Slanter's arm. "Do you know of these caves?" Slanter wrenched himself free of the weapons master, though Helt still maintained his grip. "The Caves of Night, Garrett Jax." The gnome snarled. "Death bins for the mountain gnomes since the time they fell under the rule of the lizards. Thousands of my people were given over to the caves, thrown within and lost. Now this monster would do likewise with us." Garrett Jax turned quickly back to Stythys. The long knife appeared as if by magic in one hand. "Be careful of your answer this time, Mwelrit," he advised softly. But Stythys seemed unperturbed. "Lees from Little Gnome. Cavus are passages into Greymark. Take us you beneath the mountains, past the walkers. No one sees." "Is there truly passage in?" Farakar asked Slanter. The gnome went suddenly still, rigid in Helt's firm grip. "Doesn't matter if there is. The caves are no place for the living. Miles of tunnels cut within the Ravenshorn, black as any pit and filled with procs. Have you heard of procs? They are living things, formed of magic older than the land's magic from the old world," it said. "Living mouths of rock, all through the caves. Everywhere you walk, the procs are there in the cavern floor. One wrong step and they open, swallowing you up, closing about you, crushing you into." He was shaking with fury. "That was the way the lizards disposed of the mountain gnomes, pushed them into the caves. But the caves do offer a passage through." Garrett Jax turned Farakar's question into a statement of fact. "A passage useless to us." Slanter exploded once more. "We can't see to find our way. A dozen steps in and the procs would have us." "Have us, not me." Stythys cut him short with a hiss. "Mine is the secret of the Cavus of Night. Little peepless cannot pass, but my peepless know the way. Procs cannot harm us." They were all still then. Garrett Jax stalked back to stand before the Mwelrit. "The Caves of Night run to Greymark beneath the Ravenshorn, safe from the eyes of the walkers? And you can lead us through?" "Yes, little friendess," Stythys rasped softly. "Take us you through." Garrett Jax turned to the others. For a moment no one spoke. Then Helt gave a quick nod. "There are only 6 of us. If we are to have any chance at all, we have to reach the fortress unseen." Farakar and Idani Lesidil nodded as well. Jair looked at Slanter. "You're all fools." The gnome exclaimed bitterly. "Blind, stupid fools. You can't trust the lizards." There was an awkward silence. "You don't have to go any farther if you don't want to, Slanter," Jair told him. The gnome stiffened. "I can take care of myself, boy." "I know. I just thought that." "Well, keep your thoughts to yourself." The other cut him short. "As for not going any farther, you'd be better off taking that advice yourself. But you won't, I'm sure. So we'll all be fools together." He glanced darkly at Stythys. "But this fool will be keeping close watch, and if anything goes wrong in this, I'll be there to make certain the lizard doesn't see the end of it." Garrett Jax turned back to Stythys. "You'll take us through then, Mwelrit. Just remember it will be as the gnome says. What happens to us happens as well to you. Don't play games with us. If you try." Stythys' smile was quick and hard. "No games with you, little friendess." They waited until nightfall to resume their journey, then slipped down out of the rocks above the Silver River and turned north into the mountains. Light from the gibbous moon and stars brightened the dark mass of the Raven's Horn. As it rose about them, great barren peaks towering against the deep blue of the skyline. A worn pathway ran parallel to the riverbank through a scattering of trees and brush, and the little company from Cullhaven followed it in until the forest land south was lost from view. All night they walked, Helt and Slanter in the lead, the others following in cautious silence. The dark peaks drew steadily closer about the channel of the Silver River to wall them in. Save for the steady rush of the river, it was oddly silent within these peaks, a deep and pervasive stillness wrapping about the barren rock as if Mother Nature cradled her sleeping child. As the hours slipped away, Jair found himself growing increasingly uneasy with the silence, staring about at the massive walls of rock, peering into the shadows, and searching for something he could not see yet sensed was there, watching. The company chanced upon no other living creature that night, save for the great cliff birds that winged silently overhead across their nocturnal haunts, and still the Veilman sensed that they were not alone. A part of this feeling sprang, he knew, from the continued presence of Stythys. Trailing, he could see the black figure of the Mwelrit immediately in front of him. He could feel the creature's green eyes constantly shifting to find him, watching him, waiting. Like Slanter, he did not trust the Mwelrit. Whatever promises Stythys might have made to aid them, Jair was certain that behind it all lay a ruthless determination to gain mastery over the Veilman's elven magic. Whatever else happened, the creature meant to have that power. The certainty of it was frightening. The days he had spent walled away in the prisons at Dunphy Aaron haunted him like a specter so terrible that nothing could ever entirely banish it. It was Stythys who was responsible for that specter, and Stythys who would see life breathed back into it once more. While Jair now seemed free of the Mwelrit, he could not shake the feeling that in some insidious way the creature had not lost control of him entirely. But as night lengthened into early morning and weariness blunted the sharp edge of his doubt and his fear, Jair found himself thinking instead of Bryn. In his mind he saw her face again as he had seen it twice so recently in the vision crystal, once ravaged as she experienced some unspeakable grief, once awestruck as she looked upon the twisted image of herself in the form of that shade. Glimpses only, those two brief visions, and nothing in either could tell the Veilman what had come to pass. Much had befallen his sister, he sensed some of it frightening. An empty feeling opened within him as he thought of her, gone so long now from the Veil and from him, on a quest that the King of the Silver River had said would cause her to be lost. It was odd, but in a sense she seemed already lost to him, for the distance and the time that separated them was strangely magnified by the events that had transpired since last he had seen her. So much had happened, and he was so far from what and who he had been. The emptiness grew suddenly into an ache. What if the King of the Silver River had misjudged him? What if he were to fail and Bryn be lost to him? What if he were to come to her too late? He bit his lip against such thoughts, swearing fiercely that it would not be so. Deep ties bound him to her, brother to sister, ties of family, of a life shared, of knowledge, understanding, and caring, and most of all ties of love. They marched on through the dark of early morning. With the first light of dawn, Stythys took the company up into the rocks. Moving away from the Silver River where it churned dark and sluggish in its channel, they passed deep into the cliffs. Trees and scrub disappeared and barren rock stretched away on all sides. Sunlight broke east above the mountain's edge, a brilliant, blinding gold that flared through the cracks and splits of the rock like fire. They climbed toward that fire until suddenly, unexpectedly, their ascent took them into a cliff's dark shadow and they stood at the entrance of an enormous cavern. Cavus of night. Stythys hissed softly. The cavern yawned before the little company like an open maw, jagged rock split and twisted about the passageway like teeth. Wind blew down across the mountain heights, and it seemed as if it whistled at them from out of the caves. Lengths of dull, whitish wood lay scattered about the entry as if stripped by age and weather. Jair looked closer and froze. The lengths of wood were bones, splintered, broken, and bleached of life. Garrett Jax placed himself before Stythys. How are we to see anything in there, Mwelrit? Have you torches? Stythys laughed, low and evil. Torches not burn in the cavus, little friendess. Needs the magic. The weapons master glanced back momentarily at the cavern entrance. And you have this magic? Havus it, indeed, the other answered, arms folding within the robes, body swelling slightly. Havus the fire wake. Lease within. How long will this take? Farakar asked uneasily. Dwarves were not fond of closed places, and he was less than anxious to venture into this one. Pass through Cavus quickly, little friendess, Stythys reassured rather too eagerly. Take you through in 3 hours. Greymark waits for USS. The members of the little company glanced at one another and at the cavern entrance. I'm telling you, you can't trust him. Slanter warned yet again. Garrett Jax produced a length of rope and tied one end about himself and the other about Stythys. Testing the knots that bound them, he slipped free the long knife. I will be closer to you than your shadow, Mwelrit. Remember that. Now take us in there and show us your magic. Stythys started to turn, but the weapons master yanked him about. Not too far in. Not until we see what you can do. The Mwelrit grimaced. Shos little friendus. Come. He slouched toward the monstrous black entry to the caves, Garrett Jax a step behind him and the rope about their waists binding them as one. Slanter followed them at once. After a moment's hesitation, the others of the little company also followed. Sunlight fell away as the shadows about them deepened, and they passed into the stone maw and the darkness beyond. For a few moments, the dawn's faint light aided them in their progress, silhouetting the shapes of walls, floors, jagged stalactites, and clustered rocks. Then quickly even that small light began to fail, and the blackness swallowed them. Now they were practically blind, and their steps faltered to a ragged halt, the scraping of leather boots on rock a rough echo in the cavern's silence. They stood in a knot and listened to the echo die. The sound of dripping water reached their ears from somewhere deep within the blackness ahead. And from deeper still came the unpleasant sound of rock grating against rock. See, little friendus, Stythys hissed suddenly. All ISS black in the cavus. Jair glanced about uneasily, seeing almost nothing. Beside him, Edane Lesidil's lean elven face was a faint shadow. There was a curious dampness to the air, a clinging wetness that stirred, though there was no wind, and seemed to wrap and twist about them. It had an unpleasant feel, and it smelled of rot. The Veilman wrinkled his nose in distaste, realizing suddenly that it was the same smell that had been present in Stythys' cell at Capale. Calls now the fire wake. The Mwelrit rasped, startling the Veilman. Listen! Calls now the light. He cried out sharply, a kind of grim, hollow whistle that sounded of bone scraping, rough and tortured. The whistle rang through the blackness, carrying deep into the caverns. It echoed, long and mournful, and then the Mwelrit repeated it a second time. Jair shivered. He was liking this whole idea of the caves less and less. Then abruptly the fire wake came. It flew at them through the darkness like a gathering of brilliant dust, bits of iridescent fire whirling and sailing on wind that wasn't there. Scattered through the blackness as it darted toward them, it drew together in a rush before the Mwelrit's outstretched hand, tiny particles swirling in a tightened ball of light that cast its yellow glow outward to brighten the shadows of the caves. The members of the little company stared in astonishment as the fire wake gathered and hung suspended before Stythys, and against their faces the strange glow flickered and danced. Magics of my own, little friendus, Stythys hissed triumphantly. The snout face turned to find Jair, green eyes gleaming in the whirling light. See how the fire wake obeys? Garrett Jax stepped quickly between them. Point the way, Mwelrit. Time slips from us. Slips quickly, it does, the other rasped softly. They pressed on into the darkness, the fire wake lighting their path forward. The walls of the caves of night rose higher about them, lost finally in shadowed gloom that even the fire wake could not penetrate. From out of the gloom, the sound of their footfalls fell back upon them in strange, sullen echoes. The smell grew worse the deeper in they went, turning foul the air they breathed and forcing them to take shortened breaths to avoid gagging. The passageway split and divided before them into dozens of corridors intertwined in an impossible maze of tunnels. But Stythys did not slow, choosing without hesitation the tunnel he would have them follow. The glowing dust of the fire wake danced on before him. Time dragged past. Still the tunnels and passageways wore on, endless black openings in the rock. The smell grew even worse, and now the sound of grating rock was no longer distant, but unpleasantly close at hand. Then suddenly Stythys drew to a halt at an entrance leading into a particularly massive cavern, the fire wake dancing close as his hand lifted. Prox! He whispered. He cast the fire wake from him with a snap of his wrist and it flew into the cave ahead, lighting the impenetrable blackness. The members of the little company from Cullhaven stared in horror at what the light revealed. There, dotting the whole of the cavern floor, were hundreds of jagged, gaping fissures that opened and closed as if mouths engaged in some hideous chewing, the rock grinding hatefully in the dark. Sounds came from within those mouths, gurgling rushes, rendings, deep groaning belches of liquid and crushed stone. Shades! They heard Helt whisper then. The whole cave is alive. Must pass through, Stythys announced with an ugly grin. Little peepless stay close. They stayed practically on top of one another, pale faces gleaming with sweat in the light of the fire wake, eyes fixed on the cavern floor before them. Again Stythys led, Garrett Jax a step behind, Slanter, Jair, Edane Lesidil, and Helt in a line following, and Farakar trailing. They made their way in a slow, twisting path into the midst of the Prox, stepping where the fire wake showed the black mouths not to be, their ears and minds filled with the sounds those terrible mouths made. The Prox opened and closed all about them as if waiting to be fed, hungry animals that sensed the presence of food. At times they closed so tightly that they seemed a part of the cavern floor that was solid, no more than thin lines in the roughened stone. Yet they could open quickly, snatching away the seemingly safe ground offered, ready to swallow anything that ventured above. But each time one lay hidden on the path ahead, the firewake showed the members of the company where it waited and guided them carefully past. They passed from that first cavern into another and after that into another. Still the procs were with them, dotting the floor of every cave and passageway so that none was safe to traverse. They moved slowly now, and the minutes dragged away in a seemingly endless passage of time. Weariness set in as their concentration intensified, each knowing that a single misstep would be the last. All the while the procs opened and closed about them, grinding in gleeful anticipation. There is no end to this maze. Audiobooks whispered once in frustration to Jair. The Veilman nodded in helpless agreement. Farakar pressed close behind now, and help brought up the rear. The dwarf's bearded face was soaked with sweat and his hard eyes were glittering. A concealed proc opened suddenly, almost at Jair's feet, its black maw yawning. Frantically, the Veilman jerked away, stumbling into Slanter. The proc had been right next to him and he hadn't seen it. He fought back against the wave of disgust and fear that swept over him and set his jaw determinedly. It would not be much longer. They would be clear soon. But then, as they were passing through yet another cavern, through yet another maze of procs, Audiobook did what Slanter had warned all along he would do. It happened so quickly that not even Garrett Jax had time to act. One moment they were all together, easing past the hideously grinding fissures, in the next, the Mwelrit's hand flicked suddenly backward, casting the firewake directly into their faces. It came at them in a flare of brilliant light, scattering. Instinctively they turned away, shielding their eyes, and in that instant Audiobook moved. He leaped past Garrett Jax and Slanter to where Jair crouched. Snatching the Veilman about the waist with one powerful arm, the lizard creature slipped a wicked-looking knife from somewhere beneath the dark robes where he had kept it hidden and pressed it close against his captive's throat. "Stay back, little friendess," the Mwelrit hissed, turning to face them as the firewake again gathered before him. No one moved. Garrett Jax crouched barely 2 yards away, a black shadow poised to spring. The length of rope still bound him to the Mwelrit. Audiobook kept the Veilman between them, the knife glittering in the half-light. "Foolish little peepless," the monster rasped. "Thinks to usini against my will. Sees now what Lisa had for you? I told you he couldn't be trusted." Slanter cried out in fury. He started forward, but a warning hiss from the Mwelrit brought him to a halt instantly. Behind him, the others of the little company stood frozen in a tight circle held, Farakar and Audiobooks. All about them the procs continued to grind steadily, stone grating on stone. Garrett Jax shifted from the crouch, grey eyes so cold that Audiobook's arm tightened further about Jair. "Let the Veilman go, Mwelrit," the weapons master said softly. The blade of the knife pressed closer against Jair's throat. Jair swallowed and tried to shrink away from it. Then his eyes met those of Garrett Jax. The weapons master was faster than anyone. It was when he had confronted the gnome hunters who had taken Jair prisoner in the Black Oaks that he had first shown how fast he could be. And the same look he had worn then was now on the lean, hard face, a calm, inscrutable look where only the eyes spoke of the death that was promised. Jair breathed a deep, slow breath. Garrett Jax was close enough. But the knife at the Veilman's throat was closer still. Magics belonged to USS, not to little peepless. Audiobook rasped in a quick, anxious whisper. Magics to stand against the walkers. Little peepless cannot ussie it, cannot ussie USS. Stupid little peepless. Crush you like bugs. Let the Veilman go. Garrett Jax repeated. The firewake danced and glimmered before the Mwelrit, a whirling cloud of shimmering dust. Audiobook's green eyes drew into slits of hatred, and he laughed softly. "Let you go instead, Black One," he snapped. He glanced quickly at Slanter. "You, little gnome? Cut loose this tie that binds me to him." Slanter looked at Garrett Jax, then looked back again. His eyes shifted for just an instant to find Jair's. The Veilman read there what was expected of him. If he hoped to get out of this alive, he was going to have to do something to help. Slowly Slanter came forward, a step at a time, slipping the long knife from his belt. No one else moved. Jair steadied himself, fighting back against the fear and repulsion that coursed through him. Slanter came closer, another step. One hand reached for the slackened rope that bound the Mwelrit to Garrett Jax. Jair went perfectly still. One chance was all he would get. Slanter's hand closed about the rope and the knife lifted to the hemp. Then Jair sang a quick, sharp cry that Slanter recognized at once. Dozens of gray, hairy spiders clustered on Audiobook, crawling over the arm that held the knife to Jair's throat. The Mwelrid jerked his arm away with a howl, beating it wildly against his robes in an effort to dislodge the things that clung to it. Abruptly the firewake scattered in a wide circle, taking back the light and throwing everything into shadow. Catquick, Slanter threw himself on Stythys, burying his long knife in the arm that gripped Jair about his waist. That arm, too, jerked away, and Jair tumbled to the roughened stone, free again. Shouts rose from the others of the little company as they charged forward to pull him clear. Stythys flew backward onto the cavern floor, Slanter clinging to him, Garrett Jax leaping after. A long knife appeared in the weapon master's hand as he sought to cut through the rope that bound him to the Mwelrid. But he was yanked off balance as the rope snapped taut. He lost his footing and skidded to his knees. Slanter! Jair screamed. The gnome and the Mwelrid stumbled through the maze of procs, clawing wildly at each other. The firewake continued to rise as Stythys' control over it slipped away, and the entire cavern was rapidly falling into shadow. Another few seconds and no one would be able to see anything. Gnome! Farakar cried in warning, breaking away from the others to where the two forms struggled. But Garrett Jax was quicker. He leaped like a shadow from the gloom, his footing regained. The long knife severed the rope about his waist with a single cut. Procs grated and snapped in response to the sounds above, dark maws working madly. Stythys and Slanter were directly in their midst, squirming closer, slipping. And then Garrett Jax reached them, flinging himself across the remaining space that separated them, his iron grip fastening on Slanter's leg. With a yank, he tore the gnome free from Stythys' claws. Clothing shredded and ripped, and a frightful hiss burst from Stythys' throat. The Mwelrid tumbled backward, thrown off balance. Beneath him, a proc's black maw gaped open. The lizard seemed to hang suspended for an instant, clawed fingers grasping at the air. Then he fell, disappearing from sight. The proc closed and there was a sudden shriek. Then the black fissure began to grind, a terrible crunching, and the whole of the cavern was filled with the dreadful sound. Instantly the firewake scattered and fled back into the gloom, taking with it the precious light. The caves of night were plunged into darkness once more. It was several minutes before anyone moved again. They crouched where they were in the blackness, waiting for their eyes to adjust to the absence of light, listening to the sounds of the procs grinding all about them. When it quickly became apparent that there was not even the smallest amount of light to allow their eyes to adjust, Farakar called out to the others and asked them to respond. One by one, they called back, faceless voices in the impenetrable dark. All were there. But they knew that they were not likely to be there for long. The firewake was gone, the light they so desperately needed to show them the path forward. Without it, they were blind. They must attempt to move through the maze of procs using little more than instinct. Hopeless, Farakar announced at once. Without light, we cannot tell where the passage is open before us and we cannot choose our path. Even if we escape the procs, we will wander in these caves forever. There was a hint of fear in the dwarf's voice that Jair had never heard before. There has to be a way, he murmured quietly, as much to himself as to the others. Helt, can you use the night vision? Edain Elesadil asked hopefully. Can you see to find a way through this darkness? But the giant borderman could not. Even the night vision must have some light to aid it, he explained gently. In the absence of all light, the night vision was useless. They were quiet then for a time, bereft it seemed of even the smallest hope. In the darkness, Jair could hear Slanter's rough voice admonishing Garrett Jax that he should have known better than to trust the lizard, as Slanter had told him. Jair listened and seemed to hear Bryn speaking to him as well, telling him that he, too, should have listened. He brushed the whisper of her voice from his mind, thinking as he did so that, if the wish song served him as it did her, he could call back the firewake. But his song was only illusion, a pretense of what was real. Then he thought of the vision crystal. Calling excitedly to the others, he fumbled through his clothing until he found it, still tucked safely away, dangling from its silver chain, and he brought it forth into the cup of his hands. The crystal would give them all the light that was needed. With the crystal and Helt's night vision to guide them, they would yet get clear of these caves. Barely able to suppress the excitement that coursed through him, he sang to the gift of the king of the silver river and called forth the magic. The brilliant light sprang up, flooding the cavern with its glow. Bryn Olmsford's face appeared within it, dark, beautiful, and worn, rising up before them in the gloom of the caves of night like some wraith come forth from another world. Grayness surrounded the Veil Girl, gloom all too reminiscent of their own, close and stifling. Wherever she was as she looked past them to her own future, it was no less hostile a place than their own. Cautiously, they rejoined one another, gathering about the light of the crystal. Joining hands as children might on a walk through some dark place, they began to move forward through the maze of procs. Jair led, the light of the vision crystal sustained by his voice, scattering the shadows before them. Helt followed a step behind, sharp eyes scanning the cavern floor for where the procs lay hidden. Behind them, the others followed. Page 395 picture. They passed from that cavern into another, but this new cavern was smaller and the proper choice of passage less difficult to discern. Jair's song lifted, clear, strong, and filled with certainty. He knew now that they were going to escape these caves, and it was because of Bryn. He wanted to cry out in thanks to her image as it floated before him. How strange that she should come like this to save them. Closing his ears to the sounds of the procs as they grated stone on stone, closing his mind to everything but the light and the vision of his sister's face as it hung suspended before him, he gave himself over to the wish song's magic and passed on through the darkness. 38. It took the remainder of the night for Bryn and her rescuers to work their way clear of Olden Moor. They would not have done so even then without Whisper to guide them, but the big moor cat was at home in the bottomland, and neither the mist nor the shapeless, mired earth gave him pause. Choosing their pathway with instincts that the moor could not deceive, he led them south toward the dark wall of the Ravenshorn. We would have lost you to the moor without Whisper, Kimber explained to the Veil Girl after they had found her again and begun their march south. It was Whisper who tracked you through the mist. He is not misled by appearances, and nothing of the moor can fool him. Still, it was fortunate that we reached you when we did, Bryn. You must stay close to us after this. Bryn accepted the well-intentioned rebuke without comment. There was no point in discussing the matter further. Her decision to leave them before they reached the Maelmord was already made. It merely remained for her to find the right opportunity to do so. Her reasons were simple. The task entrusted to her by Allanan was to penetrate the forest barrier that protected the Ildach and to see to it that the Book of Dark Magic was destroyed. She would do this by pitting the magic of the Wish Song against the magic of the Maelmord. Once she had wondered if such a thing were even possible. Now she wondered not if such a thing were possible, but if such a thing would prove cataclysmic. The power of the magics unleashed would be awesome, a match not of white magic against dark as she had once envisioned, but a match of magics equally dark in tone and effect. The Maelmord was created to destroy. But the Wish Song, too, could destroy, and now Bryn knew that not only would the potential for such destruction always be there, but that she could not be assured of being able to control it. She might vow to do so. She might swear her strongest oath. But she could never be certain that she could keep that oath not anymore, unless she forbore all use of the Wish Song. She could accept the risk to herself, she had done that long ago when she had decided to come on this quest. But she could not accept the risk to those who traveled with her. She must leave them. Whatever fate she was to suffer when she entered the Maelmord, her companions must not be there to share it with her. You go to your death, Bryn of Shannara, the Grimpond had warned. You carry within you the seeds of that destruction. Perhaps that was so. Perhaps those seeds were carried in the magic of the Wish Song. But one thing was certain. The others of the little company had risked themselves enough for her already. She would not have them do so again. She thought about it all night as she trudged on wearily through the bottomland, remembering what she had felt in the time she had used. The Wish Song's magic. The hours slipped past, and the Wer-beasts did not come to haunt them again that night. But in the mind of the Veil Girl, there were demons of another sort. By dawn the little company was clear of Olden Moor and found itself in the foothills bordering the southern mountains of the Ravenshorn. Wearied from their long march up from Hearthstone and the events of the night past and wary of traveling further in daylight when they might easily be seen, the five took refuge in a small copse of pine and alea between two ridgelines and fell asleep. They resumed their journey with the return of nightfall, traveling east now, following the high wall of the mountains where it brushed up against the moor. Trailers of mist wound through the trees of the forested lower slopes, a spider's web across the pathway as the travelers passed silently by. The mountain peaks of the Ravenshorn were huge and stark, barren rock lifting out of the forest land to etch sharply against the sky. It was an empty, still night, and the whole of the land about seemed stripped of life. Shadows lay across the cliffs, forests, and the moor's deep mists. In their pooling darkness nothing moved. They rested at midnight, an uneasy pause where they found themselves listening to the silence as they rubbed aching muscles and tightened bootstraps. It was then that Cogline chose to talk about his magic. Magic it is, too, he whispered cautiously to Bryn and Roan, almost as if he feared that someone might be listening. Magic of a different sort than that wielded by the Walkers, though born not of their time nor the time when elves and fairy folk had the power, but of the time between. He bent forward, eyes sharp and accusing. Thought I knew nothing of the old world, didn't you, girl? He asked Bryn. Well, I have the teachings of the old world, too, passed down to me by my ancestors. Not druids, no. But teachers, girl teachers. Theirs was the lore of the world that existed when the great wars caused such destruction to mankind. Grandfather, Limberbow cautioned gently. Just explain it to them. Humph. Cogline grunted testily. Explain it, she says. What is it that you think I do, girl? His forehead furrowed. Earth power. That's the magic I wield. Not the magic of words and spells, no, not that magic. Power born of the elements that comprise the ground on which we walk, outlanders. That is the earth power. Bits and pieces of ores and powders and mixings that can be seen by the eye and felt by the hand. Chemics, they were once called. Developed by skills of a different sort than the simple ones we use now in the Four Lands. Most of the knowledge was lost with the old world. But a little, just a little, was saved. And it is mine to use. This is what you carry in those pouches? Roan asked. This is what you use to make those fires explode? Ha ha. Cogline laughed softly. They do that and much more, Southlander. Fires can be exploded, earth turned to mud, air to choking dust, flesh to stone. I have potions for all and dozens more. Mix and match, a bit of this and a bit of that. He laughed again. I'll show the walkers power they haven't seen before. Roan shook his head doubtfully. Spider gnomes are one thing, the Mord wraiths are something else again. A finger points at you and you are reduced to ash. The sword I carry, infused with the druid magic, is the only protection against those black things. Bah! Cogline spit. You'd best look to me for your protection, you and the girl. Roan began to phrase a sharp retort, then thought better of it and simply shrugged. If we come up against the walkers, we shall both need to offer Bryn whatever protection we can. He glanced at the Veil Girl for confirmation, and she smiled agreeably. It cost her nothing to do so. She already knew that neither of them would be with her, in any case. She pondered for a time what Cogline had told them. It troubled her that any part of the old skills should have survived the Holocaust of the Great Wars. She did not like to think it possible that such awesome power could come again into the world. It was bad enough that the magic of the world of fairy had been reborn through the misguided efforts of that handful of rebel druids in the councils of Piranha. But to be faced with the prospect that the knowledge of power and energy might again be pursued was even more unsettling. Almost all of the learning that had gone into that knowledge had been lost with the destruction of the old world. What little had survived, the druids had locked away again. Yet here was this old man, half-crazed and as wild as the wilderness in which he lived, in possession of at least a portion of that learning, a special kind of magic that he had resolved was now his own. She shook her head. Perhaps it was inevitable that all learning, whether born of good or bad intention, whether used to give life or to take life away, must come to light at some point in time. Perhaps it was true both of skill and of magic, one born of the world of men, the other of the world of fairy. Perhaps both must surface periodically in the stream of time, then disappear again, then surface once more, and so on forever. But a return now of the knowledge of energy and power, when the last of the druids was gone. Still, Cogline was an old man and his knowledge was limited. When he died, perhaps the knowledge would die with him and be lost again for a time, at least. And so, too, perhaps it would be with her magic. They walked east for the remainder of the night, picking their way through the thinning forest land. Ahead, the wall of the Ravenshorn began to curve back toward them, turning north into the wilderness of the Deep Anner. It rose up from out of the night, a towering, dark band of shadow. Olden Moor dropped away behind them, and only the thin green line of the foothills separated them from the mountain heights. A deeper silence seemed to settle over the land. It was in the crook of the mountains where they turned north. Bryn knew that Greymark and the Maelmord lay concealed. And there I must find a way to be free of the others, she thought. There, I must go on alone. The first trailers of sunrise began to slip into view beyond the mountain wall. Slowly the skies lightened, turning from deep blue to gray, from gray to silver, and from silver to rose and gold. Shadows fled away into the receding night, and the broad sweep of the land began to etch itself out of the dark. The trees grew visible first, leaves, crooked limbs, and roughened trunks drawn and colored by the light, then rocks, scrub, and barren earth, from foothills to bottomland, took form. For a time, the shadow of the mountains lingered, a wall against the light, lost in darkness not yet faded. But finally that, too, gave way to the sunrise, and the light spilled down over the rim of the peaks to reveal the awesome face of the Ravenshorn. It was a stark and ugly face, a face that had been ravaged by time and the elements and by the poison of the dark magic sown within it. Where the mountains curved north into the wilderness, the rock had been bleached and worn as if the life in it had been peeled away like skin to leave only bone. It rose up against the skyline, thousands of feet above them, a wall of cliffs and ragged defile burdened with the weight of ages gone and horrors endured. On the hard, gray emptiness, nothing moved. Bryn lifted her face momentarily as the wind brushed past. Her nose wrinkled in distaste. An unpleasant smell rose up from somewhere ahead. Greymark's sewers. Cogline spit, ferret eye starting. We're close now. Kimber slipped ahead of them to where Whisper sniffed tentatively at the odorous morning air. Bending close to the great cat, she spoke softly in his ear just a word and the beast nuzzled her face gently. She turned back to them. Quickly now, before it gets any lighter. Whisper will show us the way. They hurried forward through the new light and receding shadow, following the more cat as he guided them along the twist of the foothills to where the Ravenshorn bent north. Trees and scrub fell away completely, grasses turned sparse and wintry, and the earth gave way to crushed stone and shelf rock. The smell grew steadily worse, a rank and fetid odor that smothered even the freshness of the new day's birthing. Bryn found herself choking for breath. How much worse would it be once they had found their way into the sewers? Then the hills dropped away sharply before them into a deep valley that was lost in the shadow of the mountain wall. There, sullen and still, lay a dark lake of stagnant water, fed by a stream that seeped down through the rocks from a broad, blackened hole. Whisper padded to a halt, Kimber at his side. There. She pointed. The sewers. Bryn's eyes strayed upward along the ragged line of the peaks, upward thousands of feet to where the mountain wall cut its jagged edge against the golden dawn sky. There, still hidden from view, lay Greymark, the Maelmord, and the Ildach. She swallowed against the smell of the sewers. There, too, lay the fate that was to be hers. Her smile was hard. She must go to meet it. At the entrance to the sewers, Cogline unveiled a bit more of his magic. From a sealed packet buried in one of the pouches he wore strapped to his waist, he produced an ointment that, when rubbed into the nostrils, deadened the stench of the sewer's poisonous discharge. A small magic, he claimed. Though the smell could not be obliterated entirely, it nevertheless could be made tolerable. Fashioning short-handled brands from pieces of deadwood, he dipped the ends into the contents of a second pouch and they emerged covered with a silver substance that glowed like oil lamps when introduced into the cavern's darkness even in the absence of any fire. Just a little more of my magic, Outlanders. He chuckled as they stared wonderingly at the flameless torches. Chemicals, remember? Something the walkers don't know anything about. And I've a few more surprises. You'll see. Roan frowned doubtfully and shook his head. Bryn said nothing, but decided quickly that she would be just as happy if the opportunity to test those surprises never arose. Torches in hand, the little company moved out of the dawn light into the tunnel darkness of the sewers. The passageways were wide and deep, the liquid poison discharged from the halls of Greymark and the Maelmord flowing down a worn, rutted channel that cut through the tunnel floor. To either side of where the sewage flowed, there were stone walkways that offered footing broad enough for the company to pass upon. Whisper led the way, luminous eyes blinking in sleepy reflection against the light of the torches, splayed feet padding soundlessly on the stone. Cogline followed with Kimber, and Bryn and Roan brought up the rear. They walked for a long time. Bryn lost track of how long a time it was, her concentration divided between picking her way through the half-light and thinking of her promise to find a way to go down into the Maelmord without the others. The sewer wound upward through the mountain rock, twisting and turning like a coiled snake. The stench permeating the passage was almost unbearable, even with the aid of the repellent that Cogline had provided to ease their breathing difficulties. From time to time, sudden drafts of cold air blew down from above them, clearing the smell of the sewage wind from the peaks into which they climbed. But the drafts of fresh air were few and brief, and the smells of the sewer were always quick to return. The morning slipped away, the hours lost in the endless spiral of their ascent. Once they came upon a massive iron grate that had been dropped across the passageway to prevent anything larger than a rat from entering. Roan reached for his sword, but a sharp word from Cogline brought him up short. A gleeful cackle breaking from his lips, the old man motioned them back, then produced yet another pouch, this one containing an odd, blackish powder laced with something that looked to be soot. Dabbing the powder on the bars of the grate where they joined the rock, he touched the treated spots quickly with the flameless torch and the powder flared a brilliant white. When the light died away, the bars had been eaten completely through. At a stiff nudge, the entire grate collapsed onto the cavern floor. The company went on. No one spoke as they climbed. Instead, they listened for the sound of the enemy that waited somewhere above the walkers and the things that served them. They heard nothing of these, but there were other sounds that echoed through the empty passageway, sounds that came from far above and were not immediately identifiable. There were clunks and thuds, as if heavy bodies had fallen, scrapes and scratchings, a low howling, as if a hard wind slipped down through the tunnels from the mountain peaks, and a hissing, as if steam escaped some fissure in the earth. These distant sounds filled and thus magnified the otherwise utter silence of the sewers. Bryn found herself searching for a pattern to the sounds, but there was none except, perhaps, for the hissing which lifted and fell with a peculiar regularity. It reminded Bryn, unpleasantly, of the Grimpen's rise from the lake in the mist. I must find a way to go on alone, she thought one time more. I must do so soon. Tunnels came and went, and the climb wore on. The air within the sewers had grown steadily warmer with the passing of the day, and beneath their cloaks and tunics the members of the little company were sweating freely. A kind of peculiar mist had begun to filter down through the corridors, clinging and grimy, filled with the sewer's smell. They brushed at it distastefully, but it drifted after them, closed about them, and would not be moved away. It grew thicker as the climb progressed, and soon they were having difficulty seeing further than a dozen feet ahead. Then abruptly the mist and gloom cleared before them, and they stood upon a shelf of rock that overlooked an immense chasm. Down into the mountain's core the chasm dropped, disappearing into utter blackness. The members of the little company glanced uneasily at one another. To their right, the passageway curved upward into the rock, following the trench that carried the sewage from the Mordwraith citadel. To their left, the passageway ran downward a short distance to a slender stone bridge barely a yard in width that arched across the chasm to a darkened tunnel that bore into the far cliff face. Which way now? Roan muttered softly, almost as if asking himself. Left, Bryn thought at once. Left, across the chasm. She did not understand why, yet she knew instinctively that this was the path she must choose. The sewers are the way. Cogline was looking at her. That's what the Grimpon said, wasn't it, girl? Bryn found herself unable to speak. Bryn? Kimber called to her softly. Yes, she replied finally. Yes, that is the way. They turned right along the shelf, following it up along the sewage channel, trudging back again into the blackness. Bryn's mind raced. This isn't the way, she thought. Why did I say it was? She took a sudden gulp of air, forcing her thoughts to slow. What she sought was back the way they had come, back across the stone bridge. The Maelmord was back that way, she could sense it. Why, then, had she? She caught herself roughly, the question answered almost as quickly as it was asked. Because this was where she would leave them, of course. This was the opportunity that she had looked for since Olden Moor. This was how it must be. The wish song would aid her, a small deceit, a little lie. She sucked in her breath sharply at the thought. Even though it would betray their trust in her, she must do it. Softly, gently, she began to hum, building the wish song a stone at a time into a wall of non-seeing, creating in her place and in the minds of her companions an image of herself. Then abruptly she stepped away from her own ghost, flattened herself against the stone wall of the passageway, and watched the others walk past. The illusion would only last a few minutes, she knew. She sped back down the sewer tunnel, following the cut and weave of the rock. The sound of her breathing was ragged in her ears. She reached the shelf, hastened to where it narrowed, and turned onto the stone bridge. The chasm yawned blackly before her. A step at a time, she inched out onto the bridge, picking her pathway across. There was silence in the gloom and mist that swirled about, yet she felt somehow that she was not alone. Her mind hardened against the brief surge of fear and doubt, and she withdrew deep into herself, passionless and cold. Nothing could be allowed to touch her. At last she was across the bridge. She stood within the entrance to this new tunnel for a moment and let the feeling return. A brief thought of Roan and the others passed through her mind and disappeared. She had used the wish song against them now as well, she thought bitterly. And though it might have been necessary, it hurt her deeply to have done so. Then she wheeled abruptly toward the stone bridge, pitched the wish song to a quick, hard shriek and sang. The sound echoed in fury through the black, and the bridge exploded into fragments and dropped away into the chasm. Now there could be no going back. She turned into the tunnel and disappeared. The sound of the shriek penetrated up into the sewer tunnel where the others of the little company still picked their way through the gloom. Shades! What was that? Roan cried. There was a moment's silence as the echo died away. Bryn, it was Bryn, Kimber whispered in reply. Roan stared. No, Bryn was right next to him. Abruptly, the image the Veil Girl had created in their minds faded into nothingness. Cogline swore softly and stamped his foot. What has she done? The Highlander stammered in confusion, unable to finish the thought. Kimber was at his side, her face intense. She has done what she has wanted to do from the beginning, I think. She has left us and gone on alone. She said before that she did not want any of us to go with her, now she has made certain that we do not. For cat's sake. Roan was appalled. Doesn't she understand how dangerous? She understands everything, the girl cut him short, pushing past him down the tunnel's passage. I should have realized before that she would do this. We must hurry if we are to catch up with her. Whisper, track. The big moor cat leaped ahead effortlessly, gliding back down the sewer tunnel into the shadows. The three humans hurried after, slipping and stumbling through the mist and gloom. Ronlia was angry and frightened at the same time. Why would Bryn do this? He did not understand. Then abruptly they were back upon the stone shelf, staring out across the chasm to where the bridge fell away into the dark, broken at its center. There, you see, she's used the magic. Cogline snapped. Wordlessly, Roan hurried forward, stepping out onto the jagged remnant of the bridge. 20 feet away, the other end jutted from the cliff face. He could make that jump, he thought suddenly. It was a long way over, but he could make it. At least he must try. No, Roan Leah, Kimber pulled him back from the precipice, reading at once his intentions. Her grip on his arm was surprisingly strong. You must not be foolish. You cannot jump so far. I can't leave her again, he insisted stubbornly. Not again. The girl nodded solemnly. I care for her, too. She turned. Whisper. The moor cat padded up to her, whiskered face rubbing her own. Softly she spoke. To the cat, stroking him behind his ears. Then she stepped away. Track, whisper. She commanded. Wheeling, the moor cat darted onto the bridge, gathered himself and sprang into the air. He cleared the chasm effortlessly, landed on the far end of the shattered bridge, and disappeared into the darkened tunnel beyond. There was concern reflected in Kimber Bow's young face. She had not wanted to separate herself from the cat, but Bryn might have greater need of him than she, and the Veil Girl was her friend. Guard well, she whispered after. Then she looked back again at Roan. Now let us also try to find a way to reach Bryn Omsford. 39. It was nearly noon of the same day when Jair and his companions emerged once more from the caves of night and found themselves on a broad shelf of rock overlooking a deep canyon between the mountain peaks of the Ravenshorn. The peaks were so close that they shut away all but a narrow strip of blue sky far above where the company stood, lost in a gathering of shadows. The shelf ran left along the mountain face for several hundred yards and then disappeared again into a cut in the cliffs. The Veil Man stared upward wearily, following the lift of the mountains against the noonday sky. He was exhausted, drained physically and emotionally. He still clutched the vision crystal in one hand, its silver chain dragging against the shelf rock. They had been in the caves since sunrise. For a good part of that time, it had been necessary to use the wish song to project the light of the crystal so that they might find their way clear. It had taken every ounce of strength and every bit of concentration that he could muster to do that. In his mind, he could still hear the sound of the procs, stone grating on stone, a whisper now of what had been left behind in the darkness of the caves. In his mind, he could also still hear Stythys' final scream. Let's not stand where we can be so easily seen, Garrett Jack said softly and motioned him left. Slanter caught up with them, glancing about doubtfully. I'm not sure this is the way, Weapons Master. Garrett Jacks did not turn. How many other ways do you see? Silently, the members of the little company edged down along the rock shelf to the cut in the cliff face. A narrow defile stretched away before them, twisting into the rock and disappearing into shadow. They moved through it in a line, their eyes darting upward guardedly along its roughened walls. A draft of icy air brushed against them, blown down from the heights. Jair shivered with its touch. Numbed by the horrors of the caves, he welcomed even this unpleasant feeling. He could sense that they were now close to Greymark's walls. Greymark, the Maelmord, Heaven's Well were all near at hand. His quest was almost ended, the long journey done. He felt a strange compulsion to laugh and cry at the same time, but the weariness and the ache in his body would let him do neither. The defile wound on, slipping deeper into the rock. His mind wandered. Where was Bryn? The crystal had shown them her face. But it had shown them nothing of where she might be. Grey mist and gloom had surrounded her in a dreary and desolate place. A passageway, perhaps, similar to their own? Was she, too, within these mountains? You must reach Heaven's Well before she reaches the Maelmord, the king of the Silver River had warned. You must be there for her. He stumbled and nearly went down, his concentration drifting from the task at hand. He righted himself hastily and shoved the vision crystal back into his tunic front. Watch yourself, Idani Lesidil whispered at his elbow. Jair nodded and went on. Anticipation began to build within him. An entire army of gnomes guarded Greymark's battlements and watchtowers. Moored wraiths walked its halls. Things darker still might lie in wait within, sentinels against intruders like themselves. Their company was but 6 in number. What hope had they against so many in such power? Little, it would appear, and yet, while it should have seemed altogether hopeless to the Veilman, it did not. Perhaps it was the faith that the king of the Silver River had shown in choosing him for this quest, a demonstration of the old man's belief that he could somehow find a way to succeed. Perhaps it was his own determination, a strength of will that would not let him fail. He shook his head gently. Perhaps. But it was also the character of the 5 men who had elected to come with him and had sustained him. It was Garrett Jax, Slanter, Farakar, Idani Lesidil and Health come from the 4 lands to this final, terrible confrontation, an enigmatic mixture of strength and courage. 2 trackers, a hunter, a weapons master, and a prince of the elves had traveled different life paths to reach this day, and none might live to see its end. But here they were. Their bonding to Jair and to the trust that had been given him transcended the caution and reason that might otherwise have caused them to give greater consideration to the obvious danger to their own lives. It was so even with Slanter. The gnome had made his choice at Capale when he had turned his back on a chance to flee north to the borderlands and the life from which he had strayed. All were committed, and in that commitment there was a unity that seemed almost indomitable. Jair knew little of his companions. Yet one thing he knew with certainty, and it was enough: whatever was to happen to him this day, these 5 would stand by him. Perhaps that was why he was not afraid. The defile widened again before them and sunlight streamed down from a new broadened skyline. Garrett Jack slowed, then dropped into a crouch and eased ahead. One lean arm beckoned them after. Hunched down against the rocks, they crept forward until they were beside him. There, he whispered, pointing. It was Greymark. Jair knew it instantly without need of being told. The fortress sat high upon a cliff face that curved away before them. It rested upon a broad shelf of rock that jutted sharply outward against the noonday sky. It was a grim and massive thing. Battlements, towers, and parapets rose upward from stone block walls hundreds of feet high, like spikes and blunted axe heads reaching into the cloudless blue. No pennants flew from the tower standards, no colors draped the casements. The whole of the fortress had a flat and wintry cast to it even in the brilliant light of the sun. The stone had a sullen, ashen tone. What windows there were small, pinched openings covered over with bars and wooden shutters. A single narrow roadway wound upward against the mountainside, little more than a ledge cut into the rock, ending at a pair of tall, iron-bound gates that fronted the complex. The gates stood closed. They studied the stronghold wordlessly. There was no sign of anyone. Nothing moved. Then Jair caught sight of the Crow. He could see only pieces of it lifting from behind Greymark, a rugged arch of stone that seemed almost a part of the towers and the parapets of the complex. Curling back upon itself like some suspended stairway, it threaded its way skyward until it ended high upon a solitary peak that rose above those surrounding it. Jair caught Slanter's arm and pointed to the peak and the slender ribbon of stones that joined to it. Yes, boy, the Crow and heaven's well. The gnome nodded. All that the king of the Silver River has sent you to find. And the Mailmord? Jair asked quickly. Slanter shook his head. On the other side of the fortress, down within a ring of cliffs. There the Crow begins its climb, wrapping about Greymark as it passes, then rising on. They were silent again, their eyes fixed on the fortress. Doesn't seem to be anyone in there, Helt murmured after a moment. What's in there wants you to think exactly that, Slanter observed dryly, easing back on his heels. Besides, the walkers prefer the dark. They rest for the most part during the day and move about at night. Even the gnomes that serve them here soon begin to live like that and don't show themselves when it's light. But make no mistake. They're in there, borderman walkers and gnomes both. And a few other things as well. Garrett Jax was studying the mountain trail that wound upward to the fortress entrance. That is the way they would expect us to come. He spoke more to himself than to the others. On the trail or by scaling the cliffs. He glanced left to where the shelf they stood upon curved down among the rocks and disappeared back into the mountains through a narrow tunnel. Maybe not this way, though. Slanter touched his arm. The tunnel connects to a series of passageways that leads upward into the fortress cellars. That's how we'll go. Guarded? Slanter shrugged. I'd feel better if we could find a way to climb the Crow from out here, Farakar muttered. I've seen enough of caverns and tunnels. The gnome shook his head. Can't be done. Only way to reach the Crow is through Greymark, right through the walkers and whatever serves them. Farakar grunted. What do you think, Garrett? Garrett Jax continued to study the fortress and the cliffs about it. His lean face was expressionless. Do you know the way well enough to take us safely through, gnome? He asked Slanter shortly. Slanter gave him a dark look. You ask a lot. I know it, but not well. Went through it once or twice when I was first brought here, before this whole thing began. He trailed off abruptly, and Jair knew that he was remembering how he had chosen to come back to his homeland to be with his own people and been sent by the walkers to track the druid Allanon. He was remembering and perhaps regretting momentarily how he had let things get turned about. Fair enough, Garrett Jax said softly and started ahead. He took them down through the rocks to where the shelf opened into the tunnel that led back under the mountain. There, out of sight of Greymark, concealed within the shelter of a gathering of massive boulders, he beckoned them close. Do the walkers always rest during the daylight hours? He asked Slanter. It was close and hot within the clustered rocks, and there was a fine sheen of sweat on his brow. The gnome frowned. If you are asking whether we should go in now rather than when it is dark, I say we should. If there remains time enough to do so, Farakar interjected. Midday is gone, and darkness comes early in the mountains. We might be better off to wait until tomorrow when we have the use of a full day. Another 12 hours or so can't make that much difference. There was a moment's silence. Jair glanced skyward, his eyes scanning the ragged edge of the cliffs. Another 12 hours? An uneasy suspicion tugged at his mind in warning. How far had Bryn gotten? The words of the King of the Silver River repeated themselves once again. You must reach Heaven's Well before she reaches the Maelmord. He turned quickly to Garrett Jacks. I'm not sure we have 12 hours left. I have to know where Bryn is to be certain. I have to use the crystal again, and I think I had better use it now. The weapons master hesitated, then rose. Not here. Move into the cave. They slipped through the darkened opening and groped their way back into the gloom. There, huddled close about, the others waited patiently as Jair fumbled through his tunic for the vision crystal. He had it in a moment's time, gripping it by its silver chain as he pulled it forth. Cupping it gently in his hands, he wet his lips and fought back against the fatigue that bore down against him. Sing to it, Jair, he heard Adaini Lesadil encourage softly. He sang, his voice low and whispered, wearied by the strain to which he had put it in leading them safely through the caves of night. The crystal began to glow and the light to spread. Bryn paused in the gloom of the tunnel through which she stole. She had a sudden sense of being watched, of eyes following after her. It was as it had been on entering the dragon's teeth and again on leaving, as if someone watched her from a great distance off. She hesitated, her thoughts frozen, and a flash of insight whispered to her. Jair. It was Jair. She took a deep breath to steady herself. There was no logical explanation for such a conclusion, it was simply there. But how could that be? How could her brother? In the tunnel behind her, something moved. She had come some distance from the causeway, a slow and cautious passage through darkness with the aid of Coglin's flameless torch. She had neither seen nor heard another living thing in all that time. She had come so far without sensing other life that she had begun to wonder if perhaps she had been mistaken in taking this tunnel. But now there was something there at last, not ahead of her as expected, but behind. She turned guardedly, the feeling of being watched forgotten. She thrust the torch forward and started in shock. Great, luminous blue eyes blinked at her from out of the gloom. Then a massive whiskered face pushed its way into the circle of her light. Whisper! She spoke the Morcat's name with a sigh of relief and dropped to her knees as the beast came up to her and rubbed its broad head against her shoulder in friendly greeting. Whisper, what are you doing here? She murmured as the cat dropped down on his haunches and regarded her solemnly. She could guess readily enough the answer to that question, of course. Discovering her absence, the others must have backtracked to the stone bridge. Being unable to follow farther themselves, they had sent Whisper after her. Or rather, Kimber had sent Whisper, for Whisper answered only to the girl. Bryn reached out and rubbed the cat's ears. It must have cost Kimber something to send Whisper on like this without her as close as they were, as much as the girl relied on him. As was her nature, she had chosen to give the Morcat strength to her friend. The Vala girl's eyes misted, and she put her arms about him. Thank you, Kimber, she whispered. Then she rose, stroked the cat for a moment and shook her head gently. But I cannot take you with me, can I? I cannot take anyone. It is much too dangerous even for you. I promised myself that no one would be exposed to whatever it is that waits for me, and that includes you. You have to go back. The Morcat blinked up at her and remained where he was. Go on, now. You have to go back to Kimber. Go on, Whisper. Whisper didn't move a hair. He simply sat there, waiting. So? Bryn shook her head again. As determined as your mistress, I guess. She was left with no other choice, she used the wish song. She sang softly to the cat, wrapping him close about with her words and music, telling him that he must go back. For several minutes she sang, a gentle urging that would not injure. When she was done, Whisper rose to his feet and padded back down the corridor, disappearing into the dark. Bryn watched him until he was out of sight, then turned and started ahead once more. Moments later the darkness began to dissipate and the gloom to lighten. The passageway, narrow and close before, broadened and lifted in seconds so that her small light could no longer reach to the walls and ceiling. But now there was light ahead that rendered her own unnecessary, filling the passageway with dusty gray brightness. It was the sun. Somewhere close at hand, the tunnel was opening back into the world without. She hurried forward, Coglin's flameless torch dropping to her side. The passageway turned upward, a stairwell honed and shaped from the tunnel rock rising far ahead into a massive, open-air cavern. She went up the stairs quickly, her weariness forgotten, sensing that her journey was nearing its end. Sunlight spilled down into the cavern above, silver streamers thick with swirling bits of dust and silt that danced and spun like living things. Then she reached the last step, walked clear of the tunnel onto the broad ledge that lay beyond, and stopped. Before her, a second stone bridge spanned a second chasm, this one twice the size of the first, rugged and massive. It dropped away down the mountain rock thousands of feet into an abyss so deep that even the sunlight streaming down through crevices in the cavern's ceiling could not penetrate its blackness. Bryn peered downward, her nose wrinkling against the stench that wafted up. Even with Codline's salve to numb her sense of smell, she felt nauseated. Whatever lay at the bottom of the pit was much worse than what passed through Greymark's sewers. She glanced across the stone bridge to what waited beyond. The cavern stretched back into the mountain several hundred feet, then opened into a short, high tunnel. Yet it was not a tunnel so much as an alcove, she thought, hewn by hand, shaped and smoothed, with intricate symbols carved into the rock. Light streamed down at its far end, and the sky stretched away in a dim and hazy green. She looked closer. No, it was not the sky that stretched away. It was a valley's misted wall. It was the Maelmord. She knew it instinctively, as if she had seen it in a dream and remembered. She could feel its touch and hear its whisper. She hastened forward onto the bridge, a broad arched causeway some 24 feet in width with wooden railing posts pegged into its rock and linked with chains. She moved forward quickly, past the apex of the arch, and started down. She was almost across when the black creature rose suddenly from a deep crevice in the cavern floor a dozen feet in front of her. Muttering irritably, Codline shuffled to a halt, Roan and Kimber crowding close behind him. Ahead, the sewer bisected into a pair of tunnels, each exactly like the other. There was no indication of which offered passage to wherever it was that Bryn had now gone. There was nothing to suggest that either was the better way to go. Well, which do we follow? Codline demanded of Roan. The Highlander stared at him. Don't you know? The oldster shook his head. No idea. Make your choice. Roan hesitated, looked away, then looped back again. I can't. Look, maybe it doesn't make any difference which one we follow. Maybe both end in the same place. Sewer tunnels run to the same place, not from the same place. Any fool knows that. The old man snorted. Grandfather! Kimber admonished sharply. She edged forward between them, scanning the tunnels in turn, studying the blackened waters that flowed through the grooved channels cut into each. At last she stepped back, shaking her head slowly. I cannot help you, she confessed, as if somehow she should have been able to do so. I have no sense of where either leads. They appear the same. She looked over to Roan. You will have to choose. They stared at each other for a moment like frozen statues. Then Roan nodded slowly. All right, we'll go left. He started past them. At least that tunnel seems to run back toward the chasm. He hastened into the sewer corridor, his flameless torch held firmly before him, his face grim. Codline and Kimber looked at each other briefly and hurried after. The black thing rose from the split in the cavern floor like a shadow come alive out of night's dream world and crouched down before the bridge. It was human in look, though as hairless and smooth as if sculpted from dark clay. Hunched over until it rocked forward on its long forearms, it was still taller than Bryn. There was an odd, shapeless quality to its limbs and body, as if the muscles beneath lacked definition or as if there were no muscles there at all and it not a thing of flesh. Sightless, deadened eyes lifted to find hers, and a mouth as ragged and black as the creature's skin yawned in a deep, toneless hiss. The Veil Girl froze. There was no way to avoid the creature. It had clearly been placed there for the purpose of guarding the bridge, and nothing was to pass it. Probably the Mord wraiths had created it from the dark magic created it, or called it to life from some nether place and time, as they had done with the Jakira. The black thing advanced a step, slow and certain, dead eyes staring. Bryn forced herself to stand where she was. There was no way to know how dangerous this creature was, but she sensed that it was dangerous enough and that, if she turned or backed away, it would be on her. The creature's black maw split wide and its hiss filled the silence. Bryn went deathly cold. She knew what would happen next. And that meant that once again she was going to have to use the wish song. Instantly her throat tightened. She did not want to use the elven magic, but she could not let this monster reach her, even if it meant. Abruptly the black thing attacked, lunging forward from its half-crouch. The swiftness of the thing caught her by surprise. It was hypnotic. The wish song stuck in her throat, her indecision freezing it away. The moment hung suspended like a knot in the thread of time, and she waited for the impact of the blow. But the blow never came. Something came streaking from behind her in a sudden blur of motion, caught the black thing in mid-leap, and hammered it back. Bryn staggered away, dropping to her knees. It was Whisper. The spell of the wish song had not been strong enough to counteract the command of his mistress. Whisper had shaken the magic and come after her. The antagonists went down in a tangled heap, claws and teeth ripping. The black thing was caught completely by surprise, having seen only the girl. Hissing with rage, it struggled to dislodge the Moor cat from its back where the great beast had fastened himself in a death grip. Over and over they tumbled along the length of the bridge, the Moor cat's jaws tearing at the monster's neck and shoulders while the massive black form hunched and thrashed convulsively. Bryn remained frozen with indecision a dozen yards away at the center of the bridge. She must do something, she told herself. This was not Whisper's fight, this was hers. She flinched at the fury of the struggle, a small cry escaping her lips as the battle between the two took them perilously close to the railing, shaking the iron chains. She must help. But how could she? She had no weapon save for the wish song, and she could not use the magic. She could not. She surprised herself with the intensity of her declaration. She could not use the wish song because rage and fear flooded her, mixing with confusion to hold her bound. Why? She howled the question within her mind, a cry of anguish. What was wrong with her? Then abruptly she was moving forward, edging her way to the far side of the stone arch, away from the combatants. She had made her decision, she would flee. It was she whom the black thing sought. Seeing her run, the thing would follow. And if she were quick enough, she would make the Maelmord before it. She stopped. Ahead where the cavern floor stretched away to the arched opening, she caught sight of something new as it emerged from the creviced rock. A second creature. She went perfectly still. The passage opening to the daylight and the valley beyond was too far and the black thing stood directly in her line of flight. Already it was coming for her. It lifted from the rock, then lumbered toward the bridge on all fours, its blackened maw gaping. Bryn backed away. She must defend herself this time. The fear and uncertainty ripped through her. She must use the wish song. She must. The black thing hissed and reached for her. Again, she felt her throat knot. And again, it was Whisper who saved her. Breaking free of the first creature, the cat whirled and catapulted violently into the second, knocking it away from the girl. Scrambling up again, Whisper turned to meet this new enemy. The black thing came at him with a rasping howl, vaulting high into the air. But Whisper was too quick. Sidestepping deftly, the big cat slashed at his attacker's exposed underbelly. Chunks of dark flesh ripped free, yet the monster did not slow. It thrust itself clear with a lunge, dead eyes fixed. Now the second creature was joined by the first. Warily, they began closing on the Moor cat. Whisper dropped back guardedly, keeping himself in front of Bryn, his thick fur bristling until he looked twice his normal size. Crouched down on all fours, the black things feinted with quick rushes, moving fluidly from side to side with an ease that belied their bulky appearance. Carefully, they worked to find an opening in the big cat's defenses. Whisper held his ground, refusing to be drawn out. Then both creatures came at him at once, teeth and claws ripping angry furrows through fur and flesh. Whisper was thrown back against the chains of the bridge railing, his powerful body nearly pinned there by the ferocious charge. But he fought his way clear with a surge, slashing savagely at the black things, screaming his hatred of them. The circling began once more. Panting heavily, his sleek gray coat streaked with blood, Whisper slipped back into his defensive crouch. The attackers had forced him against the bridge railing, away from Bryn. They ignored the Veil Girl now, their lifeless eyes fixed on the cat. Bryn saw what they intended. They would come at Whisper again, and this time the chains would not break the force of their rush. The Moor cat would be thrown back over the edge and fall to his death. The Moor cat also seemed to realize what was happening. He lunged and feinted, trying to skirt the edges of the circle, trying to regain the center of the bridge. But the monsters maneuvered quickly to cut him off, keeping him trapped against the railing. Bryn Olmsford's chest knotted with fear. Whisper could not win this fight. These creatures were too much for him. He had shredded both with wounds that should have crippled them, yet they did not seem affected by the injuries. Their flesh hung in tatters, yet they did not bleed. They were enormously strong and quick, stronger and quicker than anything born of this world. They had obviously been created by the dark magic, not by nature's hands. Whisper, she breathed, her voice cracked and dry. She must save him. There was no one else to do so. She had the wish song and the strength of its magic. She could use it to destroy these creatures, to obliterate them as surely as the trees intertwined in the Run Mountains. The mines of the thieves from west of Spanning Ridge. The gnome, shattered. Tears ran down her cheeks. She could not. Something interposed itself between her will and its execution, held her back from her intended purpose, and froze her resolve with indecision. She must help him, but she could not. Whisper! She screamed. The black things jerked erect, half-turning. Abruptly Whisper lunged in a feint that froze them in their tracks, then whirled sharply to his right, gathered himself and vaulted them both with a tremendous leap. Landing at a dead run, the Moorcat raced for the center of the bridge and Bryn. The black things were after him instantly, hissing in fury, tearing at his flanks in an effort to bring him down. A dozen feet in front of Bryn, they succeeded. All three tumbled to the causeway in a raging tangle of teeth and claws. For a few desperate seconds, Whisper held them both. Then one gained his back and the second tore free. It hurtled past the struggling cat toward Bryn. The Veil Girl threw herself to one side, sprawling down upon the bridge. Whisper screamed. With the last of his strength, he threw himself into the girl's assailant, the second creature still clinging to his back like some monstrous spider. The force of his lunge carried all three into the chains of the bridge railing. Iron links snapped like deadwood, and the black things hissed gleefully as Whisper began to slide from the bridge into the chasm. Bryn came to her knees, a cry of rage and determination wrenched from her throat. The restraints that bound her fell away, the indecision and uncertainty were shattered, and her purpose freed. She sang, hard and quick, and the sound of the wish song filled the heights and depths of the cavern rock. The song was darker than any she had sung before, a new and terrible sound, filled with fury that surpassed all she had believed herself capable of knowing. It exploded into the black things like an iron ram. They surged upward at its impact and their lifeless eyes snapped back. Limbs clawing, black mouths wide and soundless, they were flung away from Whisper, back away from the safety of the bridge, and into space. Convulsing like blown leaves, they fell into the abyss and were gone. It was done in an instant. Bryn went silent, her dusky, worn face flushed and vibrant. Again she felt that sudden, strange sense of twisted glee, but stronger this time, much stronger. It burned through her like fire. She could barely control her excitement. She had destroyed the black things almost without trying. And she had enjoyed it. She realized then that the barrier that had interposed itself between her will and its execution had been one of her own making, a restraint she had put there to protect against what had just happened. Now it was gone, and she did not think it could be put back again. She had sensed that she was losing control of the magic. She had not understood why, only that it was happening. Each use had seemed to bring her a little further away from herself. She had tried to resist what was being done to her, but her efforts to forbear use of the magic had been thwarted at every turn, almost as if some perverse fate had willed that she must use the magic. By using it this time, she had embraced it fully, and she no longer felt that she could struggle against it. She would be what she must. Slowly, gingerly, Whisper padded over to where she knelt, pushing his dark muzzle against her face. Her arms came up to wrap about the big cat gently, and tears ran down her cheeks. Jair Omsford's voice died away in a ragged gasp, and the light of the vision crystal died with it. The face of his sister was gone. A deep silence filled the sudden gloom, and the faces of the men gathered there were white and drawn. Those were mutants, Slanter whispered finally. What? Idani Lesidil, seated next to him, looked startled. The black things, that's what they're called, mutants. The dark magic made them. They guard the sewers below Greymark, the gnome trailed off, glancing quickly at Jair. Then she is here, the Veilman breathed, his mouth dry and his hands tightening. About the crystal. Slanter nodded. Yes, boy, she's here. And closer to the pit than we. Garrett Jax rose swiftly, a lean, black shadow. The others scrambled up with him. It seems we have no time left us and no choice but to go in now. Even in the half-light, his eyes were like fire. He reached out to them, palms upward. Give me your hands. One by one, they stretched forward their hands, joining with his. By this we make our pledge, he told them, a hard and brittle edge to his voice. The Veilman shall reach the basin at heaven's well as he has sworn he would. We are as one in this, whatever happens. As one, to the end. Swear it. There was a hushed silence. As one, Helt repeated in his deep, gentle voice. As one, the others echoed. The hands fell away, and Garrett Jax turned to Slanter. Take us in, he said. 40. They went up through the mountain passageways to the cellars that lay below Greymark like the wraiths they shunned. With the aid of torches they found stored in a niche at the tunnel entrance, they crept through the gloom and the silence to the bowels of the fortress keep. Slanter led them, his rough yellow face bent close to the light, his black eyes bright with fear. He went quickly and purposefully, and only the eyes betrayed what he might wish hidden of himself. But Jair saw it, recognized it, and found that it mirrored what lurked now within himself. He, too, was afraid. The anticipation that had earlier given him such strength of purpose was gone. Fear had replaced it, wild and barely controlled, racing through him and turning his skin to ice. Strange, fragmented thoughts filled his mind as he worked his way ahead with the others through the tunnel rock, his nostrils thick with the smell of must air and his own sweat, thoughts of his home in the vale, of his family scattered across the lands, of friends and familiar things left behind and perhaps lost, of the shadow things that hunted him, of Alanon and Bryn, and of what they had come to this dark place in time to do. All jumbled and ran together like colors mixed in water, and there was no sense to be made of any of them. It was the fear that made his thoughts scatter so, and he tightened his mind in his resolve against it. The passageways wound upward for a long time, crossing and recrossing, a puzzle maze that seemed to lack beginning or end. Yet Slanter did not pause, but led them steadily on until at last they came in sight of a broad, iron-bound doorway fastened to the rock. They came up to it and stopped, as silent as the tunnels through which they had come. Jair crouched down with the others as Slanter put one ear to the door and listened. In the stillness of his mind, he could hear the beat of his body's pulse. Slanter rose and nodded once. Carefully, he lifted the latch that held the door closed, fixed his hands on the iron handle and pulled. The door swung open with a low groan. A stairway rose before them, disappearing beyond the circle of their torchlight into blackness. They began to climb, with Slanter leading them once more. A step at a time, slow and cautious, they made their way up the stairwell. Gloom and silence deepened and wrapped them close about. The stairwell ended, opening upward through a stone block floor. The soft scrape of someone's boot on the stairs echoed harshly through the darkness above, disappearing far away into the silence. Jair swallowed against what he was feeling. It was as if there was nothing up there but the dark. Then they were clear of the stairs and within the gloom. Voiceless, they stood close about the opening and peered into the gloom, torches held forth. The light could not penetrate to walls or ceiling, but there was a clear sense of a chamber so huge that they were dwarfed by it. They could discern at the edges of their torchlight the shadowed outline of crates and barrels. The wood was dry and rotting, its iron bindings rusted. Cobwebs lay over everything, and the floor was thick with dust. But in the carpet of the dust, splayed footprints marked the passing of something that was clearly not human. It had not been all that long since whatever it was had ventured down into the lower levels of Greymark, Jair thought chillingly. Slanter beckoned them ahead. The members of the little company moved into the gloom, groping their way forward from the open stairwell, the dust stirring beneath their boots and rising in soft clouds to mix with the light of their torches in a hazy glare. Mounds of stores and discarded provisions appeared and were left behind. Still the chamber ran on. Then suddenly the entire floor rose half a dozen steps to a new level and stretched away from there into darkness. They went up the stairs in a knot, walked ahead 20 yards or so, and passed into a monstrous, arched corridor. Iron doors, barred and sealed, appeared on either side as they pushed forward. Blackened torch stubs sat within their iron racks, chains lay in piles against the walls, and multi-legged insects scurried from the light to the seclusion of the gloom. A stench hindered breathing and choked the senses, emanating in waves from the cellar stone. The corridor ended at yet another stairway, this one curling upward like a snake coiled. Slanter paused, then began to climb. The others followed. Twice the stairway wound back upon itself, then opened into another corridor. They followed this new passageway several dozen yards to where it branched in two directions. Slanter took them right. The passageway ended a short distance further on at a closed iron door. The gnome tested the latch, tugged futilely, and shook his head. There was concern on his face as he turned to the others. Clearly he had hoped to find it open. Garrett Jacks pointed back down the corridor, the unasked question in his eyes. Could they backtrack and go the other way? Slanter shook his head slowly, the answer in his eyes. The gnome did not know. They hesitated a moment longer, eyes locked. Then Slanter pushed past, motioning for the others to follow. He led them back down the passageway to where it divided. This time he took them left. The second corridor wound farther than the first, passing stairwells, niches cloaked in shadow, and numerous doors, all closed and barred. Several times the gnome paused, undecided, then continued on. The minutes slipped away, and Jair began to grow increasingly uneasy. Then at last the passageway ended, this time at a pair of massive iron doors so huge that Slanter was forced to reach upward to seize the handles. They gave with surprising ease, and the door on the right swung silently in. The members of the little company peered through guardedly. Another chamber lay beyond, huge and cluttered with stores. But the gloom dissipated somewhat here, chased by a thin, gray light that slipped downward through tiny slits in the walls that were cut close against the chamber's high ceiling. Slanter gestured toward the slits, then to the far wall of the chamber where a second pair of iron doors stood closed. The others understood. They were within Greymark's outer walls. With Slanter in the lead, they passed cautiously into the room. No dust lay upon these floors, no cobwebs draped its crates and barrels. The stench still hung upon the air, stifling and rank, but it now seemed carried as much from without as held by the closure of the walls. Jair wrinkled his nose in distaste. The smell might well kill them before the dark things found them out. It was as bad as. Something scraped softly in the shadows to one side. Garrett Jax whirled, daggers in both hands, crying out in warning to the others. Too late. Something huge, black, and winged seemed to explode out of the shadows. It rose against the half-light, its leathered body spreading outward like some monstrous bat. Teeth and claws gleamed, a flash of ivory, and a fierce shriek broke from its throat. It was on them so quickly that there was no time to defend against it. It flew at them in a rush, swept past the leaders, and came at Helt. It caromed into the giant borderman, winged limbs flailing, and its shriek turned to a frightening hiss. Helt staggered back with a howl, then got both hands on the black thing, and thrust it from him violently, flinging it across the room into a pile of stores. Garrett Jax leaped forward, and the daggers flew from his hands, pinning the thing to the wooden crates. Slanter had reached the far end of the room and wrenched wide one of the iron doors. Get out! He howled. They raced swiftly from the chamber, one after the other, until all were clear. Slanter shoved the open door closed with a grunt and threw the iron bolts into their fastenings. Shaking, he collapsed back against the door. What was that? Farrakher gasped, his black-bearded face shiny with sweat and his heavy brows knit fiercely. The gnome shook his head. I don't know. Something the walkers made of the dark magic, some sentinel, perhaps. Helt was down on one knee, his face buried in his hands. Blood seeped through his fingers in small trickles of scarlet. Helt! Jair whispered and started forward. Helt, you're hurt. The borderman lifted his head slowly. Angry slashes crisscrossed his face. One eye was swollen and already beginning to close. He dabbed at the wounds with his tunic sleeve and motioned the veilman back. No, they're just scratches. Nothing bad. But he was wincing with pain. He came to his feet with an effort, bracing himself against the wall. There was an uneasy look in his eyes. Slanter had moved away from the door and was glancing about furtively. They were at the center of a narrow corridor that ran to a pair of closed doors at one end and to a stairway opening to daylight at the other. This way. He beckoned, moving quickly toward the light. Hurry before something else finds us. They started after him, all save Helt, who was still leaning against the passage wall. Jair glanced back and slowed. Helt? He called. Hurry on, Jair. The big man was still dabbing blood from his face. Then he pushed himself off the wall and started after. Go on, now. Stay close to the others. Jair did as he was asked, conscious that the borderman was following and conscious, too, that Helt was having difficulty doing so. There was something very wrong with him. They reached the end of the corridor and went up the stairs in a rush. The eerie stillness of the fortress was broken by the sound of other feet and voices, jumbled, distant and indistinct. The shriek of the winged thing had given warning that there were intruders within the keep. Jair's mind raced wildly as he bounded up the long stairway with the others. He must remember that he had the wish song for protection, that he could use it effectively only if he remembered to keep his head. Something hissed past his face, and he stumbled and went down. An arrow shattered on the stairway wall. Helt was next to him at once, pulling him up again. Arrows flew all about them as gnome hunters appeared in the corridor below and on parapets above. The companions were within Greymark's walls, but their enemies knew it now and were converging. Scrambling to the top of the stairs, Jair wheeled right after the others along the line of battlements that overlooked a broad inner courtyard and a maze of towers and fortifications. Gnomes appeared from everywhere, weapons in hand, yelling wildly. A handful lay crumpled on the battlements ahead, brought down by Garrett Jax as the black-clad weapons master cleared the way forward. The six darted along she battlements to a tower stairwell where Slanter brought them to a halt. The drop gate there. He pointed across the courtyard to an iron-barred portcullis that stood raised over an arched entry leading through a massive, stone block wall. Quickest way for us to reach the Crove. His yellow face grimaced as he fought for breath. Gnomes will realize what we're about in a moment. When they do, they'll bring down the gate to trap us. But if we can get there first, we can use the gate to cut them off instead. Garrett Jax nodded, oddly calm in the midst of the moment's fury. Where is the wheelhouse and winch? Slanter pointed again. Beneath the gates this side. We'll have to jam the wheel. Shouts and cries broke from all about them. In the courtyard below, the gnomes began to come together. Garrett Jax straightened. Quick, then before they are too many for us. The little company raced down the tower stairwell, Slanter leading. At the lower end, they crossed through an anteway, dark and closed, to a single door that opened into the courtyard. All across the yard, gnome hunters turned to face them. Shades! Slanter gasped. They broke for the gate in a rush. Bryn Olmsford climbed slowly to her feet, one hand resting lightly on Whisper's massive head. The cavern was still again, empty of life. She stood for a moment at the center of the stone bridge and looked across the chasm to where daylight brightened the tall, arched alcove leading out. She rubbed Whisper's head gently, conscious of the welts and angry furrows left from his terrible battle with the black things, feeling the hurt that he had suffered. "No more," she whispered softly. Then she turned forward. She left the bridge quickly, without looking back, and began to cross the cavern floor toward the alcove. Whisper went with her, padding silently behind, saucer blue eyes gleaming. Without turning, she knew that he was there. Cautiously, she scanned the creviced rock for signs of the black things or other horrors wrought by the dark magic, but there were none. Only she and the cat remained. Minutes later she reached the alcove with its high, smooth walls sculpted from the stone and carved with the intricate design she had seen earlier. She paid them little heed, moving at once to the opening and to the daylight beyond. She had only one objective now. The opening passed away behind her and she stood once more in sunlight. It was mid-afternoon, the sun gone westward toward the treeline, its brightness dimmed by mist and clouds that floated shroud-like across the whole of the sky above. She was on a ledge overlooking a deep valley surrounded by a cluster of barren, ragged peaks. There was an odd, dreamlike tone to the setting of mountains, clouds, and mist. The whole of the valley was bathed in a shimmering, leaden cast. She looked slowly about and then upward behind her. There, balanced upon the rock above, was a solitary, dismal fortress. Greymark. Winding down from its heights and from far above that, beyond where she could see, was the stone stairway of the Crow. It wound past her ledge, touched briefly, then spiraled down into the valley. It was upon the valley that her gaze at last came to rest. A deep, shadowed bowl, it fell away from the light until its lower depths were lost in misted gloom. The Crow wound down into this darkness, into a mass of trees, vines, scrub, and choking brush, grown so thick that the light could not penetrate. This forest was a twisted and knotted wilderness and it seemed to have neither beginning nor end, but to be contained in its rampant growth only by the rock walls of the peaks. Bryn stared. It was from here that the hissing sound came, the one that she had heard earlier in the sewers. It was like a breathing. She squinted against the glare of the gray half-light. Had she seen? In the bowl of the valley, the forest moved. "You are alive," she said softly and hardened herself against what that realization made her feel. She stepped far out onto the ledge, to the very edge where the stem of the Crow joined to it. Crude stairs had been cut into the rock, and she stared down their length to where they disappeared at a bend in the stone. Then she looked past again to the valley below. "Maelmord, I am come to you," she whispered. Then she turned back to Whisper. She knelt beside him and rubbed his ears tenderly. Her smile was sad and gentle. "You must go no further with me, Whisper. Even though your mistress sent you to keep me safe, you must go no further. You must stay here and wait for her to come to you. Do you understand?" The cat's luminous eyes blinked and he rubbed against her. "Protect my way back again, if you would protect me at all," she told him. "Perhaps it will not be as the Grimpond has foretold that I shall die here. Perhaps I will come back again. Keep the way safe for me, Whisper. Keep your mistress and my friends safe. Do not let them follow. Wait, and when I have done what I must, I will come back to you if I am able. I promise you that I will." Then she sang to the cat, using the wish song not to persuade or to deceive this time, but to explain. In images that would carry to the more cat's mind, she let him feel what she wished and made him understand what it was that she must do. When she was done, she leaned forward and hugged the big cat close for a moment, nestling her face in the coarse fur and feeling the warmth of the beast seep through her, taking from that warmth a measure of new strength. Page 429 picture. She rose and stepped back. Slowly Whisper sank down on his haunches and forepaws until he was stretched out facing her. She nodded and smiled. He was taking up guard of her path down. He would do as she wished. "Goodbye, Whisper," she told him and stepped upon the Crow. The stench that had risen from the chasm behind her rose anew from the steamy depths of the valley below. She ignored it, gazing out momentarily over the cliffs to where the light of the sun brightened above the horizon. She thought of Allanon then and wondered if he could see her, if perhaps he might in some way be with her. Then she took a deep breath to steady herself and started down. 41. As one, the 6 who had come from Cullhaven broke from the shelter of the tower door and raced into the courtyard beyond. Screams of warning rose up about them, and the gnomes converged from every quarter. At the center of the maelstrom, Jair watched the battle unfold with curious detachment. Time fragmented, and his sense of being slipped from him. Hemmed close about by the friends who sought to protect him, he floated in their midst, voiceless and ephemeral, a ghost that none could see. Earth, sky, and the whole of the world beyond these walls were lost, along with all else that had ever been or would ever be. There was only now in the faces and the forms of those who fought and died in that yard. Garrett Jax led the charge, darting through the gnomes that rushed to bar his passage, swift and fluid as he killed them. He was like a black-clad dancer, all grace, power, and seemingly effortless motion. Gnome hunters, gnarled and worn from countless battles, threw themselves in front of him with frenzied determination, their weapons hacking and cutting with lethal force. They might as well have been trying to contain Quicksilver. None could touch the weapons master, and those who came close enough to try found in him the black shadow of death come to claim their lives. The others of the company fought beside him, no less driven in their purpose and only a shade less deadly. Farakar flanked him on one side, the dwarf's black-bearded face ferocious as he swung the great double-edged axe, and attackers scattered with howls of dismay. Edani Lesidil flanked him on the other, a slender sword flicking snake-like and a long knife parrying counterblows. Slanter stayed close behind them all, long knives in both hands, a hunted look in his black eyes. Help brought up the rear, a giant shield, his wounded face bleeding again and frightening to look at, a great pike snatched from an attacker thrusting and cutting all who tried to slip past his guard. A strange sense of exhilaration flooded through Jair. It was as if nothing could stop them. Weapons flew past from every direction, and the screams of the wounded and dying filled the grey afternoon. They were in the center of the courtyard now, the castle wall rising up before them. Then a sudden blow struck the Veilman, staggering him with its force. Stunned, he looked down and found the tip of a dart protruding from his shoulder like a peg hook. Pain lanced from the wound through his body, and he went rigid with shock. Slanter saw him stumble and was next to him in an instant, arms wrapping about him to hold him up, pulling him after the others. Helt roared with fury and used the long pike to hammer back the gnomes that sought to rush forward to seize them. Jair squeezed his eyes shut against the pain. He was hurt, he thought in disbelief as he staggered forward under Slanter's guidance. The drop gate loomed ahead. There were gnomes in its shadow now, rushing about wildly and calling out in warning. The doors to the blockhouse slammed shut and iron winches began to turn. Slowly, the drop gate started down. Garrett Jax leaped forward, so quickly that the others could barely follow. He reached the gate in seconds, thrusting into the gnomes who held there. But the winches continued to turn in the blockhouse, iron chains unwrapping. The drop gate was still coming down. Garrett! Farakar screamed in warning, nearly buried in a rush of gnome attackers who came at him. But it was Helt who acted. He charged through the gnome hunters, pike lowered, sweeping them aside like leaves scattered in a fall wind. Blows rained down upon him, but he shrugged them aside as if they were not felt and went on. Gnome archers trained their fire on the giant borderman from the walls behind. Twice he was struck, the second time, he staggered to his knees. Still he went on. Then he was before the blockhouse, his giant frame slamming into the closed doors. The doors buckled with a crunch and flew apart, and the borderman was within. He hurtled into a knot of defenders, flinging them from the machinery like dolls, his massive hands closing about the winch levers to pull them tight again. The dropgate slowed and stopped in a grinding of chains and gears, its teeth barely 10 feet from the ground. Garrett Jax scattered the gnomes who remained before the gate, and Slanter and Jair stumbled through into a shadowed court beyond. For the moment, at least, the court was empty. Jair collapsed to one knee, feeling the searing pain from his wound flare outward with the movement. Then Slanter was in front of him. "Sorry boy, but I've got to do this." One gnarled hand fixed on his shoulder and the other on the dart. With a wrench, the gnome pulled the dart free. Jair screamed and almost lost consciousness, but Slanter held him upright, jamming a wad of cloth down into his tunic front and binding it fast against the wound with his belt. Beneath the dropgate, Garrett Jax, Farakar and Edani Lesidil stood in a line against the advancing gnomes. A dozen paces beyond, still within the blockhouse, Helt pulled free the winch levers once more. Again, the dropgate started down. Jair blinked through the tears brought by the pain. Something was wrong. The borderman was making no attempt to come after them. He was leaning heavily against the machinery, watching as the gate descended. "Helt!" Jair whispered weakly. He realized then the borderman's intent. Helt meant to bring down the dropgate and jam it from the other side. If he did so, it would leave him trapped there. It would mean his certain death. "Helt, no!" He screamed and jerked to his feet. But it was already done. The gate came down, slamming into the earth with the force of its release. The gnome defenders howled with rage and turned on the man within the blockhouse. Bracing himself, Helt threw the whole of his great strength against the winch levers and wrenched them from their fastenings, wrecking the machine. "Helt!" Jair screamed again, trying to pull free of Slanter. The borderman staggered to the blockhouse door, long pike held before him. Gnomes came at him from everywhere. He bent and swayed against their rush, but for an instant he withstood them. They swarmed over him and he was gone. Jair stood frozen behind the gates as Garrett Jax came back to him. Roughly, the weapons master turned him about and pushed him away. "Go!" he snapped. "Quickly, Jair Omsford, go now!" The Veilman stumbled from the gate, still stunned. The weapons master kept pace at his side. "He was dying already," Garrett Jax said. Jair's head jerked about, and the gray eyes fixed on him. "The winged thing in the storeroom poisoned him. It was in his eyes, Veilman." Jair nodded dumbly, remembering the look the borderman had given him. "But we might have. We might have done many things were we not where we are," Garrett Jax cut him short, his voice calm and icy. The poison was lethal. He knew he was dying. He chose this way to finish it. Now, run. Giant Helt. Jair remembered the big man's kindness to him during the long journey north. He remembered his gentle eyes. Helt, about whom he had known so very little. Head lowered to shield his tears, he ran on. At the edge of the Crove, midway down its length where it joined to the rock shelf on the cliffs below Greymark, Whisper listened as the sounds of the battle being fought above him grew more fierce. Stretched full length upon the shadowed stone, he kept watch for the return of Bryn or the coming of his mistress. His hearing was keener than that of any human, and he had caught the sounds long ago. But the sounds did not threaten him, and so he kept his vigil and did not move. But then a new sound reached his ears, a sound not from the battle being fought within Greymark, but from something close at hand. Footfalls sounded on the stone steps of the Crove, soft and furtive. The Moor cat's head lifted. Something was coming down. Claws scraped against the rock. Whisper's head dropped down again, and he seemed to disappear into the stone. The seconds slipped past, and then a shadow appeared. Whisper's narrowed eyes caught the movement, and the big cat stayed frozen. One of the black things crept down the stairs of the Crove, one like the things that he had fought within the caves of the mountain. Down the stone walkway it slipped, dead eyes staring as if sightless. It did not see Whisper. The Moor cat waited. When the monster was less than half a dozen steps from where he crouched, Whisper sprang. He hurtled into the black thing before it even knew he was there, a silent blur of motion. Arms flailing, the creature flew from the Crove to drop like a stone into the valley below. Balanced at the edge of the stairway's long spiral, Whisper watched the thing fall. When it struck, the entire forest about it convulsed in a frenzy of limbs and leafy trailers. It had the unpleasant look of a throat swallowing. Finally, it went still. Whisper backed from the Crove, ears flattened in a mixture of fear and hatred. The smell of the steamy jungle rose to assail the cat's nostrils, and he coughed and spit in distaste. He patted back upon the rock shelf. Then a new sound brought him about with a low snarl. Other dark forms stood upon the Crove above him, two more of the black things, and behind them a robed figure, tall and hooded. Whisper's saucer blue eyes blinked and narrowed. It was too late to hide. They had already seen him. Soundlessly he turned to meet them, dark muzzle drawing back. Jair Omsford and his companions raced through shadows and half-light deep within the fortress of Greymark now. They ran down hallways thick with the stench of must and sewage, corridors of rusted iron doors and crumbling stone, chambers that echoed with their footfalls, and stairways worn and broken. The castle of Greymark was a dying place, sick with age and disuse and rotten with decay. Nothing that lived here gave tolerance to life, those within found comfort only in death. And it seeks my death, Jair thought as he ran, his wound throbbing painfully. It seeks to swallow me and make me a part of it. Ahead, the dark form of Garrett Jax darted swiftly on, a wraith that beckoned. The gloom about them lay empty, silent, and waiting. The gnomes had been left behind, the moored wraiths had not appeared. The Veilman fought back against the fear that coursed through him. Where were the wraiths? Why hadn't they seen them yet? They were here within the keep, hidden somewhere within its walls, the things that could destroy minds and bodies. They were here and they must surely come. But where were they? He stumbled, fell against Slanter, and almost went down. But the gnome held him up, one stout arm coming quickly about him. Watch where you step. Slanter cried. Jair gritted his teeth as pain flooded outward from his shoulder. It hurts, Slanter. Every step. The gnome's blocky face turned from his own. The pain tells you that you're still alive, boy. Now run, Dot. Jair Omsford ran. They raced down a curving hall, and ahead there was the sound of other feet running and voices calling out. Gnomes had come another way and were searching for them. Weapons master. Slanter warned urgently, and Garrett Jax skidded to a halt. The gnome beckoned them into an alcove where a small door opened onto a narrow stairway that disappeared upward into blackness. We can slip above them this way, Slanter panted, leaning wearily against the stone block walls. But a moment for the boy, first. Quickly, he pulled the cork from his ale pouch and lifted the spout to the Veilman's lips. Jair drank gratefully in a series of deep swallows. The bitter liquid burned through him, almost at once. It seemed to ease the pain. Leaning back against the wall with the gnome, he watched as Garrett Jack slipped ahead along the stairway, searching the darkness above. Behind them, Farakar and Adani Lesidil stood, guard at the stairway entrance, crouched down within the shadows. "Better now?" Slanter asked him shortly. "Better. Like that time in the Black Oaks, eh? After you taken that beating from Spilk? Like then." Jair smiled, remembering. "Cures everything, that gnome ale." The gnome laughed bitterly. "Everything? No, boy, not what the walkers will do to us when they catch us. Not that. Coming for us, just like they did in the Oaks. Coming from the shadows, soundless black things. I can smell them. It's just the stench of the place, Slanter." The gnome's rough face lowered, as if he had not heard. "Helt gone just like that. Wouldn't have thought we would lose the big man so quick. Bordermen are a tough breed, trackers tougher still. Wouldn't have thought it would happen so quick with him." Jair swallowed. "I know. But it will be different for the rest of us, Slanter. The gnomes are behind us. We'll get away, just as we have done before." Slanter shook his head slowly. "No, we'll not get away this time, boy. Not this time." He pushed clear of the wall, his voice a whisper. "We'll all be dead before it's done." Roughly, he pulled the veil man up after him, made a quick motion back to Farakar and Adani Lesidil and started up the stairs. The dwarf and the elf followed at once. They caught up with Garrett Jack several dozen steps ahead, and together the five climbed into the blackness. Step by step, they made their way forward, with a small glimmer of light from somewhere above as their only guide. Within Greymark's walls, it was like a tomb meant to hold them fast. Jair let the thought linger momentarily, desperately aware of his own mortality. He could die as easily as Helt had died. It was not assured, as he had once believed, that he would live to see the end of this. Then he brushed the thought away. If he did not live, there would be no one to help Bryn. It would end for both of them, for there could be no hope for her without him. Therefore, he must live, must find a way to live. The stairway ended at a small wooden door with a barred window. It was through this window that the daylight slipped down into the darkness where they crouched. Slanter pressed his rough yellow face tight against the bars and peered out into what waited beyond. From somewhere close, the cries of their pursuers rang out. "Have to run for it again," Slanter said over his shoulder. "Ahead, through the great hall. Stay close." He threw open the wooden door, and they burst into the daylight beyond. They were in a long corridor, high-ceilinged and raftered, with narrow, arched windows cut into its length. Slanter took them left, past alcoves and doorways draped in shadow, shells of rusted armor on pedestals, and clusters of weapons hung against the stone. The cries grew stronger, and it seemed as if the company were running toward them. Then suddenly the cries were all about them. Behind, only yards back, a door flew wide and gnome hunters poured through. Howls of excitement burst from their throats, and they turned to give chase. "Quick!" Slanter cried. A shower of arrows whistled past them as they charged onto a threshold fronting a pair of tall, arched wooden doors carved in scroll. Slanter and Garrett Jacks flew into the doors, the others only a step behind, and the doors snapped at their bindings and sagged open. The company rushed through, tumbling over one another down a long stairway. They were within the great hall that Slanter had sought, a massive chamber bright with daylight that poured through high, barred windows. Beams, aged and cracked by time's passage, ran crosswise overhead, buttressing a cavernous ceiling canopied over rows of tables and benches scattered across the floor beneath in disarray. The five from Cullhaven regained their footing hurriedly and raced through the tables and benches, dodging the debris frantically. Behind them, their pursuers burst into the room. Jair followed Slanter right, conscious of Garrett Jacks close ahead. On the left in Farakar and Adani Lesidil trailing. His lungs burned and the wound in his shoulder throbbed painfully once again. Arrows and darts hissed wickedly past, thudding into the wood of the benches and tables. Gnome hunters were appearing all about them now. "The stairs!" Slanter screamed frantically. Ahead, a long, curving stairway wound upward toward a balcony, and they broke for it in a rush. But several gnomes reached it first, fanning out. Across the lower steps, cutting off their escape. Garrett Jacks went directly for them. Springing atop a trestle bench, he skidded its length and dove into their midst. Somehow he kept his feet on landing, like a black cat striking out at the harried gnomes. With long knives in both hands, he slipped past their cumbersome pikes and broadswords and slew them one by one, as if they were but helpless targets. By the time the others of the company reached him, all but a few lay dead, and those few had scattered. Garrett Jacks wheeled on Slanter, blood streaking his lean face. "Where is the Crow, gnome?" Through the hallway beyond the balcony. Slanter barely slowed to answer. Quick, now. They were up the stairs in a rush. Behind, a cluster of new pursuers closed on the stairs and bounded after. Halfway up, the gnomes caught them. The weapons master, the dwarf, and the elf turned to fight. Slanter pulled Jair a dozen steps further on to shield him. Gnome broadswords and maces swung high, and there was a fearful clash of metal. Garrett Jack staggered back, separated from the others by the press of attackers. Then Farakar went down, his head laid open to the bone by a deflected blade. He struggled to rise, blood streaming down his bearded face, and Edani Lesidil leaped to his aid. For an instant, the young elf held the attackers at bay, his slender sword darting. But a pike pierced his sword arm. As his guard dropped, one of the gnomes brought a mace down against his leg. The elf toppled over with a scream of pain, and the gnomes were on him. For an instant it appeared as if they were all finished. But then Garrett Jax was there once more, his black-clad form hurtling into the attackers and flinging them back. Down went the gnome hunters, dying in astonishment, dead almost before they knew what had killed them. The last of the hunters fell, and the members of the little company were alone once more. Farakar stumbled over to where Edani Lesidil writhed in pain, his gnarled hands reached down to feel the injured leg. Smashed, he breathed softly and exchanged a knowing look with Garrett Jax. He bound the leg with strips of his short cloak, using shattered arrows for splints. Slanter and Jair hastened down the steps to rejoin them, and the gnome forced some of the bitter ale he carried down the elf's throat. Edani Lesidil's face was white and drawn with the pain as Jair bent over him. The Veilman saw at once that the damaged leg was useless. "Help me get him up," Farakar ordered. With Slanter's aid, they carried the elf to the top of the stairs. There they propped him up against the balustrade and knelt before him. "Leave me," he whispered, grimacing as he shifted his weight. "You have to. Take Jair onto the Crow. Go quickly." Jair looked hurriedly at the others. Their faces were grim and set. "No!" he cried out angrily. "Jair." The elf's hand closed tightly about his arm. "It was agreed, Jair. We pledged it. Whatever happens to the rest of us, you must reach Heaven's Well. I can no longer help you. You must leave me and go on." "What he says is true, Omsford, he can go no further." Farakar's voice was oddly hushed. He put his hands on the Veilman's shoulders, then slowly came to his feet, glancing in turn at Slanter and Garrett Jax. "I think that maybe I've gone as far as I can go, too. That sword cut has left me too dizzy for long climbs. The three of you go on. I think I'll stay here." "No, you can't do that," the injured man tried to object. "My choice, Edani Lesidil," the dwarf cut him short. "My choice as it was yours when you chose to come to my aid. We have a bond, you and I, a bond shared by elves and dwarves as far back as anyone can remember. We always stand by each other. It's time for me to honor that bond." He turned then to Garrett Jax. "This time the matter of my staying is not open to argument, Garrett." A scattering of gnome hunters appeared at the far end of the hall. They slowed guardedly, calling back to others that followed. "Hurry, now," Farakar whispered. "Take Omsford and go." Garrett Jax hesitated only a moment, then nodded. His hand reached out to grip that of the dwarf. "Luck, Farakar." "And you," the other answered. His dark eyes met those of the gnome momentarily. Then wordlessly, he placed an ash bough, arrows, and the slender elf blade by Edani Lesidil's side. In his own hands, he gripped the double-edged axe. "Go now." He snapped without turning, his black-bearded countenance fierce and set. Jair held his ground defiantly, eyes darting from the face of the weapons master to that of Slanter. "Come, boy," the gnome said quietly. Rough hands fastened on the Veilman's good arm and propelled him along the balcony. Garrett Jax followed, gray eyes cold and fixed. Jair wanted to scream in protest, to say that they could not leave them, but he knew that it would do no good. The decision had been made. He glanced over his shoulder to where Farakar and the elven prince waited at the stairway's edge. Neither looked toward him. Their eyes were on the advancing gnome hunters. Then Slanter had them through a doorway into another hall and hastening down its length. Cries of pursuit sounded once more, scattered in distance save in the direction from which they had fled. Jair ran silently at Slanter's side and fought to keep from looking back. The hallway they followed ended at an arched opening. They passed through into gray, hazy daylight, and the walls of the keep were left behind. A broad courtyard spread out before them to a railing. Beyond, the cliffs and the fortress dropped away into a valley. Out of the valley, a single thread of stone spiraled upward past the courtyard's edge. High and then higher it rose, to wrap at last about a solitary peak far above. The Crow, with heavens well at its summit. The three who remained of the little company from Cullhaven hurried forward to where the stairway and the courtyard joined and began to climb. 42. Hundreds of steps passed away beneath Bryn's feet as she descended the stone stairway of the Croft into the pit of the Maelmord. The slender ribbon of stone spiraled downward, winding from Greymark's leaden towers into the mist and steamy heat of the jungle below, a narrow and dizzying drop through space. The veiled girl traversed it with wooden steps, her mind numb with fear and weariness and racked with whispers of doubt. One hand rested lightly on the stone railing to give her some sense of support. In the west, the clouded sun continued to pass slowly behind the mountains. Through the whole of her descent, her eyes remained fixed on the pit below. A dim and hazy mass when she began, the Maelmord sharpened in clarity with each step taken. Slowly, the life that lay rooted there took shape and form, lifting away from the broad backdrop of the valley. The trees were huge, bent, and hoary, warped somehow from the way that nature's hand had shaped them. And within their midst were massive stalks of scrub and weed, grown to disproportionate size, and vines that wound and twisted over everything like snakes without heads or tails. The color of this jungle was not a vibrant, spring green, but a dull and grayish color that bore the cast of something dying with the freeze of winter. Yet the heat was awesome. To Bryn, the feel of the Maelmord was like a day in hottest summer when the ground had cracked, the grass browned, and the surface water dissipated to dust. The terrible stench of the sewers had its life source here, rising from the earth and the jungle foliage in sickening waves, hanging in the still afternoon air, and gathering like fouled soup in the bowl of the mountain stone. At first, it was almost unbearable, even with Coglin's salve still thick within her nostrils. But after a time, it grew less noticeable as her sense of smell was mercifully dulled. So, too, it was with the heat as her body temperature adjusted. Heat and stench lost the edge of their unpleasantness, and there was only the stark and blasted look of the pit that could not be blocked away. There was the hissing, too, and there was the rise and fall of the foliage, as if it were a body breathing. There was the certainty that the whole of the valley was a thing alive, a solitary being for all of its disparate parts that could act and think and feel. And while it had no eyes, still the Veil Girl could feel it looking at her, watching and waiting. But she kept on. There could be no thought of turning back. It had been a long and arduous journey that had brought her to this place in time, and much had been sacrificed. Lives had been lost and the character of those saved was forever changed. She, herself, was no longer the girl she had been, for the magic had made her over into something new and terrible. She winced at the admission she could now freely make. She was changed, and the magic had wrought it. She shook her head. Well, perhaps it was not change, after all, that she had experienced, but merely insight. Perhaps learning of the frightening extent of the Wish Song's power had but shown her what had always been there and she was who she had always been and had not changed at all. Perhaps it was simply that now she understood. The musings distracted her only slightly from the Maelmord's bulk as it drew close now with the final twist in the stone stairway of the Croft, marking the end of her descent. She slowed, staring fixedly downward into the mass of the jungle beneath, seeing the twisted maze of trunks, limbs, and vines shrouded in trailers of mist and the rise and fall of the life that rooted there, its breath hissing in steady cadence. Within the ravaged breast of the pit, no other life gave evidence of its existence. Yet somewhere within that tangle, the Ildech lay hidden. How was she to find it? She stood upon the Croft 24 steps from its lower end, with the Maelmord swelling softly all about her. She looked out across it in confusion, fighting down the repulsion and fear that coursed through her and trying desperately to stay calm. She must use the wish song now, she knew, as she had been told by Allanon that she could. The trees, brush, and vines of this jungle were like those trees twisted close about each other within the forests above the Rainbow Lake. The wish song could be used to make them part. A pathway could be made. But where should that pathway lead? She hesitated. Something within her advised caution, whispering that the wish song's power was to be used a different way this time, that strength alone would not be enough. The Maelmord was too large, too overpowering to be mastered in that way. Guile and cleverness must be employed. This thing was but a creation of the same magic that she wielded, all of it descended through the ages from the world of fairy, from a time when magic was the only power. She cut short the thought, her eyes lifting toward the sky once again. The sunlight warmed her face in a way far different from that of the heat of the pit. There was life in its warmth and brightness. It called to her with such strength of purpose that, for an instant, she felt an inexplicable and frantic need to run back. She jerked her eyes away, forcing her gaze to settle again upon the steamy depths of the jungle. Still she hesitated in her descent. The way was not yet clear to her, not yet certain. She could not proceed blindly into the maw of this thing. She must first discover where it was that she was going and where it was that the Ildech lay concealed. Her dusky face tightened. She must understand the thing. She must look within it. The words of the Grimpond mocked her, a whisper that teased slyly from the deep recesses of her memory, "Look within, Bryn of Shannara. Do you see? And suddenly, startlingly, she saw everything. It had been told to her at the Valley of Shale, but she had not understood. Savior and Destroyer, Bremen had named her, risen from the Hadeshorn to summon Allanan. Savior and Destroyer. She leaned weakly against the stone railing as the impact of it struck her. It was not within the Mailmord that she must look to find her answers, not within the pit. It was within herself. She straightened then, her dark face savage with the certainty of what she knew. How easy it was going to be for her to pass into the Mailmord and to find what she sought. There was no need for her to force a path within this being that kept watch over the Ildach, no need, even, to search the Ildach out. There would be no struggle here, no confrontation of magics. There would instead be a joining, She descended the final steps of the Croft until she stood at last at its end. The roof of the jungle above her seemed to close suddenly about, shutting away the sunlight, leaving her wrapped in shadows, heat, and the unbearable stench. But it no longer bothered her to be here. She knew what it was that she had to do, and nothing else mattered. Gently, she sang. The wish song rolled forth, low, hard, and eager. The music flooded the massive tangle of limbs, vines, rampant brush. It stroked and soothed with a deft touch, then wrapped about and cloaked with warm reassurance. Accept me, Mailmord, it whispered. Accept me into you, for I am like you. For us, there is no difference of kind. We are the same, our magics joined. We are the same. The words that whispered in the music should have horrified her, but they were strangely pleasing. Where once the wish song had seemed but a marvelous toy with which she might amuse herself, a toy to play with color and shape and sound, the vastness of its use had at last revealed itself to her. It could be anything. Even here, where evil lay strongest, she could belong. The Mailmord was created to prevent anything from entering that was not in harmony with it. Even the strength inherent in the wish song's magic could not overcome the basic purpose of its existence. But so versatile was the magic that it could forsake strength for cunning and make Bryn Olmsford appear kindred to whatever might stand against her. She could be in harmony with the life in this pit, and she could do so for as long as it might take to reach what it was she sought. Exhilaration soared through her as she sang to the Mailmord and felt it respond. She was crying, so intense was the feeling that bound her to the music. The jungle swayed in response about her, its limbs bending and its vines and scrub curling like snakes. The music she sang whispered of the death and horror that gave life to the valley. She played a game with it, immersed within her self-creation so that she could be thought nothing less than what she wished to appear. She drifted deep into herself, bound up in the song she sang. All anon in the journey that had brought her were forgotten, as were Roan, Kimber, Cogline, and Whisper. Barely remembered was the task she had come to complete, to find and destroy the Ildach. The release of the magic brought again the strange and frightening sense of glee. She could feel her control slipping away, just as had happened when she had used the wish song against that spider gnome on Taffa Ridge and the black things in the sewers. She could feel the threads of herself unraveling. But she must risk it, she knew. It was necessary. The breathing of the Mailmord rose and fell more quickly now, and the hissing was more intense. It wanted her, had need for her. It found in her a vibrant piece of itself, the heart of the body that lay rooted there, missing for so long, but now returned. Come to me, it hissed. Come to me. Her face alive with excitement and need, Bryn passed from the Croft into the jungle beyond. There has got to be an end to these sewers, for Cat's sake. Roan was insisting to Kimber and Cogline as he stepped clear of the tunnel passage into the cavern beyond. It seemed to him in his frustration that they had been stumbling about in the sewers of Greymark forever. There doesn't have to be anything of the sort. Cogline snapped back, as disagreeable as ever. But the Highlander barely heard, his attention focused instead on the cavern into which they had passed. It was a massive chamber, its roof cracked so that hazy sunlight flooded downward in bright streamers, and its floor split down the center by a monstrous chasm. Wordlessly, Roan hurried forward along the chasm's edge, his eyes sweeping toward the stone bridge that spanned it. Beyond the bridge, the cavern stretched away to a high, arched alcove of polished stone, scrolled in some ancient markings and opening into daylight in the green of a misted valley. The Mailmord, he thought at once. And that's where Bryn will be. He bounded onto the bridge and crossed, the old man and the girl hurrying after. He was moving toward the alcove when Kimber's sharp cry brought him about. Highlander, come look. He turned and walked quickly back. She waited for him at the center of the bridge, then pointed wordlessly as he came up. A great section of iron chain forming the bridge railing had snapped and broken. At her feet, streaks of blood lay drying on the stone. The girl knelt and touched the blood with her fingers. Not very old, she said softly. Not more than an hour. He stared at her in stricken silence, and the same unspoken thought passed between them. His hand came up quickly, as if to ward it off. No, it can't be hers. Then a scream rent the air, shrill and terrifying, the scream of an animal filled with rage and fear. It shattered the stillness and their thoughts and left them frozen. It came from beyond the alcove. "Whisper!" Kimber cried. "Roan whirled. Bryn!" He sprang from the bridge to the cavern floor and raced for the alcove's passageway, both hands reaching back across his shoulder for the great broadsword strapped there. He was quick, but Kimber was even quicker. She went past him like a frightened animal, darting from the shadows of the cavern to the alcove and the light beyond. Trailing, Cogline called out in a furious attempt to slow them both, his voice high and shrill with desperation, but his crooked legs too slow to keep up. Then they were through the alcove and into the light, with Kimber a dozen yards in front of Roan. There was Whisper, locked in battle with a pair of faceless black things on a narrow rock shelf before them, a blur of motion and darkness. Beyond, on a stone stairway that wound downward from the cliffs to the ledge and the valley below, on a stairway that Roan knew at once to be the Crow, one of the Mord Wraiths stood watching. At the approach of the girl and the Highlander, the Mord Wraith turned. "Kimber, look out!" Roan howled in warning. But the girl was already springing to Whisper's aid, long knives appearing in both hands. The wraith pointed toward the girl and red fire exploded from its fingers. The fire lanced past the girl, missing her somehow, and fragments of rock flew into the air as it struck. Roan sprang forward with a cry, the ebony blade of the sword of Leah held before him. The wraith turned toward him instantly, and the fire burst forth a second time. It hammered at the Highlander, caught on the blade of the sword, and the whole of the air about him turned bright with flame. The force of the blow lifted him clear of the ground and threw him back. Then Cogline appeared from out of the caverns, old, bent, and fierce as he screamed at the wraith in challenge. A little bit of flesh, bone, and cloth, he skittered toward the black-robed form. The walker swung about, pointing. But the old man's stick-like arm whipped forward, and a dark object flew from his hand, hurtling into the wraith's crimson fire. A tremendous explosion rocked the whole of the mountainside. Flames and smoke geysered skyward from the stem of the Crowth, and bits of shattered rock flew everywhere. For an instant everything disappeared in smoke and silt. Frantic, Roan scrambled back to his feet. "Taste a bit of my magic, you worm food." Cogline was howling in glee. "See what you can do against that." He darted past Roan before the Highlander could stop him, dancing about in maddened delight, his stick-like form disappearing into the smoke. Whisper's sudden snarl lifted from somewhere ahead, then Kimber's sharp cry. Roan swore in fury and leaped forward. "Crazy old man!" Directly before him, red fire erupted from the haze. Cogline's thin form flew sideways as if it were a doll flung by an angry child. The Highlander set his teeth and hurtled toward the source of the fire. Almost at once, he came up against the wraith, its black-cloaked form tattered and bent. The sword of Leah pierced into a burst of red fire, shattering it apart. The wraith disappeared. Something moved behind him, and the Highlander swung about. But it was Whisper who lunged past through a trailer of smoke, the first of the black things clinging to him, the second born before him in his teeth. Swiftly, Roan struck, the sword cleaving through the creature that hung upon the Moor cat's back and stripping it from him. "Kimber!" he screamed. Red fire exploded close to him, but he caught it again on the sword. A cloaked form appeared momentarily through the smoke, and he lunged at it. This time the wraith was not quick enough. Backed against the stone stairway of the Crowth, it tried to slip left, with fire bursting from its fingers. Roan was on it at once. The sword of Leah came down, and the wraith exploded into a pile of ash. Everything went still then, save for the low coughing sound Whisper made as he padded ghost-like through the haze toward Roan. Slowly the smoke drifted away and the whole of the ledge and the Crowth became visible once more. The ledge was littered with broken rock, and an entire section of the Crowth where it joined to the ledge where the Mord Wraith had been standing when Cogline had challenged it was gone. Roan glanced quickly about. The wraith and the black things were gone as well. He wasn't sure what had happened to them, whether they had been destroyed or merely driven off, but they were nowhere to be seen. "Roan!" He whirled at the sound of Kimber's voice. She appeared from the far side of the ledge, looking small and bedraggled, limping slightly as she came. Anger and relief flooded through him. "Kimber, why in the name of all that's right and sensible did you?" "Because Whisper would have done the same for me." "Where is grandfather?" Roan clamped his mouth shut on the rest of what he would have said to her. Together, they scanned the littered rock shelf. They saw him finally, half buried in a pile of rubble by the cliffside, as blackened as the ash left by the fires of their battle with the wraith. They hurried to him and lifted him clear. His face and arms were burned, his hair singed, and he was covered with soot. Gently, Kimber cradled the old man's head. His eyes were closed and he did not appear to be breathing. "Grandfather?" The girl whispered, her hand on his cheek. "Who's that?" The old man cried abruptly, startling both the girl and the Highlander. Arms and legs began to thrash. "Get out of my house, trespassers! Get out of my home!" Then his eyes blinked and opened. "Girl?" he muttered weakly. "What happened to the black things?" "Gone, grandfather." She smiled, relief in her dark eyes. "Are you all right?" "All right?" He looked dazed, but nodded resolutely, his voice becoming stiff with indignation. "Of course I'm all right. Just got a bit ahead of myself, that's all. Help me up." Roan took a deep breath. "Lucky to be alive is what you are, old man, you and the girl," he thought grimly. With Kimber's aid he pulled Cogline back to his feet and let him test his weight alone. The old man looked like something dredged up from an ash pit, but he seemed uninjured. The girl hugged him warmly and began to brush him off. "You must be more careful, grandfather," she admonished. "You are not as quick as you used to be. The walkers will have you if you try to run past them again the way you did here." Roan shook his head in disbelief. Who should be scolding whom, the girl, the old man, or the old man, the girl? What had Bryn and he been thinking anyway when they... He caught himself. Bryn. He had forgotten about Bryn. He glanced toward the Crove. If the Vale girl had gotten this far, she had almost certainly gone down into the Maelmord. And that was where he must go as well. He turned from Kimber and her grandfather and hurried across the rock shelf to where it joined with the steps of the Crove. He was still gripping the sword of Leah firmly. How much time had he lost here? He had to catch Bryn before she got too far ahead into whatever it was that waited in the valley below. Abruptly, he slowed and stopped. Whisper stood directly in his path, blocking the stairway down. The Moor cat stared at him momentarily, then sat back on his haunches and blinked. "Get out of the way!" Roan snapped. The cat did not move. The Highlander hesitated, then started forward impatiently. Whisper's muzzle drew back slightly, and a low growl rumbled in his throat. Roan stopped at once and looked back angrily at Kimber. "Get your cat out of my way, Kimber. I'm going down." The girl called softly to the Moor cat, but Whisper stayed where he was. Puzzled, she came forward and bent close to him, talking in a low, calm voice, rubbing the massive head about the ears and neck. The cat nuzzled her back and made a soft purring sound, but did not move. Finally, the girl stepped back. "Bryn is well," she informed him with a brief smile. "She has gone down into the pit." Roan nodded with relief. "Then I've got to go after her." But the girl shook her head. "You must remain here, Highlander." Roan stared. "Remain here? I can't do that. Bryn is all alone down there. I'm going after her." But again the girl shook her head. "You cannot. She doesn't want you doing that. She has used the wish song to prevent it. She has made Whisper her sentry. No one may pass, not even me. But he's your cat. Make him move. Tell him that he has to move. The magic isn't that strong, is it?" Her pixie face looked up at him calmly. "It is more than the magic, Roan. Whisper's instincts tell him that Bryn is right about this. The magic does not hold him, his reason does. He knows that whatever danger waits in the valley is too great. He will not let you pass." The Highlander continued to stare at the girl, anger and disbelief flooding his face. His gaze shifted to the giant cat and back again. What was he supposed to do now? Euphoria engulfed Bryn, sweeping over her in a warm rush, flooding through her as if it were her life's blood. She felt it carry her down within herself like a tiny leaf born on the waters of some great river. Sight, sound, and smell meshed and ran in a dazzling mix of wild imaginings, some of beauty and light, some of darkest misshape, all in the ebb and flow of her mind's eye. Nothing was as it had been, but new and exotic and alive with wonder. It was a journey of self-discovery that transcended thought and feeling and was its own reason for being. She sang, the music of the wish song, the food and drink that fed her, sustained her, and gave her life. She was deep within the Maelmord now, far from the stairway of the Crove and the world she had left behind. It was another world entirely here. As she worked to make herself one with it, it reached out to her and drew her in. Stench, heat, and the rot of living things wrapped about her and found in her their child. Gnarled limbs, vines twisted and mottled, and great stalks of brush and weed stroked her body as she slipped past, feeding on the vibrancy of the music, finding in it an elixir that gave back life. From a great distance away, Bryn felt their caress and smiled in response. It was as if she had ceased to exist. Some tiny part of her knew that she should have been horrified by the things that wound about her and rubbed so lovingly against her. But she was given over to the music of the wish song now, and she was no longer the one she had been. All of the feelings and reasonings that had been hers, that had made her who she was, were masked away by the dark magic, and she was become a thing like that into which she journeyed. She was a kindred spirit, wandered back from some distant place, the evil within her as strong as the evil she found waiting. She had become as dark as the Maelmord and the life that had been spawned there. She was one with it. She belonged. A tiny part of her understood that Bryn Olmsford had ceased to exist, made over by the magic of the wish song. It understood that she had let herself become this other thing, a thing so repulsive that she could not have stood it otherwise, and that she would not come back to herself until she had found her way through to the heart of the evil enfolding her. The euphoria, the exhilaration brought on by the frightening power of the wish song, threatened to steal her away from herself completely, to strip her of her sanity and make her forever the thing she pretended to be. All the strange and marvelous imaginings were but trappings of a madness that would destroy her. All that remained of the one she once had been was that small bit of self that she still kept wrapped carefully within. All else had become the child of the Maelmord. The wall of the jungle passed away and came about again, and nothing of it changed. Shadows wrapped close about, as soft as black velvet and as silent as death. The whole of the sky stayed screened away, and only the half-light of night's coming penetrated beyond the gloom. All the while that she walked in this maze of darkness and stifling heat, the hissing of the Maelmord's breath lifted from the earth, and the limbs, trunks, stalks, and vines swayed and writhed with the motion. Save for the hissing, there was only silence, intense and expectant. There was no sign of other life, no sign of the walkers, of the dark things that served them, or of the Ildach that had given them all life. She went on, driven by that spark of memory she harbored deep within herself. Find the Ildach, it whispered in its small, empty voice. Find the book of the dark magic. Time fragmented and slipped away until it no longer had meaning. Had she been here an hour? Or more? There was a strange sense of having been here for a very long time, almost as if she had been here forever. Far distant, almost lost to her in the vast tangle of the jungle, something tumbled from the cliffs above and fell into the pit. She could sense its fall and hear its scream as the Maelmord closed quickly about it, squeezing, crushing, and consuming until the thing was no more. She savored its death, tasted its blood as it was devoured. When it was gone, she longed for more. Then whispered warnings brushed at her. From a dimly remembered past she saw Allanon once more. Tall and bent, his black hair gone gray, his lean face lined with age, he reached for her across a chasm she could not bridge, and his words were like sprinkled drops of rain upon a window closed before her. Beware. The wish song is power like nothing I have ever seen. Use it with caution. She heard the words, saw them spatter on the glass, and found herself laughing at the way they fell. The figure of the druid receded and was gone. Dead, now, she reminded herself in surprise. Gone from the four lands forever. She called him back again, as if his reappearance would serve to remind her of something that she had somehow forgotten. He came, sweeping out of the mists, striding across the chasm that had separated them. His strong hands came down gently to rest upon her shoulders. Wisdom and determination reflected in his eyes, and there was a sense of his never having truly left, but his always having been there. This is not a game you play, he whispered. Never that. Beware. And she shook her head. I am savior and destroyer, she whispered back. But who am I? Tell me now. Tell me. A ripple in the fabric of her consciousness swept him away, a ghost, and suddenly she was back within the Maelmord. There was a rumbling of uneasiness within the pit, a tone of dissatisfaction in its hiss. It had sensed a momentary change in her and was disturbed. She reverted instantly to the thing she had created. The wish song rose and swept into the jungle, soothing it, lulling it once again. The uneasiness and dissatisfaction faded. She slipped ahead again into the nothingness, letting the Maelmord swallow her up. There was a deepening of shadows and a fading of the light. The breathing of the pit seemed to grow heavier. The sense of kinship that the wish song created between them tightened and left her breathless with anticipation. She was close to what she sought. The feel of it speared through her like a sudden rush of blood, and she sang with renewed intensity. The magic of the wish song lifted through the gloom, and the Maelmord shuddered in response. Then the wall of the jungle fell away, and she stood within a massive, shadowed clearing, wrapped close about by trees, brush, and vines. A tower stood at the center of the clearing, ancient and crumbling, lost in the gloom. Walls of stone rose upward toward the forest roof, forming and reforming in a series of spiraling turrets and notched parapets, as stripped and barren in their look as bleached bones. Nowhere did the foliage of the jungle grow upon the tower. As if its touch meant death, the jungle had passed it by. Bryn stopped, the music of the wish song lowering to a whisper of expectancy as she stared at the tower. Here. The heart of the evil is here. The Ildach. Drawing close the layers of magic that cloaked her, she went to meet it. 43. Wooden doors, weathered and cracked with age, stood ajar at the tower's dark entry, sagging on hinges broken and rusted with disuse. Wrapped in the music of her song, the Veil Girl passed through. The gloom lay thick within, yet there was light enough by which she might see, a dim and misted glimmer that slipped in thin streamers through cracks and splits in the tower's crumbling walls. Dust carpeted the stone flooring, forming a blanket of fine silk that rose in clouds as the girl's boots pressed down upon it. It was cool here, the heat and the stench of the jungle somehow locked without. Bryn slowed. A hallway wound ahead into shadow. She turned briefly, a warning tug from deep within her bringing her about to stare guardedly back into the mass of the jungle that walled this tower away. She went on. The power of the magic stirred through her in a flush of sudden heat, and she seemed to float. She passed down the hallway, following its bends and twists, barely aware of the dust as it rose vapor-like from beneath her feet. Once she thought to wonder how it was that no other footprints save hers marked the corridor she followed when surely the moored wraiths, too, had passed this way, but the matter faded quickly from her mind. Stairs rose before her and she began to climb a slow, endless climb into the center of the tower. Whispers seemed to call out to her, voices that had no source and no identity, but were born of the very air she breathed. All about her, the whispers called. Shadows and half-light mixed and blended. It seemed as if she were soaking into the stone of the tower itself, slipping ghost-like through its chambers, spreading out to become one with it, as she had become one with the Maelmord. She felt it happen, bit by bit, a welcome drawing in of her body. The magic of the song made it happen, still reaching out to the evil that lay hidden there, insinuating her within as if she were truly one with it. Then the stairway ended and she stood on the threshold of a cavernous, domed rotunda that lay grey, shadowed, and empty. Almost of its own volition, the music of the wish song faded to a whisper, and the voices in the air about her went still. She entered the room, barely conscious of the movement of her body, still seeming to float as she passed. Shadows crept back from her, and her eyes adjusted to the light. The chamber was not empty, as she had first thought. There, almost lost in the gloom, was a dais. On the dais was an altar. She came forward a step. Something rested on the altar, huge, squarish, and shrouded in a darkness that seemed to emanate from within. She came forward another step. A fierce excitement flooded through her. It was the Ildach. She knew it instantly, before she was certain what it was that she was seeing. This was the Ildach, the heart of evil. The power of the wish song filled her and drove through her body with white-hot intensity. She crossed the room through the raging of her thoughts, twisting down into herself like a coiled snake. The music of the wish song became a venomous hiss. The room seemed to draw away from her, the walls receding back into shadow until there was nothing in all the world but the book. She climbed the steps of the dais and strode to where it lay closed upon the altar. It was old and worn, its bindings of copper tarnished to a greenish black and its leather covers cracked and soiled, a huge and monstrous tome that looked as if it might have seen the passing of all the ages of mankind that had ever been. She hovered over it a moment, staring down expectantly, savoring the deep satisfaction she felt at having the book finally within her grasp. Then she reached down and her hands closed about it. "Dark child." The voice whispered softly within her mind, and her fingers froze upon the tarnished bindings. "Dark child." The wish song died into a whisper and was gone. Her throat constricted and sealed the music away, almost before she knew what it was that she had done. She stood in silence before the altar, hands still clasped tightly upon the book. Echoes of the voice lingered fitfully within her mind, tendrils that reached out and bound her so that she could not move. "I have been waiting for you, dark child. I have been waiting since first you came into being, a baby from your mother's womb, elven magic's child. Always we have been joined, you and I, by bonds stronger than blood ties, stronger than flesh. Many times we have touched spirit to spirit, and, though I never knew you nor knew your way, I knew always that one day you would come." The voice was flat and toneless, belonging neither to man nor woman, but to something that was both, stripped of all emotion and all feeling, so that there was an emptiness to its whisper that was devoid of life. Bryn listened to that voice and went cold to the bone. Deep within, the self that she still sheltered and kept hidden drew back in terror. "Dark child." She scanned the shadows of the chamber about her rapidly. Where was the speaker who called to her? What thing was it that held her so? Her eyes shifted in horror to the ancient tome she held. Her fingers were white with the grip they kept, and a burning spread from the leathered bindings. "I am, dark child. Even as you. I have life. It has always been so. There have always been those who would give me life. There have always been those who would give me theirs." Bryn's mouth opened, but no sound came forth. The burning sensation spread from her hands into her arms and began to climb. "Know me. I am the Ildach, the book of the dark magic, born of the age of fairy. I am older than the elves, as old as the king of the Silver River, as ancient as the word. Those who created me, those who gave me form, have long since passed from the land with the coming of the worlds of fairy and man. Once I was but a part of the word, hidden from sight and spoken only in darkness. I was but a gathering of secrets. Then the gathering took form, written and studied by those who would know my power. There have always been those who would know my power. Through all the ages, I have been there for them and have given my secrets to those who wished them shared. I have made creatures of magic and given power. But never has there been one such as you. The words echoed in whispers filled with anticipation and promise, and the Veil Girl felt them spin like blown leaves through her mind. The burning was all through her now, a tingling like the rush of heat from a furnace as its door is thrown open. There have been many before you. Of the Druids were born the Warlock Lord and the Bearers of the Skull. They found in me the secrets that they sought and became what they would. But I was the power. Of men outcast of the races were born the Mord Wraiths, seeds already sown. But again, I was the power. I am always the power. Each time, there is supreme vision of what must be with the world and with her creatures. Each time, that vision is given shape by the minds of those who would use the power locked within my pages. Each time, the vision proves inadequate and the shaper fails. Dark child, see now a glimpse of what it is that I can offer. As if of their own volition, Bryn's hands carefully opened the book of the Ildach, and its parchment leaves began to turn. Words whispered from a text in an alien script and language older than man, lifting from script to voice, soft and secretive. The Vala girl's mind opened to them, and comprehension of the text came instantly to her. A touch here, a touch there, the secrets of power were revealed to her, dark and terrible. Then, as quickly as the revelations had come, they were gone again, lingering on in teasing memories. The pages of the book slipped back again, and the bindings closed. Her hands, still fastened on the massive tome, began to shake. Only a whisper of what I am have I shown you. Power, dark child. Power that would dwarf that mastered by the Druid Brona and those who followed him. Power that would render meaningless that of the Mord Wraiths who come to me now. Feel that power rush through you. Feel its touch. The burning flooded through her. She felt herself expand and grow with its rush. For 1,000 years, I have been used in ways that would dictate the fate of you and yours. For 1,000 years, the enemies of your family have called upon my power and sought to destroy what you would keep. All that has brought you to this place and time has been because of me. I am the maker of what you are, I am the shaper of your life. There is reason in all that happens, dark child, and there is reason in this. Do you sense what that reason is? Look within. A whisper of warning called suddenly to her, and she seemed to remember a tall, black-robed figure with graying hair and piercing eyes speaking to her of that which would deceive and corrupt. She struggled momentarily with the memory, but no name would come and the vision was obscured by the burning that filled her and the lingering echo of the words of the Ildach. Do you not see yourself? Do you not see what you are? Look within. The voice was cold, flat, and emotionless still, yet there was an insistence to it that wrenched her thoughts away. Her vision blurred, and she seemed to see from without the thing that she had become through the magic of the wish song. We are as one, dark child, just as you have wished. There was never any need for the elven magic, for you are what you are and always have been. That is why we are joined. There are ties born of the magics that make us what we are, for we are no more than the magics that we harbor, you within your body of flesh and blood, I within mine of parchment and ink. We are lives joined, and what has gone before has brought us to now. It is for this that I have waited all these years. Lies. The word flashed through Bryn's mind and was lost. Her thoughts spun in confusion, and her reason scattered. Her hand still gripped the Ildach as if it held her life within, and she found the words spoken by its disembodied voice oddly persuasive. There were indeed ties that bound them, there was a joining. She was like the Ildach, a part of it, kindred to it. She called out the name of the Druid in her mind, struggling to find the memory she had now lost. The burning rose in a fierce rush to carry it away, and again the voice spoke. All these years I have waited for you, dark child. From time out of time, you have come to me, and now I belong to you. See what must be done with me. Whisper it back to me. The words came together in her mind, dark against the red haze of her vision. She sought to scream, but the sound constricted in her throat. Whisper what must be done with me. No. No. Whisper what must be done with me. Tears rose to her eyes and trickled slowly down her cheeks. I must use you, she answered. Roan stalked from the Crow in fury, wheeled, and came back again. Both hands gripped the ebony blade of his sword until the knuckles were white. Enough is enough, get that cat out of my way, Kimber. He ordered, coming up next to her and slowing as Whisper's massive head swung about to face him. But again. The girl shook her head. I cannot do that, Roan. He uses his own judgment in this. I don't care a whit about his judgment. Roan exploded. He's only an animal and he can't make a decision like this. I'm going past him whether he likes it or not. I'm not leaving Bryn down in that pit alone. Sword lifting, he started for Whisper, but in that instant a deep shudder rippled through the mountain, rising up from the dark jungle of the Maelmord. So strong was the tremor that it staggered the Highlander and the girl, causing them to stumble back in surprise. Shaken, they regained their balance and hurried to the edge of the cliffs. "What's happened down there?" Roan whispered worriedly. "What's happened, Kimber?" "Walkers, I'd guess." Cogline spit from behind him. "Called up the dark magic to use against the girl, maybe. Grandfather." Kimber was angry this time. Roan wheeled in rage. "Old man, if anything has happened to Bryn because I've been held up here by that cat." Then he went suddenly still. A line of shadows appeared on the stairway of the Crove, stooped and shrouded in the fading half-light of the late afternoon. They came one after another, descending from Greymark's leaden walls, winding their way downward toward the ledge where Roan and his companions waited. Mord wraiths. The Highlander breathed softly. Already Whisper was turning, wheeling into a crouch as he prepared to defend against them. Codline's sudden intake of breath hissed sharply through the silence. Roan stared upward wordlessly as the line of dark forms lengthened and advanced. There were too many. "Get behind me, Kimber," he told her gently. Then he brought up the sword. "I must use you, use you, use you." The words repeated over and over in Bryn's mind, rising in a litany of conviction that threatened to inundate all reason. Yet some tiny semblance of logic remained, screaming at her through the words of the chant. "It is the dark magic, Veilgirl. It is the evil that you have come into this place to destroy." But the touch of the book against the skin of her hands and the burning it brought to her body held her bound so that nothing else could hold sway. Again the voice came to her, wrapping close about. "What am I but a gathering of wisdom's lessons culled through the ages and bound for the usage of mortal beings? I am neither good nor evil, but simply a thing that is. Learning, recorded and bound there for any who might seek to know. I take what is given me of the lives of those who work my spells and I am but a reflection of them. Think, dark child. Who have been the ones who would use me? What purposes have they sought to serve? You are not as they." Bryn braced herself against the altar, the book clasped in her hands. "Don't listen? Don't listen. For 1,000 years and longer, your enemies have held me. Now you stand in their place, given the chance to use me as no other has tried. You hold the power that is mine. You hold the secrets that so many have wrongly used. Think what you might do with that power, dark child. All of life and death can be reshaped by what I am. Wishsong joined to written word, magic to magic, how wondrous it would be. You can feel how wondrous it would be if you would but try." But there was no need to try. She had felt it before in the magic of the Wishsong. Power. She had been swept away by it, and she had reveled in its sweetness. When it wrapped about her, she rose far above all the world and all of the creatures in it, and she could gather them in or sweep them away as she might choose. How much more, then, could she feel if she had also the power of this book, that all that is would be yours. All. Be what you would and make the world as you know it should be. You could so do much, and it would be as it should with you, not as with those who came before. You have the strength which they lacked. You are born of the elven magic. Use me, dark child. Find the limits of your own magic and of mine. Join with me. It is for this that I have waited and that you have come. It is what has always been intended for us. Always." Bryn's head shook slowly from side to side. "I came to destroy this, came to make an end." Within, everything seemed to be breaking apart, shattering like glass fallen to stone. Rushes of blinding heat burned through her, and she felt as if she were a thing apart from the body that sought to hold her. "I have knowledge to offer that I would give. I have insight that surpasses anything ever dreamed by mortal creatures. It can make you anything you wish. All of life can be made over as it should be, as you see that it should. Destroy me, and all I have is needlessly lost. Destroy me, and nothing of what might come to pass can ever do so. Keep what is good, dark child, and make it your own. All anon, all anon." But the voice cut short her soundless cry. "See, dark child. What you truly would destroy stands behind you. Turn now and look. Turn and see." She whirled. A gathering of robed walkers slipped from the shadows like ghosts, tall, black, and forbidding. They filed into the rotunda, hesitating as they caught sight of Bryn holding in her hands the book of dark magic. The voice of the Ildach whispered again. "The Wishsong, dark child. Use the magic. Destroy them. Destroy them." She acted almost without thinking. Clasping the Ildach to her protectively, she called forth the power of her magic. It came swiftly, loosed within her like the waters of a flood. She cried out, and the wish song shattered the tower's dark silence. It went through the gloom of the rotunda, almost a tangible thing. It caught the walkers in a burst of sound, and they simply ceased to exist. Not even ash remained of what they had been. Bryn staggered back against the altar, and within her body the magic of the wish song mixed with the magic of the book. Feel it, dark child. Feel the power that is yours. It fills you, and I am part of it. How easily your enemies must fall before you when that power is called forth. Can you question longer what must be? Think no more that anything different could ever be. Think no more that we are not as one. Take me and use me. Destroy the wraiths and the black things that would stand against you. Make me yours. Give me life. Still that part of her locked deep within fought to resist the voice, but her body was no longer her own. It belonged now to the magic, and she was trapped within its shell. She rose through herself, a new being, and that tiny bit of self that still saw the truth was left behind. She expanded until it seemed as if she filled the tiny chamber. There was so little room for her here. She must have the space that waited without. A long, anguished groan broke from her lips, and she stretched forth her arms, the book of the Ildach held high. Use me. Use me. Within her, the power began to build. 44. The steps of the crow sped away beneath Jair's feet as he hastened after Garrett Jackson's slanter, and it seemed to him as he climbed that each step must surely be his last. The muscles knotted and cramped within his body, and pain from his wound lanced through him, wearing away at his already failing strength. He was gasping for breath, his lungs aching, and his sun-browned face streaked with sweat. But somehow he kept pace. There was never any question of doing anything else. His eyes swept upward along the croft as he ran, concentrating on the weave of stairs and railing, following the path of the roughened stone. He was conscious of the cliffs and fortress walls below him, distant now and fading further, and of Greymark and the Ravenshorn. He was conscious, too, of the valley all about, encased in mist and the half-light of a dusk that rapidly approached. Brief images slipped past the corners of his vision and were quickly forgotten, for none of that mattered now. Nothing mattered but the climb and what waited at its end. Heaven's well. And Bryn. He would find her again in the waters of the well. He would discover what had become of her, and he would learn what it was that he must do to help her. The King of the Silver River had promised him that he would find a way to give Bryn back to herself. His boot slid out from under him suddenly as he stepped on a patch of crumbling stone and he fell forward, his hands scraping as he caught himself. Quickly he pushed back up again and hurried on, heedless of the damage. Ahead, the other two ran effortlessly on Garrett Jackson's slanter, the last of the little company that had come north from Cullhaven. Bitterness and anger flooded through the Valeman. Flashes of light danced before his eyes as he fought for breath momentarily, exhaustion sweeping through him. But they were almost at their journey's end. The stone spiral of the croft swung suddenly right, and the wall of the peak toward which they climbed rose close before them, rugged and stark against the graying sky. Ahead, the stairway ascended to the dark mouth of a cavern that opened back into the heart of the mountain. Less than 24 steps remained. Garrett Jax motioned for them to wait, then soundlessly climbed the last few stairs to the summit of the croft and stepped out onto the ledge. He stood there a moment, his black form framed against the afternoon sky, lean and shadowy. He was like something inhuman, the thought flashed briefly through Jair's mind, like something that wasn't real. The weapon's master turned, gray eyes fixing on him. One hand beckoned. "Hurry, boy," Slanter muttered. They scrambled up the remaining steps of the croft and stood beside Garrett Jax. The cavern loomed before them, a monstrous chamber split by dozens of crevices that let in the light from without in dim, hazy streamers. Close about, the shadows gathered, and within their blackness nothing moved. "Can't see anything from here," Slanter grumbled. He started forward, but instantly Garrett Jax pulled him back. "Wait, gnome," he said. "There's something there, something that waits." His voice trailed away softly. A stillness settled down about them, deep and oppressive. Even the wind that stirred the mists of the valley seemed to die suddenly away. Jair caught his breath and held it. There was indeed something there waiting. He could feel its presence. "Garrett," he began softly. "SHHHHH. Then a shadow detached itself from the rocks within the cavern entrance, and Jair went cold to the bone. Silently, the shadow slipped through the gloom. It was nothing that any of them had ever seen. It was neither a gnome nor a wraith, but a powerfully built creature, almost man-shaped, with a thick ruff about its loins and great, hooked claws at its fingers and toes. Cruel yellow eyes fixed on them, and a scarred, bestial face split wide at its snout to reveal a mass of crooked teeth. The thing came forward into the light and stopped. It was not black like the wraiths. It was red. "What is it?" Jair whispered, fighting to contain the sense of revulsion that swept through him. The Jakira gave a sudden cry, a howl that rang through the silence like hideous laughter. "Veilman, it is the dream!" Garrett Jax cried, a strange, wild look crossing his hard face. Slowly he lowered the blade of the sword until it touched the ledge rock. Then he turned to Jair. "Journey's end," he whispered. Jair shook his head in confusion. "Garrett, what?" "The dream. The vision that I told you about that night in the rain when we first spoke of the King of the Silver River. The dream that brought me east with you, Veilman, this is it." "But the dream showed you a thing of fire," Jair stammered. "Fire, yes, that was how it appeared." Garrett Jax cut him short. He let his breath out slowly. "Until now, I thought that perhaps in a way that I could not fathom I had mistaken what I had seen. But in the dream, as I stood before the fire and the voice that told me what I must do died away, the fire cried out like a thing alive. It was a cry that was almost a laugh, the cry that this creature has given." His gray eyes burned. "Veilman, this is the battle that I was promised." Before them, the Jakira dropped into a crouch and began sidling forward from the cavern. Garrett Jax brought the sword up at once. "You mean to fight this thing?" Slanter was incredulous. The other never even looked at him. "Keep back from me. This is a poor idea if ever there was one." Slanter looked frightened. "You know nothing of this creature. If it is poisonous like the one that attacked the borderman." "I am not the borderman, gnome." Garrett Jax watched intently as the Jakira approached. "I am the weapons master. And I have never lost a battle." The cold eyes flickered briefly in their direction and then fixed once more on the Jakira. Jair started toward him, but Slanter grabbed his shoulder roughly and pulled him back again. "No, you don't," the gnome snapped. "He wants this fight, let him have it. Never lost a battle. Lost his mind, that's what he's lost." Garrett Jax was gliding forward across the ledge to where the Jakira had stopped. "Take the Veilman into the cavern and find the well, gnome. Do it when the creature comes for me. Do what you have come here to do. Remember the pledge." Jair was frantic. Helt, Farakar, Edani Lesadal lost in an effort to get into the basin at Heaven's Well. And now Garrett Jax as well? But it was already too late. The Jakira screamed once and launched itself at Garrett Jax, a blur of motion as it shot across the ledge rock. It leaped up against the weapons master, claws ripping. But the black form slipped aside as if it were no more than the shadow it resembled. The sword blade cut into the attacker once, twice so quickly the eye could barely follow. The Jakira howled and slipped free, circling away for another rush. Garrett Jax wheeled, his lean face fierce, gray eyes bright with excitement. "Go, Jair Omsford!" he cried. "When it comes for me again, go." Anger and frustration tore at the Veilman as Slanter pulled him away. He would not go. "Boy, I'm through arguing with you," Slanter cried in fury. Again the Jakira attacked, and again Garrett Jax sidestepped the rush, his slender sword flicking. Billy was a fraction of a second too slow this time. The claws of the Jakira ripped through the sleeve of his tunic and into his arm. Jair cried out, pulling free of Slanter. Slanter spun him about and hit him. The blow caught him squarely on the chin. There was an instant of blinding light, and then everything went black. The last thing he remembered was falling. When he came awake again, Slanter was kneeling next to him. The gnome had pulled him upright and into a sitting position and was shaking him roughly. "Get up, boy. Get on your feet." The words were hard and filled with anger, and Jair scrambled up quickly. They were deep within the cavern now. Slanter must have carried him in. What little light there was came from cracks in the broken rock of the cavern's roof. The gnome yanked him about. "What did you think you were doing back there?" Jair was still dazed. "I couldn't let him. Off to the rescue with your tricks, were you?" The other cut him short. "You don't understand anything, you know that? You really don't understand anything. What is it that you think we're doing here? You think we're playing some kind of game?" Slanter was livid. "There's choices been made long before this about living and dying, boy. You can't change that. You don't have the right. All of the others, all of them died because that was the way it had to be. That was the way they wanted it. And why do you think that was?" The Veilman shook his head. Because of you. They died because they believed in what it was that you had come here to do, every last one of them. Even I would have." He caught himself and took a deep breath. "It would have done a lot of good if you'd gone dashing to the rescue back there and gotten yourself killed, now wouldn't it? A whole lot of sense that would have made." He wheeled Jair about and shoved him ahead into the cave. "Enough time's been wasted on teaching you things you ought to know already, time we don't have. I'm all that's left, and I'm not going to be much help to you if the walkers find us now. The others, they were the real protectors, looking out for me as much as for you." The Veil Man slowed and half turned. "What's happened to Garrett, Slanter?" The other shook his head darkly. "He fights his promised battle just as he wished." He pushed Jair again and hurried him on. "Find your well quickly, boy. Find it and do what you came here to do. Make all of this madness count for something." Jair ran with him and said nothing more, his face flushed with shame. He understood the gnome's anger. Slanter was right. He had acted without thinking, without consideration for what the others of the little company had given up for him. His intentions might have been good, but his judgment had been poor indeed. Ahead, the shadows fell away in a haze of graying sunlight that poured down through a massive crevice in the mountain stone. In the floor of the cavern, caught in the half-light, foul black water bubbled up from out of the rock in a broad basin, pumped in some impossible way through thousands of feet of stone from the depths of the earth. Gathering and churning, it gushed through a slot at one end of the basin into a worn channel, then poured through an opening in the mountain wall to tumble to the canyons below, where it began its long journey west to become the Silver River. Gnome and Veilman slowed cautiously, eyes darting through gloom and hazy spray to the deep niches and corners of the cavern's dark ends. Nothing moved. Only the flow of the blackened waters gave evidence of life, a terrible rush of poison that steamed and boiled as it lifted from the wellspring. All about, the stench of the Maelmord hung like a shroud. Jair went forward once more, eyes fixed on the basin that was Heaven's Well. How perverse that name seemed to him now as he gazed upon the fouled waters. Silver River no more, he thought dismally, and he wondered how even the magic of the old man could change it back to what it had once been. Slowly, he reached into his tunic front and his fingers closed about the tiny pouch of silver dust that he had carried with him all through his long journey east. He slipped the drawstrings free and peered within. The dust lay gathered, like ordinary sand. And if it were only sand? Quit wasting time. Slanter snapped. Jair moved to the edge of the basin, conscious of the sludge that choked the well's dark waters and of the reek. It could not be only sand. He swallowed against that fear, remembering Bryn. "Throw it!" Slanter cried angrily. Jair's hand jerked up, flinging the silver dust from its pouch, scattering it in a wide sweep across the surface of the fouled well. The tiny grains flew from the darkness of their container, and in the light of the cavern they seemed suddenly to sparkle and shimmer. They touched the waters and flared to life. A sheet of brilliant silver fire burst from the dark well. Jair and Slanter recoiled, shielding their eyes with their hands, blinded by the glare. "The magic!" Jair cried. Hissing and boiling, the waters of Heaven's Well exploded skyward, raining down across the length and breadth of the cavern, showering the two who crouched at the basin's walls. Then a rush of clean air seemed to spring to life, born out of the shower of water. Gnome and Veilman stared in awe and disbelief. Before them, the waters of Heaven's Well bubbled clear and fresh from the mountain rock. The stench and the black, poison color were gone. The Silver River was clean once more. Quickly, Jair took from around his neck the vision crystal and its silver chain. There was no hesitation now. He moved back to the basin and climbed to a small outcropping of rock that overlooked it. He heard again in his mind the king of the Silver River telling him what he must do if he were to save Bryn. His hand tightened on the crystal, and he stared downward into the waters of the basin. All of the weariness and pain seemed to seep away in that single instant. He threw the crystal and the chain into the basin's depths. There was a blinding flash of light, a flash greater than that created by the scattering of the silver dust, and the whole of the cavern seemed to explode in white fire. Jair dropped to his knees in fright, hearing Slanter's harsh cry behind him, and for an instant he thought that something had gone terribly wrong. But then the light fell away into the surface of the basin's waters, and the waters became as smooth and clear as glass. "The answer, show me the answer, dot." An image spread slowly across the mirrored surface, shimmering like a thing of transparency, then tightening. A tower room appeared, cavernous and flooded with must, graying light, and there was an oppression that was almost palpable. Jair shrank from what he felt as he watched the room broaden and begin to draw him in. And then the face of his sister appeared. Bryn Ohmsford felt the eyes looking at her, seeing all that she was and would become, then reaching to draw her close. Though wrapped within layers of magic as the power of the Ildach built within her, she sensed the eyes and her own snapped up. "Stay from me!" she howled. "I am the Dark Child." But that tiny part of her that the magic had not subverted knew the eyes and sought their help. Trapped thoughts broke from their shackles within her mind, fleeing like sheep from wolves that hunted, crying out and striving to reach shelter. She saw them, and the discovery filled her with fury. She reached for the scattered thoughts as they fled, and she crushed them, one by one. Childhood, home, parents, friends, the disparate pieces of what she had been before she had found what she could be, she crushed them all. Her voice found release then in a wail of anguish, and even the aged walls of the dark tower shook with the force of her keening. What had she done? There was pain within her now, brought about by the harm she had caused. A brief moment's insight flooded through her, and she heard the echo of the Grimpen's prophecy. It was her own death, indeed, that she had come into the Maelmord to find that she had found. But it was not the death that she had supposed. It was the death of self through her entrapment by the magic. She was destroying herself. But even in the horror of that realization, she could not release the Ildach. She was caught up in the feel of the magic's power as it built and expanded like floodwaters gathering. Before her, she held the book in a death grip, hearing its dispassionate voice whisper in encouragement and promise. Her pain was forgotten. The eyes were swept away. There was only the voice. She listened to its words, unable not to, and the world began to open up before her. At the basin of Heaven's well, Jair staggered back from the vision of his sister. Was it truly Bryn whom he had seen? Horror flooded through him as he forced himself to view again the apparition that the waters had shown him. It was his sister, but twisted into a thing barely recognizable, a perversion of the human being she had once been. She was lost to herself just as the king of the Silver River had said she would be. And Allanan? Where was Allanan? Where was Roan? Had they failed her as he had failed her by reaching Heaven's well too late? Tears streaked Jair Omsford's face. It had come to pass as the old man had warned that it would, everything as he had foreseen. A terrible desperation filled the Valeman. He was all that was left. Allanan, Bryn, Roan, the little company from Cullhaven, all were gone. Boy, what is it that you do? He heard Slanter call to him, get back from there and use what sense. Jair closed his ears and his mind to the rest of what the gnome would have told him, his eyes fixing once more on the apparition in the basin's waters. It was Bryn that he saw there, however twisted. It was Bryn, gone down into the Maelmord, drawn to the Book of the Ildach, subverted somehow by the magic she had come to destroy. And he must go to her. Even if it were too late, he must try to help her. He came to his feet again, remembering the final gift of the King of the Silver River. Once only shall the magic of your wish song be used to create not illusion, but reality. He brushed aside the confusion, horror, fear, and despair, and he sang. The music of the wish song rose up in the stillness of the cavern, flooding the silence and drowning the sudden cries of protest that broke from Slanter's throat. Pain and weariness faded into yesterday as he cried out for the wish. The brilliant white light of the basin waters shimmered again in the air above Heaven's well, and again the spray geysered skyward. Slanter staggered away, blinded and deafened. When he finally looked back again, Jair Omsford had disappeared into the light. 45. There was a moment when Jair seemed to step outside of himself. He was within the light and yet he was gone from it. He passed through stone and space like an insubstantial ghost, and the whole of the land spun wildly about him. Brief images appeared out of that whirling mass. Slanter was there, his roughened yellow face staring in shock and disbelief at the empty basin from which Jair had passed. Garrett Jax was locked in mortal combat with the red monster, his lean face alive with fierce determination and his dark form bloodied and torn. Gnome hunters scurried in maddened confusion through the halls of Greymark, searching frantically for the intruders that had somehow eluded them. Helt had fallen in the gatehouse, his body pierced through by sword and pike. Farakar and the elven prince were ringed all about. No more. He screamed the words, wrenching at them like rooted things from the music of his song, and the images fell away. He plummeted downward, racing on the slick surface of the wish song's cry. He had to reach Bryn. Below, the tangle of the Maelmord lifted toward him. He could see its dark mass rising and falling like a thing alive and could hear the sound of its breathing, a loathsome hiss. Mountain walls swept past him as he fell, and he watched the jungle stretch out its arms to gather him in. Panic filled him. Then he plunged into the Maelmord, its gaping maw closed about him, the stench and the mist enveloped him, and everything disappeared. Jair came back to himself slowly. Darkness lay across his vision like a shroud, and his head spun. He blinked, and the light returned. He was no longer falling through the vortex of the wish song's music or plummeting downward into the tangled dark of the Maelmord. His journey was finished. The stone walls of the tower he had sought to reach surrounded him, aged and crumbling. He stood within them, a part of the vision that the waters of the basin of Heaven's well had shown him. Bryn! He whispered harshly. A figure turned, ringed in shadows and graying half-light, slight hands clasping firmly a massive, metal-bound book. Bryn was a distortion of the woman she had once been, her features twisted almost beyond recognition. All of the exquisite beauty and vibrancy of form had hardened into something that might have been carved from stone. She was an apparition, her color drained away and her slight form skeletal and hunched down against the dark. Horror flooded through Jair. What had been done to her? Bryn? He called again, his voice faltering. Wrapped in the frightening power of the Ildach magic as it rushed to mix with her own, Bryn was barely aware of the solitary figure who stood at the far side of the tower room. He called to her a soft, familiar call. She fought back for an instant, through the layers of magic that wove about her to the reason that had fled deep within her, and memory returned. Jair? Ah, shades, it was Jair. But the dark magic tightened again, stealing her back. The power surged through her, washing away all recognition of who it was she faced, bringing her back to the creature she had made herself become. Doubt and suspicion twisted through her, and the empty voice of the Ildach whispered in warning. He is evil, dark child. A deception given life by the wraiths. Keep him from you. Destroy him. No, it is Jair, somehow he has come, Jair. He would steal the power that is ours. He would make us die. No, Jair has come. Destroy him, dark child. Destroy him. She could not seem to help herself. Her resistance crumbled, and her voice lifted in a frightening wail. But Jair had seen the sudden look of hatred in his sister's eyes, and he was already moving. He sang, his own magic shielding him as he slipped from himself and left behind an image. Even so, he barely escaped her. The explosion of sound that broke from Bryn's throat disintegrated the image and the wall behind it instantly and caught him up in the aftershock, throwing him like an empty sack to the stone floor. Dust and silt swirled through the half-light, and the ancient tower rocked with the force of the attack. Slowly, Jair crawled back to his knees, crouching down within the screen of debris that hung on the air. For an instant, his certainty that he had used the third magic wisely wavered. It had seemed so clear to him when he had first seen Bryn in the waters of Heaven's Well. He had known that he must go to her. But now that he had reached her, what was he to do? As the king of the Silver River had foretold, she was lost to herself. She had become something unrecognizable, subverted by the dark magic of the Ildach. But it was more than that, for not only had she changed, but the magic of her wish song had also changed. It had become a thing of awesome power, a weapon she would use against him, not knowing who he was, not remembering him at all. How was he to help her when she meant to destroy him? A moment's time was all that he had to consider the dilemma. He came back to his feet. Allanan might have had the strength to withstand such power. Roan might have had the quickness to elude it. The little company from Cullhaven might have had the numbers to overwhelm it. But they were all gone. All those who might have stood by him were no more. Whatever help he was to find, he must find within himself. He slipped quickly through the screen of smoke and silt. He knew that if he were to be of any use to Bryn, he must first find a way to separate her from the Ildach. The air cleared before him, and Bryn's shadowy figure appeared a dozen yards away. Instantly he sang, the wish song a sharp humming sound in the stillness, carrying in its music a whispered plea. Bryn, it called. The book is too heavy, its weight too great. Release it, Bryn. Let it fall. For a brief second, Bryn's hands came down, her head lowering in doubt. It appeared the illusion would work and that she would release the Ildach. Then a fury swept across her gaunt face, and the cry of her wish song shattered the air into fragments of sound, breaking apart Jair's plea. The Veil Man stumbled back. He tried again, this time with an illusion of fire, a hiss that scattered flames all about the binding of the ancient tome. Bryn screamed, an animal-like cry, but then clasped the book to her as if she might smother the fire against her own body. Her head twisted about, her eyes darting. She was looking for him. She meant to find him and use the magic against him, to see him destroyed. His song changed again, this time creating an illusion of smoke that billowed in clouds through the chamber. But she would be fooled for only a few moments. He dodged back about the walls of the tower, trying to come at her from a different direction. He sang again, this time sending to her a whisper of darkness, deep and impenetrable. He must be quicker than she was. He must keep her off balance. He sped about the tower's shadows like a ghost, striking out at Bryn with every trick he knew, with heat and cold, with dark and light, with pain, and with anger. Twice she lashed out blindly at him with her own magic, a searing burst of power that threw him from his feet and left him shaken. She seemed confused, somehow uncertain, as if unable to decide whether or not to use the whole of the power that she had summoned. But even so, she kept the Ildach clasped tight against her, whispering to it soundlessly, grasping it as if it were her life source. Nothing that Jair tried would make her release the book. It is no game that he was playing now, he thought darkly, remembering Slanter's scathing rebuke. He was beginning to tire rapidly. Weakened by his battle to gain Heaven's Well, by his wound, and by the strain of his prolonged use of the wish song, he was becoming exhausted. He did not have the power of the dark magic to sustain him as did Bryn, he had only his own determination. It was not enough, he feared. He slipped back and forth through the gloom and the shadows, searching for a way to break through his sister's defenses. His breathing was labored and uneven, his strength was ebbing away. In desperation, he used the wish song as he had used it at Cullhaven before the Dwarf Council of Elders to create a vision of Allanan. From the haze that lay over the battered chamber, he brought forth the druid, dark and commanding, one arm stretched forth. "Release the Book of Ildach, Bryn Olmsford," the deep voice admonished. "Let it fall." The Veil Girl staggered back against the altar, a look of recognition crossing her face. Her lips moved, whispering frantically to the Ildach as if speaking to it in warning. Then the look of recognition was gone. High above her head she lifted the book and her song rang out in a wail of anger. The image of Allanan shattered. Jair slipped away again, cloaked in a whisper of invisibility. He was beginning to despair. Would nothing help Bryn? Would nothing bring her back? What was he to do? Frantically, he tried to recall the words spoken to him by the old man, "Throw the vision crystal after, and the answer will be shown you." But what answer had he seen? He had tried everything he could think to try. He had used the wish song to create every illusion he knew how to create. What was left? He stopped himself. Illusion. Not illusion but reality. And suddenly he had his answer. Red fire exploded all about Roan, deflecting from the blade of his sword as he stood against the Mord Wraith's frightening assault. The walkers crouched on the stone stairway of the Crove, a line of dark forms winding down out of the cliffs and fortress above, shrouded in smoke and mist against the grey backdrop of the dying afternoon sky. Half a dozen arms lifted and the flames hammered at the Highlander, staggering him with their force. Kimber crouched behind him, shielding her face and eyes from the heat and flying rock. Whisper screamed in hatred from beneath the shadow of the stairs, lunging at the black figures as they sought to break past. Cogline! Roan bellowed in desperation, fire and smoke swirling all about him as he sought the old man. Slowly the Mord Wraiths worked their way closer. There were too many, the power of the dark magic was too great. He could not stand against them all. Cogline! For cat's sake! A cloaked form broke toward him from the shadows above, fire spewing from both hands. Roan swung the blade about frantically, catching the arc of flame and deflecting it. But the walker was almost on top of him, the sound of its voice a sudden hiss that rose above the explosion. Then Whisper hurtled from his shelter, caught the black thing and bore it away. More cat and wraith tumbled into a fountain of flame and smoke and vanished from view. Cogline! Roan screamed one final time. Abruptly the old man appeared, crooked and bent, shambling out of the billowing smoke with his white hair flying. "Stand, Outlander! I'll show the Black One's fire that will truly burn." Howling as if gone mad, he flung a handful of crystals into the midst of the Mord Wraiths. They glittered like pieces of obsidian as they tumbled down among the dark forms and were caught in the streaks of red fire. Instantly they exploded, and white-hot flames flared skyward in a burst of blinding light. Thunder rocked the mountainside, and whole sections of the Crove flew apart, carrying the dark forms of the Mord Wraiths with them. "Burn, you black things!" Cogline shrilled with glee. But the walkers were not so easily dispatched. Dark shadows, they swept back through the haze of debris and smoke, and the red fire erupted from their fingers. Cogline screamed as the fire reached him and disappeared. Flames encircled Roan and the girl he sheltered, and the walkers came for them in a rush. Sounding the battle cry of his ancestors, the Highlander swung the ebony blade into their midst. Two shattered instantly, turned to ash, but the others came on. Clawed fingers closed about the sword and bore him back. Then they were all about him. Worn by the strain that the magic's flow caused within her body and confused by the conflicting emotions that racked her, Bryn stood before the altar on the dais that housed the Ildach, the book clasped tightly to her. The light failed within the tower room, and the air hung thick with dust and silt. The thing was still out there, the thing that taunted her so, the thing that had taken the form of her brother Jair. Though she sought to find it and destroy it, she could not seem to do so. The magics within her were somehow incomplete, as if for some reason they would not blend. They were one, she knew the book and she. They were joined. The voice still whispered to her that it was so whispered of the power that belonged to them both. Why was it so difficult then for her to bring that power to bear? You fight it, dark child. You resist it. Give yourself over. Then the air exploded about her, the magic of the one she hunted bursting through dust and half-light, and dozens of images of her brother filled the chamber. All about her the images appeared, slipping through the haze toward the dais, calling out her name. She staggered away, stunned. Jair! Are you truly here? Jair! They are evil, dark child. Destroy them. Destroy. Obedient to the voice of the Ildach, though she recognized still from somewhere deep within that it was wrong, she lashed out with her magic, the sound of the wish song filling the cavernous room. One by one, the images disintegrated before her eyes, and it was as if she were killing Jair over and over again, destroying him anew with each image shattered. But still the images came, those that remained closing the gap between them, reaching for her, touching. Then she screamed. There were arms about her, arms of flesh and blood, warm and alive, and Jair was before her, holding her close. He was real, not imagined, but a living being, and he spoke to her through the wish song. Images filled her mind, images of who they had been and who they were, of childhood and beyond, all that had been in their lives and all that now was. Shady Vale was there, the clustered buildings of the community in which she had grown, the clapboard dwellings mingled with stone cottages and thatched roof hues, and the people settled back at day's close for an evening meal and the small pleasures that come with a joining together of family and friends. The inn was filled with laughter and small talk, bright with candle and oil light. Her home showed, its walks and hedges folded in shadow, the aged trees colored by autumn's touch and ablaze with fading streaks of sunlight. Her father's strong face was smiling in reassurance, her mother's dark hand reaching to stroke her cheek. Roan Leah was there, and her friends, and one by one the supports that had been stripped from her and so ruthlessly crushed were put back again. The images flooded through her, clear, sweet, and strangely cleansing, filled with love and reassurance. Weeping, Bryn collapsed into her brother's embrace. The voice of the Ildach lashed out at her. Destroy him! Destroy him! You are the Dark Child. But she did not destroy him. Lost in the weave of the images that swept through her and tapped deep into a wellspring of memories she had thought lost forever, she could feel the person that she had once been returning. That part of her which had been lost was being put back again. The ties of the magics that had bound her close began to loosen, drawing back and leaving her free. The voice of the Ildach was suddenly frantic. No! You must not release me. You must hold me close. You are the Dark Child. Ah, but she was not. She felt it now, sensed it through the fabric of the lies that she had been persuaded to accept. She was not the Dark Child. Jair's face lifted before her as if from out of a deep fog. His familiar features blurred and then sharpened, and he was speaking softly to her. I love you, Bryn. I love you. Jair, she whispered in reply. Do what you were sent here to do, Bryn, what Allanan said you must. Do it quickly. One final time she brought the Ildach high above her head. She was not the Dark Child, nor was the book the servant that it had claimed to be. It had said that she would be master of its power, but it had lied. No living thing became master of the dark magic, only its slave. There could be no joining of flesh and blood to the magic, however well-intentioned. In the end, any use of it must destroy the user. She saw as clearly now and felt a sudden panic spring from the book. It was alive and as could feel, let it, then. It would have subverted her, it would have drained her life from her as it had drained the lives of so many and turned her into a thing as dark and twisted as the walkers, the skull-bearers before them, or the warlock lord himself. It would have set her loose upon the four lands and all who lived within them, to bring the darkness again. With a heave, she threw the book from her. It struck the stone flooring of the tower with stunning force. The bindings shattered, breaking apart. Pages ripped and scattered. Then Bryn Olmsford used the wish song. It sounded hard and quick as it caught up the remnants of the book in its power and turned the Ildach to impotent dust. At the edge of the Crove, on the cliffs below Greymark, Roan felt the clawed fingers of the moored wraiths release their grip as if stung by a fire they could not master. The cloaked forms drew back, writhing and twisting against the grey light of the slowly darkening sky. Their voices sounded as one in the sudden silence, a shriek of anguish and terror. All along the length of the Crove leading down to the ledge where Roan had struggled to hold them, the wraiths convulsed like shaken ragdolls. Roan! Kimber screamed, pulling him clear of where the foremost of the black things stumbled blindly about. Flames burst from out of wraiths' fingers and exploded from their cowled faces. Then, one after another, they disintegrated, falling apart like shattered earthed statues, crumbling and drifting to the stone of the ledge. In seconds, the moored wraiths were no more. Roan, what happened to them? The girl whispered harshly, her stunned voice drifting in the stillness. The Highlander's hand still clasped the pommel of the sword of Leah as he came back to his feet, his head slaking slowly. Smoke and debris drifted in the air across the mountain face, swirling hazily about them. The battered form of Whisper appeared like a ghost out of its curtain. Bryn Roan murmured softly in answer to Kimber's question. He shook his head in disbelief. It was Bryn. And then he felt the first of the earth tremors ripple through the mountainside from the Maelmord. Exhausted, Bryn Olmsford stared at the blackened stone of the tower floor where the remains of the Ildach settled in a fine dust. Here is your Dark Child, she whispered bitterly, tears streaking her face. A deep shudder racked the tower, rolling out of the earth and spreading through the aged walls. Stone and timber began to sag and crack, crumbling with the vibrations that wrenched at it. Bryn's head. jerked up, her eyes blinking against the shower of silt and dust that rained down into her face. Jair! She tried to call to him. But her brother was slipping from her, flesh and blood dissolving back into the hazy air, an apparition once more. A look of disbelief reflected in the Veilman's face, and it seemed as if he were trying to tell her something. His shadowy form lingered a moment longer in the half-light of the tower's gloom, and then he was gone. Stricken, Bryn stared after him. Great chunks of the tower's stone began to fall about her, and she knew she could not stay. The dark magic of the Ildach had come to an end, and everything it had made was dying. But I am going to live, she whispered fiercely. Gathering her cloak about her, she turned and ran from the empty room. 46. The silver light flared above the waters gathered in the basin of Heaven's Well, and an apprehensive Slanter stumbled back away once more. There was an explosion of shimmering brilliance, a radiance as intense and blinding as the cresting of the sun at dawn, reaching out through the fading of the night. It streaked through the cavern's dark shadows, burst into shards of white fire, and was gone. Wincing, Slanter looked back again at the stone basin. Standing worn and battered at its edge was Jair Omsford. Boy! The gnome cried, a mix of concern and relief in his voice as he rushed to meet the Veilman. Jair slumped forward in exhaustion, and the other caught him about the waist. I couldn't bring her out, Slanter, he whispered. I tried, but the magic wasn't strong enough. I had to leave her. Here, just take a moment to catch your breath, Slanter growled as the Veilman stumbled over his words. Sit here by the basin. He eased Jair down against the stone wall, then knelt next to him. The Veilman's eyes lifted. I went down into the Maelmord, Slanter, or at least a part of me did. I used the third magic, the one that the King of the Silver River gave to me, to help Bryn. It took me into the light and then out of myself as if there were two of me. I went down into the pit where the vision crystal had shown me Bryn. She was there, in a tower, and she had the Ildach. But it had changed her, Slanter. She had become something terrible. Easy, boy. Slow down, now. The gnome held his gaze. Did you find a way to help her? Jair nodded, swallowing. She was changed, but I knew that if I could just reach her, if I could touch her and she could touch me, then she would be all right. I used the wish song to show her who she was, what she meant to me, to let her know that I loved her. He was fighting back the tears. And she destroyed the Ildach, she turned it to dust. But when she did, the tower began to crumble, and something happened to the magic. I couldn't stay with her. I couldn't bring her back with me. I tried, but it happened so quickly. I couldn't even manage to tell her what was happening. She just disappeared, and I was back here again. He dropped his head between his knees, choking. Slanter gripped his shoulders with rough, gnarled hands and squeezed. You did the best you could for her, boy. You did everything you could. You can't blame yourself for not being able to do more. He shook his wizened face. Shades, I don't know how it is that you're still alive. I thought you lost in the magic. I didn't think I'd ever see you again. Then he hugged Jair impulsively to him and whispered. You got more sand than I do, boy, a whole lot more. He pulled away then, embarrassed by his action, muttering something about no one really knowing what they were doing in all this confusion. He was about to say something more when the tremors began, a series of deep, heavy rumblings that shook the mountain to its core. What's happening now? He exclaimed, glancing back across his shoulder into the shadows that shrouded the passageway that had brought them in. It's the Maelmord, Jair replied at once, pushing himself hurriedly back to his feet. The wound in his shoulder throbbed and ached as he straightened against the basin wall, and he clutched at the gnome for support. Slanter, we have to go back for Bryn. She's alone down there. We have to help her, Dot. The gnome gave him a quick, fierce smile in reply. Of course, we do, boy. You and me. We'll get her out. We'll go down into that black pit and we'll find her. Now here, put your arm about my shoulders and hold on. With Jair clinging tightly to him, the gnome began to retrace their steps back through the cavern toward the stairway that had brought them in. Dusk had settled down across the land, and the sun had slipped behind the rim of the mountains. Small slivers of the dying light fell through crevices in the rock to mingle with the twilight shadows as the two companions stumbled resolutely ahead. The tremors continued, slow and steady, a grim reminder that time was slipping from them. Chunks of rock and dirt showered down about them, forming a haze that hung like mist in the still evening air. There was a low rumbling in the distance like the thunder of an approaching storm. Then they were clear of the cavern once more, passing from its darkened mouth onto the ledge that ran down to the Crove. In the east, the moon and a scattering of stars were already visible in the velvet sky. Shadows lay in dappled patterns across the ledge face, closing about the last patches of fading light like inkstains spreading on new paper. In the midst of the shadows and the half-light lay Garrett Jax. Stunned, Jair and Slanter came forward. The weapons master lay back against a gathering of rocks, his black-clad form torn and bloodied, the slender sword still gripped in one hand. His eyes were closed, as if he slept. Hesitating, Slanter knelt beside him. "Is he dead?" Jair whispered, barely able to make himself speak the words. The gnome bent close for a moment, then drew back again. Slowly, he nodded. "Yes, boy, he's dead. He finally found something that could kill him, something that was as good as he was." There was grudging disbelief in his voice. "He looked hard enough and long enough to find it, didn't he?" Jair did not answer. He was thinking of the times the weapons master had saved his life, rescuing him when no one else could. Garrett Jax, his protector. He would have cried if he had been able, but there were no tears left to shed. Slanter came to his feet and stood looking down at the still form. "Always wondered what it would be that would finally kill him," the gnome muttered. "Had to be something made of the dark magic, I guess. Couldn't be anything made of this world. Not with him." He turned and glanced about apprehensively. "Wonder what's become of the red thing?" Tremors shook the mountain, and the rumbling rolled out of the valley. Jair barely heard it. "He destroyed it, Slanter. Garrett Jax destroyed it. And when the Ildach was shattered, the dark magic took it back. Could have happened that way, I guess. It did happen that way. This was the battle he had been seeking the whole of his life. It meant everything to him. He wouldn't have lost it." The gnome glanced over at him sharply. "You don't know that for sure, boy. You don't know that he was a match for that thing." Jair looked at him then and nodded. "Yes, I do, Slanter. I do. He was a match for anything. He was the best." There was a long moment of silence between them. Then the gnome nodded, too. "Yes, I guess he was." Again the tremors shook the mountain, reverberating out of the deep rock. Slanter caught hold of Jair's arm and gently turned him away. "We can't stay, boy. We have to find your sister right away." Jair glanced back at the still form of the weapons master one final time and then forced his eyes away. "Goodbye, Garrett Jax," he whispered. Together, gnome and Veilman hastened to the stairway of the Crow and started down. Bryn ran through the dim and misted tangle of the Maelmord, free at last of the tower of the Ildach. Deep tremors racked the valley floor, shudders that rippled the peaks of the mountains all about. The dark magic was gone from the land, and with its passing the Maelmord could not survive. The rise and fall of its breathing and the hiss that had whispered of its unnatural life were stilled. "Where am I?" Bryn wondered frantically, her eyes casting through the gathering shadows. What has become of the Crow? She knew that she was hopelessly lost. She had been from the moment that she had fled the tower. Nightfall lay over the whole of the valley, and she was deep within a graveyard where all signs appeared as one and no path showed itself. Through the webbing of limbs and vines overhead, she could see the rim of the mountains that ringed the valley pit, but the stem of the Crow lay wrapped in darkness against their backdrop. The Maelmord had become an impossible maze, and she was caught within it. She was exhausted, her strength drained by prolonged use of the wish song and by her long journey down into the pit. She was lost, and the magic no longer gave her sight. And all about her, the tremors continued to shake the valley floor, forewarning of the destruction of the Maelmord and everything caught within it. Only her spirit remained strong, and it was her spirit that kept her moving now in search of an escape. The ground sank sharply beneath her feet, giving way with a suddenness that was frightening. Bryn stumbled and nearly went down. The Maelmord was breaking up. It was crumbling beneath her, and she knew now that she would be carried with it. She slowed to a weary halt, gasping for breath. It was pointless to go on. She was running to no purpose, blind and directionless. Even the vaunted magic of the wish song, should she choose to use it, could not save her now. Why had Jair abandoned her? Why had he gone? Despair washed through her at the terrible sense of betrayal, despair and unreasoning anger. But she fought back against those feelings, knowing that they were senseless and unfair. Jair would not have left her unless he had been given no choice. Whatever had brought him to her had simply taken him back again. Or perhaps what she had thought was Jair was not, and what she had seen and felt had not even been real. Perhaps it had all been something that in her madness she had dreamed. "Jair!" She screamed. The echo of her voice broke against the rumblings of the earth and then was gone. The ground sank further beneath her. Resolutely, stubbornly, she turned and went on. She no longer ran, too weary to run further. Her dusky face hardened with determination, and she brushed everything from her mind but the need to put one foot before the other. She would not give up. She would go on. When she could no longer walk upright, she would crawl. But she would go on. Then suddenly a shadow bounded from the tangled dark, huge, lean, and ghostly. It came toward her and she cried out in fright. A massive whiskered face rubbed against her body, and luminous blue eyes blinked in greeting. It was Whisper. She fell against the moor cat in grateful disbelief, crying openly, wrapping her arms about the shaggy neck. Whisper had come for her. The moor cat turned and started away at once, drawing her with him. She fastened one hand in the ruff of his neck and stumbled after. They slipped through the maze of the dying jungle. All about them, the rumblings grew and tremors shook the earth. Rotted limbs began to crash down about them. Steam smelling rank and fetid geysered from cracks that split the hardened earth. Boulders and slides broke away from the cliffs that walled the valley close and came tumbling through the dark. Yet somehow they reached the Cove, its coiled length materializing abruptly out of the gloom, rising from the valley floor into the night. The giant cat bounded onto the stairway with Bryn a step behind. The Veil Girl scrambled upward, groping her way uncertainly as the rumblings intensified. Massive tremors rocked the Cove, one following close upon another. Bryn was thrown to her knees. Beneath her, the stone began to crack and split. Whole sections of the stairway were breaking off and tumbling downward into the pit. Not yet, she screamed soundlessly. Not until I am free. Whisper's deep roar lifted above the rumblings, and she struggled after the big cat. Below them, giant trees snapped apart like deadwood. The last of the failing twilight died as the sun slipped beneath the horizon and the whole of the land was wrapped in shadow. And then the cliff ledge was before her again, and she stumbled onto it, crying out to the shadowy forms that closed about her. Arms reached for her, pulling her clear of the crumbling stairs, drawing her back from the precipice. Kimber was hugging and kissing her, her pixie face beaming with happiness and her eyes filled with tears. Cogline was muttering and grumbling, dabbing at her cheeks with a soiled cloth. And Roan was there, his lean, sun-browned face haggard and bruised, but his gray eyes were fierce with love. Whispering her name, he wrapped his arms about her and held her against him. It was then, finally, that she knew that she was safe. Only moments later, Jair and Slanter came upon them, descending the Cove from Heaven's Well in their desperate search for Bryn. There were astonished looks and exclamations of relief. Then Bryn and Jair were clasping each other close once more. It was you who came to me in the Maelmord, Bryn whispered, stroking her brother's head. She smiled through her tears. You saved me, Jair. Jair hugged her back to mask his embarrassment. Roan came over and hugged them both. For cat's sake, Tiger, you're supposed to be back in the Vale. Don't you ever do anything you're told? Slanter hung back tentatively, eyeing them all with studied suspicion, from the three who persisted in hugging and kissing each other to the spindly old man, the woods girl, and the giant moor cat stretched out beside them. Oddest bunch I've ever come across, he muttered to himself. Then the rumblings from the floor of the valley rolled through the mountain rock like thunder, and the tremors shattered apart the whole of the Cove. It tumbled into the pit and was gone. All of the little company that were gathered on the cliff ledge hastened to its edge and peered through the gloom. Shards of brightness from the moon and stars laced the darkness. In a rippling of shadows, the pit of the Maelmord began to sink. Downward it slipped, downward into the earth as if swallowed by quicksand. Soil, rock, and dying forest crumbled and fell away. The shadows lengthened and drew together until the moonlight could no longer show any trace of what had once been. In moments, the Maelmord had disappeared forever. 47. Autumn had settled down across the land, and everywhere the colors of the season brightened and shone in the sunshine's warmth. It was a clear, cool day in the Eastland forests where the charred rush tumbled down from out of the wolf's tag, and the skies were a deathless blue. There had been a frost that morning, and melted patches of it lingered still in the deep grasses and on the hardened earth and moss-grown rocks that lined the riverbanks, mixed with the spray of the channel's foaming waters. Bryn paused at the edge of those waters to gather her thoughts. It had been a week now since the little company of friends had departed the Ravenshorn. With the destruction of the Ildach and the fading of the dark magic and all the things that it had made, the gnome hunters defending Greymark had fled back into the hills and forestlands of the deep Anor back to the tribes from which they had been taken. Left alone in the crumbling, deserted fortress, Bryn, Jair, and their friends had found the bodies of the borderman Helt, the dwarf Eld Farakar, and the elven prince Adani Lesadil and laid them to rest. Only Garrett Jax had been left where he had fallen, for with the destruction of the Cove, all passage to Heaven's Well had been cut off. Perhaps it was right that the weapon's master be left where no other mortal could go, Jair had offered solemnly. Perhaps it should be no different in death for Garrett Jax than it had been in life. They had camped that night in the forests below Greymark, south of where it nestled within the Ravenshorn, and it was there that Bryn told the others her promise to Allanon that, when the Ildach was destroyed and her quest finished, she would come back to him. Now that her long journey into the Maelmord was over, she must seek him out one final time. There were questions yet to be answered and things that she must know. And so they had all come with her brother Jair, Roan, Kimber, Cogline, the Moor Cat Whisper, and even the Gnome Slanter. They had journeyed with her back down out of the Ravenshorn, skirted the mountains south along the barren stretches of Olden Moor, crossed again over Toffer Ridge into the forests of Darklyn Reach and the valley of Hearthstone, then followed the winding channel of the Charred Rush west until they had reached the little glen where Allanon had fought his final battle. It had taken them a week to complete that journey, and on the evening of the 7th day they had camped at the edge of the glen. Now, in the chill of early morning, she stood quietly, staring out across the river's flow. Behind her, gathered in the bowl of the little glen, the others waited patiently. They had not come with her to the river's edge, she had not wanted them to. This was something that she must do alone. How am I to summon him? She wondered. Am I to sing to him? Am I to use the Wishsong's magic so that he will know that I am here? Or will he come without being called, knowing that I wait? As if an answer, the waters of the Charred Rush went still before her, their surface turned as smooth as glass. All about, the forest grew silent, and even the distant drone of the falls faded and was gone. Gently, the waters began to seethe, rippling and frothing like a stirred cauldron, and a single clear, sweet cry lifted into the morning air. Then Allanon rose out of the Charred Rush, his tall, spare frame erect and robed in black. He came across the still waters of the river, his head lifting within the shadow of the cowl and his dark eyes hard and penetrating. He did not look the way Bremen had appeared, his body seemed solid rather than transparent, free from the mists that had cloaked his father's shade and free from the death shroud that had wrapped the old man close. It was as if he still lived, Bryn thought suddenly, as if he had never died. He drew close to her and stopped, suspended in the air above the waters of the river. Allanon, she whispered. I have waited for you to come, Bryn Omsford, he answered her softly. She looked closer, seeing now the faint glimmer of the river's waters through the darkness of his robes, shimmering gently, and she knew then that he was truly dead, and that it was only his shade that stood before her. It is finished, Allanon, she told him, finding it suddenly difficult to speak. The Yildach is destroyed. The cowled head inclined faintly. Destroyed by the power of the elven magic, shaped and colored by the Wishsong. But destroyed as well, Veil Girl, by a power greater still by love, Bryn, by the love that bound your brother to you. He loved you too much to fail, even though he came too late. Yes, by love, too, Allanon. Savior and destroyer. The black eyes narrowed. The power of your magic would make you both, and you have seen how corrupting such power can be. So terrible is the lure and so difficult to balance. I gave you warning of that, but such warning as I gave was not enough. I failed you badly. She shook her head quickly. No, it was not you who failed me. It was I who failed myself. The druid's hand lifted from within the robes, and she found that she could see through it. I do not have long, so hear me well, Bryn Omsford. I did not understand all that I should have of the dark magic. I deceived myself just as the Grimpon told you. I knew that the magic of the Wishsong could be as my father had warned both blessing and curse, and that the holder could therefore become both savior and destroyer. But you possessed reason and heart, and I did not think the danger so great as long as those qualities stood by you. I failed to realize the truth about the Yildach and that the danger of the dark magic could go beyond those created to wield it. For the true danger was always the book, the subverter of all who had come to use the magic from the time of the Warlock Lord to the time of the Mord Wraiths. All had been slaves to the Yildach, but the Yildach was not merely an inanimate gathering of pages and bindings in which the dark magic was recorded. It was alive and evil that could turn to its uses by the magic's lure all who sought its power. Allanon bent close, sunlight streaking through the edges of the dark robes as if they had frayed. It wanted you to come to it from the beginning. But it wanted you tested first. Each time you used the magic of the Wishsong, you fell a bit further under the lure of the magic's power. You realized that there was something wrong in your continued use of the magic, but you were forced to use it anyway. And I was not there to tell you what was happening. By the time that you had gone down into the Maelmord, you were a thing much the same as all who had served the book, and you believed that this was as it should be. This was what the book intended that you should believe. It wanted to have you for its own. Even the power of the Mord Wraiths was insignificant in comparison to yours, for they had not been born with the magic as had you. In you, the Yildach had found a weapon that carried more power than any that had ever served it, even the Warlock Lord. Bryn stared at him disbelievingly. Then it spoke the truth when it said that it had been waiting for me, that there were bonds that joined us. A twisted half-truth, Allanon cautioned. You had become close enough in spirit to what it sought that it could make you believe that such was so. It could convince you that you were indeed the dark child of your fears. But the Wishsong could have made me so. The Wishsong could have made you anything. She hesitated. And still can? And still can. Always. Bryn watched the robed figure move closer still to where she stood. For a moment, she thought that he might reach out to draw her to him. But, instead, the lean face lifted and looked beyond her. My death was foretold at the Hadeshorn. My passing from this life was assured. But with the destruction of the Ildach, the dark magic must pass as well. The wheel of time comes around, and the age ends. My father is set free at last, gone to the rest that had been so long denied him, bound no longer to me or to his pledge to the races of the Four Lands. The cowled head lowered to her once more. And now I go, also. No druid shall come after me. But the trust that was theirs resides now with you. Allanon, she whispered, shaking her head. Hear me, Veil Girl. The blood that I placed upon your forehead and the words I spoke at its giving have made it so. You are the bearer of the trust that was mine and my father's before me. Do not be frightened by what that means. No harm shall befall you because of it. The last of the magic lives now within you and your brother, within the blood of your family. There it shall rest, safe and protected. It shall not be needed again in the age that is to come. The magic will have no useful place within that age. Other learning will be a better and truer guide for the races. But, heed. A time will come, far distant and beyond the lives of generations of Ohmsfords yet unborn, when the magic will be needed again. As with all things, time's wheel will come around once more. Then the trust one have given you will be needed, and the children of the house of Shannara will be called upon to deliver it. For the world that will one day be, do you keep that trust safe? No, Allanon, I do not want this. But his hand lifted sharply and silenced her. It is done, Bryn Ohmsford. As my father did with me, I have chosen you, child of my life. Voiceless, she stared up at him in despair. Do not be afraid, he whispered. She nodded helplessly. I will try. He began to draw away from her, his dark form fading slowly as the sunlight brightened through it. Put the magic from you, Bryn. Do not use it again, for there no longer is need. Be at peace. Allanon! She cried. He drifted back across the charred rush, the waters roiling gently now beneath him. Remember me, he said softly. He sank downward into the river, down through the silver waters, and was gone. The charred rush rolled on once more. On the shore's edge, Bryn stared out across the water. There were tears in her eyes. I will always remember you, she whispered. Then she turned and walked away. 48. So it was that the magic faded from the Four Lands and the tales of the Druids and Piranha passed into legend. For a time, there would be many who would insist that the Druids had been formed of flesh and blood and had walked the land as mortal men and as the protectors of the races. For a brief time, there would be many who would argue that the magic had been real and that terrible struggles had been waged between good and evil sorceries. But the number of believers would dwindle as the years passed. In the end, nearly all would vanish. On the same morning that Allanon disappeared from the world of men for the final time, the little company bade farewell to one another. Surrounded by the colors and smells of autumn, they embraced, said goodbye, and departed for their own lands. I will miss you, Bryn Ohmsford, Kimber announced solemnly, her pixie face determinedly resolute. And grandfather will miss you, too, won't you, grandfather? Codline shuffled his sandaled feet uneasily and nodded without looking at the Veil Girl. Some, I guess, he admitted grudgingly. Won't miss all that crying and agonizing, though. Won't miss that. Course, we did have some fine adventures, girl, I'll miss you for that. Spider gnomes and the black walkers and all. Almost like the old days. He trailed off, and Bryn smiled. I'll miss both of you, too. And Whisper. I owe my life as much to Whisper as to the rest of you. If he hadn't come down into the Maelmord to find me. He sensed that he was needed, Kimber declared firmly. He would not have disregarded your warning if he had not sensed that need. I think there is a special bond between you, a bond beyond that created by your song. Don't want you coming back again without telling me first, though, Codline interrupted suddenly. Or until I invite you. You don't come into people's homes without being asked. Grandfather. Kimber sighed. Will you come to see me? Bryn asked her. The girl smiled and glanced at her grandfather. Perhaps, someday. For a time, I think I'll stay with grandfather and Whisper at Hearthstone. I have been away long enough. I miss my home. Bryn came to her and hugged her close. I miss mine as well, Kimber. But we'll meet again someday. You will always be my friend, Bryn. There were tears in her eyes as she buried her face in the Valley girl's shoulder. And you will be mine, Bryn whispered. Goodbye, Kimber. Thank you. Roan added his goodbyes to Bryn's, then walked over to stand before Whisper. The big moor cat sat back on his haunches regarding the Highlander curiously, saucer blue eyes blinking. I was wrong about you, cat, he offered grudgingly. He hesitated. That probably doesn't mean anything to you, but it means something to me. You saved my life, too. He stood looking at the Moor cat for a moment, then glanced ruefully back at the others. I promised myself I'd say that if he brought Bryn safely out of the pit, but I still feel like an idiot standing here talking with him like this, for cats, for. He trailed off. Whisper yawned sleepily and showed all of his teeth. A dozen yards away, Jair was feeling something of an idiot himself as he faced Slanter and struggled to find expression for the jumble of emotions rushing through him. Look, boy. The gnome was gruff and impatient. Don't make so much work out of this. Just say it. Goodbye. Just say it. But Jair shook his head stubbornly. I can't, Slanter. It's not enough. You and I, we've been together one way or another right from the time I tricked you with the snakes and locked you in that wood bin. Please don't remind me. The gnome grumbled. We're all that's left, Slanter, Jair tried to explain, folding his arms protectively across his chest. All that way we came, you and I and the others, but they're gone and we're all that's left. He shook his head. So much has happened, and I can't just dismiss it with a simple goodbye. Slanter sighed. It's not as if we'll never see each other again, boy. What's the matter, you think I'll end up dead, too? Well, think again. I know how to take care of myself, said so yourself once, remember? Nothing's going to happen to me. And I'd bet a month of nights in the black pit that nothing will ever happen to you. You're too confounded sneaky. Jair smiled in spite of himself. I guess that's quite a compliment, coming from you. He took a deep breath. Come back with me, Slanter. Come back to Cullhaven and tell them what happened. It should come from you. No, boy. The gnome lowered his rough face and shook his head slowly. I won't be going back there again. Gnomes won't be welcome in the Lower Anor for a good many years to come, no matter their reasons. No, I'm for the Borderlands again for now, at least. Jair nodded, and there was an awkward silence between them. Goodbye then, Slanter. Until next time. He stepped forward and put his arms about the gnome. Slanter hesitated, then patted him roughly on the shoulders. Now see, boy, that wasn't so bad, was it? Nevertheless, it was a long time before he broke away. It was more than a week later when Bryn, Jair, and Roan arrived once more in Shady Vale and turned onto the cobblestone walkway that led to the front door of the Olmsford home. It was late afternoon, and the sun had already slipped behind the hills, leaving the forest cloaked in shadows and half-light. The sound of voices drifted through the still autumn air from homes scattered about, and leaves rustled through the long grass. Before them, the windows of the cottage were already lighted against the evening gloom. Bryn, how are we going to explain all this? Jair asked for what must have been the 100th time. They had passed through the stand of flowering plum, by now almost entirely leafless, when the front door swung open and Eretria came rushing out. Will, they're home. She called back over her shoulder and hurried to embrace both of her children and Roan in the bargain. A moment later Will Olmsford appeared as well, bent to kiss both Bryn and Jair, and gave Roan a warm handshake. You look a bit tired, Bryn, he observed quietly. Did you and your brother manage to get any sleep while you were in Leah? Bryn and Jair exchanged a quirk glance, while Roan smiled benignly and began studying the ground. How was your trip south, father? Jair changed the subject quickly. We were able to help a lot of people, fortunately. Will Olmsford scrutinized his son carefully. The work kept us away much longer than we had intended, or we would have come for you in Leah. As it was, we just returned last night. Bryn and Jair exchanged another quick glance, and this time their father saw it at once. Would either of you like to tell me now who that old man was you sent? Bryn stared. What old man? The old man with the message, Bryn. Jair frowned. What message? Eretria stepped forward now, a hint of displeasure in her dark eyes. An old man came to us in the outlying villages south of Capra. He was from Leah. He had a message from you telling us that you had gone to the Highlands and that you would be away for several weeks and not to worry. Your father and I thought it strange that so old a man would be serving as messenger for Roan's father, but... Bryn! Jair whispered, wide-eyed. There was something familiar about him, Will mused suddenly. It seemed to me that I ought to have known him. Bryn, I didn't send any, Jair began, then cut himself short. They were all staring at him. Wait, just wait right here, just, for a moment, he sputtered, stumbling over the words as he edged past them. Be right back. He dashed past them into the house, down the hallway, through the front room, and into the kitchen. He went at once to the stone hearth where it joined the shelving nooks and traced his way down to the third shelf. Then he moved the loose stone from its niche and reached inside, His fingers closed over the elfstones and their familiar leather pouch. He stood there for a moment, stunned. Then, gripping the stones in his hand, he walked back through the house to where the others still waited on the cobbled walkway. With a grin, he produced the pouch and its contents and displayed them to an astonished Bryn and Roan. There was a long moment of silence as the five stared at one another, then Bryn took her mother with one arm and her father with the other. "Mother. Father. I think we had better all go inside and sit down for a while." She smiled. "Jair and I have something to tell you."